Chapter 1. The expelled boy on the flagstones had not moved since the iron gates of Azure Cloud Sect slammed shut on him at noon. From the hillside above the courtyard, Su Wanjiang watched him for 6 hours. He watched as the sect elders finished their procession and retreated into the high white halls. He watched as families in pale mourning robes dragged their sons and daughters away from the rejection square, some weeping, some wooden-faced. He watched as the last sparrow landed on the abandoned altar and stole a strip of ribbon from a discarded disciple's sash. He watched as the sun crawled down behind the mountain and the long shadow of the sect's main spire reached across the courtyard and covered the boy like a blanket of cold water. The boy still had not moved. Su rubbed his eyes. His left one had been aching for 2 days, a thin pulsing ache at the corner of the socket, as if something inside wanted to wake up and did not yet know the room. He ignored it. He stood up, brushed pine needles from his plain gray robe, and walked down the hill. The gatekeeper at the outer wall was a squat old man with broken teeth and a polished hook where his right hand should have been. He did not stand when Su approached. "Gates shut," the old man said. "Sect's done accepting anyone today. I'm not here to be accepted." "Then you're wasting your feet, boy. Go home." "I don't have a home." The old man's hook twitched. He squinted at Su in the dimming light. "You one of today's rejects?" "No." "You a thief?" "No." "Then what?" Su smiled a little, and the old man's leathery face softened in spite of itself. "Let me see. I'm here to pick up something the sect threw away." The gatekeeper coughed. It might have been a laugh. "Fine. Stay out of the inner rings and don't touch anything with a seal on it. Anybody inside catches you. I never saw you." Su bowed the exact respectful depth a stranger owed a sect servant, not a fraction more, and slipped through the lesser gate. The rejection square was empty now except for the boy. He sat with his back to a stone pillar, knees drawn up, forearms wrapped around his shins. His sect uniform had been stripped of its insignia. The place where his disciple belt should have been was a raw line of pale skin under the gray band of fabric tied in its place. His knuckles were split open. His eyes were not crying. Su stopped 5 paces away and sat down on the cold flagstones. He took a moment to arrange his robe across his crossed legs. Then he said, "Your hands are bleeding." The boy did not look up. "I hit the pillar when they told me." "Do you regret it?" "The pillar does." Su laughed. It was a surprised laugh, and it seemed to startle the boy as much as him. The boy's head came up slightly. He had a broad, square jaw and eyes that had not yet decided whether to be kind or hard. A blacksmith's jaw, Su thought. A blacksmith's eyes. "What's your name?" Su asked. "Tanbei." "Why did they expel you, Tanbei?" "Because my lattice won't let me form the hand seals." "Which seals?" "Any of them. My shards route through my forearms instead of my palms. They said it was a birth defect. They said it was unteachable." He said the words without inflection, as if repeating a sentence someone else had written for him. "Sect leader offered me a place as a courtyard sweeper if I would pay for the right to wear their colors. I said no. So they took the colors." "How old are you?" 19. "Do you have anywhere to go?" "No." Su nodded. The left corner of his eye pulsed hard, and this time something behind it uncurled like a waking cat. He felt the air in the courtyard change, or rather, he felt himself change inside it. When he blinked, the world had gained a new layer. He could see Tanbei's lattice. It drifted inside the boy's chest like a chandelier that had been hung crooked by a drunk. Each shard of it glowed a dim cold blue, and each one was labeled, not in letters, but in shape, in the way a knife is labeled by its edge. There were shards that had never been named. There were shards that had been forced into positions that did not fit them. And there were 2 shards along the line of his forearms, bright and cleanly formed, that the sect had decided not to count. Su stared. His breath shook. It was beautiful. It was nothing like the sect template he had seen drawn on his grandfather's scrolls. It was not worse. It was different. His grandfather had told him, 3 years before his death, that somewhere in the world was a person who would look at another person's lattice and see not a defect, but a geography. Su had not believed him. Su had believed himself to be a failure in a line of failures. A boy who could not even build his own lattice to the standard shape, and who therefore could not be expected to see anyone else's. Blood trickled, warm and slow, from the corner of his left eye. He lifted a careful hand. "Tanbei," he said, "let me see your wrists." "Why?" "Because I think Azure Cloud Sect did not expel you. I think they threw away a door because they could not find the key to it." The boy hesitated. Then he extended his hands. Su took them. The blacksmith calluses were like old wood against his palms. He closed his eyes, and inside the dark he watched the blue lattice of Tanbei's cultivation turn slowly in front of him. "You are supposed to run the seal energy from palm to heart," he murmured, half to himself. "But your shards don't connect there. They connect at the elbows. If I route the strike shard through the forearms instead, and anchor the seal shard at the inside of the wrist. What are you doing? Tanbei whispered. His voice had cracked. Don't. That's not allowed. The sect said. Let me see. The sect is not here. Tanbei closed his mouth. Su opened his eyes. The courtyard was dark now, really dark, with the first stars out. A guard was walking the outer wall with a lantern, and they had perhaps 6 minutes before he looked this way. My name is Su Wanjiang, he said quietly, and my grandfather's name was Su Jiuqing, who called himself a lattice smith when the sects were still letting him. I cannot promise you safety. I cannot promise you riches. I cannot promise anyone will ever call you an inner disciple of anything. But I can promise, if you come with me, that nobody will ever again ask you to be smaller than the shape you were born to be. Tanbei looked at his own bleeding hands. Where? He said. A place called Weiyang Terrace. About 3 days' walk. It's falling down. There are 2 roofs with holes in them. Who lives there? No one yet. Tanbei laughed. It was a terrible little laugh, thin and dry, as if he had forgotten how. Then he said, all right. Su stood and offered a hand. Tanbei took it. The gatekeeper, when they passed him, did not look at them. Chapter 2. They walked east through the mountain passes by starlight for 4 hours before Tanbei spoke again. They'll send someone after me. Su adjusted the cord of his pack across his shoulder and kept walking. Will they? Azure Cloud doesn't like its rejects to live. Not healthily. Not visibly. A rejected disciple who becomes someone somewhere else. That's a stain on the sect's reputation. It's happened before. There was a girl 2 years ago, expelled for her spirit root colors. She set up a little herb shop in Weiyang Town. A month later, she was found drowned in her own bath. You heard this while you were an inner disciple. I heard Elder Fengqiu tell it at a banquet as a warning to the ones who were still in. Su noted the name. Fengqiu. Elder, head instructor, fond of warnings. He filed the name beside the old leather-bound list of names his grandfather had left him, the list of sect men who had once laughed at Su Jiuqing's theories. Then they will come, Su said. But first they have to notice. A man does not send an assassin after an empty room. Weiyang Terrace is an empty room. For 1 more night. Maybe 2. Tanbei was silent for a while. Their feet made dry sounds on the pine needle floor of the trail. Somewhere below, a mountain owl called once, and then a second time, closer. Why? Tanbei said finally. Why did you come for me? I wasn't coming for you. I was watching the expulsion square. Why? Because my grandfather taught me that a sect tells you what it truly is by what it refuses. I watched the refusals to understand the sections. He stopped on the trail, turned, and looked at Tanbei. In the starlight, the boy's eyes were a greenish hue Su had not noticed in the courtyard. I was not planning to take anyone home tonight. I had not taken anyone home any night. You were the first person I saw whose lattice I could actually see. So here we are. Here we are, Tanbei said, as if he were testing the words for weight. They reached Weiyang Terrace at dawn of the 3rd day. It had been a training ground once, when Su's grandfather was a young lattice smith and still had a reputation. It sat on a shoulder of mountain overlooking a thin, curved river. The gate pillars were still standing, though one of them had a crack a handspan wide. The main hall had lost half its tile roof to a storm 8 winters ago. The side wings were mostly intact. There was a well in the central courtyard, and on the coping of the well a family of mice had built a nest that Su did not have the heart to evict. Tanbei walked through the ruined gate and stopped in the middle of the courtyard. He turned in a slow circle. The morning light came down through the hole in the main hall's roof and made a bright spear on the dusty floor. A single sparrow landed on the edge of the opening, looked at them, and flew away. This is a sect, Tanbei said. Not yet. Right now it is a building. What is it when it is a sect? Su smiled. Let me see, we find out. Tanbei looked at the hole in the roof. He looked at the broken pillar. He looked at the well with its mice. He rolled up his sleeves. The motion exposed the raw line where his belt insignia had been cut off. Su noticed he did not wince at the air touching it. Where's the broom? Tanbei said. They spent the morning sweeping. Tanbei swept away a blacksmith hammers, with full body swings, no wasted motion, a rhythm that accidentally made a small cyclone of dust spin up at the end of each pass. Su watched him do it for a while, and then fetched a second broom and joined him. The dust was ankle-deep in places. It rose around them in a fine gray fog, and Su kept sneezing, and Tanbei, who had not spoken except in monosyllables for 3 days, laughed at him, and the laugh surprised them both. At midday, Su went down to the river for water. When he climbed back up with 2 full buckets, there was a magistrate's runner standing in his gate. The runner was a thin boy with a red sash and an expression of bureaucratic boredom. He looked at Su. He looked at Tanbei sweeping inside. He looked at the cracked pillar. He consulted a paper. This property, he said. Weiyang Terrace. Registered to one Su Jiuqing, deceased 6 years. Are you the inheritor? Yes. Name: Su Wanjiang. Proof: Su set down the buckets, reached into his pack, and produced the thin leather folder his grandfather had given him the night he died. Inside was a single clay seal and 3 papers. The runner examined the seal. He examined the papers. He made a note on his own paper with a small brush. Is the terrace being reactivated as a sect? As a private academy? Charging tuition? No. Taking students? Yes. The runner nodded. It was the bored nod of a man who has decided that whatever this is, it is not his problem today. Taxes are due in the 9th month on any academy with more than 10 students. Register in Jinsheng Town Hall. Good morning. He left. Tanbei had stopped sweeping. He was leaning on the broom, watching. That, he said, was easy. Let me see, of course it was. A building that doesn't exist is not a threat. Azure Cloud's elders first have to notice that a building exists. Then they have to notice it has a student. Then they have to decide the student matters. We have time. Su set down the buckets of river water. He pointed at the cracked pillar. Today I am going to work on your lattice. Tonight we will test it. Test it how? On the pillar. Tanbei looked at the pillar. He looked at his own hands, which still had the dried red scabs from the expulsion square. His expression was unreadable. All right, he said. Chapter 3. Su made Tanbei sit cross-legged on a flat stone inside the ruined main hall, where the hole in the roof let in a column of midday sun. He wet a strip of clean cloth and wiped the dust from his own face. He wiped the blood crust from the corner of his left eye. He wiped Tanbei's knuckles and bandaged them. Then he found the rusted iron ring. It happened by accident. He was clearing the last of the dust-drifted detritus from the base of the cracked pillar when his broom struck something that clanged softly and went skittering across the flagstone. He crouched. He pried up a flat paving stone with his fingers. In the pocket of mud beneath it, among a few copper coins and a chip of bone that might have been a mouse's skull, there was a ring. It was about the thickness of a man's little finger. It was iron, once, before rust had softened its edges, and it had no markings except a single hairline crack that ran diagonally across one side. Su picked it up. He held it to the light. The crack was very fine. It did not quite reach the other side of the ring. It stopped a quarter of the way across, as if the object had decided, at the last moment, not to break. He had no idea why he slipped the ring onto a length of silk cord from his pack and tied it around his neck. He tucked it under his robe. He forgot about it within the hour. Ready? He asked Tanbei. Tanbei opened his eyes. Yes. Good. Give me your wrists. The blacksmith's forearms were surprisingly narrow for his hands. Su turned them palm up and set them on the flat of his own knees. He closed his eyes. The second sight came easier this time. The corner of his left eye warmed, and then the warmth unfolded, and there was Tanbei's lattice again, hanging crooked and cold blue inside the boy's chest. Su looked at it slowly, the way his grandfather had taught him to look at a half-forged blade, for pattern, for intention, for the shape the metal had wanted to take before the smith argued with it. He found the 2 forearm shards. They sat close to the wrist, like 2 small lamps placed in the wrong windows. The sect template demanded they be in the palm. The sect template had been wrong. I'm going to move 2 of your shards, Su murmured. I'm not going to rename them. I am only going to reroute them. It should hurt about as much as having a joint popped back into place. Not if you understand. Tanbei nodded. Breathe out. Slow. Now, when I say, pull a small amount of energy up from your dantian to your hands. Don't make a seal. Just pull. A pause. Now. Tanbei pulled. Su, with the hand that was not his hand, but something behind his hand, reached into the boy's lattice and nudged. He did not break the shards. He did not rename them. He only closed his second sight fingers around the thread that attached the strike shard to the seal template pathway and moved it, an arm's length of thread, a 2-finger width of angle, to a new route, one that ran cleanly up the inside of the forearm and anchored at a point just below the elbow on the inside of the bone. Tanbei made a sound like a man who has been kicked in the ribs. Easy, Su said. Easy. Brief. One more. The second shard he rerouted in the same way. It was smaller than the first. It seated itself against the inner forearm and glowed once, softly, a deeper blue than before. The entire lattice, the whole crooked chandelier, shifted a finger's width to the left inside Tanbei's chest, as if a stonemason had finally wedged in the keystone that was always supposed to be there. Su let go. He sat back. His left eye was bleeding. He wiped it on his sleeve. Tanbei opened his eyes slowly. His pupils were enormous. His breath came in shudders. What? He said. What did you? Stand up. My arms, I know. Stand up. Walk over to the pillar. Tanbei stood. He was unsteady the first 2 steps, like a man who had been asleep for a long time and forgotten the weight of his own limbs. By the 3rd step, he was walking normally. He reached the cracked pillar and put his hand against it. He looked at his hand as if it were a stranger's. Hit it, Su said. Without a seal? Let me see. Do you remember how to form a seal? No, Tanbei said, and his face went through 4 expressions very quickly, ending in a kind of ragged laugh. Then hit it without one. Tanbei hit the pillar. There was a sound like a large tree falling inside a bell. The pillar, already cracked, simply was not a pillar anymore. Half of it leaned away from the other half, and then slid, ponderous and resigned, to the flagstones. A small cloud of old lime dust rose up and drifted through the spear of sunlight. Tanbei stared at his own forearm, then at the half-pillar, then at his forearm. I don't have to form seals, he said. No, but they said it was impossible. They said my lattice was broken. Let me see, Su said softly. A broken thing and a different thing look very alike from a distance. The sects have forgotten how to walk close. Tanbei sat down in the dust. He did not sit the way people sit. He sat the way something that has been standing on tired legs for a long time finally allows itself to stop. He put both forearms across his knees, and he looked at them. His shoulders were shaking. Su stepped back. He did not touch the boy. After a while, Tanbei said, without looking up, you're going to get killed for this. Possibly. Are you going to do it to other people? Yes. Who? Anyone I can reach. Tanbei wiped his face on the back of his wrist. The action smeared dust across one cheekbone. Up close, in the bright stripe of noon sun, he looked very young. Teach me what you did, he said. I will teach you the lattice side if I can. I do not know if it is teachable. I will teach you everything else. Beginning tonight. Tonight. Before you sleep. Before I sleep. Su picked up the broom again. The cord around his neck lay cool against his collarbone, the iron ring a soft weight he was not thinking about. We have an unknown number of days before Azure Cloud notices us, Tanbei. I would like to spend every one of them making you into something they cannot unmake. Chapter 4 They worked by lamplight. Su's grandfather had taught him the theory, or rather, had whispered it to him on the sickbed in fragments that Su had spent 6 years writing down and rearranging until they made a kind of book. The book was not a book. It was a bundle of thin split bamboo slips tied with a silk cord, and Su kept it in the bottom of his pack, wrapped in oilskin. Tonight, for the first time, he unwrapped the slips and set them out on the floor of the ruined hall in a great fan shape and walked Tanbei through them. There are 10 tiers to the lattice craft, he said. The first is called fractured. It is the rank of a lattice smith who has only just learned to see. The 5th is called anchored. After the 5th, a lattice smith cannot advance on his own. He needs students. The higher tiers of this craft are not individual achievements. They are collective ones. My grandfather wrote, here, on this slip, that above the 5th tier, the lattice smith's strength is literally a function of the lattice of his disciples. He becomes, in effect, the shape of their shape. Tanbei stared at the slip Su was pointing to. That can't be right. It is unorthodox. It is one of the reasons the sects hated my grandfather. And you're at which tier right now? None. I have never advanced. I have never had a disciple to anchor to. Tonight, I am going to take you as my disciple and advance to fractured. Su looked up. His face was calm, but Tanbei thought he could see the smallest tremble along the jaw. I am asking your permission. Tanbei opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Why do you need my permission? Because a lattice bond is not a chain. It is a shape. If you do not enter it willingly, it will not hold. What does being your disciple obligate me to do? In law, nothing. In practice, it makes you the first of something. It makes the sects care who you are. It puts a target on your back that was only on mine until now. Tanbei looked down at his own forearms. The bandages on his knuckles were already clean through them. The bleeding had stopped. The inside of his wrist hummed faintly with the new threaded shard. He had not known until an hour ago that a man could feel his own bones smile. Say the words, he said. There is a phrase. It is not fancy. It is only, I take you as my disciple, Tanbei. Do you accept me as your master? Tanbei swallowed. The word master had only ever been spoken to him by men who did not mean it. Yes, he said. I accept. Su closed his eyes. The terrace, the ruined hall, the broken pillar, the cold stars above, they all seemed to hold their breath. Inside Su's chest, a thing that had been dormant his entire life turned over like a slow fish. It did not hurt. It was not pleasant. It was something in between, like the first moment of a long-avoided truth finally being said out loud. He felt the shape of Tanbei's lattice, still there, cold blue and crooked beautiful in the dark, and he felt something in his own center reach out toward it. A thin thread. No, not a thread. A seam formed between them. It was not visible to the eye. It was visible to the other thing, the corner of the left eye thing, and to Tanbei's hammering heart. Something in Su cracked open and reseated. He opened his eyes. The corner of his left eye was bleeding. He did not reach up to wipe it. He looked at Tanbei in the lamplight and saw the whole lattice of him now with a clarity so sharp it felt almost violent. Fractured, he said softly. Does it feel different? Yes. The world. I can see more of your shape than I could. I think I can see some of your pain. You don't have to see that, Tanbei said quickly, looking away. Let me see, of course I do. That is the work. Tanbei did not reply. After a moment he said, I am hungry. I don't think I've been hungry in 3 days. Su laughed. He pushed himself up. Then I will cook. There is rice. There is some dried fish. There are probably spiders in the stove. I will clean the stove. They cooked together. The fire was small, and it smoked badly in the ruined hall, so they carried the pot out into the courtyard. They sat on the well coping with their legs crossed, and ate from a single pot with 2 wooden spoons, and the mice did not come out for the rice, because the mice had already decided these humans were acceptable. A thin cold wind came down off the mountain, and Tanbei, without saying anything, moved so that his shoulder blocked the worst of it from Su. Su noticed. He said nothing. Tomorrow, Tanbei said, scraping the last scorched rice off the bottom of the pot. Is there another expulsion day anywhere? Frost Peak Sect. 3 days east. Theirs is at the end of the month. Then there's time to practice. Yes. Good. Teach me the first slip in the morning. All right. Tanbei stood. He stretched until his back cracked in 2 places, and he looked up at the stars, and for a long moment he did not say anything. Then he said, quietly, Master. It was the first time. Su looked at him. Yes. Nothing, Tanbei said. I just wanted to say it. He went into the side wing to sleep. Su sat on the well coping a long time after the fire died. He looked at the stars. He touched the iron ring under his robe without thinking about it. The ring was faintly warm, though the air was cold. A day and a half later, in the outer ring of Azure Cloud Sect, a senior disciple named Hu Jiao reported to the kitchen master that he had seen the refused boy, the nameless grandson of old Su Jiuqing, the one the sect had been letting scavenge the expulsion square for 5 years, walking out of the lesser gate at dusk with a young man who looked very much like the disciple they had ejected that noon. Walking with, said the kitchen master. Not dragged. Walking with, master. The kitchen master set down his ladle. He said, mention it tomorrow. Mention it to no one tonight. Yes, master. But by the next morning, the rumor had legs. By the evening of the same day, it had reached a lower elder. And by the following dawn, the name, the refuse boy, was being spoken, for the first time in anyone's memory, inside the walls of the inner sect. Chapter 5. The ride to Frost Peak Sect was 3 days of thinning air. They left the terrace at first light with a small bundle of provisions, a second pot, and a single walking staff Tanbei had carved overnight from a fallen pine. Su rode a rangy brown mule he had bought for almost nothing from a farmer in the valley. The mule was called Eldest, and Eldest had a bite. Tanbei walked. You could take turns on the mule, Su said on the first morning. I would rather walk, master. Let me see. You think the walking is penance? I think the walking is thinking. Su did not argue. He let the boy walk. On the second day, the road turned up into the mountains, and the trees changed from pine to a black-barked spruce that smelled of resin and old smoke. The air thinned, and the temperature dropped. By dusk, they had to tie rags over their mouths to breathe through. Frost Peak Sect sat at the high saddle of the range, where the wind never stopped, and its reputation was that half of its disciples were selected for their ability to withstand cold and silence, and the other half for their ability to inflict it. What do we know about their expulsions? Su asked on the evening of the second day. Frost Peak doesn't announce them, Tanbei said. He was cleaning the pot with snow. They take them out the side gate and leave them on the step. Sometimes a family shows up to collect. Sometimes not. The ones not collected by sundown, by the rules of the sect, they are no longer the sect's responsibility. So we sit at the side gate. We sit at the side gate. They arrived at noon on the third day. The side gate was a smaller arch in the sect's outer wall, with a single step of polished black stone. A wooden bench had been placed 10 paces from it. Not for the use of expellees, Su suspected, but for the use of families. It was empty. He set Eldest to browse the dry grass at the verge of the road, and he sat down on the bench with the pot between his feet. Tanbei sat beside him. Su produced, from his pack, a small clay pot of tea leaves and a kettle. He started a tiny fire in the lee of the bench with the flint from his belt. He boiled water on it. He poured 2 cups. If we are going to wait, he said, we are going to do it correctly. Is this a tactic? It is a courtesy. They waited. The first disciple came out at mid-afternoon. He was a boy of about 16, pale with the cold, and he stumbled 2 steps before catching himself and standing very straight. He had a bundle in his hands. A man in a gray fur cloak, his father, by the shape of his shoulders, was waiting at the bench's other end. He stood up without a word when the boy stepped off. The boy did not look at Sue. The father did not look at anyone. They walked away down the mountain road together, not speaking. Sue poured the cold tea out and made another pot. The second disciple was a young woman of perhaps 20. She was pretty in a sharp, weary way, and she had the mark of the inner sect still on her collar. They had not bothered to strip it. A woman who was evidently her elder sister came up the road on a tired horse, helped her into the saddle, and rode away without dismounting. The young woman's eyes passed briefly over Sue and Tanbei. They registered nothing. She was gone. Sue made a third pot of tea. The third disciple came out at sunset. She was smaller than the others. She was perhaps 17, thin as a winter reed, with long dark hair bound up carelessly, and she walked with the deliberate balance of someone whose head had been hit recently and who did not trust the ground yet. There was a livid purple mark at her throat, a flat handprint, as if a man had held her by the neck and pressed something into her. Sue stood up. She stopped on the bottom step. She saw him. She saw the pot of tea on the fire. She saw Tanbei. Her eyes flicked over all three and settled, for a long moment, on the mark the iron ring made on the inside of Sue's robe, where he had forgotten to tuck it all the way down. She tried to speak. Nothing came out. She tried again. Her mouth shaped a word. A rasp of air came. No sound. Her hands went to her throat. Her eyes widened in a quiet kind of horror that Sue understood without explanation was not new. Was a horror she had been living with for some number of hours now, and had only rediscovered in the trying. "They sealed your throat shard," Sue said softly. She nodded, then shook her head, then nodded. Then she made a gesture, index finger to her mouth, then a wiping motion across her lips, the kind of gesture a very young child makes when they do not want to be fed something bitter. "You didn't say what they wanted you to say," Tanbei said, quietly from the bench. She looked at him, nodded, "And when you didn't say it, they sealed you." Another nod. Her eyes were filling. She did not let the tears fall. No one came up the road for her. The sunset dimmed to a purple dusk, and the wind got harder, and still no one came. A pair of Frost Peak servants appeared briefly at a window of the sect's outer wall, watched her on the step for a moment, and withdrew without emerging. The rule was clear. By sundown, if no one claimed her, she was no longer the sect's. Sue waited until the last line of sun had slipped off the top of the peak. Then he picked up the tea kettle and brought it over. "Tea," he offered. She shook her head. "It is not good tea. I made it for the wait, not the drinking. If you prefer a fire, there is a fire. If you prefer food, there is rice. If you prefer to be alone, I will sit on the other bench. If you prefer us to go, we will go as far as you like, and then we will stop, and you may follow or not." She stared at him. He said, more quietly, "Let me see. If you prefer to stay here, we will stay with you. We will not touch you. We will not try to unseal you. I would like very much to look at your lattice, but I will not until you allow me. And I will tell you, because no one has yet said this to you, that I do not think your throat shard is a defect. I think your silence is already doing work. I would like to not take the work away from you before we know what it is for." She stared at him longer. Then she took one step down from the black stone. Tanbei got up and spread a clean cloth on the bench and set the kettle and 2 cups and a 3rd cup on it, in case she changed her mind. He did not look at her. He busied himself with the fire. She did not take the tea. She stood on the dry grass at the edge of the road, and she watched them for 10 minutes. Then she bent down. She picked up a stick from beside the bench. She walked to a patch of wind-smoothed dust at the base of the wall. She crouched there, the purple bruise at her throat ugly in the last light. She began to write. Her hand trembled. The stick scratched slow characters into the dust. Sue walked over and crouched beside her. When she was done, the dust said, "And no one has ever said my silence is useful." Sue did not speak for a long time. Then he took the iron ring from under his robe and held it in his palm, where she could see it. The crack caught the last of the light. "Let me see," he said. "I have a broken ring. You have a sealed throat. I have a boy over there with rerouted forearms. We are going back to a building with a hole in its roof. We have, I'm going to guess, 2 weeks before a small number of very dangerous men come to look at us. We will make do. We will teach each other what we are." He did not offer her his hand. He only stood up and walked back to the bench and sat down and drank his tea. After a long while, she followed. Chapter 6. The return trip to Weiyang Terrace took 4 days with the mute girl walking. She would not ride the mule. She would not be carried. On the first morning, Sue had led eldest up beside her and gestured at the saddle, and she had shaken her head once, hard, and walked on. Tanbei carried her small bundle without asking. She did not object to that either. She simply allowed it. Her name she gave them on the second evening, by writing in the dust at the edge of the campfire. "Pei Ruo." Tanbei repeated it out loud, the way a boy repeats a new word to make it real. "Pei Ruo." She made the tiniest nod. She watched the flames for a long time after that, hands flat on her knees, and she did not cry. Su did not try to heal her on the road. He wanted to. The corner of his left eye ached every time his gaze caught on the purple bruise at her throat, and his hand kept drifting up toward the iron ring at his chest like the ring was a small heat he was trying to warm himself on. But he did not reach for her. He did not offer. Whatever had been done to her throat shard had been done by Frost Peak elders who outranked him by a distance he could not yet measure, and he knew, because his grandfather had written it in a trembling hand on one of the bamboo slips, that a lattice smith who opens a seal he cannot understand can kill the patient faster than the seal can. "We will look at your throat at the terrace," he told her on the third night. "In a proper room, with light. I will not touch it until you ask me to, and I will not open it until I am sure the opening will not hurt you more than the seal." She nodded. Her face gave him nothing. They passed through a small valley village on the fourth afternoon, and Su bought rice and salt and a single length of warm wool cloth. He gave the cloth to Pei Ruo without looking at her. She took it. She wrapped it around her shoulders on her own. When they began walking again, he saw that she had rearranged the cloth so the part that covered her throat hung loose and could be lifted away. The cloth covered her, but did not cover the evidence. She wanted the bruise seen. Su understood without asking. Weiyang Terrace came into view at dusk. The broken pillar was still in the courtyard, right where it had fallen when Tanbei hit it. The hole in the roof of the main hall still showed the sky. The mice had built a second nest on the well coping. Pei Ruo stood inside the gate and looked at all of it for a long time. Su said softly, "Let me see. It is not impressive." Pei Ruo walked past him into the main hall. She walked the length of the ruined room. She walked back out. She walked into the side wing where Tanbei had been sleeping. She walked back out. She went over to the broken pillar and crouched beside the smashed half of it and put her palm on the break. She closed her eyes. After a minute, she opened them. She stood up. She looked at Su. She took the stick she had been walking with and wrote in the dust at her feet. "I like this. It is not a prison." Tanbei, behind Su, let out a breath he had not known he was holding. That night Su examined Pei Ruo's lattice. She lay on a rush mat in the side wing with her head on a folded cloak. He had lit 2 oil lamps and set them at her shoulders so the light was steady. He knelt by her side. He did not touch her. He closed his eyes and let the second sight come. What he saw made him pause. Her lattice was beautiful. It was the most balanced lattice he had ever seen. Perfectly formed, perfectly spaced, each shard gently glowing a cool pale green that was nothing like the harsh orthodox blue of azure cloud. In the center of it, at the place where the throat shard should have sat, there was a small bright spinning knot of something silver white. It was not a seal the way his grandfather's slips described a seal. It was, Su reached for an image, it was an ancient thing. The seal was older than her. The seal was older than anything. "Pei Ruo," he whispered, though her eyes were closed. "The thing Frost Peak put on your throat, they did not make it. They found it. I do not know where, and I think they did not know what it was." She opened her eyes. She made a small gesture with her hand. He did not understand it. She tapped her own throat with 2 fingers and then tapped the air twice. "It's doing something?" She nodded. "Not hurting you. Working." She nodded again. "Working on what?" Her mouth shaped. "I do not know yet." He sat back on his heels. "Let me see. I think we will leave it," he said. "Not forever. For now. I think the sect that put it on you thought they were hurting you. I think they were wrong in a way that has not finished happening yet. I would like to not take the working thing away from you before we know what it is for." She stared up at him. Her eyes were not grateful. They were not angry. They were something else, something he did not have a word for. The look of a person who had believed all her life she would have to fight alone against a thing inside her and had just been told, for the first time, that someone else had read the thing's handwriting. She closed her eyes again. He left the lamps burning low and went outside. Chapter 7 Elder Fengqiu was a man who believed that morning rides cleared the mind. He was 53 years old, and he had been head instructor of Azure Cloud sect for 11 of them. He was thin, gray at the temples, with a scholar's long fingers and a scholar's long memory. He rode a white mare named Li Jin that he had raised from a foal. He rode her 3 mornings a week along the mountain roads east of the sect's outer wall, because he liked to think without the noise of younger men around him, and because the road east passed close to the small, overgrown training ground where his brother had died. His brother had been a heresy. That was the word Elder Fengqiu used for it, privately, when no one else was listening. His brother, Feng Lu, younger by 4 years, brilliant, restless, had refused the Azure Cloud lattice template and tried to build a lattice of his own. He had found an old hermit in a valley, a man who claimed that the sect's templates were wrong, and he had spent 2 years studying with that hermit. And in the end, he had overextended his own lattice trying to prove the hermit was right, and the lattice had collapsed inside his chest, and Feng Qiu had held his brother's hand through 3 days of screaming before Feng Lu died. So Feng Qiu rode east 3 mornings a week, and he thought about the sect's templates, and he thought about the mercy of rigor. He thought, the sect was strict because strictness was kind. The sect expelled because expulsion was mercy. A lattice forced into the right shape was a lattice that would hold when it mattered. A lattice allowed to wander was a lattice that killed its owner. His brother had been proof. His brother was still proof. On that morning he rode past Weiyang Terrace because the trail happened to pass it. He did not expect to see anyone. The terrace had been abandoned for 6 years, since old Su Jiuqing had died. Feng Qiu had known Su Jiuqing slightly and had disliked him. The old lattice smith had written a pamphlet once, decades ago, suggesting that some shards were wrongly named by standard templates, and the sects had shouted him down. Good. Su Jiuqing had died in a cottage in the valley, and the terrace had been left to the mice. Except, as Feng Qiu came up the last bend of the trail, and the gray gate pillars of Weiyang came into view, someone was sweeping. Feng Qiu reined Li Jin in. A young man with heavy forearms was sweeping the courtyard. He was thorough. He was not a servant. Servants did not sweep with that posture. He was an inhabitant. He was doing it because he lived there. Feng Qiu's eyes narrowed. The young man was the right age to be a disciple. He wore no sect colors. There was a raw pale line at his waist where a disciple's belt had recently been. Feng Qiu rode Li Jin forward another 20 paces, slowly, and stopped in the shade of a pine, where the shadow of the needles dappled him and made his gray horse look like a piece of morning mist. From this distance, he could see the young man's face. He knew the face. Tanbei, expelled 9 days ago. Feng Qiu's fingers tightened on the reins. He watched. Tanbei was sweeping a perimeter around a half-fallen pillar in the center of the courtyard. Half of a stone pillar was lying on the flagstones. The break was clean. Too clean. The stone had been struck, not weathered. Feng Qiu's nostrils flared. A second person came out of the main hall. A younger man, not much more than 20, in a plain gray robe. Thin. Unremarkable. He walked over to Tanbei and said something, and they laughed about it. And Tanbei gave him the broom and picked up a bucket and went to the well. The thin one. Feng Qiu squinted. The thin one was the old lattice smith's grandson. What was his name? The refuse boy. The one who sat on the hillside on expulsion days and watched. Feng Qiu had seen him from the upper balcony once or twice and dismissed him. A third figure came out of the side wing. A girl. Thin. Long hair. Hand resting at her own throat, as if she did not trust her throat. She stood in the doorway a moment, looking at the courtyard, and then she stepped out into the light, and Feng Qiu saw, very clearly, the purple bruise of a throat sealing along the line of her collarbone. That was a frost peak mark. That was frost peak's work. There had been a frost peak expulsion 10 days ago. Feng Qiu knew. The gossip traveled, and the girl had not been collected. And she was here. She was walking across the courtyard to help Tanbei with the bucket. She held the rim of the pail, so he could pour clean water into a second smaller pot, without losing balance. They moved around each other with the clumsy courtesy of people who had not yet learned each other's rhythms, but were trying. Elder Feng Qiu's hand moved, without his permission, to the hilt of his sword. He stopped it. He made himself breathe. He thought, very carefully, of his brother. Heresy killed my brother. He said it inside his own head the way other men said prayers. The templates were strictness, and strictness was kindness. A boy with a rerouted strike shard was a boy walking toward a death that would be his alone if he were lucky, and would take 20 others with him if he were not. Someone needed to stop this. Today. Immediately. Before the thin young man below the hill had time to add a fourth head to his little pot of dangerous tea. His hand tightened on the hilt. And then he thought, no, not today. He was alone. He had no witnesses. If he rode in and cut this young man down in the ruined courtyard of the old hermit's terrace, the rumor would travel ugly. Azure Cloud did not murder young men in the dust. Azure Cloud corrected. Azure Cloud sent elders in white robes with witnesses. Azure Cloud did it in front of the sect, so the lesson was public. Solo murder was what bandits did. Solo murder was what the old hermit had feared. Solo murder was, Feng Qiu thought bitterly, exactly how heresy was allowed to grow into a legend. No, he would go home. He would write a report. He would submit it through the proper channels. He would let the sect council decide. This was the right way. This was the strict way. This was kind. He turned Li Jin's head. The thin young man, below, in the courtyard, had stopped sweeping. He was standing very still, looking up the hillside at the pine where Feng Qiu sat. Their eyes met. The distance was too great for the young man to see Feng Qiu's face, but Feng Qiu felt himself seen anyway. A very small, very deliberate bow. A greeting. An acknowledgement. An invitation, almost. Feng Qiu did not return the bow. He turned Li Jin and rode back the way he had come. Behind him, Down in the courtyard, Su Wanjiang watched the gray mare vanish back down the trail. He did not speak for a full minute. Then he said, quietly, Pei Ruo, Tanbei. They came over. That man was an elder of Azure Cloud sect. I could not see his face clearly, but the horse was a gray mare with a white blaze and a silver-studded saddle, and there are perhaps 3 men in the sect who ride that mare. The most likely is Elder Feng Qiu. Tan, does that sound like him? Yes, Tanbei said, his voice flat. That's his horse. How dangerous is Feng Qiu? He doesn't lose. He is patient. He will go home and write a report and come back in 3 months with 30 inner disciples and a scroll of permissions. 3 months. Or sooner, if he is angry enough. Su closed his eyes. He pressed the heel of his hand against the corner of his left eye to stop a bead of blood. The corner of his eye had bled the entire time the gray mare was on the ridge. He had not even noticed until now. Then we have 3 months, he said. Or less. We will use them. Pei Ruo, standing beside them, wrote with her stick in the dust. He was afraid of us. Su looked at the letters. Let me see, he said. I think he was afraid of what killed someone he loved. I think he sees us through the shape of that grief. That is a more dangerous enemy than a man who simply hates. Tanbei picked up the broom again. We sweep, he said. Chapter 8. They did not, in the end, have 3 months. On the 17th day after their return, while Su was cleaning moss from the inside lip of the well and Tanbei was roughing out a practice post in the corner of the courtyard, there was a noise on the road below. The steady, uneven thump of a man who has been running for a long time and whose legs are about to give. Su set the cleaning rag on the coping. He walked to the gate. A very large young man was coming up the road. He was perhaps 19. He was enormous. He stood half a head taller than any man Su had ever seen, with shoulders like a cartwheel and thighs like barrels, and he was wearing a sect robe that had been cut to fit him and had failed. The robe seams had split at both shoulders. The hem did not reach his ankles. His sleeves ended at mid-forearm. He was barefoot. There was a disciple's belt still at his waist. Thundering oak green. Su recognized the colors, but the belt had been cut across the front, a slash mark of expulsion that had been made clumsily and had cut the cloth underneath as well, so that a thin line of dried blood ran from the boy's belly button to his hip. He stopped at the gate. He put his hands on his knees. He breathed in great heaving gulps. Is this, he said in a voice deeper than he looked, which was saying something, is this the place? What place? Su said carefully. The place they're talking about in the tea houses. The place that takes, he made a vague gesture, as if unable to find the word. The leftovers. Who was talking about it in the tea houses? Everyone. Su glanced at Tanbei, who had frozen mid-swing with his carving knife. They had been very careful. They had done nothing visible. They had sent no messages. And yet, let me see, what is your name? Su said. Xianxia. And what sect? Thundering Oak. They put me out 8 days ago. I walked here. Walked. From Thundering Oak to Weiyang is 600 li. Yes, I ran part of it. I am fast for my size. Xianxia straightened up. He was still breathing hard. His enormous hands hung at his sides. He did not seem to know what to do with them. They threw me out because I am too big. They said my dantian could not fit the Thundering Oak lattice. They said the shape of me was wrong and the shape of the sect was correct. I heard about your place from a bone setter in Yoning Town. He said there was a crazy young lattice smith in the East Mountains who was taking people like me. He said. Xianxia's enormous face crumpled like paper. He said the young lattice smith said the shapes of people are not wrong. He said. Su did not speak for a moment. He was having trouble with his throat. Come in, he said. Sit down. Tan, bring water. Pei Ruo a cloth. I walked here, Xianxia said again, as if to make sure. I heard you. I didn't know if you were real. I am real. Come in, Xianxia. Let me see. Let me see what they said was wrong about you. Xianxia came in. He sat in the courtyard. There was no chair that would hold him. He sat on the flagstones, and he drank a full bucket of water and then half a second bucket. Pei Ruo brought him the wool cloth she herself had been using, and he wiped his face with it and handed it back, without quite daring to look at her. He ate 2 bowls of rice. He fell asleep sitting up for 10 minutes. When he woke, he apologized. Su was crying a little, which Xianxia took for a bad sign. Su waved it off. I am not crying for you, he managed. Let me see. I am crying because 8 days ago a man named Feng Qiu rode past this gate on a gray mare and decided we had 3 months. And now I understand that the world has decided we have weeks. And I would like you to know, Xianxia, that there is absolutely nothing wrong with the shape of you. And also that the fact we have weeks instead of months is not your fault, and I am sorry. I am sorry your feet hurt. Xianxia stared at him. You see a lattice, Xianxia said slowly. People say you see a lattice. Yes. Will you look at mine? Yes. Su sat down opposite him on the flagstones. He took the enormous hands. They were not really any bigger than normal hands, Su noted with some surprise, just that the rest of Xianxia was so much larger that the hands looked small in proportion. He closed his eyes. Xianxia's lattice was vast. It filled the Dantian the way a hawk filled the sky, spread wide, spaced far, each shard a whole league from the next. And each shard was malformed, because each shard had been grown under a sect template that demanded compression and proximity. Yan's lattice was a lattice built for a small man, forced into a big one. The shards were stretched thin. The connections were fraying. Su could see, with a kind of sick clarity, that in another 2 years of standard cultivation this lattice would have torn itself into useless strings. They were right, Xianxia said. He was reading Su's face. They were right that the template would kill you. They were wrong about why. Let me see. You do not need to be smaller. You need a lattice that fits your size. Can you? I can. I will. Not today. Today I will feed you. You will sleep in the main hall. Tomorrow I will reshape your lattice. It will not be pleasant. It will be more painful than what I did to Tan because there is more of it to do. Do you accept this? Yes. You accept me as your master? The third disciple. Xianxia looked at Tan Bei, who was watching from the edge of the well coping. He looked at Pei Ruo, who was standing behind Su with her stick in her hand. He nodded, slowly, at each of them in turn, and he said, in that deep, deep voice, yes. Master. Tan Bei made a small rough noise that was not quite a laugh and was not quite a sob. Pei Ruo wrote, in the dust by Xianxia's knee. Welcome. Chapter 9. The reshaping of Xianxia's lattice took Su 4 hours. It was the longest reshaping he had ever performed, and the only one so far he had performed on a body that size. He had to move 11 shards. He had to reweave 3 attachment threads. He had to find a safe tension level for a Dantian the size of a small melon. By the second hour his left eye was bleeding freely, and Pei Ruo was holding a cloth under his chin so the blood would not drip onto Xianxia's chest. By the third hour Su's hands were trembling. By the fourth hour it was done. Xianxia opened his eyes. He sat up slowly, not as a giant, but as a man whose body had for the first time finished fitting itself. He breathed. He exhaled. The enormous shoulders rolled and settled. Oh, he said. Then he said, oh, again. Then he stood up, walked to the half pillar that Tan Bei had shattered, picked up the top half, which weighed perhaps 300 caddies, and placed it neatly against a wall. He did not make a seal. He did not stagger. He did not even breathe hard. I am going to cry again, Xianxia announced calmly. Let me see. That is fine, Su said, and then passed out. He woke to Pei Ruo wiping his face with a cold cloth and Tan Bei quietly building up the fire in the courtyard. It was dark. Someone had carried him to the main hall and laid him on a folded cloak. The corner of his left eye was bandaged. He said, thick-tongued, how long? Most of the evening, Tan Bei said. Yen. Eating. How much? All of the rice. I am making more. Su laughed weakly. He lay on the cloak looking up at the hole in the roof, through which he could see a handful of stars. He thought about 3 disciples. He thought about Pei Ruo's silver-white seal and Xianxia's vast-built lattice and Tan Bei's rerouted forearm shards. He thought about Feng Qiu's gray mare. He thought about his grandfather's bamboo slips, which had promised a lattice smith of sufficient skill could, with 3 bonded disciples, cross the threshold from nothing into named. Named. The second rank. The rank at which the lattice smith could give a new name to a shard that a sect had labeled defective and make the new name stick. He could feel the threshold. It was right there, a step behind him inside his own lattice, like a doorway he had not yet turned around to look at. The bond threads between him and his 3 disciples hummed faintly in the dark. 3 green-blue-silver strands of something warmer than blood. He sat up. Pei Ruo steadied him with a hand on his shoulder. I need to do one more thing tonight, he said. Before I sleep. Let me see. Will you help me? She nodded. He had them come into the main hall. Tan Bei, Pei Ruo, Xianxia, who ducked under the lintel with practiced care. They sat in a rough circle on the dusty floor. I am going to name a shard, Su said. Not a private shard. A shared one. A shard that exists between the 4 of us. I am going to name it. He paused, looking at each of them. Let me see root. A root shard. A thing that lives under all of us and feels what the others feel. What will it do? Xianxia asked. Let you know if any of the others is hurt, or terrified, or bleeding. Nothing louder than that. A soft warning. A shape in the chest that means the others. Will it hurt? It will tug. And the cost to you? Tan Bei asked quietly. Su smiled. Let me see. The cost to me is that I will sleep for a day afterward. Possibly longer. Do it. He did it. It was different from a reshaping. A reshaping moved existing shards. This was making a new one, a shared one, a thing that did not exist in any of the four of them individually, but only in the space between them. He reached inside himself and took hold of the bond thread to each of them, with the thing behind his hand, not his hand, and pulled the three threads together in a knot. He named the knot. He said the word out loud. Root. The courtyard went still. Outside, a cool wind moved through the pines and did not reach the inside of the hall. The four of them sat in their circle, and for a moment nothing happened. And then, inside each of their chests, a small warm tug, as if someone had gently pinched a thread between the shoulder blades. Pei Ruo put her hand over her heart. Xianxia breathed. Oh, for the third time that day. Tan Bei closed his eyes and tears ran down his face without his noticing. Su, in the center, felt the inside of his own lattice click, not loudly, softly, like a small polished stone dropping into its socket at the base of a balance. A threshold crossed, a rank filled, named. He understood, in the moment the rank took, that the rank itself was a new kind of sight. He could now see not only the shape of a lattice but the names that had been written onto it, the labels sects had given, the labels bodies had chosen. And he could now rename one of those labels, once, if he chose, and the new name would stick, and the old name would be only history. The corner of his left eye bled a new line. He laughed. It was not quite a laugh. It was a shaky thing, more tired than joyous. We are a sect now, he said. Technically. Officially. 1 master. 3 disciples. 1 shared shard. The law requires 10 or more to be taxable, so we are below the line for a season more. Master, Xianxia rumbled. We don't have a name. We do, Su said. He looked around at the ruined hall. He looked at the hole in the roof. He looked at the iron ring at his chest. Weiyang. We are Weiyang. Weiyang, Tan Bei said. Weiyang, Xianxia said. Pei Ruo, silently, wrote the 2 characters in the dust of the floor, large and careful, and then she laid her palm over them, and she left it there for a long moment, and then she looked up at Su in her eyes, for the first time since the black step of Frostpeak's side gate. We're not afraid. A runner came up from the valley the next afternoon from the magistrate's office, with a polite, board letter asking whether the new private academy on the old Weiyang Terrace would prefer its tax registration by head or by roof area. The runner was accompanied by a small constable with a short sword who did not speak. They drank tea. They asked who owned the property. They accepted Su's papers. They counted the disciples, 3, and noted it. The constable gave one long look at Xianxia's shoulders and did not comment. Su paid, out of the last of his grandfather's tool sale silver, a flat tax of 3 taels. He signed a document that identified Weiyang Terrace as a private academy. Owner Su Wanjiang. Principal instructor Su Wanjiang. Disciples 3, tuition none, foundation date listed as the previous week. The runner rolled the document up and tucked it into his satchel. Good afternoon, he said. Let me see, good afternoon. The runner paused. Halfway through mounting his horse, he looked back at Su with the first honest expression of the visit. My cousin, the runner said, was expelled from Whitewater 2 years ago. He drank himself to death in 6 months. I wish he did not finish. He mounted and rode. Su stood at the gate a long time after they had gone. Chapter 10. 10 days later, a woman in dusty travel robes walked up the road and stopped a polite distance from Weiyang's gate. She did not come closer. She stood with her hands folded at her waist and waited to be noticed. She was tall and narrow, and her black hair was pinned up in a severe knot with a single unlacquered wooden pin. There was a fine long scar across her left cheekbone that someone had tried very hard to heal and had not been able to. She wore no sect colors. She wore no belt. She wore a traveler's plain gray. But her posture was an inner disciple's posture, the way a woman stands when she has spent 15 years being measured by instructors. Su noticed her within minutes. He set down the hoe he had been using to turn a small patch of garden dirt by the side wing and walked to the gate. Good morning, he said. Su Wanjiang, she said. Her voice was quiet and clear and very tired. You are collecting people Azure Cloud broke. I would like you to tell me why. Will you come in for tea? Not yet. Your name? Jiang Mingli. The name registered. Su's breath caught at the edges. Jiang Mingli had been the heir of Azure Cloud sect, the sect leader's niece, the one who had refused, at her inheritance trial 6 months ago, to kill her younger sister to prove her loyalty. The sect had declared the niece unworthy. The sect had officially stripped her. The sect had, the gossip said, found creative uses for the word officially. Gossip had not said she was alive. Gossip had not said anything about her since the trial. Lady Jiang, he began. Not lady. Not anymore. Mingli will do. Jiang Mingli. You are not one of the expelled. No. I was sealed. Which is worse. A seal is a cage you walk around in. I see. I have heard, she said, and the slight edge in her voice made him stand a little straighter. that you are making a habit of taking in the sect's throwaways, and I have heard that my former sect has noticed you, and I have heard, specifically, that Elder Fengqiu is preparing a council motion against you that he intends to deliver within the next 10 days. I came to see for myself what my former sect was preparing to burn, and then I came to ask you why you are burning worthy. Su leaned on the gate pillar. He let her speak. She was not done. You are not an enemy of Azure Cloud sect, she continued. You are not a rival. You have, from everything I have been able to learn in the last 12 days of writing, 3 disciples, 1 ruined terrace, no treasury, no armed retainers, no political protection. You should be of no concern to the sect. And yet Fengqiu is preparing to bring you to the council. Why? Tell me why. Because either you are foolish, which would be a waste of my time, or you are dangerous in a way I do not yet see, and I need to see it before I decide whether to help you or ride on. Su thought about that for a moment. Let me see, he said finally. I am not collecting. I am returning them. Jiang Mingli did not react at first. Then she said, very slowly, returning them where? To themselves. She did not speak. A small wind moved. Yin ducked under the lintel and bowed. Tan Bei came out from the wing where he had been grinding seal ink for the morning and bowed. And when he straightened, he had smudges of black ink on his nose. Jiang Mingli's mouth did not quite smile. It did not quite nod. You will need a wash basin that fits the big one, she said. And your garden is planted upside down. The carrots go at the south end, not the north, because the sun crosses lower in the east here. And you are not teaching them breathing. I can hear 3 different ragged breath patterns just standing in your courtyard. That is, she glanced at Su, a flicker. Survivable only because you have not yet tried to do anything truly hard. When you do, one of them will burst a vessel. Then you will teach them breathing. I will teach them breathing. Welcome, Mingli. Do not thank me yet, she said. I have not decided if I am staying past the winter. Let me see, that is fine. We will make the winter worth your time. She walked past him toward the well and began, within 10 minutes, criticizing his garden in exact detail. If you are enjoying Su Wanjian's quiet war against the sects who threw away their own, please take a moment to tap subscribe, ring the bell for every new chapter, and leave a like so the story reaches more listeners. Think of it as naming a shard of your own, a small act that anchors this sect to the road ahead. Now back to Weiyang Terrace. Chapter 11. On the first full morning of her instruction, Jiang Mingli walked the 3 disciples out into the cold courtyard before dawn and lined them up facing the broken pillar. She walked down the row with her hands behind her back. She was a head shorter than Yin Heshan and a hand taller than Pei Ruo. She looked at each of them the way a horse trader looks at a horse, attentive, professional, unsentimental. Tan Bei, she said, you breathe from your chest. Up here. She tapped his sternum. You need to breathe from your belly. Down here. She poked the top of his navel. Right now, when you pull energy up from your dantian, half of it gets stuck behind your ribs because you are tensing your diaphragm. Your rerouted forearm shards are a beautiful piece of work, and they will not matter if you burst a lung before you finish the first 100 count of a fight. Put your hand on your belly. Push against my palm with your breath. Tan Bei put his hand on his own belly. Jiang Mingli pressed her palm against his knuckles. He breathed. His belly moved an inch. She pressed harder. Again. Bigger. No, bigger. Like you're trying to push me over with your stomach. Yes. That. Do that 300 times. Every morning. For the rest of your life. 300 times, Tan Bei said faintly. You may sit down in the middle if you cry. You will not cry twice. Next, she moved on to Pei Ruo, who watched her with the intense small face of a child about to be asked to do something unfamiliar. You, Jiang Mingli said. You breathe through a sealed throat shard. Which means you breathe wrong, because your throat is making you route air past a blockage. That is costing you energy every second you are awake. I am not going to try to unseal you. I am going to teach you how to breathe around your seal. This will take a month. You will hate it. But at the end of it, you will have more energy at rest than you did the first day of your cultivation. Do you understand? Pei Ruo nodded. Put your fingers just below your collarbone. Here. Jiang Mingli showed her. Breathe in slowly. Feel the air move along the outside of the seal. Let the seal be. Do not fight it. Feel where the air wants to go around it. Yes. Now exhale. Yes. Exactly that. Again. Pei Ruo did it. Her eyes, over the top of her own fingers, went from intent to surprise to something almost like relief. Su, watching from the doorway of the main hall with a bowl of millet porridge forgotten in his hand, saw that her lattice, inside, had shifted a fraction in its balance. The silver-white knot at the throat had relaxed by the smallest degree, as if exhaling along with her. Yin Heshan, Jiang Mingli said, moving on. Yin Heshan straightened so hard his shoulder cracked. Yes, elder. Instructor. Instructor. You do not breathe wrong. Your new lattice breathes well. But you do not know you are that big, which is a different problem. You take up space that you do not believe you are allowed to take up. Every time you walk through a doorway, you duck lower than you need to. You have not, in the last 8 minutes, stood at your full height once. Straighten your spine. All the way. Put your chin up. Now hold it. You will stand here, at your true size, for the time it takes the sun to fully clear the ridge. If you slump, I will begin the count again. Xianxia swallowed audibly. He stood. Su walked across the courtyard with the porridge bowl. Elder, he said, then corrected himself. Instructor, we have a visitor down in the valley. A peddler. He is coming up the road. He says there is a problem in Shanyang town. He is asking to see the new academy. Go, Zhang Mingli said, without taking her eyes off Xianxia's shoulders. My lesson is on a ridge-clearing schedule. I will keep. Bring me the details when you have them. Su bowed. Halfway through the bow, he stopped himself. Let me see. I was going to ask you to come with me, but I am going to do what you said instead. That, said Zhang Mingli, is the first smart decision you have made in my hearing. Xianxia, straighter. Su went to meet the peddler. Inside his own chest, where the bond threads lived, he felt the 3 warm strands of his 3 disciples. He also felt, for the first time, the quiet, cold scar of the woman who was not a disciple but was, in some way he could not yet name, becoming one of Wei Yang's own. Her seal was still there. His sight of it still hurt him. He could not yet break it. He had not given up on breaking it. He had only filed the task away, the way a carpenter files away a piece of lumber that is too warped for today's project, but may, in a year, become the perfect chair leg. In the meantime, his garden was being reorganized by a woman who did not believe he had planted carrots correctly. This was, he thought, a reasonable trade. Chapter 12. The peddler's problem was not a commission. The peddler, a wiry little man named Lao Mo, with one glass eye that had been installed by an amateur apothecary and sat slightly higher than the other, had come up the road to deliver a message, not to request help. His message was about the woman following him. She's sitting at the bottom of the last switchback, he told Su. Over tea at the broken pillar table the disciples had built from the stones of the fallen half. Has been since before dawn. Doesn't want to come up, doesn't want to go down. I offered her a ride on my cart, and she wouldn't take it. She asked me to tell you she was coming. I asked her her name, and she told me it, and then she said, tell him that first. Her name? Shukajin. Is that meant to mean something to me? I don't know, Master Su. I am a peddler. I only deliver. And did she pay you to deliver? No. So you walked an hour out of your route to bring me this message. Lao rubbed his real eye. He did not speak for a moment. Then he said, my sister was told she was unteachable at Whitewater Sect 20 years ago. She killed herself within the year. If there is a place that takes in the unteachable, Master Su, I will walk an hour to it. I will walk 6. I am walking the hour today. Su inclined his head. Thank you, Lao. Don't thank me. Thank me by not letting the sects burn the place. I sell my cloth in 3 provinces. I do not want to lose this piece of news. Lao drained his tea and stood. You'll want Xianxia with you when you go down. The woman is, he paused, fragile in a way I do not trust. I will go alone, Su said. Master Su, if I send Xianxia with me and she is dangerous, she will not trust me. If I go alone, one of 2 things happens. Either she hurts me, in which case Xianxia comes down at the sound of me hurt, or she does not hurt me, in which case she walks up the road with me of her own accord, which is how a disciple should enter Wei Yang. Let me see. The second is more likely. It is also the only one I want. Lao looked at him for a long time. You are a strange young man. Yes. Good luck. Su walked down alone. Shu Kajin was sitting on a flat stone at the bottom of the last switchback, just as Lao had said. She was perhaps 23. She wore the plain gray of a woman who had stripped her sect colors off recently. A small travel bag sat beside her foot. Her hair was cut short at the jaw, which was not fashionable anywhere Su knew of. Her eyes, when Su came around the bend, were already on him. She had been watching the path. She stood up as he approached. She bowed, an intersect bow, the kind you give a peer, not a superior. Su returned it. Su Wanjiang, she said. Her voice was pleasant and level and slightly hoarse. I have come from Whitewater Sect. I was asked to leave a month ago. I have heard about Weiyang Terrace. I would like to join your academy. I have cultivation experience. I can read and write 4 scripts. I have a steady hand. Su closed his eyes. He saw her lattice. He saw, inside the lattice, the thing he had been warned in his grandfather's slips to look for. A pale green thread, delicate as silk, ran from the center of her cultivation core out of her chest and into the air, trailing off towards somewhere in the east. A binding thread, a handler's thread, the mark of a sect informant whose cultivation had been structured, from her earliest days, to report back. She was a spy. She was not a former disciple whom Whitewater had asked to leave. She was an active agent whom Whitewater was aiming at Wei Yang. Su opened his eyes. His face did not change. "Let me see your hands," he said mildly. She showed him. They were perfectly steady. "Let me see your tongue." "What? I am new to this. Your peddler friend told me you might be unwell. I would like to see if you have a fever. Show me your tongue." She blinked at him. She showed him her tongue. "Put it back," he said politely. "Thank you. You do not have a fever. I apologize. I had to be sure." Shu Kajin's face did not change either, but something very small behind her eyes did. It was the face of a person who had expected a different test and did not recognize the one they had just been given. "Will you have me?" she said. "Let me see, yes." Her breath caught. "Just like that?" she said suspiciously. "Just like that." She glanced at the trail behind him. He could see, in the tiny movement of her eye, the calculation going on behind her face, the spy's calculation, the sudden understanding that something about this was easier than it should have been and therefore more dangerous. He saw, and he did not acknowledge. He only picked up her bag, slung it over his own shoulder. She flinched slightly as he did it, and then mastered the flinch, and he started up the road. She fell in behind him. Halfway up, at a curve where the pines opened and you could see a few li of valley below, she said, flat-voiced, "You should know that my family is dead. I have no one. I have no reason to." "Shu Kajin," Su said, without turning. "You do not have to give me a story. I will take you in whether you have a story or not." "Then why?" "Let me see. Because broken pieces are still pieces. And because you have not yet been told what being wanted feels like." She did not reply. She walked. At the top of the trail, when the courtyard came into view and she saw Tan Bei and Yin Hashan and Pei Ruo standing in the dawn-clear sunlight with their breath still steaming from Jiang Mingli's lesson, her step faltered. She recovered. Tan Bei looked at Su. He tipped his head. "What?" Su, behind Shu Kajin's back, held up 4 fingers. "Fourth disciple." Tan Bei's eyebrows went up. Su held up one hand, palm flat. "Wait, I will tell you." Tan Bei gave the tiniest nod. Later, when Shu Kajin had been shown to a mat in the side wing and had excused herself to rest from the road, Tan Bei cornered Su in the garden. "Master, I know. You saw the thread. I saw it. And you took her in anyway." "Yes." Tan Bei, who had the steady temper of a blacksmith, wrestled briefly with his face. "She is going to tell them where we are? She is going to report what she sees. She is going to find a way to hurt us." "Yes." "Master, let me see." Tan Bei. Su stopped. He set down the trowel. He looked at his first disciple full in the face. "Broken pieces are still pieces. And besides, she hasn't been told yet what being wanted feels like. When she is, the thread will matter less to her than the want. I will wait. If I am wrong, we will deal with the wrongness later. If I am right, we will have a counterintelligence specialist whose depth of access to Whitewater sect cannot be bought, because no one can buy a gift freely given. If you are wrong, if I am wrong, Tan, it will cost us something." "Yes, I know." He picked up the trowel again. He looked, for a second, somewhere else. Past Tan Bei, past the wall, past the road. "That is a risk I am taking with my own eyes open. I am not asking you to approve." Tan Bei stood there a while. "I would have thrown her out," he said finally. "I know. I still might. Let me see. Please come to me first if you are considering it." Tan Bei walked away. Su went back to his garden. The iron ring at his throat was cool this morning, but he touched it anyway. His fatal flaw, he suspected, had just walked under his own roof wearing a gray traveler's robe and a pleasant hoarse voice. He had known it. He had opened the door anyway. He could not explain to Tan Bei why. He could not entirely explain it to himself. The rest of the world, Su thought, did not open the door for broken pieces. It was, he suspected, why there were so many broken pieces. Chapter 13. A week later, the first paying work walked in. His name was Merchant Liu. He was fat in the chin and narrow in the shoulder, and he arrived on a donkey that seemed suspicious of him. He was sweating in a way that suggested the donkey was not the only thing suspicious. He dismounted at Wei Yang's gate with the careful movement of a man whose hips had not been made for riding, and he bowed in the general direction of Su Wanjiang like a man performing a social ritual from a book he had read once. "You are the academy master." I am Lu Shui, of Jincheng. I have a caravan leaving for Yaofeng Prefecture in 4 days. Bandits have begun using the Crying Horse Pass again. The magistrate cannot spare more than 2 constables for a caravan of my size, and I will not send my son on that road with 2 constables. The magistrate's man told me, informally, that there is a new academy in the hills that might send a disciple or 2 for an honest wage. I am here to ask, for how many disciples? As many as you can spare. I can pay 5 taels per man. Food and board on the road. Su looked across the courtyard. Tanbei was carving a new wooden practice post. Yin Hashan was quietly moving the fallen half-pillar, by himself, across the courtyard to a place where Jiang Mingli wanted to build a shrine. Pei Ruo was sitting in the shade with Shu Kajin and teaching her the hand signals of Wei Yang's silent vocabulary, the hand signs Pei Ruo had taught the others, which she used when she did not want to write in the dust. Shu Kajin was watching the signs with the intent face of a woman memorizing them for a report. Pei Ruo, Su noticed, was teaching her signs that did not quite correspond to the signs she had taught the others. It was a subtle difference. It was the kind of difference you would only notice if you had already assumed the new student was a spy. Pei Ruo was running her own counterintelligence. Su filed it away. He was going to have to trust his disciples much more than he had realized. I will send all 4 of my disciples, he told Merchant Liu, and 1 instructor. 4 disciples and an instructor. For a caravan the size of mine, how much? 20 taels. For the group. For the round trip. No extra for combat. If we lose a disciple, you pay his family. If he has 1, 5 taels as a death gift, and the death gift is on you regardless of how he dies. This is not negotiable. Lu Shiyi's throat worked. Agreed. Bring the caravan past my gate on the morning of the 4th day. Not the road below. The gate. We will be ready. Lu Shiyi rode his unhappy donkey back down the valley with the speed of a man who had expected to be turned away and had not been. That evening, after the dishes, Su sat them all down in the main hall. Tanbei, Pei Ruo, Yin Hashan, Shu Kajin, and Jiang Mingli, who came as the instructor because she belonged in the room even if she was not technically of the sect. He told them about the contract. He told them about the Crying Horse Pass. He told them what Lu Shiyi was paying. 20 taels, he said, divides by 5, not evenly. But I am going to do this differently. We will split 9 ways. 1 share to each of you. 1 share to Jiang Mingli for planning the defense. 3 shares to the sect's treasury, which does not yet exist, but which we will begin tonight. The treasury is a pot, Yin Hashan suggested solemnly. The treasury, Su said, is a pot. I am going to mark it with a piece of red string and put it under the loose board in the main hall. Every share of earnings, we divide as we just said. Nobody steals from the pot. The pot pays for medicines, for the roof, for the second broom. We need a second broom, for the feeding of visitors. We review the pot together every new moon. Acceptable. Acceptable, said 4 voices. Pei Ruo signed it. Now, Jiang Mingli said, turning the table toward herself in a small possessive motion that the others were already learning to recognize, the plan. Tan, you and Yin Hashan will march at front and rear. Pei Ruo, you will ride in the middle of the caravan with a visible role, a clerk, or a cook, so that any attacker does not know what you are. Shu Kajin, you will walk alongside me, and we will pretend to be Lu Shiyi's bookkeepers. You can read numbers, yes? Good. Your job is to watch the line of trees. At the first sign of a wrong shadow, you will step behind Pei Ruo and say the word stone. Can you do that? I can do that, said Shu Kajin, who had not been asked a question by Jiang Mingli before now, and had been watching Jiang Mingli quietly for a week with something that might have been fear and might have been admiration. Good. Rehearse. Tomorrow. In the courtyard. 4 days later, at the top of the Crying Horse Pass, with the caravan strung out in a long line and the cold wind cutting down through the pines, the bandits came out of the trees. There were 12 of them. They were experienced. They moved well. 2 of them had cultivation lattices, not impressive ones, but enough to matter. They had planned for the constables. They had not planned for an academy. The attack was over in 2.5 minutes. Tanbei took the lead rider from his horse with a single forearm routed strike that went through the rider's chest before the rider had finished shouting his first order. Yin Hashan, who had been walking at the rear with his giant hands open at his sides, breathing deep the way Jiang Mingli had taught him, simply picked up the second-to-last bandit, a man of average size, and threw him into the third-to-last bandit hard enough that both of them tumbled off the trail and rolled 40 paces down the slope and did not get up. Pei Ruo, who had climbed into the back of a cart and was wearing a cook's apron, stood up, set her fingers just below her collarbone in the way Jiang Mingli had taught her to breathe around the seal, and exhaled. The 2 bandits with cultivation lattices simply stopped cultivating. It was not a dramatic effect. It was not a flashy effect. The 2 men were mid-gesture, one with a knife raised and the other with his hand on the hilt of a sword, and then the small glowing shards in their chests went quiet, as if someone had blown out a pair of candles, and neither man could call on their cultivation at all. Tanbei was on them before they understood what had happened. Both were unconscious in the dust within 3 breaths. Shu Kajin, behind Jiang Mingli, had her knife drawn. She had not used it. Jiang Mingli had not moved. The remaining bandits, 8 of them, ran. Lu Shiyi, from inside a grain cart, began to cry. The caravan reached Yaofeng Prefecture 3 days later without further incident. Lu Shuyi, very quietly, and without being asked, paid 25 taels instead of 20. He told no one in Yaofeng where he had hired his escort. On the return trip, as they walked back over the Crying Horse Pass, Tianbei looked at Pei Ruo with new eyes. "The seal," he said. "It can do that." Pei Ruo signed. "I knew it could. I was waiting to try. Does it work on big lattices?" Pei Ruo signed. "I do not know. Small ones, yes." "We will have to find out," said Jiang Mingli, who was walking behind them and missed nothing. "In conditions we choose rather than conditions chosen for us." Shu Kejin, ahead of them, was very silent. She was writing something, mentally, for her report. Chapter 14. Elder Feng Qiu filed his motion with the Azure Cloud Sect Council 11 days later than he had planned. He filed it late because the rumor coming out of the east had outpaced him. The rumor said that a new academy in the Weiyang Hills, a ruined terrace under the command of the old lattice-smith's grandson, had hired out 4 disciples and an instructor to escort a merchant caravan, and that they had disabled a band of 12 bandits in under 3 minutes, and that they had not lost a single traveler, and that one of the disciples had done something no one could describe clearly, something involving a small woman with a sealed throat and the sudden unwillingness of bandit lattices to cooperate with their owners. Feng Qiu filed his motion on a Tuesday. On Wednesday, his motion came back rejected. The grounds for rejection were procedural. Weiyang Terrace was a legally registered private academy, duly taxed, under the civil jurisdiction of the Jinsheng magistrate. The sect council did not have authority to dissolve a civil entity. The council could request the magistrate to dissolve it. The council could file a complaint of heretical cultivation practice, which would require proof, which would require an inspection, which would require either the academy's consent or a magistrate's warrant, which would require evidence of a crime, which the academy had not committed. The caravan escort had been legal, paid, public, and witnessed. Elder Feng Qiu read the rejection in the council reading room in the white marble library of Azure Cloud Sect and felt a very specific cold in his fingertips that he had not felt since the week his brother died. He wrote a second motion. This one, a formal inquiry. Inquiries did not require proof. Inquiries only required a council vote. He walked into council chamber on Friday morning prepared to argue. He argued for an hour. He named the reroute of Tianbei's strike shard. He named the taking in of the Frost Peak Mute. He named the possibility, unverified, but plausible, that Jiang Mingli, the sect leader's shamed niece, had been sighted at the terrace wearing plain gray. He named the thundering oak giant, whose existence was by now known to everyone with a traveling merchant for a cousin. He named the latest, the 4th disciple, a Whitewater woman who had reportedly walked up the road alone and been accepted without ceremony. These, Feng Qiu told the council, are not coincidences. These are a pattern. A man who collects rejects is a man building an army. A man building an army of former disciples from 5 different sects is a man preparing to use those disciples against those sections. This is not ignorable. This is not waitable. This is every sect's problem, and I ask this council to formally invite the other 8 councils to a joint inquiry. I ask for witnesses. I ask for transcripts. I ask for a delegation sent to the terrace within the month to see with our own eyes what has been planted in our garden. The sect leader, the patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Mingli's uncle, a man with a long white beard and a longer white temper, listened to Feng Qiu with half-closed eyes. At the end of it, he said, "Elder Feng, has anyone been killed?" "No, sect leader." "Has the terrace raised an army?" "For disciples, and an instructor is not yet an army." "Has the terrace attacked any sect?" "No." "Has the terrace published any public document?" "No." "Has the terrace even set foot outside its own prefecture?" "Yes. The caravan trip, a paid contract, duly licensed." "Elder Feng, I will tell you what I have told you before." The sect leader opened his eyes. They were not unkind. They were only, in the patient way of old sect leaders, tired. "I will not spend the council's prestige on a boy with 4 disciples and a ruined terrace until the boy has done something that the council can act on. You may send observers. You may file reports. You may pay informants. You may, with my permission, speak to the Jinsheng magistrate personally. What you may not do, as of today, is invoke the 9 sects compact. That invocation is not yours to make. It is mine, and I will not make it yet." Feng Qiu, who had spent his life believing strict rigor was the mercy that would save other men's brothers, bowed and left the chamber. In the Jinsheng magistrate's office the following Tuesday, a small man with a bored face, the same runner who had ridden up Weiyang's road to collect the academy's foundation tax, spread his hands at the Azure Cloud emissary and said, calmly, that Weiyang Terrace was a legally registered academy, had paid its taxes, had no warrants against it, and that the magistrate did not accept inquiries on behalf of sects against private citizens without a specific complaint. "We have a specific complaint," the emissary said. "What is it?" "Heretical cultivation practice." "Which law does that violate?" The emissary stopped. The sect law, naturally, did not apply to civilians. The imperial law did not name heresy as a crime. "We have," the emissary began, "concerns." "Noted," said the runner, who did not even look up. He noted the concerns on a piece of paper. He slid it into a drawer. He did not close the drawer with extra force. He simply closed it. The emissary rode back to Azure Cloud Sect late that evening with a message for Elder Feng Qiu. The civil authorities, at least today, were not going to be useful. The sect would have to act within its own walls, or, against all precedent, step beyond them. Elder Feng Qiu read the message alone in his study. He sat for a long time. He thought of his brother. He thought of the gray-robed young man who had bowed to him, across the valley, from the courtyard of the terrace. He thought of his own gray mare, now standing in her stall, whose morning rides past Weiyang he had stopped. He could not trust himself to ride that way. He was afraid. He was willing to admit only to himself, of seeing how many more disciples were in that courtyard the next time he looked. "I will write to Huashun," he told the empty room. Huashun was the sect leader of the Gold Veil sect, the first among the 9 sects compact, a man of cold mathematical temperament whom Feng Qiu had met exactly twice and respected. Huashun did not require proof of heresy. Huashun only required a pattern. Feng Qiu sat down at his writing desk. He ground ink. He took up a brush. The letter would take him 3 evenings. At Weiyang Terrace, on the same Tuesday, Su Wanzhong was sitting in the courtyard mending a tear in Yin Hashan's enormous cloak. Yin Hashan was beside him, holding the far end of the cloth taut. Pei Ruo was asleep in the sun. Tian Bei was practicing, silently, a new sequence Jiang Mingli had taught him. Jiang Mingli was mending her own boot. Shu Kajin was, with apparent casualness, sitting at the gate of the courtyard where she could see the road. A bird called once from the pines. Su felt, faintly and without reason, the iron ring at his throat go warm. He looked up. No one was on the road. The cord of his silk tie, though, when he touched it, was warmer than his own skin. He did not mention it. He finished the mend. He tied off the thread. He passed the cloak back to Yin Hashan. That night, lying on his mat, he dreamed that a pair of hands were writing a very long letter in very elegant script, and that the hands were not Feng Qiu's, but someone else's, much farther east, on a white marble desk in a high room. He did not know about Huashun yet. He would, soon. Chapter 15. Su reached set rank on a cold rainy evening in the small hours of the 7th week. It was not planned. The evening had been ordinary. The 5th cup of tea, the small oil lamp in the side wing, Pei Ruo, Yin Hashan, Tian Bei, and Shu Kajin sitting in a small rough arc around Su, who was teaching them the second collective shard. The first had been root, a shard that let them feel, softly, the moods of the others. The second, Su had decided, should be warning, a shard that reached outward, not inward, a shard that would extend their collective senses beyond the terrace, into the trees, onto the road, down into the valley, so that the next gray mare that rode up the hill would not be invisible to them until it was at the gate. It was an ambitious choice. His grandfather's slips said warning shards were 5th-rank work at the earliest. Su had nothing like 5th-rank strength. What he did have was 4 disciples whose lattices fit together, under the root shard, into a shape that could share a warning shard's load. "I am not going to lie to you," he had told them, before they began. "Let me see. I do not know if I can make this. If it breaks, it will break first in me, and I will simply lose consciousness, and you will wake me with cold water. I do not expect it to break in any of you. But if it does, if any of you feels a pain in your chest like a small hot point, you must say so at once. We will stop." Pei Ruo signed. "We are ready." He took their hands. He took Shu Kajin's last. He did not yet touch her casually, and she did not mind, and the small distance they kept from each other had become, in some ways, a comfortable one. He closed his eyes. He reached inside his own lattice, where the root shard lived, and he did not build a second shard. He pulled the root shard itself outward, as if stretching a small piece of dough. He pulled it through his own ribs, past his own skin, into the air beyond him. He named the extended peace warning. He tied it off, and then, without warning, without expectation, the entire structure locked. Every shard inside his lattice, from the deepest to the most peripheral, turned a fraction of a degree and fell into place like the pieces of a lock whose key had finally been found. He felt, not a breaking, but a setting, like a stone mason setting the final block of an arch, and feeling the arch go from a line of separate stones to a single thing. His second rank, named, slid under him and dropped away. Set. The courtyard was gone. The hall was gone. For a moment, he could not feel his hands. He felt, instead, the outline of Weiyang Terrace from above, like a bird seeing it. The rough shape of the ruined buildings, the pines on the ridge above, the long dirt road down to the valley. He felt, on the road, the small beating heart of a cat that had decided to investigate a bush. He felt, in the valley, the slow heavy weight of Lao Mo's cart, returning from market. He felt, half a li off down the eastern trail, two travelers moving uphill in the rain. Two hearts, two lattices, one of them lit with the cool blue of a third-rank inner disciple and the other dimmer, unlit, a civilian. He felt, under his own skin, a sharp hot thread of pain bloom at the corner of his left eye. Blood. Enough this time to drip. He opened his eyes. Jiang Mingli was holding a clean cloth under his chin. She had moved, silent and immediate, from the doorway to his side. Tian Bei had not let go of his hand. Xianxia was staring at him with an open mouth. Pei Ruo's own eyes were wet. Shu Kejin's face was, briefly, unmistakably, frightened, in a way that had nothing to do with the spy work and everything to do with the sudden understanding that whatever she had been sent to observe had just become much larger than the report she was being asked to file. Set, Su managed. Set, Jiang Mingli agreed calmly. She was mopping blood off his face. It was not the sort of calm that came from not being moved. It was the sort of calm that came from having been moved too much to waste motion on it. Let me see. That is a strong advance. That is a very strong advance. You should not have crossed 2 ranks in a week. I did not cross 2 ranks. I reached named last week. I just crossed 2. He paused. He was having trouble with words. Set. And you think that is not too fast? My grandfather wrote that set comes when a lattice smith anchors his second collective shard. I anchored warning. Therefore, let me see, set came. And the cost? He did not answer. She lifted the bloody cloth. The cost, she said, is the corner of your left eye. Yes. Not the vision, only the bleeding. I can still see. It is dimmer on that side than yesterday. Not by much. Not yet. Su. Jiang Mingli, for the first time in their acquaintance, said his name without title. Your grandfather's writings on this craft, the ones you keep in the bundle under the floor. How many lattice-smiths who reached set have you read about? 3. And of those 3, Su took a breath. 2 went blind. 1 only half. How old were they at set? Older than me. How old? 40. 46. The half-blind one, 51. Jiang Mingli said nothing. Tian Bei said, very quietly, Master, how old are you? 22, Su said. No one spoke for a while. The rain outside tapped gently on the broken tiles of the main hall roof. 2 hearts moved up the trail from the east. Half a li less now. 300 paces. 2 travelers are coming up the road, Su said. They will be here in a little while. One of them is an inner disciple of some sect. 3rd rank, I think. Not Azure Cloud. The shape of the lattice is different. The other is a civilian. They are moving slowly. I think they are injured. The warning shard. Xianxia breathed, wide-eyed. Works. Jiang Mingli stood. Pei Ruo, with me. Xianxia, you with us. Tian Bei, stay here and keep our master sitting down until his eye stops leaking. Shu Kejin. She paused, deliberate. Please refresh the tea. For 3 pots. We will have guests. Shu Kejin rose, bowed, went to the kitchen. As she passed through the doorway, Pei Ruo, who had not yet stood, briefly lifted a hand. She made a private sign, a small one, visible only to Su, a sign that meant, I am watching her. Su dipped his head in the smallest nod. Tian Bei, left alone with him in the main hall, helped him sit more upright against the wall. He handed him the cloth to hold on his own eye. He said, quietly, 2 ranks in a week. You are going blind in the left. How many ranks are there, master? 10, Su said. And you will not pass 5 without us. No. Tian Bei's jaw worked. Then, he said, we will be very many, master. We will be so many that you will cross rank 10 on our backs, and still have your right eye left. Su laughed. It hurt his ribs. He did not stop. Let me see, he said. Let me see. You are a very fine first disciple, Tian Bei. Outside the main hall, the rain fell gently, and 2 figures were coming up the road with the last of the evening light. One of them was a young man in the stained robes of a minor sect. The other was a young woman, whose leg below the knee was a blood-soaked rag, and who was being half-carried by the young man, and who was crying out softly each time her foot touched the ground. At Weiyang Terrace, the next chapter was already arriving at the gate. Chapter 16. The travelers at the gate that rainy night turned out not to be disciples at all. The young man in the stained robes was a wandering apprentice herbalist from a minor 7 stars lineage, and the young woman was his sister. She had stepped on a spike trap in the woods, a trap meant for boar, too large and too rusted. The apprentice had been half-carrying her for 6 li in the rain, and the bleeding had not stopped, and he had heard, in a farrier's shop 2 villages over, that a lattice-smith at Weiyang had mended the blacksmith of Jincheng's burned hand a week ago with a poultice made of river moss and patience. That was a rumor. Su had not mended anyone's hand, but Pei Ruo had. And Pei Ruo, when Zhang Mingli brought the woman into the main hall and laid her out on a clean cloth, looked at the wound for perhaps 3 breaths, and then, without speaking, began working. She boiled water. She ground willow bark and a yellow moss from the well coping into a paste. She set the paste on the wound, and she wrapped the leg tight. The bleeding, after 10 minutes, slowed. After 20, it stopped. The apprentice herbalist bowed very low and offered all his copper. Su refused the copper. "If you can tell people in 6 villages," he said, "that we are here, that we do not charge for small things, and that we do not cultivate heresy, only a different idea about what a shard is for, that is worth more than your copper." "I will tell them," the apprentice said. "Tell them honestly. Do not make us sound larger than we are." The apprentice left at dawn with his sister leaning on his shoulder and her leg wrapped in Pei Ruo's clean linen. Su, watching them go, touched the iron ring at his throat without thinking. It was warm again this morning. The crack in it, in the weak dawn light, seemed to catch and hold a thread of the sun. The inspector with the child came up the road at noon. He was a mid-level cultivator from Thundering Oak Sect, wearing the green sash of a regional inspector. He was on a horse, and he was not alone. Behind him, tied to his saddle by a length of rope around her waist, a very small child walked on tired small feet. She was perhaps 7 years old. Her hair had been cut unevenly, as if by herself and with a dull knife. She wore a child's sect uniform of Thundering Oak green, several sizes too large, cinched around her middle with a piece of cord. She had bare feet. Her mouth was shut. She did not look up. The inspector halted his horse in front of Su. He did not dismount. "Su Wanjiang," he said, in the bored, clipped voice of a man who had been ordered to do something he considered stupid. "I am told you are collecting our discards. I have a discard. I am here to discard her. Take her. What is her name?" "Nio. That is what she answers to. Her family name. She does not have one. Her parents. Dead. 3 years. Thundering Oak took her in for her lattice. Her lattice has turned out to be a deformity. Our elders would have preferred to expel her through the front gate, as custom requires, but our sect leader has ruled, and I am directed to inform you of this, that expelling a 7-year-old at the front gate would make the sect look unkind. Therefore I have been instructed to ride her 300 li east, where a certain terrace is reportedly collecting all such ungrateful accidents, and to drop her at the gate. She is now yours." The inspector reached down with a short knife and sawed through the rope at the child's waist. The cord fell into the wet dirt of the road. The child did not move. "Take her," the inspector said, "or do not. We will not be returning for her." He spat, turned his horse, and rode back down the valley road without looking back. The little girl stayed exactly where she had been standing. Su crouched, slowly, 15 paces from her, so his face was at the level of her face. He did not reach out. He did not say her name. He said, gently, "Let me see, it is cold. Will you come inside?" She did not answer. She did not nod. She did not shake her head. She looked at him. Her eyes were enormous, darker than the sky. They were not the eyes of a frightened child. They were the eyes of a child who had given up, a long time ago, on being frightened about anything, because she had understood that being frightened did not help. Su felt the corner of his left eye warm. He did not try to see her lattice yet. He was not going to impose sight on a 7-year-old at the gate. But he felt, even without trying, what her lattice was. It was a single shard. No others. The whole of the child's cultivation potential, her entire dantian, was taken up by one enormous shard. The rest of her body, every place a normal lattice branched out into a dozen smaller specialized pieces, was empty. Her core was one unbroken stone. In the view of every sect Su had ever heard of, this was a catastrophic deformity. A lattice with only one shard could not be shaped to a template. A lattice with only one shard could not be divided into strike, defense, perception, healing. A lattice with only one shard was supposed to be inert. A child with such a lattice was a child who could not cultivate at all. But Su looked at the shard, and the shard was glowing. Softly, gently. It was not inert. It was simply whole. "Oh," Su said, very quietly, to himself. He felt, against his chest, the iron ring warm to a temperature like a small held coal. He got up. He took 2 careful steps backward. He wanted her to understand the distance was her choice to close. He held out a hand, palm up, low, at child height. "Nio," he said, "I am going to go in." Zhang Mingli is going to make you a bowl of porridge. We have a spare pair of shoes from the market. Yin Hashan, inside, is the biggest man you have ever seen. He will not hurt you. Pei Ruo, the woman who does not speak, is the person you should stand next to if anyone ever frightens you. You can come inside if you would like to eat. You can sit on the road if you would like to sit on the road. You can turn around and walk back down if you would like to go. I am not going to tie you to anything. I promise. Neo looked at him for a long time. Tan, Neo said, finally, in a voice that was not a child's voice, in a voice that was strange and gravelly and ancient sounding in a throat the size of a sparrow. Tan said he would. Then he did. My father said he would. Then he didn't. Which one are you? Let me see, Su said. I will be the kind who does. Neo walked past him, across the courtyard, and into the main hall, and sat down, silent, exactly where Zhang Mingli had set a clay bowl of porridge on the low cedar bench the disciples used as a table. Zhang Mingli put one finger to her own lips at the other disciples, and nobody said anything. Neo ate without looking up. When the bowl was empty, she pushed it forward, carefully, as if it had been precious, and then she lay down on the bench and fell asleep with her arm folded under her head. She did not take her shoes off. She did not take the stolen oversized sect robe off. She did not pull a blanket over herself. Pei Ruo went over and gently, slowly, laid one of her own shawls across the sleeping child. Neo did not stir. Outside, in the courtyard, Su stood for a long time looking up at the rain-washed sky and blinking. Master, Tanbei said, from the doorway behind him. That is a 7-year-old. Yes. The Sects threw out a 7-year-old. Yes. With one shard. One shard. Unbroken. Bright. Su did not turn. Let me see. She is an unfinished weapon. They threw her away because their template cannot hold her. But she is not broken, Tan. She is simply whole in a shape the Sects do not have a drawer for. Tanbei was silent for a while. She is ours, he said finally. If she stays. She will stay. Su nodded. He did not tell Tanbei what he had thought in the moment Neo looked up at him with her enormous dark eyes. He did not say it, because it had been a thought so soft and so private he was not sure it was a thought at all. He had thought. The Sects had made every mistake they could possibly make with her. They had taken her. They had failed her. They had sent her away. And what they had sent him was not a broken child. It was a child whose lattice had been saved from their template because her template did not fit, and who had, therefore, kept the shape she was born with. They had, without knowing it, protected her by throwing her away. Chapter 17 Pei Ruo taught Neo to sign on the third day. She did it by doing it at Neo, not toward her. She would stand in the courtyard and make the sign for come here, and then walk over to Neo and hand her a cup of water. The next day, after breakfast, Pei Ruo made the sign for come here, waited, and Neo, after staring at her for a long moment, got up and walked to her. The cup of water was again handed over. The next day Pei Ruo made a new sign, sit with me, and pointed at a spot beside her on the well coping. Neo looked at the sign. She looked at Pei Ruo. She walked over and sat. They sat like that for an hour, with Pei Ruo quietly watching the sky, and Neo quietly watching a small brown spider make its home between two stones. On the fourth evening, at dinner, Neo lifted her small hand and made the sign for more rice. Yin Hashan's face melted. He served her, his enormous hands trembling slightly. He had taken, at some point in the first 2 days, to approaching the child with his shoulders lowered and his knees bent and his chin tucked in a way that made him, temporarily, almost her size. Neo had noticed. Neo had, on the second morning, walked over to him where he sat on the stone step outside the main hall, and had without announcement climbed up into his lap and sat there, facing forward, for 9 minutes, saying nothing. Yin Hashan had not breathed for the first 3 of those minutes. At the end of the 9, Neo had climbed down, walked off, and gone to help Zhang Mingli fold a sheet. Yin Hashan had sat very still for a long time afterward with an expression on his face that Tanbei had not been able to look at without smiling. Zhang Mingli, of all of them, had the hardest time with Neo, not because she disliked the child. The opposite. Zhang Mingli, who was used to managing young people through discipline and expectation, discovered on the first day that Neo did not respond to discipline, not because Neo was unruly, but because Neo had already decided, somewhere in her short life, that disobedience cost less than hope. Zhang Mingli had to learn, for the first time since her own childhood, to teach by invitation. You will, she said to Su, with great irritation, on the 5th morning, regret that you gave me a student who makes me patient. Let me see. You were already patient. I was not. You taught Yin Hashan breathing. That is patience. That was tactics. Let me see, Su said, and smiled, and said nothing else. It was on the 8th day, mid-afternoon, that Shu Kajin asked her question. She had been quiet for a while. She was good at being quiet. She did her share of the cooking and the cleaning and the courtyard maintenance without being asked, and she joined the group meals without speaking more than was needed, and she watched Sue with the steady patience of a woman who was being paid to watch. Sue, who had not forgotten about the trailing green thread in her lattice, did not discourage it. He simply acted, in front of her, exactly the way he acted when she was not in the room. On the 8th day, she found him alone in the garden. Yin Hashan was with Niu down by the well. Tan Bei and Pei Ruo had walked into the valley to buy salt. Jiang Mingli was mending cloaks in the main hall. Su was on his knees among the carrots Jiang Mingli had made him replant, and Shu Kajin appeared at the gate of the little garden wall and did not come in. Master Su. Why did you take me in? Su did not look up. Let me see, he said. I have answered that already. You have answered something. You have not answered that. Su set down the trowel. He sat back on his heels. His knees were going to hate him later. He looked at her, patiently, and he said, You want me to say whether I know what you are? Her face did not change. She waited. I know what you are, Shukijin. I saw your handler's thread on the first afternoon. I have known from the beginning. I took you in anyway. I have not discussed it with the others because it would have frightened them more than the knowing would have helped them. I will discuss it with you now because you have asked. He washed her face. The spy's professional calm held for perhaps 3 seconds. Then the corners of her mouth moved in a way he could not read, and then the corners of her eyes moved in a way he could. It was not quite fear. It was not quite relief. It was, he thought, the expression of a person who had spent several weeks bracing for a trap to spring and had just heard the trap be described, accurately, by the person who was supposed to be in it. Then why, she said. Because broken pieces are still pieces. That is not an answer. It is the only answer I have, Shukijin. I do not know how else to say it. Whitewater sect shaped you from a very young age into a thing that is useful to them and lonely to you. I do not think that was kind. I do not think the shape of you, the part that is not the handler's thread, is a bad shape. If you stay, if you work, if you teach, I will let you find out what your own shape is, without the thread telling you. If at the end of that finding you choose to leave and take Whitewater's part with you, I will not stop you. If you choose to stay, you will have a home here, permanently, and the thread will go dead on its own, because a thread is only alive as long as the heart it goes to believes it matters. Shukijin stood a very long time at the garden wall. Her hands, he saw, were shaking a little. What do you want me to tell them? She said finally. Tell them whatever you like. What? Let me see. Tell them the truth. Tell them you have been accepted. Tell them the master knew what you were and did not mind. Tell them the disciples are learning well. Tell them the instructor was once the heir of Azure Cloud and is here now. Tell them that. Tell them anything. I would prefer you tell them the truth, because the truth is the most boring report you could write, and boring reports keep their writer alive for a long time. She laughed. It was a small, dry, startled laugh that came out of her before she could think about it. She put a hand over her mouth in reflex. Go right, he said gently. I am planting carrots. You have a report to file. She left. That evening she cooked dinner. Nio came and sat beside her while she cooked, and did not speak, and after a while, Shu Kujin, also saying nothing, put a carrot into the child's hand. Nio ate it raw, mechanically, watching the knife on the board. Later, when Shu Kujin went to her mat in the side wing, she did not write a report. She sat on the mat for a long time, holding a brush and staring at the paper she had unfolded on her knee. Eventually, she folded the paper back up. She put the brush down. She slept. On the thread in her lattice, at the other end of which her handler sat in a distant office, the green light dimmed, by the smallest amount, for the first time in her life. Chapter 18. Nei Qing came up the valley road on a mule that was not hers, and she came because a debt collector was about to put her on a boat. The story, when she told it, came in fragments, because she was shaking. She had been, once, a senior alchemist of the Lin family workshop at the foot of Green Needle Mountain. She had, in the course of her work, experimented on her own lattice, first a small experiment, then a larger one, then one too large. She had tried to install a new shard, of her own invention, to process volatile alchemical agents without burning her own pathways. The shard had taken. It had also, over a period of about 3 years, poisoned every other shard in her lattice, turning them a sickly dull purple, the color of a bruise on old fruit. She had lost her ability to handle most pill furnaces. She had been dismissed from the workshop. She had tried, for 2 years, to undo the damage. Nothing worked. She had gone into debt buying rare cleansing herbs that did not cleanse her. She had been sold. Her debt had been sold to a man named Cho Han, whose specialty was acquiring the debts of desperate cultivators and exchanging them for indentures in the pleasure trade on the southern coast. He had arrived at her door on a Tuesday. She had left through her window. She had stolen her neighbor's mule. She had ridden here. They said there was a young lattice smith who would look at a lattice other sects called ruined. Yes. I am not a disciple. I am 34. I do not want to be a disciple. I want to not be sold. Let me see, Su said. We will make it so you are not sold. Afterward, if you would like, we will look at your lattice. If you do not want us to, we will not. And the debt. Chohan will come. Let him come. The terrace is a registered civil property. His debt right on you does not extend to forcible entry into a private academy without the magistrate's warrant. He will not have a warrant. He will not get one. If he comes anyway, he will be escorted down the mountain by a very large young man. Nei Ching cried. She did not cry quietly. She cried in the great gulping sobs of a woman who had not allowed herself to cry in 3 years and had been storing all of the crying up behind a wall, and the wall had come down. Pei Ruo sat beside her and did not touch her and did not speak, which was, it turned out, exactly what was needed. Chohan arrived the next morning. He came with 2 large men in black jackets, neither of whom was a cultivator, though both carried short swords. He rode a decent horse. He was a thin man with an unpleasant mouth and soft white hands that had done no rougher work than counting. He reined in at the gate of Weiyang Terrace. He announced, loudly, that he was here to collect 1 Nei Ching, as per a signed and sealed debt contract, and that any attempt to impede him would be met with the full force of the law. Yin Hashan was sitting on the well coping, sharpening a knife. Yin Hashan looked up at Chohan. Yin Hashan did not stand. Yin Hashan, who had been working, quietly, on the art of being his full size, straightened his back where he sat, and this tiny motion caused him to grow several inches in apparent scale, and the 2 large men in black jackets exchanged a glance that was not the glance Chohan had paid them to have. Su came out of the main hall. He held a piece of paper. Master Cho, he said pleasantly, I am Su Wanjiang. Let me see your contract. Chohan thrust the contract forward. Su took it. Su read it. You have bought her debt for 82 taels. 82. I will buy it from you for 100. Chohan's mouth opened and closed. I have, Su said mildly, 100 taels in silver here, which I have brought out for the purpose. 100 taels is 18 taels more than you paid for the debt. It is a profit. You will take this profit, and you will ride back down the valley, and you will not return to Weiyang Terrace for any reason, because if you do return, I will not be so generous a second time. Do we have an understanding? Chohan looked at the taels. He looked at Yin Hashan, who was still sharpening his knife and had not raised his eyes. He looked at the 2 bored men in black. Understanding, Chohan managed. Good. The exchange was made. Chohan rode away. Nei Ching, watching from the doorway of the main hall, put her hand over her mouth. You paid, she said, when the gate had closed behind them. You paid. That was all your silver. Let me see, Su said. It was most of it. It was also a one-time expense. He will not come back. Nobody like him will come back, because his peers will hear, within a week, that Weiyang paid once and Weiyang does not pay twice. I cannot pay you back. You were not asked to. Would you like us to look at your lattice now? She would. He examined it that afternoon in the main hall, on a clean mat, with Jiang Mingli and Pei Ruo present and assisting. The poisoning was, as she had described, severe. The experimental shard she had installed, the one she had invented, was not actually the problem. The problem was that the experimental shard had been named poison processor, and once a shard was named, it could not be renamed, and the shard had understood its own purpose and had been doing its purpose for 3 years, and its purpose, it turned out, was to convert alchemical toxins into her own lattice. The old shard had been dutifully poisoning her for 3 years because she had told it to. She had told it to because she had called it poison processor, which, in hindsight, had been a poor choice of name. I cannot rename it, Su said. Neither can you. That is a fixed rule. What I can do, he paused, thinking. Let me see. I can add another shard. A reading shard. A shard that reads substances without processing them. I will tie it to the poison processor shard as an input filter. The poison processor will still process, but it will only process what the reading shard passes to it. We will starve it, politely, until it has nothing to do. Is that allowed? Let me see, Su said. It is not in any sect's book. But yes, I can do it. The cost is a day of reshaping. I will faint. Pei Ruo will have to make the dinner. Pei Ruo signed. As usual, the first laugh in the main hall that evening was Nei Ching's, and it was a surprise to everyone, including her. Chapter 19. 22 days later, Elder Feng Qiu came up the road with 15 inner disciples. He came on a clear, dry autumn morning, and the warning shard, which Su had left humming in the background of his awareness like a low bell, rang before they had even cleared the first switchback. Su felt the lattices lighting up the air along the valley road like a column of small hard stars. He counted. 16. One of them, at the center, older and brighter and colder than the rest. Feng Qiu, he said. The courtyard stopped. How many with him? Tianbei asked. 15. Warriors. Inner disciples. Second, third, fourth rank. 100 years of training between them. Feng Qiu is fifth. Anchored. Strong. We are 7, said Jiang Mingli calmly. 8 if you count the child. We do not count the child, said Ni Qing sharply. Ni Qing had, over the past 3 weeks, decided that she loved Niu without ever having been asked. Niu was presently in Ni Qing's little alchemy corner of the main hall, watching a mortar being cleaned. We count everyone, said Su. Let me see. We also do not fight. Not today. Feng Qiu has not come to kill us. He has come to frighten us. If we fight, we give him the excuse he has not yet been given, and his sect council will grant him tomorrow what they denied him yesterday. We will receive him as guests. We will serve him tea. We will bow, very respectfully, to exactly the protocol depth his rank requires. We will not give him anything. And if he draws his sword anyway, then we make him regret it, without killing. I will explain. He explained. It took the better part of an hour. The plan was careful. It used the warning shard for sight. It used the root shard for coordination. It used Pei Ruo's silence, her growing silence, which she had been practicing now for 6 weeks under the root and warning, as a suppressor. It used Yin Hashan's bulk as a wall. It used Tanbei's forearm-routed strike as a precision tool. It used Niu's single shard, experimentally, lightly, for the first time in a living scenario, as a shield. It used Jiang Mingli's breathing instruction as everyone's steadying base. It used Shu Kujin's. Su paused here and looked at her, and Shu Kujin did not flinch. Her new listening shard, which Su had just a week ago reshaped from her old informant shard after a long private conversation, to pick up the intent of Feng Qiu's hands before Feng Qiu's hands moved. Shu Kujin had cried when he reshaped her shard. She had cried again afterward. She had then, for the first time in her professional life, laughed out loud, because the act of having her own cultivation core finally serve her and not Whitewater had felt, she said, like stepping out of an extremely cold bath into the sun. Ni Qing, whose own reshaping had gone smoothly 3 weeks earlier, was not going to fight. Ni Qing was going to stand behind Niu with a silver pin in her hair that was in fact a narrow stabbing blade and a promise, made to herself privately, that if any man touched the child, she would spend the last of her poisoned shards to end him. Acceptable, said Su, and he gave a nod. They prepared the tea. Elder Feng Qiu came through the gate of Weiyang Terrace at mid-morning, with 15 inner disciples arrayed behind him in a loose half-moon. His gray mare was foaming slightly at the bit. He himself looked calm and tired, and very old in a way he had not looked a year ago. Su Wanjiang, he said. Su bowed. The bow was precise. The bow was, to a hair, the exact bow a private citizen owed a visiting 5th-rank elder, and not a single finger deeper. Feng Qiu, who had spent his life reading the bows of younger men, registered it, and his jaw tightened. Elder Feng, please be welcome. We have tea. Your disciples, if they are willing, may refresh themselves at our well. My instructor Jiang Mingli will pour for you in the main hall. Jiang Mingli, said Feng Qiu flatly. Jiang Mingli, formerly of Azure Cloud Sect, presently an instructor at Weiyang Academy. It is legal. I can show you her tax registration, if you wish. Feng Qiu's fingers closed on the hilt of his sword. You are sheltering a sealed disciple of the sect. I am sheltering a registered citizen who was released from your sect under civil terms. The terms of her release did not prevent her from civil employment. She is my civil employee. I am happy to show you the magistrate's stamp. You are a fool, Feng Qiu said. You are sheltering heresy behind a magistrate's stamp. The stamp will not save you. The stamp will not save your disciples. I have come to offer you one chance. Close this terrace, release the disciple Jiang Mingli to my custody, and leave this prefecture, and I will recommend mercy to my sect council. Su did not answer for a moment. The root shard hummed at the base of his ribs. He felt, through it, the other 6 minds of Weiyang. Tanbei, to his left, steady. Yin Hashan at the gate, breathing even. Pei Ruo, already inside the main hall, fingers at her collarbone. Niu, in the alchemy corner, watching through the doorway with interest but not fear. Shu Kujin's listening shard opened out toward Feng Qiu's hands like a flower toward sun. Ni Qing behind Niu. Jiang Mingli at the tea table, hands calm. Let me see, Su said. Elder Feng, you lost your brother to what you call heresy. I am sorry. I mean that. I have read of your brother. My grandfather knew him slightly. He was, my grandfather wrote, a fine mind who tried to teach himself a thing that required a teacher. He did not have a teacher. He did not have a Wei Yang. He reached for a shape and no one showed him how to hold it. And he died. And you carry that. I am sorry. I am truly sorry. Feng Qiu's face did not move. But I will not close this terrace. I will not release Jiang Mingli, who is not mine to release. She is her own woman. And I will not leave this prefecture. You are welcome to my tea. You are welcome to see my rolls, my magistrate's stamp, my grandfather's letters. You are welcome to eat at my table and leave. You may not take any of us with you today. Feng Qiu drew his sword. The sword was a fifth-rank weapon and the air around its edge shimmered faintly in the noon light. Around the courtyard, Wei Yang did not move. I will give you until I count 3, Feng Qiu said. Let me see, please count. 1. Su breathed out. 2. Shu Kuzhen, behind him, murmured, so quietly only he could hear. His right foot is going to step. Left hand up. Sword arc from the right shoulder. He will aim at your neck. 3. Feng Qiu stepped. Chapter 20. The 15 inner disciples of Azure Cloud Sect did not understand what happened next. They never entirely would, because the story, as it moved through the tea houses and sect halls over the following months, simplified itself, as all such stories do, into a thing more dramatic and less accurate than the truth. The truth was this. Elder Feng Qiu's sword arced from his right shoulder in exactly the path Shu Kuzhen had called, a third of a breath before he moved. In that third of a breath, Su Wanjiang took a small step to his own right. The sword did not meet his neck. The sword met air. Feng Qiu, whose reflexes were those of a man who had not missed a strike in 15 years, recovered instantly and set his feet for a second cut. In the moment before the second cut, xianxia, at the gate, planted one enormous hand on the gray mare's neck, and the mare, sensibly, decided to lie down. Feng Qiu's center of balance, already committed to the second strike, tilted with the disappearing mare, and his sword went wide, and he landed on one knee. The 15 inner disciples had not yet drawn their weapons. They were reaching. Pei Ruo, inside the main hall, with her fingers just below her collarbone, exhaled. Every cultivation lattice in the courtyard, except Wei Yang's, went quiet. 15 sets of hands closed around hilts that would not respond. 15 sets of shards, in 15 separate lattices, simply stopped. The feeling, the disciples would say later, was like reaching for a tool you had held your whole life and finding that the tool was made of fog. It lasted exactly as long as Pei Ruo held her breath. In that time, which Su had counted out beforehand as about 20 heartbeats, the disciples of Wei Yang moved. Tan Bei put one rerouted forearm strike, very precisely, into the gut of the largest of the 15, sending him to his knees with a hoof that was more surprised than pained. He did not go further. His orders had been to disable, not to wound. The inner disciple folded up, gasping, eyes wide. xianxia, having persuaded the mare to sit, picked up 2 other disciples by the backs of their robes, lifted them off the ground, and set them down, very gently, on their rears, with a motion that looked less like an attack and more like the clearing of a table by a tired but thorough host. Niu, 7 years old, walked out of the alchemy corner with Ai Ching behind her, straight into the path of the first disciple who had managed to recover slightly and turned toward the main hall. The disciple was armed. Niu was not. She simply extended her one shard outward. It did not become a weapon. It did not become a fist. It became, visibly, to Su's second sight, and invisibly to everyone else's normal one, a great soft dome, about the size of a horse, hovering an inch in front of her. The disciple swung, sword met the dome. The sword slid off. The disciple's wrist jarred up and his elbow bent the wrong way, and he dropped the sword on the flagstones with a shocked gasp. Jiang Mingli, in the main hall, had not moved from the tea table. She was pouring tea. She poured a single cup, unhurried, and held it out to Feng Qiu, who was still on one knee in the center of the courtyard, his sword arm now gone loose at his side, because Pei Ruo's silence was, even at 20 heartbeats, something his 5th rank lattice was not equipped to resist cleanly. Elder Feng, she said, your tea is cold. Please come inside. Feng Qiu looked at her across the courtyard. He stood, slowly. He did not sheath his sword. He did not drop it. He held it at his side. He looked at Su Wanjiang. He looked at xianxia and Tan Bei and Pei Ruo, emerging now from the main hall doorway with her fingers at her throat. He looked at a 7-year-old girl with a shield the size of a horse hovering in the air before her. He looked at Shu Kuzhen, who had stepped out from behind Su, and whose lattice he could see now, because his own sight had briefly cleared of Pei Ruo's suppression, no longer had the thread of whitewater handler binding on it, had, instead, a new shard where the old thread had been. He looked, last and longest, at Su Wanjiang. You. Feng Qiu said quietly, "Are not what I thought you were." "Let me see," Su said quietly back. "You are not what I thought you were either. You are a grieving brother. I am a young man who has, today, asked you to set down a sword and not to draw it again under my roof. Will you sit down, Elder Feng? Will you drink this cup of tea?" Feng Qiu's sword arm shook. He sheathed the sword. He walked, very slowly, across the courtyard, up the 3 worn steps of the main hall, past the threshold, and into the small clean room where Jiang Mingli held out a cup. He sat. He took the cup. His hands, when he took it, were shaking a little, and he put the cup down before he drank, because he did not want to spill tea in front of a former inner disciple of Azure Cloud, who was now someone else's employee. He sat. Su sat across from him. The 15 inner disciples outside did not speak. They were quietly recovering their lattices. Pei Ruo had released the silence. None of them were reaching for their weapons. They had, to a man, understood at some level they could not yet describe that reaching would not help them. In the main hall, Feng Qiu finally drank. He said, quietly, "You had me. I did not have you. You had me. The child. The big one. The mute. Any of them could have killed me while I was on my knee. You had them not do it. Let me see, yes. Why? Because we do not need to kill you, Elder Feng. I do not want to be the thing that your brother became. I do not want your sect to need revenge. I do not want a war. You will have one. I have one. It simply has not declared itself yet." Feng Qiu laughed. It was a short dry laugh, half sob. "Hua Shun," he said. "I have heard the name. I wrote to him 3 weeks ago. He will have read it by now. You should know that." Feng Qiu stopped. He stared into his tea. He picked up the cup again. He finished it. He set it down. "I should not tell you that. I have no reason to tell you that. I am telling you that because he did not finish." "Because what?" "Because if you had wanted to kill me today, you would have. You did not. I am tired, Su Wanjiang. I am tired of writing letters. I have not stopped writing letters since my brother died. Today I would like, for the first time in a great many years, to walk out of a courtyard with all my disciples still breathing." "You may. I know. That is the trouble." Feng Qiu stood. His knees made a small sound like old wood. He bowed, not the bow of an elder to a peer, which was what Su had given him at the gate, but a deeper bow, halfway to the knees. Then he straightened. He walked out. Outside, he gathered his 15 disciples. Their gray mare got up and shook herself. Feng Qiu did not mount. He walked, leading the mare, down the road, and his 15 disciples, bruised, humiliated, subdued, walked behind him in silent pairs. The gray mare turned her head once, looking back at Yin Hashan, who had set her down politely not half an hour ago. The mare did not whicker. She simply looked. When they were out of sight, Su sat down on the threshold of the main hall. He was shaking. The corner of his left eye was bleeding. Not a trickle, this time, a stream. Jiang Mingli, without a word, pressed a cloth to it and held it there. Pei Ruo sat down on the other side of him. Tan Bei came up the steps and sat on the second step, one back, as if he were a guard and not a fellow sitter. Yin Hashan stood in the courtyard with Niu on his shoulder. She had climbed up there of her own accord, somewhere in the last 2 minutes, and said nothing. Ni Qing came out from the alchemy corner and sat down on the flagstones with her hand on Niu's small bare foot. Shu Kuzhin, pale, sat last, on the other side of Pei Ruo, and she did not look at any of them for a long moment. And then she did, and her face did something Su had not seen it do before. Inside Su, something shifted. It did not shift loudly. It did not shift the air. But he felt, for a long moment, the shape of all 7 of them threaded together, the 7 strands of bond, the 2 collective shards, the shared root, the shared warning, and now a third thing he had not yet named that had simply assembled itself in the moment they sat down together on the threshold. He understood, with the clarity of a man who has found the next page of a book, that he was now at the 4th rank. Woven. The shards of his personal lattice had not changed. The bonds had not changed. What had changed was that, from this rank, the entire sect could move as a single lattice if they chose to. They had just done it, in the courtyard, without his instruction. They had woven themselves. His grandfather had written, on the 17th bamboo slip, that woven rank came when a lattice smith's disciples learned to act as a sect without him needing to command them, one and the same. He had not instructed them, most of that fight. Not in the moment. The plan had been his. The timing had not. Shu Kuzhin had called Feng Qiu's foot. Pei Ruo had exhaled on her own count. Yin Hashan had chosen the gray mare. Niu had walked out of the alchemy corner on her own 2 small feet. He was at woven rank because they had done it without him. He laughed. It was a hoarse, half-blind laugh. He wiped his own face. He looked around at them all. "Let me see," he said. "We are going to need more bowls." "Yes, master," Pei Ruo signed. Behind Su, In the settling dust of the courtyard, Pei Rua took up a stick and walked to the dust patch at the base of the broken pillar, and she crouched, and she wrote, very carefully and slowly, the sentence she had been saving for the day it became true. The sects have noticed us now. Far away, in a high white room on a white marble desk in the Gold Veil Sects Council Tower, a man in a silver-trimmed robe was reading the letter Elder Feng Qiu had sent 3 weeks ago. The man's name was Huashun. He had read the letter twice. He was reading it a third time. His face was calm. His hands, as he smoothed the paper against the desk, were neither faster nor slower than any other morning. He set the letter down. He rang a small bell. A young aide entered and bowed. "Fetch me," said Huashun, without looking up. "Everything we have on a civil academy in the eastern prefectures called Weiyang Terrace. Everything. The tax registrations. The magistrates' bribes, if any exist. The names of all the disciples. The name of the grandfather who owned the land. The name of the mule. Yes, sect leader. Bring it to me by tomorrow evening. Yes, sect leader." The aide left. Huashun looked at the letter a fourth time. He folded it, very precisely, 3 times. He set it aside. He picked up a fresh brush. He began to write a new letter to the other 8 sect leaders of the 9 sects compact. The letter began, in Huashun's cold, beautiful hand. "Esteemed colleagues, there is a small terrace in the eastern mountains." Chapter 21. The Azure Cloud Council chamber smelled of cold lacquer and older ink. 17 elders sat at a blackwood semicircle whose inlaid pattern had not been polished in years, and at the mouth of that semicircle, Elder Feng Qiu stood with his sword across his palms, as if presenting evidence at a trial. He had not slept. The bruise on his knee, from where little Nio's shield had clipped him 4 days ago, had yellowed. He had not treated it. He had ridden straight from Weiyang Terrace to the council with only a change of robe at the last coaching inn. "A civil academy," said the second elder, who was old enough to be bored. "On a hill. 11 disciples. You came to us about 11 disciples." "Not 11, said Feng Qiu. 7 disciples. 2 instructors. 1 doorkeeper. 1 mule. 11 mouths. But the issue is not mouths." "Then please," said the second elder, "state the issue." "They disarmed me." A long quiet. One of the newer elders, the boy who had been made elder because of his family and not his talent, giggled once, involuntarily, and then put a hand over his mouth. The sect leader, at the center of the semicircle, did not move. "Elder Feng," the sect leader said, finally, with great courtesy. "How many of your disciples were killed?" "None." "Wounded?" "None seriously." "Bruises?" "And you yourself?" "I am not wounded." "Then," said the sect leader, and his voice was still courteous, still soft, "what, precisely, is the damage we are being asked to redress?" Feng Qiu looked, for a long moment, at the silver inlay of the council floor, which had been laid in his grandfather's time. He thought about saying that they had humiliated him in a courtyard in front of 15 of his disciples, and that the humiliation had been of a new kind, a kind that left no blood on the ground, and therefore could not be avenged under the accepted customs. He thought about saying that a 7-year-old girl had held his face inside a shield without breaking his nose, and that this had been, in its way, worse than if she had broken it. He thought about saying that the mute girl had stopped his sword at the shoulder only with her breath, and that this meant the sect had spent 4 centuries preparing for the wrong weapons. "They are a rival," he said finally. A longer quiet. The second elder leaned forward. "Elder Feng," he said, and his voice was no longer bored. It was the voice of a grown man listening, politely, to a grown man having a breakdown. "A rival is a sect with land and disciples and inner archives and the recognition of the 9. They have a hillside. You are very tired. Go home. Sleep. Your report is noted." Feng Qiu laid his sword, very slowly, on the council floor, and he bowed. He walked out. He did not look at any of the 17. Behind him, as the doors shut, he heard the second elder say, just loud enough to carry, "Poor man." It was 2 days later, in a white marble tower in a different prefecture, that Huashun received a minor report from a minor clerk. The clerk knew the sect leader of the Gold Veil read all minor reports, but did not know why. The report was 4 lines. Elder Feng Qiu of Azure Cloud Sect had filed a formal council complaint alleging rivalry with a civil academy on a hill called Weiyang Terrace. The complaint had been dismissed as humiliation. The elder had returned home without incident. Huashun read the report twice. He set it beside the letter from Feng Qiu that he had been holding, unanswered, for 23 days. He did not write to Feng Qiu. He did not write to Azure Cloud. He took a fresh sheet of blank white paper. He wrote, in his cold, beautiful hand, the name of a woman named Auntie Mai who ran a tea house at the foot of a hill in the eastern prefectures, And he wrote beside her name a single line. Pay her doubled this month. Tell her nothing. Listen. He set the paper down and turned to his next piece of correspondence. A clerk would carry the instruction by nightfall. Auntie Mai, who had never met the sect leader of the Gold Veil, would find her monthly envelope heavier this week and would decide, as she always did, that she need not ask. When the first night's instruction was gone from his hand, Huashin stood, crossed his study to the narrow southern window, and looked out over the Gold Veil's lower yards. 800 disciples were at morning drill. Their lattices, he did not need to see them, but he did, because his own seeing was a quieter thing than Su Wanjiang's, a thing that did not bleed, were arranged in 800 identical configurations. Template 94. The template his own master had taught him. The template his master's master had taught his master. The template that had won the Gold Veil 4 wars. He had never, in 51 years, needed another template. He did not, at this moment, feel threatened by Wei Yang. He felt, rather, a small cool interest of the kind he had not felt in 19 years, since a young delegate at his own investiture had, in a private aside, said something true he had not thought of. The interest was not pleasant. It was not unpleasant. It was the interest of a rational man discovering that a variable he had believed to be zero was not, in fact, zero. A non-zero variable, however small, required measurement. He would measure. He turned back from the window, sat down, and drafted the second letter of the morning, which was to a woman at the Central Academy of Crafting who handled the Academy's quiet donations and who had never, in her life, refused one. Chapter 22. 3 weeks later, the invitation arrived. It came in a brown paper roll, sealed with wax that had no sect chop on it, only a tiny impressed circle with the character for lattice at its center. Su Wanjiang turned the wax over in his palm twice, and then laid the roll on the low table between himself and Jiang Mingli. Jiang Mingli broke the wax. She did not read it aloud until she had read it twice through herself, and then she said, with the flat inflection of a person who had sat through many such readings as a girl, the Second Regional Symposium on Lattice Standardization and its Discontents. Under the auspices of the Central Academy of Crafting. 15 days from today. They expect a reply within 3. Discontents, Su said. It is new, Jiang Mingli said. Last year's program was only standardization. They added the second half this year. I find that interesting. They added it because of me. They added it to give themselves a word to put on the program when they dissect you. Let me see, Su said, and took the scroll back, and read it once through himself, and read it again. He looked up. They have invited Wei Yang as a delegation. 1 master, 1 retainer, up to 3 observers. The invitation is signed, not by a sect leader, but by the academy head, which means it is a civilian invitation. Which means you cannot be refused entry, Jiang Mingli said. Which means, if I am harmed on the floor, the civilian magistrates will be the ones investigating, not the compact. Correct. Which means, Jiang Mingli went on, and her voice had gone quiet in the way that meant she had already made up her mind before speaking. They are inviting him somewhere they cannot lawfully kill him, in order to do something to him that does not require killing him. Su looked at her across the table. There was a wooden bowl of rice between them, and the last of the cabbage from yesterday's bandit job payment, and 3 cups of tea. Tan Bei was bathing little Nyo in the yard. Pei Ruo was teaching Nei Ching 5 more hand signs she had not yet learned. Yin Hashan was, inexplicably, mending a shoe. Shu Kujin had been reassigned to the back gate for the afternoon and was, at this moment, drawing a slow map of all 6 neighboring prefecture roads. Wei Lan had not yet arrived. I am going, Su said. Yes, said Jiang Mingli. I know. You cannot stop me. I know. But you're going to say it anyway. No, Jiang Mingli said. I am going to say I am going with you. As your retainer. Not as your instructor. Not as your advisor. Because an instructor and an advisor can be invited to their own panel and kept busy 3 rooms from you. A retainer stays at your shoulder. I will be your retainer for this one trip, and you will let me, because I know how these rooms work and you do not, and because I used to be the kind of person they invite to these symposiums, and I have watched my father's peers make men like you disappear between a lunch and a dinner. Su put the scroll down. Let me see, he said. Who do you recommend as retainer? Jiang Mingli looked at him for a long moment. She put down her chopsticks. I recommend the person sitting across from you, she said. Very well, Su said. You are retainer. Thank you, master, Jiang Mingli said, and the word had 3 registers in it at once. The formal register of a civilian retainer, the private register of the woman who had kissed him once on the forehead 4 nights ago, and had not yet let him kiss her back, and the warning register of a sect daughter who had survived a loyalty trial by refusing to kill her sister. Su heard all 3. He nodded once. He returned to his rice. That night, Su did not sleep well. He sat by the hearth in the main hall after the rest had gone to bed, and he rolled the scroll twice more between his palms, and he looked, for a long time, at the small circle and lattice on the wax. He had seen a mark like it once before, as a child, on the base of a tea bowl in his grandfather's workshop. His grandfather had never explained the bowl. His grandfather had only said, once, that not every lattice-smith in 3,000 years had agreed with the sects, and that the ones who had disagreed had mostly died badly, and that the ones who had not died had mostly kept their bowls to themselves. Su had not understood his grandfather then. He understood, now, a small corner of it. He put the scroll in the sleeve of his robe and went, at last, to bed. In a sealed room in the Gold Veil Tower, Hua Shun read, by candlelight, a 2-line message from Annie Mai, which said that Wei Yong had received a brown paper roll from the academy, and that the young master of Wei Yong had told the oldest wife at Wei Yong he would go, and that the oldest wife had said she would go with him as retainer. Hua Shun made no mark on the paper. He set it aside. He dipped his brush and wrote a different letter. The letter was to the Central Academy of Crafting. It asked, very politely, whether the academy had any interest in receiving a modest and entirely unsolicited donation from the Gold Veil sect to support the new and urgent discourse on lattice standardization and its discontents. The academy replied by return courier. Chapter 23. The Central Academy of Crafting stood on a low flat hill outside a river city whose name nobody used anymore because the academy had eaten the name. There was only the academy. The city around it served the academy, its inns, its bathhouses, its couriers, its whores. The academy had 2 buildings, the White Hall, where scholars taught, and the Bronze Hall, where scholars fought. The symposium was in the White Hall. Su and Jiang Mingli arrived on foot. They had ridden to the city on a hired cart, and then, at Jiang Mingli's insistence, dismounted at the wall and walked the last 2 li up the slope to the gate, because a retainer who was also a woman and who was also not introduced as a daughter of any sect could not be seen riding while the master walked, and could not be seen walking while the master rode, and could not be seen at the same height as the master without giving the academy doorkeepers a reason to separate them. Walking together on foot, 1 step behind, was the only configuration the doorkeepers could not challenge. Su had not known this. He knew now. Jiang Mingli's walking stick tapped the stone of the gate path with a small clean sound every second step. She had cut it herself from a dogwood branch the night before leaving. She had not brought her sword. She had brought 4 knives. At the gate, the doorkeeper, a man in pale gray with a single lattice pin at his collar, asked for her name. Her name is Retainer Li, Su said, before Jiang Mingli could answer. He had invented it on the cart. She will not speak in the sessions. The doorkeeper wrote Retainer Li and waved them through. The symposium had 3 sessions the first day. The first was on geometry. The second was on ideal forms. The third, which took 4 hours, was titled The Spiritual Necessity of the Template. Su sat in the back row. The lecturer was a thin, elegant woman with silver at her temples who spoke without notes. Her voice was kind. She said that the lattice was the most sacred gift a cultivator could receive, and that the lattice was sacred because it had been shaped by the founder to a single correct geometry, which the sects had preserved for 3,000 years, and that any deviation from the correct geometry was, and here she used a word Su had not heard before, ecclesiastically a sickness. Not morally a sickness. Not physically a sickness. Ecclesiastically, that is, an illness in the relationship between cultivator and the cosmos. She used the word 3 times in the first hour. She said expulsion was, therefore, not a cruelty but a kindness. The removal of a body in which the sickness was already underway, before it infected the healthy lattices around it. She said expulsion was the sacred duty of sections. Jiang Mingli, at Su's shoulder, did not move. Her stick leaned against her knee. Her hands were in her lap, and her left thumb was, Su saw, pressed flat against her right palm with a force that was whitening the knuckle. Su sat. He did not move either. The corner of his left eye did not bleed. He had learned, for weeks ago, how to stop the bleed during public appearances by not seeing anyone's lattice even if it was offered. He did not see, in that room, any of the 53 lattices present, although he could have. He kept his sight closed the whole 4 hours, which had its own cost. A dull ache behind his right temple that would become a headache by morning. At the end of the 4 hours, the lecturer opened the floor. A scholar from Thundering Oak asked a question about whether the template admitted of regional variation. A scholar from Whitewater asked about the purification rituals performed on the expulsion grounds. A scholar from Azure Cloud asked whether the sacred duty of expulsion extended to the disciples' family. They were each answered at courteous length. The delegate from Weiyang, the moderator said at last. Su stood. A ripple of heads turned. Jiang Mingli did not stand. Retainers did not stand unless summoned, and the moderator had called the delegate, not the retainer. One question, said Sue. Of course. Has anyone measured, Sue said, the survival rate of expelled disciples within 1 year of expulsion? The silence in the hall was not the silence of confusion. It was the silence of a hall in which 53 cultivators simultaneously realized they had never thought to ask. The lecturer's face, which had been kind, became slightly less kind. She did not show surprise. She showed composure, which was the same thing on a trained face. That is a civilian metric, she said. It is a metric, Sue said. It is not kept. By anyone. By anyone in the sections. By anyone in the civilian authorities? I do not know. I imagine not. It has not been of interest. Then the answer, Sue said, is that no one has measured it. Correct. Thank you, Sue said. That was my only question. He sat down. The moderator cleared her throat and called the next question from Frost Peak. But there were no more questions. The Frost Peak delegate, a young man in a dark blue robe, stood, looked at Sue for a long moment, sat back down, and said nothing. The moderator looked at him. He shook his head, very slightly. The moderator dismissed the session. Later, in a smaller room, at a long, low table with tea, the lecturer said to a colleague, quietly, "He did not mean to be rude." And the colleague said, quietly back, "That is worse." In the corridor outside the hall, a young disciple from Frost Peak who had not been introduced at the session caught Sue's elbow very briefly, just long enough to bow and say, "Delegate, 1,000 disciples were expelled last year across the 9 sections I counted. I counted because I was asked to, after breakfast, once, by an elder. I was told to stop counting." The boy bowed again and was gone into the flow of gray robes before Sue could answer. Jiang Mingli took 2 steps after him, saw the boy's blue sash vanish at a turning, and came back. She did not pursue. She only said, at Sue's ear, "That one is watching. Do not approach him in return. He will approach you again, or he will not. Either way, it is his choice." Sue did not approach him, but he wrote the number in the margin of his travel ledger that evening, 1,000, and under it, in smaller ink, 1 year. He set the ledger down and rubbed the corner of his right eye, which did not bleed only because he had kept his sight closed for the entire day, and which therefore had the steady, dull tiredness of a part of the body that had been asked, for a long time, not to do the only thing it knew how to do. Chapter 24. Jiang Mingli and Sue did not return to therein that night. They had been given rooms in the White Hall's guest wing, and the rooms had good locks. Jiang Mingli had, in the first 10 minutes after arriving, walked through both rooms, inspected the ceiling beams for listening panels, checked the latch on the interior screen door, felt along the edge of the window frame for grease, run the tip of her knife under the woven mat at the threshold, and then sat down on the low wooden chair and said, "Acceptable." Sue had been watching her from the doorway. "Let me see," he said. "You have done this before." "My father had me sweep his rooms when I was 7, said Jiang Mingli. "It was the only kindness he gave me that I have kept. Do not speak sect business in this room unless I tell you the room is clean. It is clean now. We are good until someone with a greater budget than the Academy arrives. Someone with a greater budget will arrive." Yes. The knock came an hour later. It was soft. Jiang Mingli stood, moved to the inner screen, and nodded once at Sue before he said, "Enter." "Enter." The door slid back on a young man in a dark blue robe. He had a long, straight nose, a small scar on the line of his jaw, and the kind of face that was handsome in the way a belle was beautiful. Everything very evenly spaced. His hair was bound in a plain blue cord. He carried nothing in his hands. He was, Sue noted, entirely unescorted. "Delegate Sue," the young man said, and bowed at the depth of a peer. "Forgive the intrusion. I am xianxia, of Frost Peak. I was the delegate at your left this afternoon. I remember. I wanted to." Xianxia stopped. He did not finish the sentence the way he had meant to. He restarted. "I wanted to ask you whether I might visit Weiyang Terrace. Not as a delegate. Not as a sect heir. As a traveler. I have read, privately, an essay your grandfather wrote 30 years ago on shard routing, which I have not been permitted to own, but which I have memorized. I would like to see how his ideas look in practice." Jiang Mingli, from her chair by the inner screen, said nothing. Her face did nothing. She was watching Xianxia's hands, which were still folded in front of him. "Let me see," Sue said. He tilted his head. He did not open his sight. Jiang Mingli had asked him not to. In corridors where a bleeding eye would be reported to 3 sects by morning. But he looked at Xianxia's face with the other kind of attention, the ordinary kind, the kind any careful host gives a stranger who has arrived alone in the evening. Xianxia's eyes were clear. His breath was steady. He had not come with a hidden weapon. The sleeves were cut too close to hide any of Jiang Mingli's 4 knives, let alone a sword. He had come at the slow hour of night, when the corridor traffic was lowest, so that no other delegate would see him arrive or leave, which was a courtesy as well as a concealment. You may visit, Su said. Thank you. Before the winter rains. If you would permit, I would travel alone. I would bring one small gift from Frost Peak's cold storage that your archivist, I think, might enjoy. I would stay 3 nights, not more, and I would leave by my own road. Let me see, Su said, and now he smiled, a small dry smile. You have already planned the visit. You are only asking me which gate to stand at. Lianhai flushed. It was a thin, fast flush, the kind that betrayed a young man used to being admired and who did not often find himself read. I beg your pardon, Delegate Su. The East Gate, Su said. There is only one gate at Weiyang. Lianhai bowed again. He left. When the door had slid shut and the lock had caught, Jiang Mingli stood from her chair. He is the most dangerous person in this symposium, she said. Su looked at her. He is the most charming man I have ever seen approach another man the way a fishhook approaches a fish, Jiang Mingli said. And he did not lie to you. That is the dangerous part. Liars you can catch. He did not lie. Every sentence he said was true. He memorized your grandfather's essay. He does want to visit. He does intend to leave by his own road. He is not deceiving you. He is, however, going to do something to you, and when he does, it will not be because he deceived you, but because you took him exactly at his word. Let me see, Su said. That is what I am trained to see. That is what I am here for. Su sat down on the edge of the low wooden bed. The headache had arrived. The corner of his left eye did not bleed, because he had not opened, but he rubbed the edge of the bone under it with the side of his thumb and felt the dull, tired ache that his body had learned to save for the end of such days. Should I have refused? He asked. No, Jiang Mingli said. If you had refused, he would have come anyway, and you would have learned nothing. If he comes as a guest, he is visible. If he comes as a shadow, he is not. Better a guest. Then I prepare Tanbei for a sparring match he must lose gracefully, Jiang Mingli said. And I prepare Pei Rua not to look directly at Ji Lianhai at any point in 3 days. And I prepare little Nio to sit in the kitchen during his visit and not enter the main hall. And I prepare Shu Kuzhen to read his boots at the threshold. And I prepare you, Su Wanjiang, to keep your sight closed for all 3 days of his stay. He will be looking at you for something. Do not let him see what. Let me see. Yes, Jiang Mingli said. Exactly that. Do not let him see. Su laughed, very quietly, a tired laugh. He had not laughed in a room with Jiang Mingli before. It came out of him wrong and right at once. Jiang Mingli looked at him. She did not smile. But her shoulders, which had been at the level of readiness for 4 hours, dropped a ½ inch, and the tension at the corner of her jaw softened. It was the most intimate thing she had ever done in his presence. Sleep, she said. I'll take first watch. Chapter 25. Ji Lianhai arrived at Weiyang Terrace 21 days later, on a gray afternoon with a thin cold wind out of the north. He came on foot, up the last li of the east road, his horse left at a farrier 4 li back. He carried a plain wooden box in both hands. His blue robe was dusty at the hem. He had not bathed for 2 days on the road. He looked, Jiang Mingli noted from the main hall window, like a man who was trying to arrive humble. He was, she noted, arriving humble. The humbleness was real. The performance was choosing which real thing to put on the outside. Shu Kuzhen opened the east gate. She bowed at the correct depth for a civil academy, receiving a sect air. She did not smile. She examined Ji Lianhai's boots without lowering her eyes. He did not notice. She noticed that he did not notice. Delegate Ji, she said. Welcome. Thank you, Ji Lianhai said. I'm not a delegate here. Only a guest. Of course. He stepped through the gate. Pei Rua, standing at the corner of the courtyard with her hands folded at her throat, did not look up. She had been at that spot for 40 minutes. She had chosen it because from that angle Ji Lianhai would walk past her shoulder and she would not be in his line of sight. She did not move. She did not write anything in the dust. The dust patch at the base of the broken pillar was, for the first time in months, empty and smooth. Su received Ji Lianhai on the threshold of the main hall with a cup of hot water and a small plate of roasted barley. He bowed at the depth of host to guest. Let me see, Su said. You are tired from the road. Come inside. Thank you, Delegate Su. Here I am not delegate. Here I am simply Su Wanjiang. Su Wanjiang. Ji Lianhai came inside. The 3 days that followed were, by every measure the Academy would later use, a model of cordial exchange. Ji Lianhai presented his gift, a small earthenware jar of Frost Peak cold storage tea, the rarest kind, which Jiang Mingli accepted at the threshold with the precise half-bow of a retainer who had been briefed beforehand on exactly which half-bow would oblige the giver to the least. Ji Lianhai asked good questions at the evening meals. His questions were not traps. His questions were real. He asked Su about the chapter arrangement in his grandfather's unpublished notes, and Su answered only with the parts he had been able to read from the one bamboo slip he had taken with him when he left the workshop. He asked Jiang Mingli about the administration of a private academy. He asked Yin Hashan, and Yin Hashan went red to his ears, what it had been like to grow up working a farm. He asked Ni Qing about the formulary. He did not ask Pei Ruo anything, which was correct, because Pei Ruo had not been introduced as a person who could be asked questions. He did not ask Little Niu anything at all. Little Niu, according to Jiang Mingli's plan, was in the kitchen. On the second afternoon, Ji Lianhai sparred with Tan Bei. It was in the practice yard, on the far side of the terrace. Su sat on the low wooden bench Jiang Mingli had carried out. Jiang Mingli sat one pace behind. Ni Qing watched from the upper step. Pei Ruo was inside. Tan Bei wore his work tunic. Ji Lianhai wore a plain blue training robe. Both men bowed. The bout was to 5 clean contacts. Tan won the first 2 quickly, his forearm-routed strikes landing because Ji Lianhai had not adjusted for the absence of hand seals. Ji Lianhai adjusted after the second. He caught Tan's forearm on the 3rd contact, and his own strike, a standard Frost Peak palm step, nothing unusual, landed on Tan's shoulder. 1-2. Ji Lianhai gave Tan the 4th with a visibly stepped-back foot, a gift, which Tan did not refuse, because Jiang Mingli had told him not to refuse the gift if it came. The last contact was Ji Lianhai's. He took it by sidestepping a blow he had every right to take in the chest, and reaching inside Tan's stance to tap, politely, the shallow bone above Tan's hip. 3-2. Ji Lianhai lost cleanly. He bowed. He smiled. He said, "You are the most interesting fighter I have met in 3 years." "Thank you." Tan said, "Thank you, young master." They parted as friends. Later, at dinner, Ji Lianhai spoke about his boyhood at Frost Peak. He spoke, Su noted, very well. He had funny stories. He had a self-deprecating streak that was exactly pitched. He was generous with laughter at other people's jokes. At one point, Yin Hashan told a story about breaking a shed door with his elbow as a child, and Ji Lianhai laughed so hard, he set his chopsticks down and had to breathe. It was real laughter. There was no rehearsal in it. He stayed 3 nights, as promised. On the morning of the 4th day, he rose before dawn, packed his things, refused breakfast with a courteous note, and walked back down the east road at first light. He took only what he had brought. He left the earthenware jar, the tea half finished, on the corner of the main hall table, with a slip of paper that said, "The rest is yours. I am not worthy of it." When he was out of sight, Su came down from the main hall and walked across the courtyard to the low stone by the broken pillar where Pei Ruo stood waiting. She had been standing there since before he rose. The dust patch at the base of the broken pillar was still, empty, and smooth. She crouched. She took up a stick. She wrote, carefully, in a hand that was neither angry nor triumphant but only tired, what she had been saving for 3 days. He did not look at any of us. Su read it twice. "Let me see," he said, very quietly, to the dust. No. He looked at me. All 3 days. Only at me. Pei Ruo, who had, for the first time since her seal had been laid, allowed herself to be in the same room as a Frost Peak cultivator, sat down on the stone with her hands loose in her lap. She did not look up. She did not move. Su sat next to her. Neither of them said anything more for a long time. In the kitchen doorway, Little Niu, who had, against instruction, taken one look at Ji Lianhai through the crack of the pantry door on the first afternoon, came out, wordless, and climbed into Su's lap. She put her small ear against his ribs. Su Wanjiang, who was tired and whose left eye had begun, quietly, to bleed under his pretended closure, held her with one arm. With the other hand, he touched, under his collar, the small cool shape of the rusted iron ring on its cord. It was warm. It had never been warm before. He said nothing to anyone about it. He did not, yet, understand what warmth meant. He only noted it, the way his grandfather had taught him to note small things, the way a lattice-smith notes the hairline cracks before they spread, and put a hand flat over it, so that no one else would see. Far away, on a gray horse on a gray road, Ji Lianhai rode south. He did not hum. He did not smile. He rode quietly, with his eyes level on the road ahead, and when at last he crossed the small stone bridge into Frost Peak's outer county and the bridge watchman bowed to him, he did not bow back. He reached into the front of his robe, and he withdrew a small folded paper, and he broke the seal of it with his thumbnail. The paper said, in a cold, beautiful hand he had known since childhood, "Well done. Proceed." Ji Lianhai folded the paper twice, and ate it, and rode on. Chapter 26. The old man arrived on a mule. The mule was older than the old man. Both of them moved, up the east road in the thin autumn light of a late morning, at the pace of a thing that no longer needed to arrive anywhere. The mule's breath puffed small white clouds that drifted apart in the cold. The old man's breath came slower. He had a long gray beard tied at the point with a red string that had been tied a very long time ago, and he wore a quilted scholar's robe with more patches than original cloth, and across his lap lay a wooden bookbox wrapped 3 times around with oiled cord. Shu Kujin, on watch at the gate, saw him coming from a li off. She did not ring the small bronze bell. There was no threat in the approach, only the quiet, steady procession of a man and an animal in no hurry, but she did walk down the slope to meet them. "Elder," she said. "I am not an elder," said the old man. "I am an unemployed scholar." "Elder unemployed scholar." He laughed. It was a thin, dry laugh that turned into a cough. "That will do. Is this Weiyang Terrace?" "It is." "Is Master Su at home?" "He is." "Would you tell him," said the old man, "that Hung Zairu has come? I do not expect him to know the name." Shu Kujin walked him up to the main hall, the mule following slowly behind. She did not take the bookbox from his lap. She had been told, by Jiang Mingli, never to take a bookbox from any stranger's hands unless invited, because bookboxes were one of the 4 things in which a decent assassin could hide a blade. Hung Zairu did not look like an assassin. He looked, at 71, like a man who had been walking for many weeks. His sandals were worn through at the heel. His left ear had a small notch in the lobe of the old kind, the kind the county militia used to mark men who could not pay a tax. He held the bookbox on his lap like a sleeping child. Su came down the 3 worn steps of the main hall. He bowed at the depth of host to visiting stranger. "Let me see," Su said and stopped. He had, without meaning to, opened. The sight caught him before he could close it again. He saw the old man's lattice, and the lattice was not a lattice. It was a memory of a lattice, a ghost of one. Half the shards had gone dark. The others had been rearranged by the old man himself, over decades, into a shape no sect would have called a shape. Instead of the standard radial template, it ran in a long, slow spiral from the dantian outward, with the 2 perception shards at the ends of the spiral pointing outward and the healing shard tucked at the center like a seed. It was the lattice of a man who had not been permitted to cultivate in 70 years and who had, nevertheless, never stopped. Blood trickled from the corner of Su's left eye. Jiang Mingli, appearing at his shoulder with a cloth already in her hand, pressed it there without a word. "You have," Su said to Hung Zairu. "You have been reshaping yourself. Alone. For a very long time." Hung Zairu's eyes watered, which might have been the cold wind on the road. He did not answer for a moment. Then he said, "I wrote a book once. A long time ago. It was called On the Fitting of Broken Shapes. Nobody read it. The sect I was in burned all the copies they could find and expelled me, which was the kindest thing they did, because 4 of my co-authors were executed." "Let me see your sect." "The Moongreen Pavilion. You will not have heard of it. It dissolved the year my hair turned gray." "I have one of your bamboo slips," Su said. "My grandfather kept it. He did not tell me it was yours. He told me only that not every lattice smith in 3,000 years had agreed with the sections. Your grandfather was Su Shanqing. He was." "Then," Hung Zairu said, and finally lifted the bookbox from his lap. "I have come to the right hillside. Will you take me in, young master? I do not eat much. I have brought my library." Su took the bookbox. It was heavier than it looked. He said, "Let me see. I will take you in. Not as a disciple. As Weiyang's archivist. This terrace has been waiting for its library." Hung Zairu's eyes watered again. The mule, feeling the shift of weight, sighed. Jiang Mingli, still holding the cloth against Su's eye, pressed it a little harder. She did not say anything, but Su knew, by the stiffness in her fingers, what she was not saying, that the old man's lattice was beautiful and the old man was genuine, and that the compact would, for exactly these reasons, have 100 uses for having him there. She did not mean for Su to refuse him. She meant for Su to know the cost. Su knew the cost. He took him anyway. Chapter 27. That same week, Su began to graft. It was the next kind of site, the 3rd tier, the one his grandfather's oldest bamboo slip had called the foreign graft, and the one Su had not dared to try until the 7-disciple lattice was anchored. He had, since woven rank, felt it waiting at the edge of his attention like a 4th door in a room that only had 3. Hung Zairu's arrival, and the long private hours Su had spent the first 2 nights looking at the old man's spiraling self-repaired lattice, had pushed him a half-step closer to understanding how grafts held. A graft, he understood now, was not a copy. A copy could be rejected. A graft was a temporary loan, a named shard from one disciple, threaded briefly through another disciple's lattice like a needle through a sleeve, held only by the bond Su himself supplied. It would last as long as Su held the bond, and no longer. It would also, he suspected, cost him. He tested it on Little Nyo, because Little Nyo asked. Little Nyo asked from on top of Yin Hashan's shoulder, eating a winter pear, her small bare feet kicking gently against Yan's collarbone. Master, she said, between bites, Tan has the brave shard. He does, Su said. Can I have some of it? For 5 minutes. You have your own brave shard, Nyo. You are very brave. I am brave for little things. I want the brave for big things. I want to try if I can climb the broken pillar all the way up. The broken pillar was, at the western edge of the courtyard, the tallest standing pillar of the original Weiyang main hall. Half its capital had fallen in the old earthquake. The remaining half-column was twice the height of Yin Hashan. No disciple had climbed it. Tanbei, watching from the alchemy step, made a small noise that Su read as alarm restrained by the desire not to tell a 7-year-old she could not do a thing. Let me see, Su said. He had already seen. He knelt so that his face was level with hers. He put his left palm lightly on her forehead and his right palm lightly at the crown of Tanbei's head. He felt, with his closed eyes, for the shard in Tan's lattice that was Tan's courage, a small warm flat stone sitting at the base of his sternum where other men's oxygen shard would have been. He felt, in Nyo's lattice, for the bright single enormous shard that was almost all of her. He did not move either. He did not pull. He laid, very quietly, a thread between them. Go on, he said. Nyo climbed. She went up the broken pillar in the way that a small cat goes up a wall, with a calmness in her limbs that Su had never seen her show before. She did not hesitate at the cracked middle stretch. She did not stop at the half-capital. She reached the top. She stood, small and straight, with her arms open, on a stone that had not held weight since her grandmother was a girl. She laughed. The laugh was enormous, coming out of a body so small. The graft broke when she laughed. The break traveled down the thread, through Su's right hand, up his right arm, across his chest, and out his left eye, which bled not a trickle this time, but a wet red stripe that ran past the corner of his mouth and dripped onto his collar. He staggered. Jiang Mingli caught his elbow. Yin Hashan caught Nyo as she slid, still laughing, down the pillar. Her body had kept the memory of courage long enough to come back to the ground, and her face was bright with it. You bled a lot, Yin said, quietly to Su. I know. Master. I know. Su sat down on the flagstones. The sight was still open. Against his will he was looking now at all 7 of them at once, and at Heng Zeru reading under the colonnade, and at his own lattice which had, in the last breath, added a new tiny spiral like the old man's at its outer edge. Anchored rank. The 5th of 10. He had not meant to advance today. He had meant only to try the graft. The graft had carried him forward. He understood, with the slow clarity of a man discovering a staircase in a familiar hallway, that from this rank his ceiling depended not on any of the 7 he had, but on how many more he would take, and therefore on how far he was willing to travel to find them. He also understood the cost. Jiang Mingli pressed the cloth to his eye again. She said, with great gentleness, that is a week of your sleep gone in one afternoon. I know. Was it worth it? Su looked up at the broken pillar, where Nyo was now being lowered down by Yin as carefully as a loaf of new bread, her face still shining. Yes, he said. Chapter 28. The Azure Cloud Caravan rode at dusk, and thought it would not be seen. There were 11 of them, inner disciples, 3 wagons of goods for a compact adjacent market, a junior elder in charge who had been told, specifically, by Elder Feng Qiu himself, that under no circumstance was the caravan to approach Weiyang Terrace nor to raise weapons on any of its people. The junior elder had said, yes, master, and had not mentioned to Feng Qiu the second letter that had arrived at his own private apartments 4 days later, sealed with a wax he did not recognize, instructing him otherwise and promising advancement. The caravan crested a low hill 12 li from Weiyang at the hour the sun was turning the frost on the road into a gold film. Shu Kuzhin, who had been riding a Weiyang escort with Tanbei and Yin Hashan, saw the glint of the second wagon's iron bracket through the black pine. She slowed her horse without looking at the caravan. Tan, she said not loudly. I see. Yin. Ready. We are being watched from the ridge. 2 of them. 1 crossbow. He is not a disciple. He is a hired man. His shard is not Azure Cloud. Tan, who could not see but who had learned to hear Shu Kuzhin's readings like a second kind of sight, nodded. He did not reach for a weapon. He walked his horse forward at the same pace he had been walking. Yin slid the cart pole of Weiyang's little wagon a hand's breadth to his left, not enough to threaten, enough to change the wagon's weight, so that if the crossbow bolt came it would strike the iron rim of the wheel rather than his ribs. The bolt came. It struck the iron rim. It sang off and buried itself in a pine 4 paces away. Stop, Tin said, and pointed his forearm at the ridge. The Azure Cloud Junior Elder, who had been on the ridge with 2 of the inner disciples and not the hired crossbow, The crossbow was a concession from their hidden second paymaster, and the junior elder had been told the crossbow would fire only a warning, swore in a whisper, and drew his sword. The inner disciples, who did not know about the second letter and thought the junior elder had lost his mind, drew theirs because they had been trained to draw when an elder drew. The ambush, such as it was now begun. It lasted for minutes. Tan's forearm-routed strike took the junior elder down inside the first 30 seconds. Because the junior elder was used to fighting men who formed hand seals, and Tan had never once formed a hand seal in his life. Yan's large frame absorbed 2 full sword cuts on the flat of his upper arm without breaking skin, because the shard that had been compressed into a standard thundering oak template 2 years ago was now spread across the whole large surface of him, and a sword cut meant for a human-sized man made no purchase on a wall. Xianxia did not fight. She stood at Yan's left, her hands folded at her belt, and she called, for Tan and for Yan. The exact second each Azure Cloud disciple was going to strike, 3/4 of a second ahead of the strike itself, in the even practical voice of a woman reading numbers from a ledger. She called 7 strikes. 6 missed. The 7th, which Xianxia did not call because she saw it coming and chose not to warn Tan in time. A calculated betrayal of the plan, the first such since she had confessed her handler threads, struck Tan across the upper ribs and opened a cut that would need any I Ching's best plaster and a full night of sleep to close. The caravan scattered. The hired crossbow vanished uprich. The junior elder, holding his own shoulder where Tan had struck it, backed his horse down the far slope without a word. Tan, bleeding at the ribs, turned his horse back toward Wei Yang. He did not look at Xianxia. He said only, "You did that on purpose." "I did." "Why?" "Because," Xianxia said, "you have been walking for 7 days as if no blade could ever touch you. And you have been getting into the habit of walking in front of Master Su when arrows come. And if you do not learn what a missed block feels like before the next ambush, you're going to take one for him that does not miss, and he will break. I am a listening shard now. I am listening to you. You have to feel this one. I am sorry." Tan rode in silence for half a li. Then he said, "Tell me next time, before you do it. I will tell you after. If I tell you before, it will not work." Tan, to her great relief, did not answer that at all. They rode back to Wei Yang at a steady pace. When they arrived at the gate, Su was already waiting on the steps with any I Ching's plaster kit, and he said nothing about the wound, and he said nothing about Xianxia. But later that night, in the main hall, with the hearth low and only Jiang Mingli present to overhear, he laid his hand on Xianxia's shoulder and said, "Let me see. You chose correctly, and it will be the last time you choose correctly at Tan's expense without telling him first." "Yes. Yes, master." "Good," Su said. He took his hand back. He did not mention the ambush to Elder Feng Qiu in any of the several polite reports he sent to Azure Cloud that week, because he already knew that Feng Qiu had not ordered it. He also did not mention it to the magistrate. He wrote, instead, a quiet letter to Auntie Mai, the woman who ran the tea house at the foot of the Weiyang Hill, asking her, as a favor, whether she might listen for any unusual travelers on the South Road that week. He had noticed Auntie Mai's monthly envelopes had gotten heavier in the last 2 months. He did not yet know who was paying her, but he knew that if he asked her a kind question in the right voice, she would eventually, not this week, not next, tell him, because Auntie Mai had raised 3 boys of her own and had not yet met a person who ran toward her, and Su Wanjiang was such a person. Chapter 29. Ji Lianhai came back at night. He came on foot, alone, up the east road in the cold hour before the moon. He had no horse and no bag. His blue frost peak robe was torn at the shoulder and stained at the hem. He had a shallow cut above his right eyebrow that had stopped bleeding some hours ago and left a dark trail down the side of his face. He carried in both hands a small clay jar stoppered with wax. He was very visibly hurt. Xianxia, on watch, saw him coming from a quarter li. She rang the bell once. A soft single stroke, Wei Yang's signal for expected trouble, no alarm needed yet, and walked down to the gate. Tan Bei came from the main hall with his bandages still on. Yin Hashan came from the alchemy corner with Nio asleep on his shoulder. Pei Ruo came from the inner yard with her fingers already at her throat. Jiang Mingli came last, with her walking stick in her left hand and one of her 4 knives held, unseen, in her right sleeve. Ji Lianhai stopped at the gate. He bowed. "Delegate Su," he said. "I am sorry." "Let me see," Su said. He came down the 3 steps. He did not open his sight. He had learned, in the weeks since the symposium, never to open his sight on Ji Lianhai unless Jiang Mingli gave a specific sign that he should, and Jiang Mingli was, at this moment, standing very still and not giving the sign. "What happened?" Su said. "I was told," Ji Lianhai said, and his voice caught once, to recover Tan Bei. I was told you were keeping him under duress. I was told the ambush was Wei Yang's, not ours, and that the junior elder was dead at Wei Yang's hands. When I arrived at the border, I learned all three of those things were false. I turned back. My escort, my own sex escort, attacked me on the road. I took this, he touched the cut above his eye, from my own junior brother's sword. I walked the last 16 li. I am carrying what I was told to collect. I wish to give it back. He held out the small clay jar. Su did not take it. Jiang Mingli, without moving her feet, stepped to Su's left shoulder. What is in the jar? Su said. A charm. A frost peak charm. 4. Ji Lianhai closed his eyes for a long breath. For dissolving a small thing on a cord around a man's neck. I was told it would feel warm when it was close enough to the object. It felt warm at the inn this morning. I set it down on the bed and left it there all afternoon so that it would not feel warm anymore. I walked the rest of the way with it in my hand. It is cold now. I believe it is spent. Let me see, Su said. His hand went, without his meaning to the small shape beneath his collar. The iron ring, under his fingers, was its ordinary cold rust. I did not use it, Ji Lianhai said. I know. I could have used it at the symposium. I know. I will go, Ji Lianhai said. I came here only to return it. I have failed my sect. I have failed whatever the second part of my errand was. I do not know who gave me the second letter. I do not know who paid the junior elder on the ridge. I know only that I was told lies. I am sorry. I will not trouble you again. Jiang Mingli said, stay. Ji Lianhai turned his head. Stay. Jiang Mingli said, and it was not an invitation. It was the voice of a sect daughter who had, for the first time in the conversation, understood what was in front of her. Tonight only. In the gatehouse. Not the main hall. Nei Qing will look at your cut. You will not come within 20 paces of Master Su until morning. At morning we will decide what to do with you. Do you agree? Ji Lianhai bowed. He did not answer in words. He walked with Shu Kuzhin to the small stone gatehouse at the south edge of the compound, and he sat on the low bench inside it. And he did not move until Nei Qing came to clean the cut, and he slept there that night, with the jar on the stone floor beside him and his blue robe folded over the footboard. Su did not sleep. He sat on the threshold of the main hall with his hand around the iron ring under his collar and his left eye bleeding a slow thin line into the cloth Jiang Mingli kept handing him without being asked, and he thought, as clearly as he had ever thought anything in his life, that his fatal flaw had cost him today. Not the flaw of taking Ji Lianhai at the symposium. That had been calculated. The flaw of refusing, even now, to walk to the gatehouse and ask, face to face, the one question Jiang Mingli had not asked. Who are you really working for? He could not ask. He could not ask because Ji Lianhai was, in Su's specific idiom, broken, and Su Wanjiang could not refuse a broken person, even now, even when the broken person was almost certainly a planted weapon. He sat on the threshold and he did not go to the gatehouse. And he knew, with the clean pain of a man watching a debt accumulate at a rate he could not pay, that this would cost him again. Not tonight. Some other night. Let me see, he said aloud, very quietly, to the courtyard, which was empty, and the courtyard said nothing back. Chapter 30. Morning came cold. A thin frost had laid down on the flagstones in the night. Jiang Mingli, who had slept not at all, opened the main hall shutters at the first gray of the east and boiled water for the kettle before any of the disciples were awake. At the first proper hour, Su called the 7 of them to the main hall. Hung Zairu came too, uninvited, and sat down at the far end of the low table as if he had always been invited. None of them objected. Ji Lianhai was not present. Jiang Mingli had walked, at dawn, to the gatehouse, and had asked Ji Lianhai to remain there for another hour. He had agreed. Su sat at the head of the table. The iron ring was on the table in front of him, on its black cord. The small clay jar was beside it, stoppered, cold. Let me see, Su said. I was going to ask what each of you would do about the jar. I am going to ask, instead, what each of you would do about the man who brought it. He is in the gatehouse. He has admitted his errand, returned the weapon, and asked to leave. He is broken. He is also a frost peak heir. My own inclination is to let him stay. My inclination is the problem. So I am asking you. Silence. Tan Bei, whose ribs were bandaged, but who sat straight, said, keep him. He is wounded. We do not send wounded men away from Weiyang. Yin Hashan, big and slow, said, keep him. He has the face of a man who has not been kept by anyone. Nei Qing, whose hands were still stained from last night's plaster, said, keep him. But do not let him into my formulary. Shu Kuzhin said, send him away. Su looked at her. Send him away, she said again. He is not here to hurt you directly. He is not here to hurt me. He is here to be caught. He was built to be caught. Every frost peak charm he carries, every torn sleeve, every visible wound. He was made so that we would have exactly this meeting. I am a listening shard. I am listening to the whole pattern. His handler wants him inside Wei Yang. If we keep him, we have been beaten. And if we send him away, his handler loses a tool, and Ji Lianhai goes back to a sect that will execute him for failing. I am not asking you to do a kind thing, Master. I am asking you to do the correct thing. I am asking you to send him away knowing that it will kill him. A very long silence. Pei Ruo had not written in the dust for 3 weeks. She walked, now, to the low wooden box where she kept her signing sticks, and she took one out. She crossed the main hall. She crouched at the patch of fine sand Su had allowed her, at her request, to keep beside the hearth, a small indoor dust patch she used when the courtyard was frozen. She wrote, slowly, her hand shaking a little with the cold. He is a symptom. Treat the disease. Su read it. He read it again. He looked up. Let me see, he said. What does that mean? Pei Ruo wrote underneath. The 9 Sects Compact. Su set down the cloth Jiang Mingli had been handing him all night. He put his 2 palms flat on the low table. He looked, one at a time, at each of the 7 faces, and hung Zairu's, and did not speak for a long slow beat. Something, in the angle of how he was seeing this morning, had changed. He had not advanced a rank. He had not grafted anything new. But he had been, until now, fighting a man called Feng Qiu and an unknown man in a white tower and a young man with a beautiful face on a cold road. 3 individual problems, 3 individual answers. Pei Ruo, with her 2 lines of fine sand, had told him what problem he was really in. He was not in a problem with 3 men. He was in a problem with an institution. He was in a political war, and he had been in one since the moment Feng Qiu had laid his sword down on the Azure Cloud Council floor and said, "We have a rival." He had been, these many weeks, solving it one man at a time. That was why it kept growing back. Tan, he said, keep Ji Lianhai in the gatehouse, as Jiang Mingli has said. Do not let him into the main hall. Do not let him near me. Do not send him away. Jiang Mingli, find me a courier we can trust to carry 1 letter to 1 inner elder of each of the 9 sects, not a sect leader, not an inner disciple, an elder of the middle rank. Shu Kejin, I need you to teach me, in the next 6 weeks, every name you know in the 9 Sects Compact, and every name their handlers are watching. Pei Ruo Su stopped. He walked around the table, and he crouched beside Pei Ruo, and he looked at the 2 lines of fine sand. Pei Ruo, he said, very quietly, thank you. I had been going to spend a year chasing Ji Lianhai. You have given me back a year. Pei Ruo signed, very lightly, you always give me back more. Su laughed, once, hoarse. Later that afternoon, when the sun had come up over the pines and the frost had melted off the flagstones, Su walked, alone, down to the small stone gatehouse. He did not go inside. He stood outside the low door. He said, Ji Lianhai, delegate. You will stay here. You will sleep in this house. You will eat at the kitchen door. You will not come into the main compound without an escort. You will not be beaten. You will not be questioned. You will not be released. In 6 weeks, we will either trust you, or we will return you to your sect with a public letter explaining why. Either outcome will cost you. I am sorry for both of them. A long quiet. Then Ji Lianhai's voice, through the door. Thank you, Delegate Su. I am not a delegate to you anymore. I am a man who has kept you out of the main hall because I do not yet know what you are. I want to be a delegate to you again. I cannot yet. That is my fault and yours at once. I understand. Let me see, Su said, and stopped, and did not finish. He walked away up the slope, back to the main hall, and when he reached the threshold, the iron ring at his neck, which had been cold all morning, warmed against his collarbone for the 2nd time in 3 weeks. He did not tell anyone about it. He did, that night, write the first of 9 letters. Chapter 31. The Whitewater Elder came to Weiyang on a quiet road at a quiet hour in a plain brown robe that had no Whitewater sigil anywhere on it. She arrived on foot at the south gate, which was the gate nobody watched because the south road from Whitewater crossed 2 ridges and a marsh and was not supposed to be walkable to a woman of 63. She had walked it anyway, over 7 nights, sleeping in farmers' woodsheds and never in an inn, eating the dried pears she had carried out of Whitewater's inner storehouse in a cloth bag at her belt. Her name was Wei Lan, and she was an inner sect elder, and she had not told anyone in Whitewater that she was leaving. She had left, in her private apartments, a copy of the sect's inner archive key and a 1-line note that said, I have gone to think. Shu Kejin, on watch, saw her coming up the last rise through the early morning mist. She was the only Weiyang disciple who would have recognized her. Shu Kejin had spent 3 years as a Whitewater informant before being sent to spy on Weiyang. And in that time, she had seen Wei Lan at 4 inner-sect gatherings and had memorized, as every junior informant memorized, the walk of every inner elder. She rang the bell twice. Weiyang's signal for a dignitary of the old sort. unarmed, approached with courtesy, and walked down to meet her. "Elder Wei," she said. "I am not an elder anymore," said Wei Lan. "As of 4 nights ago. Is this Wei Yang?" "It is." "Is Master Su at home?" "He is not, Master. He insists on that. But he is here." Wei Lan's mouth did a small thing that was not a smile. "I am glad to hear he insists." Su received her at the low table in the main hall. He did not open his sight on her. He poured her tea in the ordinary way. He said nothing until she had drunk half of it. "Elder Wei," he said. "Not elder." "Wei Lan." "Yes." "Let me see," Su said. And he looked, with the ordinary kind of attention, at the plain brown robe and the walk-through sandals and the face of a woman who had for 40 years taught the geometry she was now walking away from. "You have come to ask to teach here." "I have." "Why?" Wei Lan set down the cup. 3 weeks ago," she said, "Whitewater expelled a boy named Dewey. He was 15 years old. He had a birthmark the shape of a crescent on the inside of his right thigh. The inner council ruled the birthmark was a deviation from the template. The boy wept at the expulsion ceremony. I voted for the expulsion. I voted for it because I have voted for every expulsion for 40 years, and I did not know, 40 years ago, that I was going to be the kind of woman who votes for every expulsion." Dewey was, by the way, the best reader of lattice variation in his cohort. He could look at another disciple and tell you which shard was about to crack before anyone else could feel it. "We expelled him for a birthmark." "Did you find him?" "He hanged himself from a willow tree 8 li from Whitewater's south gate, 4 nights ago. I cut him down. I could not bring him back. I washed him and I laid him in a farmer's cart, and I carried him to his mother, who lives in a village I could not tell Whitewater the name of even if they asked." She did not cry. Her voice, when she said this, was flat and practiced. "I am not here," Wei Lan said, "to expiate Dewey. He is beyond expiation. I am here because your public demonstrations on this hillside have reached Whitewater. I have read 2 pages of a treatise your archivist wrote in a sect that does not exist anymore. If what I have read is true, if you are teaching young people that their birthmarks are not deviations, then I am at the end of my work as a Whitewater elder, and I have perhaps half of another career left. I would like to spend it here, as an instructor, not as a disciple. I do not want to be reshaped. I am too old to be reshaped. I want to teach what I already know to people who will not be expelled for listening." Su drank his own tea. He set the cup down. "Let me see," he said. "You will bring Whitewater's inner enemies with you." "Yes." "You will hemorrhage talent from your sect for as long as you are here." "Yes." "Whitewater will retaliate. Whitewater will hesitate first, because Whitewater hesitates before it moves, and then yes, retaliate. Not against me. Against you. I am aware of this." "Very well," Su said. "You may teach here, Wei Lan. Under one condition. You do not vote on any expulsion of any Wei Yan disciple. Ever. Not as an instructor, not as a friend, not in any room I am in. Is that acceptable?" "Yes," Wei Lan said. She did not hesitate on it. She had, in the 7 nights of her walk, already agreed to that condition privately with herself. 3 days later, a second expelled Whitewater inner disciple arrived at Wei Yang with a letter of introduction in Wei Lan's own hand. Then a third. By the end of the second week, 5. Whitewater's inner council met, on emergency footing, for the first time in 19 years. Hung Zairu, at his archivist's desk in Wei Yang's main hall, wrote, in a careful ledger, each name as each disciple arrived. He did not say, aloud, that the ledger had begun. Chapter 32. The instruction from Shu Kajin's handler arrived folded into the bottom of a crate of dried plums delivered to Wei Yang by a merchant who did not know the crate had been tampered with. The merchant was an honest man who had been selling plums at Wei Yang for 3 seasons. Shu Kajin found the folded paper because she had been looking for it for 6 weeks, because Su had asked her, gently, after the Ji Lianhai night, to be a listening shard for her own old channels, and she had agreed, and she had been expecting her handler's next contact. The paper read, morning of the first new moon. Tea. 1 dose. You will feel nothing yourself. He will not reach the second cup. Shu Kajin read it once. She did not cry. She did not shake. She walked out of the kitchen and across the courtyard and into the main hall, and she laid the paper on the low table in front of Su without saying a word. Su read it. He read it again. He laid it down. He said, "Let me see, Master," Shu Kajin said. "Let me see. The date is 5 days from now." "Yes, Master." "You brought me the paper before the date." "Yes, Master." "That is the entire meaning of what you have done here. Do you understand that?" Shu Kajin, to her own surprise, made a small sound that was not a word. Her hands, which she had been holding flat against her thighs in the correct informant posture she had been taught 9 years ago at Whitewater, came up to her face. She did not cover her face. She held them at her cheeks, palms outward, as if feeling for a fire she had not known was close. Master, I am sorry. Su rose. He came around the table. He did not touch her. He stopped 2 paces away. He said, sit down. She sat on the flagstones, not at the table, because she had been trained to sit on the flagstones when addressed by a sect superior, and her body went where training sent it. Su sat on the flagstones across from her. Jiang Mingli, who had come silently to the doorway, did not enter. She waited. Shukijin, Su said, you have been my disciple for 3 months. In those 3 months I have watched you. You were already a listening shard before I reshaped anything. You were always a listening shard. Whitewater made you an informant because that was the use they had for what you already were. I reshaped your lattice because I wanted you to have your own use of yourself. Do you understand this? Yes. Now, the question in front of us is not whether you will poison my tea. You will not. The question is what we do with your handler. Shukijin shakily. I thought we should tell Whitewater. No. Whitewater did not give this order. Whitewater has not given me an order in 9 weeks. This is somebody else, going through my old channels. If I tell Whitewater, I burn a channel that we could use to find who the real somebody is. Correct, Su said. So what do? We poison the tea. Su blinked. With, Shukijin said, slowly, thinking it through for the first time, a mild sleeping draft. Any I Ching can make it. On the first morning of the new moon, you drink the first cup. You fall asleep at the table, as if you have been struck. I carry you, as instructed, to your room. I send a letter back through the old channel saying the deed is done. I wait to see who comes to Weiyang to collect the body. When they come, we catch them. Su looked at her for a long, slow moment. Let me see. You are very good at this. I was trained very well. And you will not be afraid of carrying my body. I will carry your body, master, with great care. And then I will make you a pot of the real tea afterward. And you will drink it. And you will scold me for not dosing you lightly enough, because any Aching will almost certainly misjudge the dose. Su laughed. It was a worn, tired laugh, but it was a real one. He stood. He walked back to his seat at the low table. He drank the rest of his morning tea, which was, at this hour, still entirely safe. And he looked at Shukijin, who had finally, for the first time, let her hands drop to her lap, and whose face was wet, and whose shoulders had gone loose in the way a body goes loose when it has released a weight it had been carrying unannounced. Shukijin. Master. Thank you. From this morning you are not my listening shard. You are Weiyang's counterintelligence. Go find Any I Ching. Tell her I said to give you whatever you need. Shukijin bowed. She left the main hall. In the doorway she passed Jiang Mingli, who put one hand on her shoulder very briefly, and did not say anything, and let her pass. Jiang Mingli came in, and sat down across from Su, and did not speak for 3 cups of water. Let me see, Su said at last. Yes, Jiang Mingli said. She could have taken the letter to someone else. She did not. That is the entire meaning of what she did. You do not trust her yet. I trust her more today than I trusted her yesterday. I trust her less than I will trust her in a year. A year is a long time to hold trust by the handful and let it grow at its own pace. I am prepared to. Let me see, so am I. Chapter 33 Wei Lan's first lesson at Weiyang was on water. She taught it to Yin Hashan and Any I Ching in the practice yard, on a cold, clear morning, and she taught it without drawing a single sword stroke. She held, in her cupped left hand, a small tin cup of water from the kitchen kettle. She held, in her cupped right hand, an empty cup. She said, pour from one to the other without spilling. Yin Hashan tried. He spilled. Any I Ching tried. She spilled more. Wei Lan, with the flat patience of a woman who had taught 2 generations of inner disciples, did it herself, slowly, in front of them, once, twice, 3 times. The tin cups made a small, clean chiming sound each time. Not a drop escaped. On the 4th pour she said, the lattice inside you that makes you able to pour tea from one cup into another cup is the same lattice that lets you read a blow coming. You know this in your hands. You do not yet know it in the places you call your cultivation. I am going to teach you how to find the same lattice in both places. Watch again. Su, from the colonnade, watched too. He had been, at Hung Zairu's gentle insistence, sitting down more lately. The corner of his left eye, which had bled a stripe the morning of little Nyo's broken pillar climb, now bled a slow, continuous line whenever he kept his sight open for more than a quarter hour. He had his sight open now. Wei Lan, as she poured the water, was in his sight a long, slow coil of shards, almost the same spiral shape as Hung Zairu's, but coiled tighter, more formally, trained by an older school. And she was, he saw, with a small shock, carrying, in her right-hand perception shard, a technique that Whitewater had spent 40 years refining, a pouring technique, a way of holding a liquid suspended by attention rather than by the cup. She was pouring water from one cup to another, and the water was not in the cups. It was, for an imperceptible flicker between cups, held by the air of her attention itself. It was a technique no sect other than Whitewater had ever refined. It was the kind of technique that in 3,000 years of lattice history had never crossed a sect boundary. Su reached, from where he sat. He did not graft. A graft would have broken the moment it touched Wei Lan's lattice, because Wei Lan was not his disciple and had not bonded. He did something else. He opened, in his own lattice, in the tiny spiral at the edge of it he had not yet named, a small empty space, a kind of mirror, and he let Wei Lan's pouring shape fall into it. It did not fall in. It copied in. The mirror filled. The spiral rotated once. His own right hand, in his lap, twitched in the small precise motion Wei Lan had been making for 4 years. The corner of his left eye bled hard. Not a stripe. A flood. Jiang Mingli, who had been watching from the kitchen doorway, moved fast across the colonnade with a new cloth. She pressed it to his eye. She did not speak. Su said, between breaths, "Let me see, don't talk." I mirrored her. I saw. She does not know I did. She will feel it if she looks at you. Do not let her look at you until your eye is closed. Yes. Jiang Mingli pressed harder. Wei Lan, below them in the yard, poured her water cup once more, did not spill, handed the cups to Yin Hashan, and said, "Now you." She did not look at the colonnade. She had, at her seniority, long since learned not to look at the gallery while teaching. Su sat with his eye closed, breathing slowly, the cloth pressed against the bone. He felt, inside him, the new tiny mirror. It was empty again. Wei Lan's pouring shape had not stayed. It had passed through and gone. But the mirror was there. It could accept shapes now. It could not yet hold them, but it could accept them. The 5th door in the room had opened. Mirrored rank. The 6th of 10. Tell me the cost, Jiang Mingli said, very quietly. I cannot read right now. Tell me later. Yes. Later, in the main hall with the shutters drawn, Su sat with Jiang Mingli and Hung Zairu and counted. The left eye had dimmed by a measurable degree. The small character on the far wall Hung Zairu held up was now, to Su's left eye alone, a blur. His right eye still read it. His sleep debt, already ragged, had accumulated another week. And he noticed this with a new kind of slow fear. He had not felt, during the mirroring, any of the warmth of the iron ring at his collar, which had been warming, in small silences, for the last several weeks. He had been, for that quarter hour, less aware of it. He did not know what that meant. He noted it on the inside cover of Hung Zairu's first ledger, in the margin, in a hand Hung Zairu would later read and frown at, and then not mention. You will not mirror again for 1 month, Jiang Mingli said. Do you agree? Yes. Are you lying? No. Good. Hung Zairu, with his thin dry laugh, set down his brush and said, Young master, you have become, in 2 months, capable of something the Whitewater Inner Council would have killed 40 of their own to prevent. You will want to mirror again. You will want to mirror tomorrow. You will have to make a rule with yourself about when. I will, Su said. The rule is, mirror only from a disciple, not from an outside cultivator. Never from an outside cultivator except in an emergency that would otherwise kill a disciple. Do you hear me? Su heard him. He nodded. He did not, that night, tell even Jiang Mingli that he had, for a long private moment after the mirroring, felt Wei Lan's entire life pass through him. Her 40 years of votes, her husband who had died, her 2 pupils she still thought about on the 1st of each month, Do E in the willow tree, and that he had, against every lesson his grandfather had ever taught him, wept. He would tell her in the morning. Tonight, he wanted the weeping to be his own. Chapter 34. The compact's second move of the new moon was administrative. Huashun did not write the order himself. He had, as always, a clerk, but the order went out on the cold morning after the failed poisoning, which had, by Shu Kajin's sleeping draft plan, succeeded exactly long enough for a compact courier to arrive at the tea house at the foot of the hill with the question of whether the deed had been done, be told by Auntie Mai that yes, a great disturbance had been seen up the hill at dawn, and ride back south at a gallop. Auntie Mai had, by then, received her 4th heavier-than-usual envelope, and she had also, for days before, received a single visit from Su Wanjiang, who had sat in her tea house for 3/4 of an hour and had not ordered tea and had not spoken of Wei Yang, and had said only, on his way out, Auntie, if you ever need something that a good neighbor can give you, you know where to ask. And the good neighbor is not going to ask you where your envelopes come from, even though he knows. The good neighbor knows you have grandchildren. Auntie Mai had not answered. She had, however, cried in her back kitchen for an hour after he left. The courier who arrived 2 dawns later received from her mouth exactly the observation Huashun had paid for. Auntie Mai had decided she could not yet betray Huashun's envelope. She had also decided she would no longer, going forward, add to it. That would have to be enough. The order from the compact was not to kill Su Wanjiang. Hua Shun, who had just had his assassin fail, understood that an assassination at this precise moment would be read by the civilian magistrates as confirmation of everything Wei Yong had implied at the symposium. The order was, instead, to declare heresy on Wei Yong's nearest ally. Redcliffe School was a minor civil academy 60 li east of Wei Yong. Its head, a short, thick-shouldered woman named Zhu Ping, owed Su the sum total of her youngest son's life, which was not a small debt. Su had walked through Redcliffe one afternoon 6 weeks ago on his way back from the plum merchant's village and had, on the threshold of Zhu Ping's son's sick room, seen the boy's lattice and had, without payment, spent 3 hours in that room reshaping 2 of the boy's shards. The boy had lived. Zhu Ping had offered Su a gift of 3 horses. Su had refused the horses. He had asked, instead, whether Redcliffe might, if ever he needed a neighbor's kindness, consider lending him the reputation of Redcliffe's name. Zhu Ping had said yes without understanding what she was agreeing to. Now Redcliffe was a heretic. The notice arrived at Zhu Ping's academy on a gray morning, carried by a compact courier with 2 escorts. It was read aloud in Zhu Ping's own small main hall in front of her 7 instructors and her 43 disciples. It said that Redcliffe, by association with a civil institution called Wei Yong which had been found to harbor doctrinal deviation, was hereby given 30 days to formally disavow all connection with the said institution, return any Wei Yong associated texts, and forbid any Redcliffe disciple from studying at Wei Yong, on penalty of compact designation as a heretical school. Zhu Ping listened to the notice to the end. She did not invite the courier to tea. She said, "I understand the notice. Do you have a reply?" "I do." Zhu Ping walked, slowly, to her own altar, a small stone altar at the back of her main hall, on which sat a porcelain cup her grandmother had made, and she picked up the cup, and she carried it to the courier, and she set it on the floor at his feet. "Tell the compact," she said, "that Redcliffe thanks them for their concern. Redcliffe will not disavow Wei Yong. Redcliffe will not return any Wei Yong text, because Redcliffe owns none. Redcliffe will continue to permit any disciple of Redcliffe who wishes to study at Wei Yong to do so. Please take this cup to the compact as a formal courtesy. It is my grandmother's. It is the most precious object I own. I send it so that the compact will know that Redcliffe has understood the seriousness of the notice and has replied in kind." The courier did not take the cup. He mounted his horse. He rode out. 2 weeks later, the notice of heresy was formally issued. Redcliffe was the first institution in 100 years to be so designated by the compact. Zhu Ping, the morning after the notice was posted, walked the 60 li to Wei Yong on foot, arrived at the south gate at dusk, and said to Shu Kajin, "I need a room. I can pay." Su met her in the main hall. He bowed. "Let me see. I am sorry." "Do not be sorry. Be useful. What do you need?" "I need to know whether Redcliffe can continue teaching. I have 43 disciples and 7 instructors. None of them want to leave Redcliffe. If the civilian magistrates uphold the compact's designation, my institution will be torn down in a season." "Let me see," Su said. "The magistrates will not uphold it. They upheld my demonstration at Wei Yong last month. They have not forgotten. The compact's designation has no civilian weight until a magistrate gives it weight. The compact is betting that one magistrate will. So we must, in the next 30 days, visit every magistrate between here and Redcliffe and give them each a reason to refuse. That is a great many dinners." "Yes." Zhu Ping, to Su's surprise, laughed, a short barking laugh, the laugh of a woman who had been ready to weep and had been offered, instead, a road she could walk. "I will have my wife send the good wine ahead. Let me see. I will have Jiang Mingli draft the dinner list." "Young master." Zhu Ping bowed at the depth of ally to ally. "Redcliffe will ride with Wei Yong for as long as Redcliffe can." Chapter 35. Jiang Mingli's sister's letter came at the first of the next month, and it was very good. That was the first thing Jiang Mingli said about it, sitting on the edge of the low wooden bed in her small private room at Wei Yong, with the letter open in her lap, and Su Wanjiang sitting on the floor beside the bed, because there was only the one wooden stool in her room, and she had offered it to him, and he had said no. "It is very good," she said. "That is the problem." "Let me see," Su said. "My sister writes in short plain sentences, Su. She does not use flourishes. She does not quote poetry. She does not talk about the seasons. She does not open with greetings. She did, once, write me a letter the year before her loyalty trial that began with a proverb about the weather, and that was the only flourish I have ever read from her pen, and she wrote it at my father's dictation, and I knew that the moment I saw it. This letter," she held it up, "opens with a proverb about the rain. The rain. My sister has not, in her life, written the word rain." "What does it say?" "It says," Jiang Mingli read, Elder sister, the rain has come late to Azure Cloud this year, and the plum tree outside your old window has only the 3 blossoms you always said were the prettiest. I am well. I think of you on the mornings when the rain is new. I have been given leave to write this. I ask of you only one thing. Come home. Come home before the winter rains break the plum tree. I am afraid of the winter. Come home. Let me see. It is not my sister. It is my sister's hand, but it is not my sister. It is a letter my father would write for her if he were pretending to be her. It is Huashun's rhetoric in Azure Cloud's voice. He has found my sister. He has told her what to write, or more likely he has written it himself and told her she must sign it. He has used the plum tree because it is the one detail he thought I would check. He did not check what time of year plum trees blossom. The Azure Cloud plum tree blossoms in spring, not winter. He wrote this in a hurry. Jiang Mingli's hands were shaking. She set the letter down so that Su would not see them shake. Su saw them shake. Let me see, Su said. He is trying to lure you home. He is trying to lure you home. Through me. He is assuming I will go, because my sister asked. He is assuming you will follow, because I am your retainer. He is assuming that once we are inside Azure Cloud's walls, he has us both. And he is not entirely wrong. He is right that I will want to go. He is right that you will want to follow. He is wrong only about the last part, which is where we let ourselves be held. Su looked at her for a long moment. She did not lift her hands from her lap. He did not reach for them. They sat, as they had sat many nights now, with the small space between them that neither of them had yet, in full daylight, chosen to close. Your sister is in danger, he said. Yes. We will not leave her there. No. But we will not walk in through Azure Cloud's front gate at Huashun's invitation. No. Let me see, Su said. We write back. We write a letter that reads, to my sister, exactly like a letter from the old Jiang Mingli, full of the flourishes my father always mocked in you, the weather metaphors, the poetry quotations, so that she will know, when she reads it, that you have understood that her letter was not hers. And we send a second letter, sealed inside the first, that she can open only if she is alone, and that says, he paused. That says what? That says we are coming. Are we? Yes. When? Not when Huashun expects. He has planned for 2 weeks. We will come in 3 months. He will have assumed, by then, that we did not believe the letter. He will have relaxed his watch. We will come through the small east door. You know the small east door. I grew up in Azure Cloud. I know every door. Su, very carefully, reached and put his hand over hers on the low bed. It was the first time he had touched her hand in daylight. She did not pull it away. Let me see, he said quietly. You are going to rescue your sister with me. And on the way there we are going to stop at 9 dinners with civilian magistrates to make sure the compact cannot retaliate against Wei Yang while we are gone. Yes. And on the way back. On the way back, said Jiang Mingli. You and I are going to have a conversation about what we are. It will happen once. We will not have it twice. I am warning you so that you have time to prepare what you are going to say. Su did not answer. He held her hand. In the corner of his left eye, which had dimmed further that morning, a thin line of blood began and was stopped, almost at once, by a cloth Jiang Mingli handed him with her free hand, as if she had been holding one ready all along. Somewhere above them, a north wind rose in the pines, and the iron ring at Su's collar, which had been cold all week, warmed once again, briefly, against his skin. He did not mention it. He held her hand. Chapter 36. The long map of the 3 prefectures was held down on the main hall table by 4 cups of cold tea, 1 stone paperweight shaped like a sleeping dog, and Jiang Mingli's hand at the upper corner where the paper kept trying to curl. The hearth had gone to embers. Nobody had remembered to feed it. The cold from the flagstones had come up through Su's boots and settled in his knees. Let me see, Su said, and traced a line from the Weiyang mark at the map's center, north to the nearest magistrate's seat, east to the second, south to the third. 3 short journeys. 3 men whose grandfathers he had looked up in Hung Zairu's archives, and whose debts and temperaments he had learned by heart. We invite them, not to take sides, to witness. To witness what, exactly, said Wei Lan. Wei Lan had been with Wei Yang 1 full month, and she spoke like a woman still accustomed to chairing councils, even-paced, patient with people slower than herself, surgical with the patient ones. She never said the word disciple. She said student. A reshaping, Su said. In daylight, in front of 3 magistrates and any sect elder who wants to come. We take a boy Azure Cloud called uncultivatable and we prove, in public, that the sect was wrong about him. You are handing Azure Cloud a second humiliation in public view, Hung Zairu said. The old scholar's fingers were yellow at the tips where he rolled his brush between thought and thought. That is how you start wars. They started the war, said Shu Cushion. She was standing, not sitting, by the window. She never sat at this table. Hua Shun has been running messages through 3 separate couriers this week. He is going to move against us whether we invite witnesses or not. The question is whether the magistrates see us with our robes on or with our throats cut. Pei Ruo's chalk was moving on the slate in her lap. She turned it around so Jiang Mingli could read first. She says, Jiang Mingli said, lifting her eyes, the demonstration is the shape of the argument. If we argue in the dark, we can only lose. If we argue in the light, Hua Shun has to argue the wall of the sun. Who is the boy? Wei Lan said. Fan Yu, Su said. 15 years old. Azure Cloud called him Mute Shard because he could not form the second seal on schedule. I visited his village 2 weeks ago. He was breaking rocks for roofing stone. He asked his grandmother's permission to speak to me, and then he was quiet for 20 minutes before he said yes. You have already asked him, Wei Lan said. Yes. Without asking us. Yes. Wei Lan nodded once, as if this was data. Good. Then we are not debating whether. We are debating how. She leaned over the map and tapped the northern magistrate's seat. Yuan Qin is a coward, but his wife reads letters on fitting, and she will make him come. Zhang Baishu is vain. Invite him last, so he thinks he was the one who was hardest to convince. Du Heng will come if a card is sent for him with good wine in it. He is an old drunk with a fair mind, which is a combination we should be willing to pay for. And the sect observers, Jiang Mingli said. All of them, Su said. Every sect that wants to send a witness. Azure Cloud will not be able to refuse without admitting cowardice. Frost Peak will send Ji Lianhai if he is still breathing, because Hua Shun will want a pair of eyes in the front row. Whitewater will send whomever the new faction allows. Even the Compact's arbiter, Jin Wuhua. If he asks, we let him in. That one, Wei Lan said, is the one I do not like. I know. Shu Kujin spoke from the window without turning. If Jin Wuhua comes, Hua Shun will already have decided what the outcome is. Jin is not sent to judge. He is sent to be seen judging. Let him be seen, Su said. We are going to do what we are going to do. He will see what he sees. What he reports is his problem. Jiang Mingli was watching Su across the map. Her hand had not moved from the upper corner. The boy, she said. Fan Yu, are you certain? Of his lattice? Yes. Of his courage? Less so. I will talk with him again the night before. If he is not ready, we do not force him. We find another. But the boy who asked his grandmother's permission to speak is a boy who has already been thinking about the shape of his own life. He will be ready. And the day, Hung Zairu said. He had his brush out now over a sheet of thin rice paper. The 10th day of the next month, Su said. A clear morning. Late enough that the magistrates can travel without their wives having to nag them. Early enough in the cycle that Hua Shun's fastest courier cannot reach us before the ink is dry. Invitations in my hand, Hung Zairu said. Copies from my files, said Shu Kujin. A card of wine for Du Heng, Wei Lan said. Leaves the day after tomorrow. Pei Ruo wiped her slate and wrote one more line. She held it up for all of them to read. She says, Jiang Mingli read. We should serve tea, not wine, to the magistrates who arrive sober. Su laughed, which he had not done in 3 days. He felt the dry break of it in his chest, a small good ache. The hearth popped once as a last ember surrendered. He bent and fed it a stick of pine. Let me see, he said to the slow flame. Tea for the sober, wine for the drunk, and the truth for both. Outside, along the eastern path, the wind moved through the pines and carried, for a moment, the dry sound of hooves on gravel, far off, not yet close. Somebody was riding toward Weiyang in the late afternoon. Jiang Mingli had heard it too. She looked at Su. He looked back. That, he said, will be Fan Yu's grandmother. She said she would come herself to deliver him. She did not trust the cart. Good, said Jiang Mingli. I like her already. The hooves came closer. Su straightened, knees protesting, and went to the door. Chapter 37. Fan Yu's grandmother was a woman of perhaps 70 with hands like a pair of old tools and a mouth set in a line that had, at some point in her life, stopped being surprised by anything. She arrived in a small cart driven by a neighbor. She drank 1 cup of tea, handed her grandson over with a nod rather than an embrace, and told Su Wanjiang, on the threshold of the main hall, that if he broke the boy she would walk back on foot and break him. Yes, madam, said Su. Good, she said. She turned the cart around. She was gone before sunset. Fan Yu stayed. He was a narrow boy with long hands and quiet eyes. He ate 1 bowl of rice that night, and said thank you between each bite, which was his way. Su did not reshape him yet. He let him sleep in the small east room for 9 nights. Let him train lightly under Tan Bei's supervision. Let him meet little Nyo, who promptly named him Tall Yu, which, given Fan Yu's height, was a small and useful kindness. By the 9th night, Su had watched the boy's lattice long enough to understand what Azure Cloud had done to it. They had tried to force a second seal on a lattice that had no surface for one, and when the seal would not hold, they had judged the lattice defective and the boy useless. The truth was simpler. Fan Yu's lattice had never wanted a second seal. It had wanted one very good first seal and nothing more. On the morning of the 10th day, the 3 magistrates arrived in 3 different carts. Yuankan came first, dragged by his wife, who stepped down before him and arranged her husband's robes, and handed him a small cup of water with a hand that said, "Do not embarrass me." Zhang Baishu came in a painted carriage with 2 attendants and took longer to dismount than any living man needed to. Du Hong arrived on a mule, alone, carrying a jug and looking quietly amused with the morning. The sect observers came behind them. Azure Cloud had sent 3 junior inner disciples under Elder Feng Qiu's name, which was a cowardice Su noted and filed. Frost Peak had sent Ji Lianhai, as predicted, which was a fact that troubled Jiang Mingli enough that she did not meet the man's eyes when he bowed. Whitewater had sent nobody. 2 minor sects had sent observers who kept to the back. And at the far edge of the courtyard, arriving last, a man in plain gray with a sword he did not touch, Jian Wuhua, arbiter of the compact. He did not announce himself. He did not need to. Su bowed to everyone to the exact depth his grandfather had taught him. He served tea. He explained, without flourish and without apology, what they were about to watch. "This is Fan Yu," he said. He was expelled by Azure Cloud sect for being, in their words, uncultivatable. They meant that his lattice would not accept the second of their standard 7 seals. He turned to Fan Yu, who stood behind him with his long hands folded. "Tell them, boy." "I tried," Fan Yu said. His voice was steady. "I tried for 8 years. It would not hold. I broke 3 tools in the breaking." "Let me see," Su said, and held out his hand. Fan Yu took his hand. What followed was not a spectacle. It was closer to a medical examination done in silence. Su held the boy's wrist for a long 3 breaths. His left eye, over which he had tied a plain cloth, did not leak today. His right eye moved as if reading. He let go. "His lattice," Su said, to the magistrates, loudly enough to carry to the back, "was never designed to hold 7 seals. It was designed to hold 1 seal and to send the work of the other 6 out along the arm. Azure Cloud tried to force it into a shape it was not. I will now unforce it." He took Fan Yu's wrist again. He did one thing, small, with his fingers that nobody could see, and Fan Yu drew a short, sharp breath as if a cold hand had moved through his chest. Then, without any visible drama, the boy's shoulders settled. His face changed. It was the face of a man who has just put down a weight he has been carrying since he was 7. "Now," Su said, "we test." The stone had been set in the middle of the courtyard the night before. A river stone of the kind for men could barely roll. Su had measured its weight against the average inner disciple lattice of Azure Cloud with care. For of Azure Cloud's own inner disciples, volunteers brought by their elder, tried first. The stone did not move for any of them. The 4th, red in the face, snapped his belt trying. "Fan Yu," Su said. The boy stepped forward. He did not swagger. He set his hands on the stone. He breathed 1 breath in and 1 breath out. He lifted the stone to his shoulder. The courtyard was quiet in the way courtyards are quiet at funerals. Yuan Kan's wife had 1 hand against her mouth. Du Hong had set his jug down on the flagstones and forgotten about it. Zhang Baishu looked, briefly, like a man who has just understood that the story he has been telling about the world is not a story he can keep telling. Fan Yu set the stone back down. He bowed to the magistrates. He walked back to stand behind Su. "That is the demonstration," Su said. "No more. No tricks. No miracles. A boy whose lattice was misjudged by a sect that did not bother to look at it has just lifted a stone 4 of that sect's own inner disciples could not. You are magistrates. You know what you saw. I ask nothing of you today beyond that you remember it." He bowed. He stepped back. At the edge of the courtyard, Jian Wuhua had not moved. His face was not readable, but when his eyes met Su's, very briefly, across the 3 magistrates' backs, there was a flicker in them, not of agreement, but of a man whose private arithmetic has just been disturbed. That night, Fan Yu ate 2 bowls of rice. He said thank you only once, because little Nio told him that twice was too many. Chapter 38. The edict arrived 5 days later, carried by a rider whose horse had been driven too hard over too long a distance. The rider himself was pale with dust and lack of sleep. He refused tea. He would not dismount. He handed the folded paper to Hung Ziru at the gate and turned his horse back the way it had come without a word, which was itself a message. Hung Ziru brought the paper to the main hall with the dust of the rider's road still on his sleeves. "Let me see," Su said. He read it once. He read it a second time, slower. He set it face down on the table. "It is what we expected," Jiang Mingli said. "Say it anyway," said Wei Lan. "The 9 sects compact, under the seal of sect leader Huashun and co-signed by 3 sect heads, has formally invoked the second clause of the compact and declared Weiyang Terrace a heretical cult. The compact has demanded, under its authority, that the magistrates of this and the neighboring 2 prefectures disband us. It gives them 10 days. It offers troops to assist. And, said Wei Lan. And, Su said, the demonstration worked. Or we would not be getting this today. We would have been getting assassins tonight. 10 days, said Shu Kajin from the window, is not troops to assist. It is troops to arrive. He has already sent them. They are 3, perhaps 4 days behind this rider. I know, said Su. The magistrates replied faster than the compact had expected them to. Yuan Can's wife wrote Yuan Can's reply herself and signed it with his seal, and it said, in polite language, that the prefecture of Liang could find no evidence of heresy in the public demonstration witnessed by its magistrate and would not lend its constables to the disbanding of a legally purchased private academy. Zhang Baishu's reply came next, an hour later. It was longer and more self-important, and it said, in substance, the same thing, with 3 more flourishes and 1 allusion to an ancestor. Du Heng's reply arrived last, written in what was clearly his own hand at what was clearly a bad angle, on a single sheet of rough paper. It said only, I was there. You were not. My answer is no. The 3 replies went to the compact by 3 different couriers on the same morning. For the first time in 140 years, civilian authority in 3 adjoining prefectures had publicly contradicted the 9 sects compact on the same day on the same matter. Weiyang Terrace did not celebrate. Su forbade it. He said, at the evening meal, only this. Let me see. We have won a small thing. The compact has lost a large thing. Both facts will be punished. The troops did not come. They turned back at the border of Liang Prefecture when news of Yuan Can's reply reached their commander. It turned out, Hung Zairu confirmed 3 days later, that the commander had a cousin expelled 6 years ago from Thundering Oak, and the cousin was teaching children in a village 2 days' ride east of Weiyang. Nobody had told the commander this before. Somebody had made sure he heard of it now. Shu Kejin, asked directly, looked out the window and said nothing, which was her way of saying yes. Huashin's second move came the following week in the form of a poem. It was printed on broadsheets and pasted in 4 cities within the same day. The poem accused Weiyang, without naming it, of corrupting the young, of degrading the natural hierarchy of the lattice, and of being, the poem's best line, a market where the broken are sold back to themselves at a profit. It was a good poem. Hung Zairu read it twice and said, we are going to need a better one, and began to write. Su walked up the hill at sunset and sat on the grass where he had sat the night he had first watched Azure Cloud's expulsion day. The air moved cold over the back of his neck. The iron ring at his throat, on its cord, had gone faintly warm again and stayed warm. He put his fingers to it. He thought of Fan Yu's grandmother. He thought of Du Heng writing at a bad angle on a single rough sheet. He thought of his grandfather, who had told him once that a lattice-smith's job was not to make anything new. A lattice-smith's job was to keep people from being mistaken for the lattice they had been forced into. He went back down the hill before full dark. The hall was lit. Inside, Tan Bei was teaching little Nyo how to patch her own boots. Pei Ruo had the door open to the archive room and was standing in it reading. Zhang Mingli had already lit his lamp in the small room where he slept and left his tea covered to keep it warm. He drank the tea. He slept 4 hours, which was more than he had slept in a week. Chapter 39. Jian Wuhua came alone, on foot, in the afternoon of the following day. He was not announced. He had left his horse at the inn 2 li down the road and walked the rest of the way up the path. He came through the gate without his sword, which he had unbelted and left tucked into his saddlebag. He wore the plain gray he had worn at the demonstration. His beard had gone a little more white since the demonstration, which was only 10 days ago. Su noticed this. The disciples at the gate recognized him. They did not draw on him. Tan Bei, who was sweeping the yard, straightened and bowed, not to the man but to the rank he had once held. And then he went and fetched Su. Su met him in the main hall. He did not offer tea. He had understood, from Jian Wuhua's face, that this was not a visit for tea. Sit, Su said. Jian Wuhua sat. He did not fold his hands in his lap. He rested them palm down on his knees, which was not the posture of a man at peace. I have one question, he said. Yes. Would you have saved my daughter? The hall was silent. A log in the hearth settled. Outside, somewhere beyond the eastern wall, little Nyo was laughing at something Yin Hashan had said, and the laughter was small and clean and far away. Su felt the iron ring at his throat. He felt his left eye, under its cloth, ache the way it ached now in the afternoons. Let me see, he began. Jian Wuhua lifted one hand, palm up. Do not explain. Answer. Su was quiet. He had several answers ready. He had had them ready for years, against the day this question or one like it arrived. He had practiced them in his head the way his grandfather had taught him to practice the names of metals. Each of his answers was, in its way, true. Each was, in its way, a defense. He felt them inside him, arranged like tools. He looked at the old man across from him, and he did not reach for any of them. I do not know, he said. Jian Wuhua's face did not change. I did not know her, Su said. I do not know what sect had done to her lattice, or what she had already lost, or what she had already given up. I want to say yes. I am afraid to say yes because saying yes now is cheap. It costs me nothing. Saying yes is the kind of answer a man gives to make himself feel well. I do not know. I am sorry. Jian Wuhua looked at him a long time. He did not speak for a length of time that Su measured against the breathing of his own chest. Then he stood. You have answered my question, he said. I do not know if your answer is the right answer. I know it is not a lie. That will have to do. He turned toward the door. Su rose. Arbiter, he said. Jian Wuhua paused, not turning. If you had asked me to say yes, Su said, I would have. I know, said Jian Wuhua. That is why I did not ask. He walked out. He did not look back. Tan Bei, at the gate, offered him water. He took one sip and returned the cup. He walked the 2 li back down the path to the inn. He rode away an hour later. No one in Weiyang saw him again for a long time. Su sat in the main hall for some time after that. Zhang Mingli came in without speaking. She sat beside him. She did not take his hand. After a long while, Su said, I have failed a test whose rules I do not know. Zhang Mingli said, You answered the only way you could. Su said, That is not the same as passing. Zhang Mingli did not argue with him. She sat. The fire burned down. Eventually she stood and lit 2 lamps and went to fetch him something to eat. Chapter 40 The night the iron ring came back was a night of no moon. The wind had shifted in the afternoon and brought with it the smell of rain from the west, though no rain had yet fallen. The hearth smoked oddly. The dogs below the terrace were restless. Pei Ruo, who never slept much, was awake on the archive steps with a lamp turned low, rereading, by her own insistence, the second letter of letters on fitting, which Hung Zairu had given her that morning. She was the one who saw the figure on the path first. She did not call out. She could not. She stood up, set the scroll aside, and went inside to wake Jiang Mingli, because Pei Ruo had long ago learned that Jiang Mingli was the person to wake, when waking would need to be explained later. Jiang Mingli came out with a short blade in her hand and a lamp in the other. She raised the lamp. The figure at the gate had stopped and was leaning on the gatepost, one hand on it, the other pressed flat to his side under his cloak, which was black with wet that was not rain. Let him in, Jiang Mingli said quietly. Tan Bei, who had woken at the second footfall of Pei Ruo's bare feet in the corridor, was already at the gate. He opened it. He caught Ji Lianhai under the arm as Ji Lianhai's knees gave, and he carried him into the main hall, without saying a word. They laid him on the low bed near the hearth. His face was the color of old paper. His hair was full of dust. The cut in his side went from ribs to hip and had been stitched badly by someone in a hurry with bad thread. When Jiang Mingli pulled his cloak open, Su saw, under the blood, that Ji Lianhai's robes were plain, none of Frostpeak's insignia, no rank markers, nothing that would have told a man on the road who he was. Nei Qing was awake now too. She came with her formulary kit and with water that had been set to boil for tea and had been repurposed. Shu Kuzhin stood in the doorway and did not come in, which was her way of watching. Wei Lan had not been roused. Su saw no need. Ji Lianhai opened his eyes. He looked, first, at the iron ring at Su's throat. Then he lifted his right hand, which was the hand that was not holding his own wound closed, and opened the fingers. In his palm, worn dull by handling but with the hairline cracks still visible, was a rusted iron ring. It was Su's ring, the one Ji Lianhai had taken in Chapter 29, the one Su had spent months not chasing. Someone, Ji Lianhai said, and coughed, and tried again. Someone wanted me to keep it. I was told it would be the thing that made me finally useful. I was told a great many things about it. By whom? Said Su. Ji Lianhai closed his eyes. Not yet. I cannot say yet. I will say later. If there is a later. There is a later, said Nei Qing, firmly, with her hands already at his side. Su took the ring from Ji Lianhai's palm. It was warm. Not warm like skin. Warm like a stone that has been held a long time against a fever. He looked at it in his palm. The hairline crack was unchanged. The metal was unchanged. Nothing visible had been done to it. But something had happened to the ring somewhere Su had not been. He could feel that in the weight of it. Let me see, he said quietly, not to the ring, not to Ji Lianhai, not to anyone in particular. The line of blood that had been absent that morning appeared now at the corner of his left eye under the cloth. Jiang Mingli, without looking away from Ji Lianhai, held out to him, without turning, a clean cloth she had apparently been holding ready for hours. Who sent you back? Su said. No one. Ji Lianhai's voice was thin. Nobody sent me back. I came. Why? Because, he coughed. Because I could not, he coughed again. He did not finish. Nei Qing told him not to. Su looked at Jiang Mingli across the bed. She looked back. They did not speak. A great deal passed between them. He knew, and she knew, that the story of Ji Lianhai was not a story they were going to hear tonight, and that it was, nevertheless, a story that had just begun its last chapter. He put the iron ring back around his neck on the same cord it had left on. Outside, far off, the first rain of the west wind began to fall. It touched the tiles and the leaves and the long wet road behind Ji Lianhai's back, and it washed, patiently, the last of his traceable footsteps off the stone. Su sat at the side of the bed a long time. Ji Lianhai slept. Nei Qing worked. Jiang Mingli stood at the hearth and fed the fire one slow stick at a time, and after a while Pei Ruo came and sat on the floor with her back against Su's chair, because Pei Ruo understood that some waiting is easier when done leaned against another person's knee. Tanbei stood at the door. Shu Kejin had gone out into the rain, alone, to look at the road. Su did not advance a rank that night. He did not feel the movement of his lattice that had sometimes, in the past year, marked the turn of an arc. He felt, instead, the iron ring at his throat, warm against his skin in a way that was new and old at once. The ring had been taken, and it had come back. It had come back in a wounded man's palm. It had come back in the last hour of the second long season of his life. He understood, without knowing how, that the season had just ended. He closed his good eye. He kept the other one, under its cloth, open to the dark. Chapter 41. Ji Lianhai slept for 3 days. On the 4th morning he woke, asked for water, drank it, asked for more, drank that, and then closed his eyes again and did not open them until the evening of the 5th day. Nei Qing did not leave his side for any of it. She stitched his side properly, thread by thread, with the patience of a woman who had once taught herself alchemy out of rage at her own uselessness. Su visited the bed 3 times a day and asked no questions. On the 6th morning, the courier arrived. He came up the path in the gray slow light before the mist had lifted. His horse was not driven hard. His livery was compact gray with a white collar band, the livery of the arbiter's house, not the sect leader's. He rode to the gate, dismounted without haste, handed a sealed scroll to Tanbei, bowed to the gatepost, mounted again, and rode away. He had not spoken. Tanbei carried the scroll to the main hall without breaking the seal. He set it on the table in front of Su the way a man sets down a thing he does not want to touch longer than necessary. Su looked at it. He looked at Jiang Mingli, who had come in from the kitchen with a bowl of porridge and had not yet set it down. He looked at Wei Lan, who had come in from the archive and was drying her hands on a cloth. He looked at Heng Ziru, who was already rolling his brush between his fingers, having sensed a document at 100 paces the way another man might sense rain. "Let me see," Su said, and broke the seal. He read it once in silence. He read it again in silence. He passed it without comment to Heng Ziru, who read it and made a small soft sound that was part admiration and part disgust. "The Tournament of Templates," Heng Ziru said. "A once-in-20 years event. The compact invites the 9 sects champions to a month of combat in the central city, individual rounds, team rounds, a ceremonial finale. The winner's sects gain prestige for a generation. The event has not admitted an outside school in its history. This document is a personal invitation from Jian Wuhua, in his capacity as arbiter, to Weiyang Terrace." "That is not possible," said Wei Lan. "It is there in his hand," said Heng Ziru. "He has signed it with his private seal, not the compact seal. Meaning the compact has not been asked. Meaning he has done this alone." "It is a trap," Jiang Mingli said, the porridge bowl still held in both hands. "Obviously," said Su. "Then we are not going." "Obviously we are." The porridge bowl set down on the table a little harder than Jiang Mingli had intended. She did not apologize for the sound. "Explain," she said. Su looked at the scroll. His left eye, under its cloth, had a slow, steady ache today, lower and deeper than the ache of reshaping work. "Let me see," he said. "Jian Wuhua visited us 7 days ago. He asked me a question I could not answer. He left. Within a week he has written us a private invitation, not a public one. He has not asked Huoshun. He is making a door that Huoshun did not want to exist. If we refuse to walk through it, the door closes and we never see it open again. We go. They will try to kill us in the arena," said Jiang Mingli. "Yes." "In front of witnesses." "Yes." "And that is the point." "That is the point," Su said. "They cannot afford assassins anymore. The last round of assassins turned into a poem. Huoshun has to move the fight into a place where he can kill us and call it sport. Jian Wuhua has just handed us away to meet him there with paper in front of us. If we die with the world watching and the record is public. If we do not die, we do not die with the world watching and the record is public. And if some of our students die, and not all, said Weilong quietly. Su did not answer that. He looked at the scroll. Who goes? Hung Zairu said. Let me see, Su said. Tanbei, Pei Ruo, Yin Hashan, Weilong, as a second, not as a fighter. Shu Kujin, as counterintelligence and not in any bracket. And Ei Qing, as healer, travels separately and stays in a rented room near the hospital quarter. Hung Zairu, as scribe, to record. Jiang Mingli goes, said Jiang Mingli. Jiang Mingli goes, Su said. As instructor, not as fighter, because if Azure Cloud sees her on the roster they will protest the entry and we will lose the door before we walk through it. And little Niu, said Jiang Mingli. Su was silent. Do not pretend you have not thought of her, Jiang Mingli said. I have thought of her. I have decided against. That, Jiang Mingli said, is a decision you will not get to keep. There was a pause. From the door, which had been open a hand's width, came a small sound. A 7-year-old foot shifting on floorboard outside the hall. Su closed his good eye. Jiang Mingli looked at him. Nobody said anything. Su opened his eye. Come in, little Niu, he said. Little Niu came in. She had her own small bundle already made. She had her hair tied back. She had, Su saw, been listening from the third sentence of the conversation onward. She walked to the table, stopped in front of it, bowed the exact depth he had taught her, and said, Teacher Su, I go. Let me see. Su began, and did not finish. He looked at her. He saw, across the table, his fatal flaw standing in the shape of a 7-year-old with a bundle. He understood, without choosing it, that he had already failed to refuse her. You go, he said. You do what I tell you. You do not fight unless I tell you to fight. You do not speak to anyone who is not from Weiyang. You sleep with the door locked. Yes, teacher. Yin Hashan will make you armor. Yin Hashan is already making me armor, said little Niu. Outside, far down the path, a second horseman was arriving with a second scroll. This one from a different courier, this one in compact gold, this one with Huashun's seal. The public invitation, sent after the private one, sent because Jian Wuhua had forced his hand. Huashun had lost the first move of the month and was now chasing it with a second move that did not know it was already too late. Su read the second scroll and laughed once, dry, in his chest. Well, he said, the door is now a gate. We walk through. Chapter 42. The weeks before the tournament were the worst of Su Wanjiang's life, and he did not tell anyone this. He told no one because he could already see, in the faces of Tan Bei and Yin Hashan and Pei Ruo, that they suspected. The suspicion alone was costing them focus. If the suspicion became certainty, the training would turn from a series of hard nights into a series of farewells, and Su needed the training, not the farewells. So he kept the tiredness in his jaw, and the tremor in his left hand, and the new dryness at the back of his throat. He kept the bandage over his left eye fresh. He let Jiang Mingli change it. The work he did was work he had done before, now done faster. He grafted a portion of Tan Bei's forearm routing into Yin Hashan's shoulder lattice, so that in a lightning technique the large man could shed the strike through his arms rather than through his chest. He re-threaded Pei Ruo's throat seal a hair's width wider, so that her silence could be directed rather than broadcast. He took a sliver of Wei Lan's old whitewater weight stance and mirrored it into little Niu's single enormous shard, so that the girl could, if she had to, plant her feet in a way that would not be moved even by a grown cultivator's strike. Each of these was a night's work. Each cost him 3 days of age. 4 of those nights, he bled from the left eye through the bandage and had to change it twice before dawn. 2 of those nights, he could not walk the length of the main hall without resting at the pillar halfway across. 1 of those nights, near the end, he sat down on the bench outside the archive and could not, for a while, remember which direction the kitchen was in. Jiang Mingli came out with a lamp and stood beside him, saying nothing, and when he was ready she led him, not by the arm, which would have been a humiliation, but by walking slightly in front of him so that he could follow. Let me see, he said, at the kitchen door, and could not finish the sentence. She put a bowl of broth in front of him. He drank it. He slept, at her insistence, 6 full hours. In the morning she took his hands and examined them. 2 new liver spots, she said. 1 on the left, 1 on the right. You are 52 years old this week. You were 31 last spring. That is an exaggeration. It is an exaggeration of degree, not direction. I know. You will stop after Yin Hashan's shoulder. Everything else, Shu Kajin's listening, Hung Zairu's record shards, can wait until after the tournament. No. If I wait until after, there may not be an after. And if you die 2 days before the tournament, there will not be an after either. Jiang Mingli, husband, he blinked at the word. She had never used it before. She did not say it again, and she did not explain. She handed him a clean bandage. That afternoon, she went to Hung Zeru in the archive and told him that he would, for the next 3 weeks, be the person who locked the main hall at the end of each evening and handed Su the key. If Su came for the key outside its hours, Hung Zeru was to say that the key was with Jiang Mingli. If Su asked where Jiang Mingli was, Hung Zeru was to say he did not know. Hung Zeru accepted the task without comment. He had once, as a young man, been the last scholar in a burning archive. He understood, better than most, what it was to put down a book so that the body that read it could survive long enough to read the next. Su found out about the arrangement on the 3rd evening. He went looking for the main hall key. He was furious for almost a breath. Then he was not. He sat down on the steps of the archive and put his head in his hands for a long moment and laughed. Once, very quietly. He ate dinner. He slept. By the end of the 2nd week, the grafting was done. The disciples were, to his eye, as ready as he could make them. He had aged 7 years and 13 days. The left eye under the bandage saw now only 3 colors, gray, and something that was not quite black. Jiang Mingli, who had not complained once during any of it, complained once on the final night, about the way his hair had gone at the temples. She did so as a joke. He held her hand and agreed it was not his best work. They left for the central city at dawn. Chapter 43. Little Nyo's armor was finished the night before they left. Yin Hashan had been working on it for a month, slow, at the forge Tan Bei had set up behind the main hall, between his own combat drills and his kitchen shifts. The armor was small. It fit a child who weighed less than the farm dog. It was made, Yin Hashan said, from the scrap of an old plowshare he had brought with him from Thundering Oak. He had cut the plowshare down 1 ring at a time, tempering the pieces in well water, forging them on a stone he had chosen for its flatness. The inner lining was felt from Jiang Mingli's spare winter robe. Nobody had told her. She did not ask. She had noticed, a week earlier, that the robe was missing a panel, and she had smiled very briefly, alone, in the room where she noticed it, and she had said nothing to anyone. Yin Hashan brought the armor into the main hall at the end of evening meal. He carried it on one arm as if he had been carrying, all his life, exactly and only armor that fits 7-year-olds. He set it on the bench in front of Little Nyo without speaking. Little Nyo looked at it. She looked up at him. She did not smile. She did not laugh. She stood up on the bench so that she was, for once, about the height of his chest, and she put both of her small hands on the plates of the breastpiece in exactly the way her grandmother had, in a different life, put both of her hands on the sides of Little Nyo's face before a long ride. She stayed like that a moment. Then she bowed to Yin Hashan the correct depth. "Thank you, brother," she said. Yin Hashan's face, which had gone wrong 3 times while she thanked him and was clearly working up toward a 4th, finally cracked sideways into a very slow smile. "It is nothing," he said. His voice was rough, low. "A plowshare is also for work." Pei Ruo had stood up during this. She came over with her slate. She wrote quickly, held it up for Little Nyo to read, then set it aside and used her own small hands to show the 3 signals she had promised. The first was a flat palm swept slowly down, which meant, "The ground here is lying to you." The second was 2 fingers tapped twice against the collarbone, which meant, "Silence is coming." The third was a closed fist lifted to the height of the throat, with the thumb out, which meant, "I am here, and you are not alone." Little Nyo copied each one until Pei Ruo nodded. Then she did them again, fast, on her own, and Pei Ruo took her hand and corrected the thumb angle on the 3rd signal with a touch that would, in another girl her age, have been a motherly gesture, but was, in Pei Ruo, a sister's. "I see them," Little Nyo said. "I will remember." From the hearth, Tenbei watched with his arms folded. He had not said much all evening. He cleared his throat. "Little Nyo," he said. "Rule. Only rule." Little Nyo recited back at him. It was a phrase they had used together for months. "Hit only what needs hitting. And it is not always what is in front of me." "Good." From outside, Jiang Mingli came in with Su on her arm. He had slept an hour and had not yet fully returned to the hall. His left eye bandage was fresh. His hand was trembling in a small, quick way he was trying to hide. Little Nyo saw it. She did not mention it. She climbed down off the bench, walked to him, bowed to the correct depth, and offered him the armor so he could put it on her himself. "Let me see," Su said. "I have only 1 good eye and 2 old hands." "That is enough," said Little Nyo. He dressed her in it. The plates fit. The felt was good. The small leather strap at her throat had a tiny inscription on the underside that Yin Hashan had carved with his own knife, and that he hoped no one would ever find. Su, who saw everything without trying, did not mention the inscription. He fastened the strap, stepped back, looked at her. "Let me see," he said. You are a soldier. I am a student, said little Neo firmly. A soldier is an adult who kills. I am a child who does not. Pei Ruo, behind her, wrote one word on her slate and held it up so that only Su saw it. Yes. Chapter 44. The road to the central city took 2 full weeks. The road took 2 full weeks because the road kept gaining people. The first was a deaf boy. He walked out of a field of wheat in the 3rd afternoon and stood beside the road until the caravan passed. He did not call out. He could not. He watched the wagons, and he watched Tan Bei at the reins, and he watched, finally, Su, who was riding quietly at the head with Jiang Mingli on a second horse beside him. The boy lifted one hand. Su lifted one hand in return. The boy fell in behind the last wagon and walked. At the first rest he was still there. He had a bundle. He had shoes that were 2 sizes too large and that he had wadded with cloth. He had, around his neck, a strip of torn cotton with the mark of a small southern sect stitched on it, and the mark crossed out with brown thread. Jiang Mingli got down from her horse and spoke to him with her hands. She had been learning for Pei Ruo's sake, and the boy answered her with his hands, slow, careful, because she was still a beginner. She came back to Su. His name is Du Qiao. He was expelled 2 years ago because he could not hear the resonance bell that tests shard alignment. He has been walking since. He said, he heard about Wei Yang from a trader 4 days back and has been walking the same direction as our caravan since yesterday afternoon. Let me see, Su said. He dismounted. He walked back and looked at the boy and took the boy's wrist. The left eye under the bandage did not bleed today, which was a mercy. After a moment, Su released the boy's wrist and bowed a very small bow. The bow a lattice smith makes to a lattice that has kept itself good in difficult conditions. He said, come. Du Qiao came. The second was a girl they met at a river crossing on the 6th day. She was sitting on a stone drying her feet. She had one wrist bandaged. She looked up as the caravan halted to wait for a cart ahead. And when she saw Su, her face did a small complicated thing Su had seen before on the faces of girls expelled from sects that had not quite managed to kill them, but had, as it were, taken the first bite. She came over. She said her name was Ru Yin. She said she had been expelled from a minor Western sect for a lattice that ran backwards in time by 1 heartbeat. Her words, her expression. She said this made her unfightable, because her strikes landed a heartbeat before they happened, but also untrainable, because no technique she learned worked on her the same way twice. Let me see, Su said. He did. He did it by the riverside, without ceremony, and he smiled, softly, once, which was a thing he did less and less these days. He said only, come. She came. The third was a scholar who caught them up, running, on the 10th day. He was thin, out of breath, and was eating, as he ran, from a paper-wrapped dumpling he had been carrying. He had not been able to keep up because he could only, he said, breathing heavily, form shards while eating. And you had run out of food, Su said. I had run out of food, the scholar admitted, between bites. I had to buy more at a stall in the last town. Let me see, Su said. By the time they reached the outer walls of the central city, the caravan was 3 disciples longer than it had started out. Ji Lianhai, riding in the rear wagon under Ini Ching's care, was well enough now to sit up. He had not yet named the hand that had sent him back with the ring. Su had not yet asked. The reputation had preceded them. In 3 separate towns along the road, children had been waiting at the gate to see the sect of rejects pass. Pei Ruo, riding in the middle wagon with her slate in her lap, wrote on the slate as they crested the last hill before the central city. She held it up for Tan Bei to read. Here we are, it said. Do not bow first. Chapter 45. The central city was built in 9 rings around a central plaza, 1 ring for each sect of the compact. The rings were marked in colored stone: azure, white, frost gray, thunder bronze, red, green, dun, silver, black. Wei Yang had no ring. Wei Yang was assigned lodgings in a narrow alley in the merchant district, 2 streets off the central plaza, in a building whose 2nd story had a visible crack running from roof to doorframe. This was, Hung Zairu observed drily, the crack they had been offered. They took it. The 9 sects displayed their champions on the 2nd morning after arrival, in a parade through the central plaza. The champions were beautiful. That was the thing that struck Su hardest. Not that they were strong. He had known they would be strong. Not that they were numerous. He had known that also. What struck him was that every one of them had the same shoulders, the same neck, the same set of eyes. They had been shaped to a template. Standing in rows, they looked less like 9 sects and more like 1 sect painted in 9 colors. The plaza applauded them as they walked. The applause was the kind of applause a parade gets when the crowd knows it is expected to applaud and does not know what else to do. Wei Yang's disciples did not march in the parade. Wei Yang had not been invited to. Wei Yang watched from the edge of the plaza, standing together in a small group, and every passerby who looked at them did, roughly, the same double take. Tanbei was a farm boy with scarred forearms. Pei Ruo was a mute girl in plain gray with a slate in her hand. Yin Hashan was a giant who stood a head above everyone around him and who stooped without meaning to. Little Niu was a 7-year-old with a tiny suit of reforged plowshare armor. Du Qiao, the deaf boy, kept his eyes on people's hands. Ru Yin, the girl whose lattice ran a heartbeat backwards, smiled at everyone slightly before they said anything to her. The eating scholar was eating. The mocking started before the parade was over. It was a street boy who started it. He shouted something at little Niu about her size, and the crowd near him laughed, and the laughter gave cover to the next voice, a young inner disciple of one of the 9 sects in his sect's colors, who walked past Yin Hashan and said, half under his breath and half aloud, "They let farmers compete now." Yin Hashan did not answer. Tanbei's hand tightened on the hilt of the short blade at his belt. Zhang Mingli put one hand on Tanbei's wrist. Tanbei let the hilt go. A woman at a fruit stall, selling to the crowd, lifted one eyebrow at Pei Ruo's slate and asked loudly if the sect of rejects had brought their own scribe because none of them could write. Pei Ruo bowed to her, politely. She bought a peach from the stall. She gave the peach to little Niu. Little Niu bowed to the woman, politely. The woman did not know what to do and went back to her fruit. An azure cloud inner disciple walked by and did not recognize Jiang Mingli, who was dressed plainly and stood behind Su. He looked at Su's bandaged eye, snorted, and said, "He came to a tournament half-blind." Su smiled faintly, to himself, and filed the face. Tanbei's hand went to the hilt again. Jiang Mingli's hand went to Tanbei's wrist again. Ji Lianhai, leaning on a post because he was still not strong enough to stand for long, watched the parade from the shade. He noted, quietly, which Frost Peak disciples did not look at him. He counted them. He did not speak of it. Hua Shun was in the parade, 2 rows behind Azure Cloud's sect leader. He was not wearing his own colors. He was wearing the gold sash of the compact itself, which meant he had, for the duration of the tournament, taken the compact's voice as his own. He did not look toward the edge of the plaza. He did not need to. He knew where Su was standing, and he knew, from the angle of Jian Wu's bow earlier that morning, that the door in the wall had been unlocked despite him. The muscle in his jaw moved twice. Then it stilled. In the evening, back in the narrow alley with the cracked second story, Wei Yong ate plain rice around a small table in the ground floor room. The landlady brought them pickled radish and refused payment for it. She said her grandson had been expelled from a minor sect 3 years ago and was now a cooper's apprentice 2 streets over and reasonably happy, and that was enough thanks. She went back upstairs. Pei Ruo wiped her slate clean. She wrote 3 words. She turned the slate so the whole table could read it. They do not know what they are about to see. The rice bowl was warm in Su's hands. He set the bowl down. He looked, once, around the table at each face. At Jiang Mingli, at Tanbei, at Yin Hashan, at Pei Ruo, at little Niu in her armor with her hair undone for dinner, at Du Qiao watching his hands, at Ru Yin smiling a heartbeat too soon, at the scholar who was still eating, at Ji Lianhai in the corner, pale, awake. The iron ring at his throat was warm against his skin. He did not mention it. He picked up his bowl. He ate. Outside, in the first alley dark, a bell somewhere in the plaza rang the first quarter of the first night of the Tournament of Templates. Chapter 46. The arena at the central city was built for showing. It was round. It was shallow. The fighting floor was sand over packed earth, raked smooth every half hour between matches by men with long rakes whose faces Su knew by memory before the first day was out. 4 tiers of seating rose around the floor, and above the 4th tier a gallery where the sect leaders sat. Hua Shun's gold sash was visible from any point in the stands. Jian Wu's gray was next to it, 1 chair removed. Tanbei was called to the floor on the second morning. His opponent was an Azure Cloud inner disciple named Lu Qishan, narrow shoulders, clean robes, a 1st-tier sword. Lu Qishan had the sect's standard forearm tension and the sect's standard 7 seals, of which the 3rd was his best and the 5th was his favorite. Shu Kujin had given Su all of this the night before out of a notebook Su had not known she had been keeping. Tanbei had read it twice and put it aside and slept. He walked onto the sand with his hands open at his sides. He wore Wei Yong gray. He did not bow to the elder of Azure Cloud who sat in the 1st tier. He bowed to the judge, who was a compact official, who bowed back. He bowed to his opponent, who returned the bow the exact depth Azure Cloud used with inferiors. Tanbei noticed the depth. He filed it away in the same place Su had taught him to file names. The first signal sounded. The crowd's noise dropped to a hum. Lu Qishan drew the sword in a clean arc and opened with his favorite 5th seal, a forward strike that drove a narrow wedge of pressure into the opponent's guard. Bei did not raise his hands. He did not form a seal. He did not draw the short blade at his own belt. He stepped 1 foot back and 1 foot to the side, and the wedge of pressure passed through empty air where his chest had been a breath before. Lu Qishan recovered, reseated the sword, and struck again. The third seal this time. A downstrike with shoulder torque behind it. The sword came down cleanly. The sand puffed up where it struck. Bei was not there either. He had moved again. This time a small quarter turn, barely a step, that put his own right shoulder inside the reach of Lu Qishan's arm. He touched Lu Qishan's inner elbow with 2 fingers. Nothing visible happened. What had happened, Su knew, was that the rerouted forearm lattice Su had built for Bei the year he had taken him and had just, with 2 fingers, disconnected the third seal's connection to Lu Qishan's sword hand. Lu Qishan's next strike was a 3-seal combination. The first 2 seals formed. The third did not. The sword swung through the air off-balanced, overcommitted, and Bei stepped neatly past it, put one hand flat on Lu Qishan's spine between the shoulders, and pushed, not hard, but in the one direction Lu Qishan's stance could not absorb. Lu Qishan went down onto one knee in the sand. The sword was still in his hand. Bei stepped back. He did not draw his own blade. He stood, hands open at his sides, and waited. Lu Qishan tried to rise. The third seal would not form. Without the third seal, the azure cloud stance would not lock. Without the locked stance, the shoulder torque that fed his strikes had nothing to work against. He stood. He tried an overhand cut. It was slow. Bei did not dodge it. He stepped into it, caught Lu Qishan's wrist with his free hand, and held it. They were face to face, Bei's hand on Lu Qishan's wrist, the sword hanging half-drawn between them. "Let go," Bei said, very quietly. Lu Qishan's eyes were wide. He let go. The sword fell into the sand. Bei released the wrist, stepped back, and bowed to the judge the correct depth. The judge raised the flag. The match was called. The arena was quiet. There was some clapping, late, uncertain. In the azure cloud tier, a row of inner disciples had not yet realized they were supposed to be angry. In the gallery above, Huashun's hand closed once around the arm of his chair and then opened again. Bei walked off the sand. He did not look up into the stands. He walked to Wei Yang's narrow bench, sat down, took the cup of water Jiang Mingli handed him, and drank it. He did not speak for the rest of the morning. Elder Feng Qiu, watching from azure cloud's tier, stood once and sat again, and his mouth made a shape his face had not made in many years. Su, watching from the bench, murmured only this, half to himself. "Let me see." He did not draw the sword. Pei Ruo, beside him, wrote the reply on her slate. He never needs to. Chapter 47 Yin Hashan's bout came in the afternoon of the third day, and it was against Thundering Oak. The opponent was a broad-shouldered inner disciple named Gu Dai, who carried a twin-hafted lightning staff that sparked once in his hands as he walked onto the sand, and sparked again when he drew it up to his shoulder. The Thundering Oak elder in the stands nodded as Gu Dai took his opening stance. The elder had a face Yin Hashan knew very well. It was the face that had stood over him 3 years ago and said, in a bored, disappointed voice, that a disciple who did not fit the standard shape of the Thundering Oak lattice could not, by definition, be a Thundering Oak disciple. Yin Hashan did not look up at the elder. He looked at Gu Dai. Gu Dai looked back. Gu Dai's eyes went, for a breath, to Yin Hashan's shoulders and chest, and in that breath the Thundering Oak elder's frown came back. The bell rang. Gu Dai opened with the Thundering Oak's signature technique, the rising strike of the second seal, an uppercut of lightning that started at the floor and went up through the opponent's chest. The standard response, from a Thundering Oak lattice, was to brace the sternum shard and take the strike on the ribs. Every Thundering Oak disciple trained 3 years to do this. Yin Hashan did not have a standard lattice. His lattice spread wide across a dantian that had always been too large. His shoulders were too wide for the sternum brace. The first time Gu Dai's uppercut had been thrown at him, 3 years ago in Thundering Oak's practice courtyard, he had failed to brace it, and his collarbone had snapped, and the elder in the stands had written the word defective on a piece of paper and walked away. The uppercut came for him now. He did not try to brace it. He did the thing Su had grafted into him a month ago. He took the strike with his left shoulder, not to absorb it, but to route it. The lightning shed through his left arm, across the curve of his broad back, and out through his right arm in a thin spray of sparks that hissed where they hit the sand. His robe smoked. His hair lifted. His skin went red along the left line. He did not fall. He stepped forward. Gu Dai, who had expected the opponent to be down or dead, hesitated. In the half-breath of hesitation, Yin Hashan closed the distance between them and took the lightning staff, one hand on each haft, and broke it. It was not a strength move. It was a leverage move. He had set his feet on the outside of Gu Day's and turned his own wide shoulders a quarter turn, and the staff, which had not been designed to resist a torque across its long axis, snapped in the middle. The two halves of the staff fell. Gu Day stood open-handed. The sparks at his fingertips guttered out. Xianxia bowed to him, correctly. He said, to Gu Day, not loudly, I cannot brace your strike. I rout it. The judge raised the flag. There was a sound from Thundering Oak's tier, not applause, a low collective intake of breath. The elder in the stands, the one who had written defective 3 years ago, did not rise. He sat very still. He looked down at the sand. His face did the thing faces do when they have, for many years, been wrong about a small matter and have been able to keep the wrongness private. And then the wrongness has been made, in front of a large audience, no longer private. Xianxia walked off the sand. His left shoulder was already swelling under the robe. His left hand had a blister the size of a coin at the base of the thumb. Nei Ching was waiting at the edge with a salve and a look of professional irritation. Sit, she said. You are not allowed to do that tomorrow. Tomorrow I have the day off, Xianxia said. Good. He sat. She treated the shoulder. Jiang Mingli brought water. Little Niu, in her small armor, walked over and put one hand, very solemnly, on Xianxia's uninjured hand. He did not look at her. He put his other hand over hers. In the Thundering Oak tier, the elder stood at last and left the arena through a side gate. He did not return for the rest of the day. He did not return for the rest of the tournament. Chapter 48. Pei Ruo fought on the 5th day. She had drawn a veteran inner disciple of the Green Willow sect, a man named Lin Su who was 35 years old and who had, in his long career, fought over 100 formal bouts and lost 3. He had no favorite seal. He had all 7. He used them the way a carpenter uses a box of tools, whichever one fit the shape of the current problem. He bowed to Pei Ruo with grave professional courtesy. She bowed back. On her wrist, she wore a thin silk cord with a small clay disc hanging from it. The signal, Jiang Mingli had explained to her before dawn, that she needed only to tug twice, and Jiang Mingli would leap into the sand herself regardless of tournament rules. Pei Ruo had touched the disc once with 2 fingers at the gate and left it alone after that. The bell rang. Lin Su opened carefully, a probing thrust with the first seal, meant to test the opponent's reaction speed. It was not meant to land. Pei Ruo did not move. The thrust stopped a hand's width from her throat, held in place by Lin Su's own measured control. He noted her stillness. He stepped back, tried a second probe, a feint with the 4th seal. She did not move for that one either. He did not panic. He was too old to panic. But his face, for a small breath, did the thing faces do when they encounter an opponent who has not read the script. He committed. The 5th seal, a serious strike, right hand, down-angled at the collarbone. He expected her to form some kind of defense. He expected her to form the frost peak shape he had read in her file. Even though the file had said her throat shard had been sealed, and so the shape might be weak. He expected something. She did nothing. And then the 5th seal did not form. His hand moved. His shoulder moved. The shape that was supposed to happen at the wrist did not happen at the wrist. His own hand went past her collarbone without striking it, because the seal that had been meant to concentrate the strike had, between the forming of it in his mind and the firing of it at the wrist, simply stopped. Lin Su frowned. He tried the 6th seal. It also did not form. He tried the 1st seal again, the simplest, the one every Green Willow disciple formed at the age of 6 in his first training morning. The shape began at his hand. It started and stopped. The crowd, which had been waiting for a thing it knew how to applaud, did not know what to do with the absence of a thing it knew how to applaud. The silence in the arena got bigger. Lin Su, to his credit, did not panic. He slowed his breathing. He stepped back, set his stance, and tried what he had not tried in 20 years, the 2nd seal, a shape he had thought he had long outgrown. It did not form either. Pei Ruo watched him. Her eyes were steady. Her hands were folded in front of her. Her throat seal was the thing it had always been, Frost Peak's insult turned, by Sue's refusal to remove it, into a tool, and she was, by the slightest tilt of her chin, and by a breathing pattern no watcher could have taught themselves to read, pushing that silence outward in a tight cone that reached exactly to Lin Su's shoulders and stopped. Lin Su tried, once more, to form a seal. Any seal. It would not come. He stepped back. He bowed to Pei Ruo, a slow bow, not a defeated one, the bow one professional gives another. I yield, he said loudly enough for the judge to hear. I do not know what you have done. I will think about it. The judge lifted the flag. There was confusion in the stands. The compact rule officials conferred. They could not find a rule Pei Ruo had violated. They could not find a rule under which she could be disqualified. Nobody had ever written a rule about silence as a weapon, because nobody had considered silence a weapon. The match stood. Pei Ruo bowed back. The same depth, the same pace. She walked off the sand and took her slate out and wrote one word on it, small, and handed it to Lin Su as she passed. She did not hold it up for the crowd. He read it. His eyes did a small quick thing. He tucked the slate chip into his sleeve. He nodded at her. He walked to his bench. Later, when Jiang Mingli asked Pei Ruo what the word had been, Pei Ruo wrote on a fresh slate. Thank you. Thank you for what? Jiang Mingli said. Pei Ruo wrote, for letting me speak. Chapter 49. The draw for Little Nyo had been posted the night before. Jiang Mingli had read it first. She had stood very still in the narrow alley under the lantern at the landlady's door for a long time after reading it. Then she had gone inside and woken Su, who had been sleeping, and she had put the paper in his hand without speaking. The opponent was a Frost Peak inner disciple named Song Huai, 17 years old, half a head taller than Su, 18 stones of muscle, carrying a weighted spear. The match was not age-matched. Compact rules said age was a consideration, not a requirement. The notation on the bottom of the paper said standard risks apply, which meant, Shu Kajin had explained earlier, that if a child died in the match, it would be classified as accidental, and the sect would be fined 100 silver ingots, and the match would be called valid. Frost Peak paid more than that in breakfast. The referee was listed in the margin. The name was Ji Lianhai. Jiang Mingli had looked at Su after he read that. He has volunteered for this, Su said. He has. Why? Hua Shun is testing him. Yes. And Hua Shun does not know whose side he is on. No. Su had closed his eyes. He had opened them again. He had said, let me see, and had not finished the sentence. In the morning, little Nyo walked onto the sand in her small armor. She did not look small. In the armor, she looked the size she was, which was small, in armor that fit. She carried no weapon. She had been told not to. She had been told to shield. She had been told, specifically, by Su the night before, to refuse to strike unless he himself gave her a signal, and he had shown her the signal, one finger raised at the temple, which he had no intention of giving. Song Huai walked onto the sand. He was big. He was not cruel in his face. He looked, briefly, at little Nyo, and then he looked up at the Frost Peak elder in the stands, and the elder, without meeting his eyes, nodded once. Song Huai turned back to the sand. His face went blank. He set his spear. Ji Lianhai stood at the edge of the circle. He was leaning on a short iron staff as a walking aid. He was pale but upright. He had been past fit for refereeing by a compact healer who had not, Yi Ching noted, bothered to examine him longer than a minute. He raised his hand. In the stands, Wei Yong was on its feet. Tan Bei's hand was on Jiang Mingli's arm. Jiang Mingli's hand was not on anyone. She was still. Su was still. Pei Ruo had written nothing. Yi Ching was halfway down the aisle, not watching the sand. She was watching Ji Lianhai. Ji Lianhai dropped his hand. Song Huai moved. He was fast for his size. The spear came at little Nyo in a level thrust that would, on an ordinary 7-year-old's armor, have passed clean through breast and back without slowing. It was a killing thrust. It was disguised as an opener. Little Nyo did not run. She did not strike. She had been told not to strike. She planted her feet. The one technique Su had mirrored into her lattice from Wei Lan's whitewater weight stance fired for the first time in combat. The single massive shard at the center of her body, which had always been considered a deformity, lit up along its entire outer edge like the rim of a bell. The spear reached her armor. The spear stopped. It did not bounce. It did not glance. It stopped, point flat against the breastpiece, as if it had met not a piece of reforged plowshare steel but the side of a mountain. Song Huai's arms went through the motion the spear had not been allowed to complete. His shoulders jarred. He stumbled half a step. He recovered. He tried again. A second thrust, angled for the shoulder. Same result. The shard held. Little Nyo did not move her feet. She did not lift a hand. Song Huai swung the spear as a staff, a sweeping blow at her legs. Little Nyo absorbed the strike on the shard at her calves. The spear shivered in his hand. His wrist stung. He stepped back. He looked, despite himself, up at the elder in the stands. The elder made a small motion with his fingers. Harder. Song Huai's face did a small quick thing. He was 17. He had grown up being told the Frost Peak elder was the second voice of the sect leader, and that the sect leader was the voice of the compact, and that the compact was the voice of cultivation itself. He was also, Su saw from the bench, a boy. He had a boy's eyes at that moment. He had been told to kill a 7-year-old, and he was discovering, in real time on the sand, that he did not want to. And he was discovering at the same time that the discovery would, if he followed it, cost him everything he had been promised. He attacked again, this time with the second seal of Frost Peak, a downward overhand strike with the spear turned edge first, a killing cut meant to split armor, and the body under it. It was not a sporting strike. It was the kind of strike no referee should have allowed. Ji Lianhai, at the edge of the circle, did not stop it. Little Niu held. Chapter 50. The overhand cut came down on Little Niu's shoulder. The shard caught it. The plowshare armor, under the shard, screamed along its outermost rivet line, but did not part. Song Huai's arms were jarred so hard that the spear rebounded, and he had to step back to keep his grip. His breath was ragged now. The crowd was on its feet. The Frost Peak Elder's mouth had gone thin. Little Niu had not moved her feet. She looked up at Song Huai. Her face, under the edge of the helmet, was very calm. She did not look afraid. Su, watching from the bench, understood what the calm was. The girl had been told, once, by a man whose voice she would carry forever, that her single massive shard was not a deformity but an unfinished weapon. She had lived, for 1 year, in a place that did not ask her to be smaller. She was standing, right now, in the armor of a plowshare a brother had cut down for her with his own hands. She was not afraid. She had, on the sand, nothing to lose. Song Huai attacked. He attacked for a long time. He used every seal Frost Peak had ever taught him. Some of them were dangerous. Some of them were cruel. Song Huai cycled through them in order, starting with the openers, escalating to the killers. The spear struck the shard. The spear struck the shard. The spear struck the shard. Each strike the shard absorbed. Each strike Little Niu's armor screamed, and did not part. Each strike Song Huai's wrists took the rebound, and his shoulders took the rebound, and his breath shortened. Su had counted 32 strikes when Song Huai began to slow. He had counted 41 when Song Huai stopped and stood at the edge of Little Niu's reach with his spear trembling in his hands, and his chest working for air. He had counted 44 when Song Huai dropped to one knee in the sand. The spear fell. Song Huai did not. He stayed on the knee. He did not look up at the stands. His breath came in hard rasps. His hands were open in the sand. His shoulders shook. Little Niu stepped forward for the first time in the bout. She did not raise a hand. She took 2 small steps across the sand, one and then another, until she was standing a pace in front of him. She looked down at him. The arena was now so quiet Su could hear the wind moving over the banners high above. "Brother," Little Niu said. Song Huai did not lift his head. "You do not have to keep trying," she said. Song Huai's shoulders moved again, once, in a way that was not anger. Sweat dripped off his jaw into the sand. His hands closed. He did not reach for the spear. From the edge of the circle, Ji Lianhai raised his iron staff, not the flag of a call, but the voice of a referee. His voice carried, not loud. "The match," he said, "is ended." The Frost Peak Elder stood up in the stands. He shouted, "It is not. The match is ended." Ji Lianhai repeated, slightly louder. Song Huai of Frost Peak Sect is unable to continue. The challenger has absorbed 44 strikes without injury. Weiyang Terrace by withdrawal. The elder shouted again. Jian Wuhua, in the high gallery, rose and held up one hand. The elder subsided, not because he wanted to, but because the gesture was not optional. Huashun in his gold sash did not rise. He did not speak. He looked down at Ji Lianhai, and Ji Lianhai did not look up at him, and some silent thing passed between them that Su watched without showing that he had watched it. Ji Lianhai lowered the staff. He stepped forward. He bent down and offered Song Huai his hand, not a referee's hand, an elder brother's hand. Song Huai took it and stood up. "Go back to your bench," Ji Lianhai said quietly. "Drink water. You are not what they told you you are." Song Huai walked to the Frost Peak bench without looking at his elder. The elder had sat down again without help from anyone around him. 2 inner disciples beside him did not look at him either. Ji Lianhai turned. He looked, once, across the arena. He looked at Su. He nodded once. Su nodded back. Little Niu walked off the sand. She walked to Weiyang's bench. She did not cry. She did not smile. She unbuckled the helmet with her own hands and handed it to Yin Hashan, who took it carefully, as if it had done a thing at which he had not been present. Jiang Mingli knelt in front of her and looked into her eyes. "How do you feel?" Jiang Mingli said. "Tired," said Little Niu. "Hurt?" "No." "Water?" "Yes, please." Jiang Mingli handed her water. Little Niu drank it. Pei Ruo sat down on the bench beside her and put one hand on her knee. Little Niu leaned her small shoulder against Pei Ruo's arm. Pei Ruo wrote one word on her slate and showed it only to Little Niu. "Proud." Little Niu read it. She nodded. She did not cry. In the high gallery, Huashun turned his head half an inch toward Jian Wuhua and said something very short. Jian Wuhua, who had sat back down, replied something shorter. Huashun's hand closed on the arm of his chair again and opened again. He did not look at Ji Lianhai once for the rest of the day. The arbiter sat quietly beside him, gray on gray, like a stone that had been placed on a map to mark the spot where the next move would have to be made. Su, at the Weiyang bench, felt the movement of his own lattice. Not a rank, not yet, but the slow settling of a new connection that was going to be a rank before the week was out. The disciples were beginning to graft to each other without him. He did not mention this. He drank a cup of water Jiang Mingli had handed him at some point without his having seen her pour it. The iron ring at his throat was warm. The left eye under its bandage had, at the moment little Niu stepped forward and called her opponent brother, bled a thin clean line that Jiang Mingli had already, silently, wiped away. In the stands, the crowd was applauding. It did not know, yet, what it was applauding. Su knew. "Let me see," he said, quietly, to the bowl of water in his hands. "The fight has finally begun." Chapter 51. Su advanced the night after Little Niu's bout. It did not happen in combat. It did not happen in a ceremony. It happened in the narrow alley behind the landlady's building, at an hour when the central city's lanterns had burned down to the second wick. He had gone outside because the room was stifling. He had gone alone because Jiang Mingli was asleep for the first time in 3 days, and he would not wake her. He stood in the alley with his back against the wall and his hands at his sides, and the iron ring warm at his throat, and he listened to Weiyang breathe through the wooden walls. He could hear Tan Bei snoring on the upstairs floor. A low, steady rasp. He had come to know the sound of the way a shepherd comes to know a sheep's bell. He could hear xianxia, larger and deeper, from the room above Tan Bei. He could hear Pei Ruo, who did not snore, turning over once on her pallet. He could hear little Niu breathing in the tiny alcove off Jiang Mingli's room where she slept, fast, the way a child still hot from the day sleeps, but steady. He could hear Ni Qing, awake, writing, her brush scratching on paper. He could hear Shu Kajin, who slept on the roof because she did not trust a bed in an inn, breathing in the way she breathed when she was pretending to be asleep so that anyone watching her would underestimate her. He could hear Ji Lianhai, unconscious on the downstairs cot, at the edge of a fever he would probably not die of, taking an air in the slow, labored way men do at the edge of fevers they will probably not die of. He could hear the eating scholar, who was eating, even at this hour, dumplings left over from dinner. He could hear Du Qiao, the deaf boy, who did not snore and who breathed so quietly Su only knew he was there because of the shape his absence made. He could hear, through the wall, the shape of each of their lattices. He had always been able to see lattice, to see, but tonight he was hearing it also, which was new. The thing that was new was not the range. The thing that was new was that he could feel, between Tan Bei and Yin Hashan, a small constant exchange he had not intentionally taught them, and between Pei Ruo and Little Niu, another one, and between Ni Qing and Ji Lianhai, a third, a steady low hum of lattice talking to lattice without him standing between them as bridge. They were grafting without him. The realization was not a triumph. The realization was a quiet loosening in the center of his own lattice, a kind of warm, tired relief, as if a rope he had been holding alone at one end had been picked up, gently, by many hands along its length. He closed his good eye. The left under the bandage ached. The iron ring warmed against his throat. "Let me see," he said, to the alley wall. "I am no longer the bridge." The alley did not answer. It did not need to. He went inside. He slept 4 hours. In the morning, he did not announce the rank. He went to the morning meal and ate his rice and drank his tea. Jiang Mingli looked at him over the rim of her cup once, longer than usual. She did not say anything. She refilled his water. Pei Ruo, across the table, wrote one word on her slate and did not hold it up. She slid it across the table where Su could read it upside down. Shared. Su looked at her. Pei Ruo looked at him. He nodded, very small. She wiped the slate. "Today," Su said, at the table, "is team rounds. We do not change the plan. We do what we planned. The only difference is that from this morning forward, when Tan Bei needs what Yin Hashan has, he does not have to wait for me to link them. He reaches. He already knows how." Tan Bei set his bowl down. "Since when?" "Since last night." Tan Bei looked at Yin Hashan. Yin Hashan looked at Tan Bei. Yin Hashan made a small, absurd face. A face that began as confusion and ended as dawning, and reached his large hand slowly across the table, and Tan Bei reached his small forearm-scarred hand back, and they touched fingertips, and between them, for a breath, the air moved the way air moves over a hearth. Yin Hashan said, "Oh." Tan Bei said, "Oh." Little Niu, at the end of the table, ate a plum. Pei Ruo wrote on the slate, "Do not show this today. Today we win plainly." "Yes," Su said. "Today we win plainly." Chapter 52. The team round against Whitewater was scheduled for the second bell of the afternoon. Whitewater's team had the highest seed of any non-Frost Peak squad in the draw. Whitewater was known for rotational defense, for disciples who moved as a wheel, each guarding the other's back at the exact rotation frequency of their shared sex standard breathing technique. Wei Lan, sitting at Wei Yang's bench in her plain gray without any whitewater white at all, watched her former teammates take the sand. Two of them were cultivators she had trained personally. One of them, the youngest, she had once given a hairpin on the morning of the girl's first inner disciple ceremony. She did not look away from the sand. She did not flinch. She said, quietly, to Su beside her, "They will rotate at the third breath. Break the rotation. Everything else will fall apart." Wei Yang's team was Tan Bei, Yin Hashan, Pei Ruo, and Du Qiao. The deaf boy had been added at the last minute because his lattice red hand signals so fast that Pei Ruo's signals, passed to Du Qiao and relayed by Du Qiao to the others, could move through the team faster than any shout. Du Qiao had agreed quietly. He stood on the sand holding his hands at waist height, fingers relaxed. He had been in the caravan a total of 21 days. He had been a Wei Yang disciple for 21 days. He trusted them entirely. The bell rang. Whitewater opened with the rotation, a tight formation, for cultivators moving as the spokes of a single wheel. The wheel presented, at any moment, for weapon points outward and 4 protected backs inward. The rotation cycle was 3 breaths. In, hold, out. Tan Bei reached without forming a seal. Yin Hashan, at his shoulder, picked up what Tan Bei had reached for, not a technique but a sense, the feel of the rotation's rhythm. Yin Hashan passed the rhythm down to Pei Ruo, who passed it to Du Qiao with a signal Pei Ruo had taught him 3 days ago in the courtyard behind the landlady's building. Du Qiao lifted his left hand. 3 fingers. Low. On the third breath of Whitewater's first rotation, Wei Yang moved together. It was not 4 attacks. It was 1 attack with 4 arms. Tan Bei stepped inside the rotation from the rear, the place the wheel believed no attack could come from, because the wheel was always spinning away from it. He touched the back of the rear cultivator's knee with 1 finger. The rear cultivator's rotation lost a 16th of a breath. At the exact same 16th of a breath, Yin Hashan's wide shoulder went into the flank of the front cultivator, and Pei Ruo's silence tightened into a thin cone and struck the right cultivator, and Du Qiao, the deaf boy, who fought in pure sight, caught the left cultivator's spear haft on the rebound with both hands and torqued it a quarter turn and broke it. The wheel collapsed. It did not come apart cleanly. It came apart messily, one cultivator falling into another, the rotation fouled, the rhythm gone. Whitewater's team had never, in any of their long training, faced a rotation break at the 16th of a breath. Sect standard response time was a full breath. Nobody had bothered to teach them anything faster. The match lasted less than a minute. Wei Yang did not hurt anyone badly. Tan Bei put one of the cultivators gently on the sand with a wrist lock. Yin Hashan lifted another cultivator off the ground and set him down outside the circle, which was not a legal move technically, but which the referee ruled as a controlled removal rather than a throw. Pei Ruo silenced the right cultivator until the cultivator yielded, which took 3 breaths. Du Qiao, with the broken spear haft in his hands, bowed to the left cultivator, who stared at him, and then bowed back. The judge lifted the flag. Wei Yang had moved as one animal. The stands were not silent this time. The stands were loud. Not applause, confusion, argument, excitement. In Whitewater's tier, 2 inner elders were on their feet and had begun to turn, slowly, toward each other. One of them, Su saw, was already speaking a word that looked, from across the arena, like resign. Wei Lan sat at the bench with her hands folded in her lap. Her face did not move. Her breathing did not change. When the match was called, she nodded once, small, and she said to Su beside her, "Good. That is done." "You feel nothing," Su said quietly. "I feel clarity," Wei Lan said. "It is not the same thing as nothing. It is what nothing turns into when you have stopped lying to yourself about a building you used to live in." Su did not answer. He did not need to. She did not need him to. Chapter 53. Hua Shun came to the semifinals in person. He did not announce his attendance. He sat in the high gallery without his gold sash that afternoon, in a plain traveling robe, as if he had happened by, as if his presence was a courtesy and not an act of state. Jin Wuhua sat beside him in the same gray he always wore. The 2 men did not speak to each other for the first 3 rounds of the day. Wei Yang's semifinal was against a combined team from the Red Iron Sect and the Silver Pine Sect, 2 second-tier sects that had allied to put forward a mixed unit Su had never seen drill before. The team's strategy, Shu Kajin said, briefing Su on the bench before the bell, was aggression through numbers, 6 fighters against Wei Yang's standard 4, on the theory that Wei Yang's coordination relied on small numbers. "And where," said Su, "did they get that theory?" Shu Kajin looked at him evenly. A white letter arrived at Red Iron's lodgings 2 nights ago. It was unsigned. It made the argument in detail. Huashan. Huashan. Let me see, Su said. Then today we add a fifth and a sixth. Who? Ru Yan. And the eating scholar, whose name we will remember later. The eating scholar is named Kong Ji, and he has asked me 3 times if we are providing lunch during his match, said Shu Kejin. Yes. Tell the landlady to pack him a box. Ru Yan walked onto the sand, smiling at the opposing team before they had said anything to her. This unnerved them before the bell. Kong Ji, the eating scholar, stepped onto the sand with a paper parcel clutched in one hand and a piece of dried melon already in his mouth. This unnerved them further. They did not know how to draw up against a smiling girl and a chewing scholar and 2 men and a mute girl and a deaf boy. The older of the 2 red iron elders in the stands opened his mouth and closed it again. The bell rang. The 6 of red iron and silver pine came forward in a wedge. The wedge was a strong formation. It relied on its tip hitting first and its wings closing around the struck target. Wei Yong did not meet the wedge at the tip. Wei Yong met the wedge at the wings. Tan Bei and Yin Hashan, at the 2 outer points, simultaneously reached inward across the bond and picked up something Su had grafted into Kong Ji 2 weeks ago on the road, the ability to anchor a lattice while eating, which in combat converted to a short stabilizing pulse in the shared lattice. Kong Ji, at the center, bit his dried melon, anchored, and Tan Bei and Yin Hashan, anchored through him, drove forward and broke the wings off the wedge before the tip had reached Pei Ruo at the front. Pei Ruo silenced the tip. Ru Yan, at the rear, struck a heartbeat before the tip struck her. Her lattice, which ran a heartbeat backwards in time, made her strike land a heartbeat before the enemy could raise the block he would, in the next heartbeat, try to raise. It was not fair. It was not meant to be fair. Red Iron's senior disciple went down without knowing what had happened to him. Du Qiao, at the flank, picked up what Pei Ruo had silenced and used it to hold the rear cultivator of silver pine immobile while Yin Hashan, from the broken wing, stepped across and laid one very large hand very gently on the man's shoulder. You are done, Yin Hashan said, not unkindly. The man was done. The match lasted 2 minutes. Nobody was seriously hurt. Red Iron and Silver Pine walked off the sand with their eyes on the ground. The eating scholar finished his melon and applied for the paper parcel to be brought onto the sand as a victory lunch, which the judge allowed because no rule against it existed. In the high gallery, Huashun had not moved once during the match. He watched the whole thing with his hands flat on the arms of his chair. When the flag went up, he turned his head slightly and spoke to Jian Wuhua. He spoke for perhaps 10 breaths. Jian Wuhua nodded, once, without looking at him. Huashun stood and left the gallery. From the Weiyang bench, Su watched the gray figure of Jian Wuhua sit alone in the gallery for another long moment after Huashun had gone, and then stand without haste and walk out by a different door. Let me see, Su said to Wei Lan beside him. We have made Huashun speak aloud to the arbiter. That is the first time this tournament. What did he say? Said Wei Lan. I cannot read lips at that distance with one eye. I can, said Shu Kejin behind them. And, he said, end this tomorrow. Su drank water. He did not answer. Pei Ruo, without being asked, wrote on her slate. Good. Now we are the problem. Chapter 54. The evening banquet was held in the central hall of the compact palace. Every sect leader was present. Weiyang was seated at a small table at the far end of the hall, as the last invited guest, which was an insult and a position of honor at the same time. Su ate little. Jiang Mingli ate less. Little Niu had been left at the landlady's house in Shu Kejin's custody, because a 7-year-old at a banquet of men whose hands had killed hundreds was not a place a 7-year-old belonged. Su had insisted. Jiang Mingli had agreed. Huashun came to Weiyang's table at the exact moment the 4th course was served. He did not approach noisily. He did not bring an escort. He stopped at the end of the table, carried a small cup of wine in his hand, and bowed. A correct bow. A sect leader's bow to appear, he did not quite acknowledge. Su rose. Jiang Mingli rose. Hung Zairu and Wei Lan rose. Tan Bei, seated further along, rose. Lattice-smith Su, Huashun said. A word. Sect leader Hua, Su said. Please. Sit. I will stand. As you like. The sound in the hall dropped. Every conversation at every table had, by the 4th sentence, become aware of the man at the far table. Huashun did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Every sect leader in the room was straining without showing that they were straining to hear. I have watched your team for 3 rounds, Huashun said. His voice was clean, warm. His face was thin in a way that was new since Su had last seen him at the Plaza Parade. You have made a thing that is not a thing I have seen before. I have seen many things. Thank you. It is not a compliment. It is an assessment. I know. A small smile at the corner of Huashun's mouth. Let me speak plainly, then, because there is no time in my schedule for the other kind of speaking. I have come to offer you a seat on the compact. Su did not respond. Jiang Mingli's hand, at her side, did not twitch. A permanent seat, Huashun went on. The 10th seat. Funds. Legitimacy. Protection of your academy by compact edict, which means no sect will trouble you again within these borders or any borders the compact reaches. The letters on fitting will be circulated with compact approval. Your students will be admitted, by prior arrangement, to any sect of their choosing as inner disciples. You will not be called a heretic anywhere a compact banner flies. In exchange, Su said, not looking away from him. In exchange, said Huashun, Weiyang adopts a compact-approved curriculum. Your methods are made teachable to any sect. Your reshaping is standardized, 10 templates, perhaps 12, enough to cover the common variances. The word heresy goes away. The word standardization returns. The world settles. The 4th course cooled on the table. Su felt the iron ring at his throat. The ring was cold now. It had not been cold in days. Let me see, Su said quietly. You are offering me everything I want, if I will agree to give away the one thing that is mine. I am offering you everything you want, said Huashun. If you will agree to share one thing you cannot, in the long run, keep to yourself. That is the same sentence with different words. Yes. Su looked at the man for a long breath. He saw, in Huashun's face, what he had not expected to see. Not malice, not triumph, not even ambition. Tiredness. Something behind the tiredness that was almost like fear. The fear of a man who had spent 40 years holding together a thing that was coming apart in his hands and who did not, in his bones, know what he was going to do with the years he had left after it came apart. I am sorry, sect leader, Su said gently. I cannot accept. I thought you would say that. Yes. Huashun set the wine cup, without drinking it, on the table. Then, he said quietly, I am sorry for what must come. He bowed again, precisely the correct depth. He turned. He walked back to his own table. The room, which had been listening, remembered to breathe. At Wei Yang's table, Wei Lan sat down first. Hung Xiru followed. Tan Bei's hands were flat on the wood. Jiang Mingli sat down very slowly, looking across the hall. Well, said Hung Xiru, after a moment. He was more polite than I expected. He was more tired than I expected, said Su. Jiang Mingli said, eat. Su ate. The food tasted of nothing. In the corner of his left eye under its bandage, the slow dry ache had begun again. The iron ring at his throat was cold. Chapter 55. The finals were the following morning. The draw had been posted at dawn. Wei Yang's opponent was listed as the neutral team, for cultivators, unaffiliated, assigned from the compact's floating pool of reserve veterans. This was unusual. It was not unheard of. The team had been published 2 hours after Huashun had left the banquet hall. Shu Kajin returned from the morning bell with a scrap of paper on which she had written 4 names. She put the paper in front of Su without speaking. Su read it. He read it again. Who? Said Wei Lan. 4 retired inner disciples, said Shu Kajin. All 4 from the southern border wars. All 4 at tier anchored. All 4 with a record of ordered assassinations in the last decade. These are not veterans. These are executioners. They will not announce the rank, said Su. No. The roster lists them at set. It is a lie. I have confirmed through 3 separate channels. Jian Wuhua. Shu Kajin's mouth thinned. He has been informed. He has said nothing. He has not moved. Then, said Su, he knows. He knows, said Shu Kajin. The room was quiet. Tan Bei sat on the edge of the cot. His fists were on his knees. Yin Hashan stood by the window, his left shoulder still stiff. Pei Ruo had her slate in her lap and had not written on it. Du Qiao was watching hands. Ru Yin was smiling, a habit, a heartbeat early, at no one. Kong Ji was eating a steamed bun. Little Niu, in her armor, was sitting quietly on the floor at Su's feet. We can withdraw, said Wei Lan, carefully. No one can force us to take the sand. If we withdraw, said Su. Huashun calls the tournament a forfeit and writes the sentence, forfeit under pressure. Every sect that was thinking of defecting will read that and stop thinking of defecting. If we fight, said Wei Lan, they try to kill 2 of our disciples. They will not succeed. You do not know that. I do not know it. I believe it. There is a difference. Jiang Mingli spoke for the first time that morning. We need a different kind of win. Su turned to her. We cannot win by points, Jiang Mingli said. We cannot win by knockouts. They will take knockouts. We win by making the officials choose. Huashun has rigged the match. Let the match be fought. When the rigging becomes impossible to ignore, we stop fighting. We do not lose. We refuse. We offer the officials the choice, call the rigging or call us. Either way, the match is not the thing that matters. That is a forfeit, said Tan Bei. That is a refusal, said Jiang Mingli. It is a different word. Su looked at her. Let me see, he said. He closed his good eye. He thought for a long breath. The left under the bandage ached. The iron ring at his throat had stayed cold all night. He opened his eye. We fight, he said. We fight clean for as long as we can. When they reveal what they are, because they will reveal what they are, within 5 breaths of the bell, because anchored cannot hide. We withdraw from the circle, and we demand the officials name them. If the officials name them, we re-enter and finish the fight on equal terms. If the officials will not, we leave the sand, and we do so publicly, and we say, loudly, why? They will be allowed to hit us before we withdraw, said Tanbei. Yes. They will try to kill us in those 5 breaths. Yes. Who stands in the center? Said Yin quietly. Su looked at him. I, Yin said. I stand in the center. I can route the first 3 strikes. Tan and Pei stand on either side. Little Nyo does not take the sand. Little Nyo, at Su's feet, opened her mouth. Little Nyo, said Yin very gently, not looking down, does not take the sand. This one is not for children. I promise you the next one. You have my word. Little Nyo closed her mouth. She did not argue. She nodded once, small, under her small helmet which she had put on already that morning. Who stands with Yin said Jiang Mingli. I, said Tanbei. I, said Pei Rua's slate, held up in her hand. I, said Ru Yin, smiling, a heartbeat early. 4 of you. Then, on the sand, said Su. 4 of us on the sand, Tanbei agreed. In the high gallery, already, the first officials were taking their seats. Jian Wuhua's gray was there. Huashen's gold sash was there. Between them, for the first time in any of the tournament's mornings, the arbiter's chair had been moved a hand's width further from the sect leaders than it had stood the day before. Su, from the street below, saw this and did not mention it. Let me see, he said, to his disciples. You are going onto the sand today against 4 men sent to kill you. You will come off the sand alive. I am not going to tell you how. I am going to tell you this, you are mine. You have always been mine. The sand does not change that. The stand does not change that. The sword, if it comes, does not change that. You stand together. You leave together. We have made a thing between us that no one in that gallery has made in 3,000 years. It does not ask to be loved. It asks to be allowed. Today they will not allow it. We will make them. Tanbei's fists, on his knees, opened. He set his palms flat on his thighs. Yin rolled his stiff shoulder once and nodded. Pei Rual wiped her slate clean. Ru Yan's smile, which had been a heartbeat early all her life, was, for once, exactly on time. They walked to the arena. Outside, over the central plaza, the sky had gone the slow gray of a day that had not yet decided between rain and sun. The iron ring at Su's throat was cold. It had been cold all night. It had not been cold for as long as Su could remember. He did not mention it. He walked behind his disciples. He held his wife's hand where the crowd could not see. He stepped into the shadow of the arena gate. Chapter 56. The 4 men on the other side of the circle did not look like veterans. They looked, in their borrowed gray, like ordinary journeyman cultivators of middle rank. Their robes hung correctly. Their stances were the sect standard mid-tier stance that any set-rank disciple could have copied. They bowed to the judge the correct depth. They bowed to Wei Yang the correct depth. They did not sneer. They did not speak. Their faces were blank in the particular blank way of men who have been paid not to have faces today. But their feet were wrong. Su saw it from the bench inside 3 breaths. A man at tier set stands with his weight on the ball of the foot. A man at tier anchored stands with the weight through the heel, because his lattice is seated in the ground and pushes up through the bones. All 4 of these men stood through the heel. The gray robes had not been adjusted well enough to hide the footwork. Shu Cushion, at Su's shoulder, did not need to say anything. Su nodded once, the smallest of nods. The bell rang. In the first breath, none of the 4 moved. This alone was a tell. Sect standard set rank disciples opened immediately. Tanbei, at the Wei Yang left, did not open either. He waited. Yin in the center, set his feet and let his shoulders roll. Pei Rual, at the right, folded her hands at waist height. Ru Yin, at the rear, smiled, a heartbeat early, at the sky. In the second breath, the 4 men split, 2 onto Tanbei, 2 onto Pei Rual. Not at Yin Never at Yin The veterans had read Wei Yang's formation and had understood, correctly, that the large man in the center was the route, not the target. In the third breath the strikes began to come, and they were not set-rank strikes. They were the heavy, precise strokes of men who had killed in wars. One of the pair targeting Tanbei feinted high and cut low. Tanbei routed the low strike through his forearms without forming a seal, pivoted, and hit the man in the wrist with the flat of his open hand. The man's hand shook. He reset. He came again. Pei Ruo did not silence yet. She let the pair on her side reach. Silence at this distance would warn the others. She waited. In the fourth breath, the fifth man appeared. He had not been on the roster. He came from the side aisle of the arena floor, up through a gate that should have been closed, dressed in the same borrowed gray, moving very fast along the low wall behind the Weiyang bench. He did not go for the sand. He went for the bench. His trajectory, Su saw with a cold, sick clarity, was a line that intersected the spot on the Weiyang bench where little Niu was sitting in her small armor. She had not taken the sand. But the man was not going for the sand. Little Niu, Jiang Mingli started, already rising. Su did not rise. Su did a thing he had never done in daylight. He reached, through the shared bond that had settled itself the previous night in the alley behind the landlady's house, and he took hold of the lattice he had built for little Niu from the inside, and he pulled the incoming blow through that lattice into his own. The man's strike landed. It landed where it had been aimed, at little Niu's sternum, and it broke against the shield shard at her breastplate, as it had broken before. Then, an instant later, a second version of the same strike, a thing no onlooker could see, a pressure that had passed along the bond, landed in Su's chest, through his own lattice, and folded him forward over his knees with a soft short cough and a sharp bright blood at the left corner of his mouth. Jiang Mingli caught him before he hit the floor of the bench. Tan Bei, on the sand, had felt it too. His mouth opened. A sound came out of him that was not a word. It was a sound Su had heard once before, the first night, long years ago, when Tan had been told that a man who loved him was dead. Tan Bei moved. He did not form a seal. He did not reroute. He went across the sand at one of the veterans with his short blade drawn. The blade he had not drawn in his own match, and the veteran was a veteran and stepped back to meet him, and Tan Bei's blade came down at a pace the veteran could not correctly answer, because Tan Bei was not fighting at Weiyang pace now. He was fighting at something past Weiyang pace, because a bond he shared with a 7-year-old at the bench had just been struck. He would have killed the man. He would have cut him down to the waist. The veteran saw the edge coming and closed his eyes. Pei Ruo, from the right flank, stepped across and put one hand on Tan Bei's arm. She did not pull. She did not shout. She laid the hand in place the way she had once, years ago, laid her hand on the sleeve of a thunderstruck child in Weiyang's courtyard. The silence around Tan Bei's blade arm tightened, not on him. On the arm, a narrow cone, and the lattice under the arm, which had been about to deliver a killing strike, gentled by half a breath. The blade stopped, not against the veteran, not through him, an inch from his shoulder. Tan Bei's breath was ragged. His eyes came back, slowly, the way eyes come back to a man after a long fall. He lowered the blade. He looked at Pei Ruo. Pei Ruo looked back at him. She did not nod. She did not speak. She took her hand off his arm. On the bench, behind, Yi Ching was on her knees in front of Su, a small vial in her hand. The blood at the corner of Su's mouth had not increased. He was still breathing. His breath rasped against something wet. Jiang Mingli was supporting his head on her arm. Little Niu, in her armor, had not moved. She was looking, not at Su, but across the sand at the fifth man, who had now been pinned to the floor by Yin Hashan's boot, who was working with his hands tied behind him by a strip of Yin Hashan's belt. On the sand, Tan Bei stood with his blade half raised. The veteran on the sand had his eyes closed still. "Open them," said Tan Bei. "You live today. I am not the man who kills you." The veteran opened his eyes. Chapter 57. What followed was not in any rulebook. Su lifted his head a hand's width off Jiang Mingli's arm. His voice was thin. It did not carry. He said, "Take me to the judge." "You do not." Yi Ching began. "Take me," Su said. "Let me see. I need my feet. I do not need my legs." Yin Hashan stepped back from the pinned fifth man, not removing his boot, and reached without looking and picked Su up by the shoulders the way a man picks up a child. Jiang Mingli steadied Su's legs. Tan Bei and Pei Ruo walked with them. The four of them and the body of the fifth man at Yin Hashan's feet moved together, a small slow procession, to the edge of the circle where the chief judge stood. The chief judge was an old man from one of the minor sections. He had not, in 20 years of judging, had to deal with a formally registered match in which a sect leader's execution squad had attacked the opposing bench. He stared. His mouth worked. Su, supported between Yin Hashan and Jiang Mingli, stood as straight as he could. He did not shout. He did not, in his state, have shouting available. "Honored Judge," Su said. "For men on that sand are tier anchored. One of them is not on the roster. One of them attacked the bench. I asked the compact to name them before this match continues." The chief judge turned toward the high gallery. Hua Shun, in his gold sash, did not look at the chief judge. He looked at the sand. His face had gone a particular color Su had not seen on any man before. It was not red. It was not white. It was a very thin, careful blank. Jian Wuhua rose from his chair a hand's width from Hua Shun's. He walked to the gallery rail. He looked down. The challenger, said Jin Wuhua, loud enough for the arena to hear, has asked the compact to name the roster. The silence in the arena was total now. In the stands, an azure cloud elder, wrong-footed, tried to stand and sit simultaneously and achieved neither. The whitewater tier, where Wei Lan's former sect sat, was tilted slightly forward. Every civilian magistrate in the visitors section, 3 of whom Su recognized from the demonstration at Weiyang 2 months ago, had their hands on the rails in front of them. Jian Wuhua waited. The pause was half a breath longer than Huashan could politely allow. Huashan did not speak. Jian Wuhua turned back to the sand. The roster on file, Jian Wuhua said, lists 4 neutral cultivators at tier set. The arbiter's office has no record of a 5th. Then, said Su, quietly, I am asked to fight 4 men of unclear rank and a 5th who does not exist. I will not fight. I will not win, and I will not lose. I refuse the match. He did not fall. Yin Hashan's hand at his shoulder was the only reason he did not fall. The chief judge looked at the gallery. The chief judge looked at the sand. The chief judge looked at the record scroll on his table. If Weiyang withdraws, he began. If Weiyang withdraws, Su said, very thin, then it withdraws from a contest that was not won. If the compact wishes to award the match to the unnamed team, let the compact explain to its civilian witnesses why an unnamed man was on the sand. The compact, the chief judge began. Jian Wuhua cut him off. He did it without raising his voice. The compact, said Jian Wuhua, accepts the withdrawal. The match is unfinished. Neither side is awarded. The official roster will be reviewed under the arbiter's seal. The tournament is concluded. A sound rolled through the arena. It was not a cheer. It was a sound Su had not heard in any arena. It was the collective noise 3,000 people make when the rules they had been told to believe in have just been, in their own view, corrected by the authority they had not realized was still willing to correct them. Some of it was angry. Most of it was not. Huashan, in the gallery, sat. Yin Hashan carried Su off the sand. Jiang Mingli walked beside him with her hand on Su's wrist. Pei Rual walked a pace behind with her slate under her arm. Tanbei walked at the rear with his blade still drawn. Little Niu, at the bench, waited until the others reached her, then fell in behind Jiang Mingli without being told. On the way out of the arena, past the whitewater tier, Wei Lan rose. Chapter 58. She did not wait for the crowd to dissipate. She walked to the rail, faced the gallery, and spoke so that her voice carried. I am Wei Lan, she said, elder of Whitewater Sect. I was elder of Whitewater Sect for 19 years. I resign this post now, in this hall, in the presence of the compact. I offer my oath to Weiyang Terrace. I will not serve under the compact again. The arena, which had been finding its breath, lost it again. An elder at the top of the whitewater tier stood up. He was her junior. He had never, in the 19 years of her post, spoken publicly against her. He did not speak against her now. He did not speak at all. He sat back down, because there was nothing in his training that told him what to do. Within the next 10 breaths, 3 more people stood. The first was an elder of a minor Eastern sect, a man of 60, who had lost a niece to an expulsion 3 years ago and had not previously found a way to say so in public. He said it now. He said he too was resigning. He was going to teach at Weiyang Terrace if they would have him. The second was a junior Frost Peak disciple, not Jilian High, but a young woman whose name Su did not know, who had not been anywhere near Jilian High's circle, who stood up from the 10th row of the Frost Peak tier and said only, I am finished with Frost Peak. I asked Weiyang's gate. She did not wait for her sect leader's reaction. She walked down the steps, across the stadium floor, and stood behind Wei Lan at the rail. The third was an Azure Cloud inner disciple who had lost to Tanbei a week ago. His face was red. His voice shook. He said he would not serve under Elder Feng Qiu any longer and that he did not have a sect to go to, and he asked if Weiyang would have a man who had lost to one of its disciples. Jiang Mingli, at Su's side, did not answer for Su. She did not need to. Weiyang, said Su, thin, but loud enough, has gates. The gates are open. Go by them to the lodgings in the alley. The landlady is expecting you. They went. All 3 of them. The arena did not boo. The arena, a great many small sections of it, stood up as they went. Huashan, in the gallery, had put both hands flat on the arms of his chair. He did not rise. He did not move. Jian Wuhua, beside him, sat with his hands folded, watching the 3 new Weiyang disciples cross the stadium floor to the gate. The arbiter's face, when he turned his head at last to look at the sect leader beside him, was not triumphant. It was tired in a way that Su, from the exit, recognized across the distance. The tiredness of a man who has at last done a thing he has owed for a long time. Weiyang went back to the landlady's alley. Weiyang did not celebrate. Wei Yang put Su on a cot in the downstairs room, and Nei Ching did what could be done, which was less than she wanted and more than Su deserved. By dusk, he was breathing more evenly. By full dark, he had managed to sit up. The blood at the corner of his left eye, under the bandage, had dried. He was 52. He had been 31 the spring before. Jiang Mingli sat on the edge of the cot. Chapter 59. She waited until he had sat up. She waited until he had drunk the broth Nei Ching had brought. She waited until the landlady had closed the door to give them the room. She did not wait any longer than that. "Let me see," she said, and he flinched, because the phrase came from her in a voice he had not heard her use before. "That is my word," he said, trying a small smile. "Yes, I am using it now." He stopped smiling. "You took the blow that was aimed at her," Jiang Mingli said. "You took it through the bond. You took it into your chest. You nearly died on the bench. Yes. Your flaw will kill you. Yes. It will kill you before your ceiling is reached. It will kill you before the rerouter, or whatever is next, ever gets near you. It will kill you in a match that does not matter against a man who does not know your name, because a child will have been in danger and you will not have been able to refuse. Yes. Su. Yes." Jiang Mingli's hand was on his. It was shaking. She did not pretend it was not. She did not take it away. "Tell me," she said, "that I am wrong." "Let me see," he said quietly. "You are not wrong. You are right. My flaw will kill me. Perhaps not today. Perhaps not next year. Eventually, it will kill me. Then, it is also," he said, "the only reason any of them follow me." She was quiet. "Tan Bei," he said, "did not follow me because I was talented. He followed me because I did not walk away from him in the courtyard. Pei Rua did not follow me because I unsealed her throat. I did not unseal her throat. She followed me because I did not force my cure on her. Yin Hashan followed me because I did not ask him to be smaller. Little Nyo followed me because I called her an unfinished weapon instead of a freak. Every one of them followed me because I cannot refuse a broken person. If I could learn to refuse them, I would not be me. If I stopped being me, they would not still be mine. Then you will die of it. Yes. And I am to stand at your side and watch." He closed his good eye. His chest, under the bandage Nei Ching had wound, hurt in the slow way that bandages do not help with. "I am sorry," he said. "It is a bad gift. You did not ask for it. I am asking for it now." Jiang Mingli. She leaned over him and kissed him. It was not a long kiss. It was not a polite one. It was her mouth on his, steady, firm, a little cold at the edges from the dusk outside. He was too hurt to answer it fully. He did answer it. When she drew back, her eyes were wet, though her face was not. "I am warning you," she said. "I will not lose you easily. I know. I will, in the end, lose you." "Yes." "Good," said Jiang Mingli, and she pressed her forehead, briefly, to his, and stood up. At the hearth, Pei Rua, who had been sitting quiet as a small gray stone, wiped her slate. She wrote 2 words. She held the slate, so only Su could see it. Finally, both. She wiped the slate again before Jiang Mingli turned around. Chapter 60. They left the central city 2 mornings later. Su rode in a cart. Nei Ching rode beside him with her formulary. Jiang Mingli rode the small brown horse at the head of the column. Tan Bei drove the cart. Yin Hashan walked beside the rear cart. Pei Rua, Ru Yan, Du Qiao, Kong Ji, Little Nyo, and the 3 new disciples, the old Eastern elder, the young Frost Peak woman, the young Azure Cloud man, rode or walked in the middle. Hong Zairu rode with his brush in his sleeve. Shu Kejin was somewhere behind them and ahead of them at the same time, in the way she had. Ji Lianhai rode in the last cart. He was not yet well. He did not speak on the first day. He looked, sometimes, at the back of Su's head. He looked, sometimes, at the road behind them. On the 3rd day, toward dusk, the iron ring at Su's throat warmed. He noticed it first because his own throat had been cold for a long time. Then he noticed the ring itself against his skin, warm the way a stone warms when held under the hand long enough. He lifted his fingers to it. It was warm. He sat up in the cart. The hills around them had the long dusk color of late autumn. The light was gray-gold along the ridgelines. The wind was still. On the road behind them, a single rider was coming up the long slope. Jiang Mingli had seen the rider at the same moment. She had turned her horse. Tan Bei had halted the cart. The column stopped in a silence that included, Su noted, the absence of every voice that had been half ready to speak. The rider drew up. He was alone. He wore gray. He did not have his sword with him. His horse was not pushed. "Arbiter," Su said. Jin Wuhua did not dismount. He did not wait for pleasantries. He looked at Su in the cart, and he said, not loud, the way a man delivers a bit of information that is not for the whole road. "The next move will not be legal. Prepare." "Yes," said Su. "Hua Shun will not be able to act openly in the city again. He will act through proxies. He will act against the town nearest your terrace first. He will not sign his name to it. Do not expect a letter. We will not. Jian Wuhua looked at the road ahead of them. He looked at the road behind. He looked, finally, at Su. For a breath Su saw, under the gray, the old man from the hall at Weiyang. The man who had asked, at a table with no tea, whether Su would have saved his daughter. If you need me, Jian Wuhua said, I am at the way station at Liang Crossing for the next 10 days. I do not promise I will answer. I do not promise I will be there. I am telling you where I am. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. He wheeled his horse. He rode back the way he had come. Within 2 bell strokes, he was a small gray shape on the long slope. Within 3, he was the shape had become after it passed a bend. He was gone. Jiang Mingli rode up beside Su's cart. She did not speak. Let me see, Su said, looking at the road Jian Wuhua had ridden down. The compact has not ended. Huashun has not ended. We have ended only a single match. Tomorrow the war becomes private. It will not wear a uniform. It will not send heralds. It will hit the towns that feed us, and the wells that water us, and the merchants who sell us ink. Yes, said Jiang Mingli. We go home. Yes. We prepare. Yes. In the cart behind him, Tianbei took up the reins again. Yin Hashan whistled, low, to the rear cart, and the caravan started forward. Little Niu, in her small armor, walked beside Su's cart wheel with her hand on the wood, as if she were, herself, one of the drivers. Pei Ruo sat beside Ji Lianhai in the rear cart with her slate in her lap. She wrote, after the caravan had moved a li down the road, a single line, and she held it up, once, across the dusk, for Su to see. The ring is warm. He lifted his hand to it. He nodded to her. She wiped the slate. They rode into the twilight. The ring at his throat stayed warm. The left eye under its bandage stayed quiet. The wound in his chest ached with every jolt of the cart. Jiang Mingli, riding a few paces ahead, did not look back. She did not need to. She knew where he was. Chapter 61 Weiyang Terrace was still standing when the caravan came over the last ridge. The buildings were as they had been left. The main hall with its dark tiled roof, the archive wing, the small rebuilt forge where Yin Hashan had cut the plowshare for Little Niu's armor. The gatepost Pei Ruo had repainted on the last day before they left. The pines along the eastern path were still. Nothing on the terrace itself appeared touched. The town below the terrace, however, was not still. Su saw the smoke first. Thin gray lines from 3 places, not one, rising and flattening in the cold air above the valley. Jiang Mingli, ahead of him on the road, saw it at the same moment. She did not spur the horse. She slowed it. She had learned, over the last 3 years, that the slow approach was the one that made an ambush miss its timing. The town of Yinchang, 230 families the last time Hung Zairu had counted them, had been hid in the pattern Su would later come to recognize as the compact's quiet war. The market stalls were scattered. The communal granary had been emptied, not burned. The town shrine had been thrown down. 3 houses had been burned, 2 at either end of the main street, and 1 in the middle, enough to make the fire look serious, not enough to suggest arson as a whole. No one had been killed. Several people had been cut, 1 badly. The bandits, they had called themselves bandits, worn bandit colors, used bandit slang the town's oldest man did not recognize, had taken the granary grain, 2 silver chests from the magistrate's office, and, from 1 household, a child's winter coat. The coat was the detail that gave them away. Real bandits did not take coats. Real mercenaries taught to look like bandits did, because they were cold. The magistrate met them at the town gate. He was a young man named Lu Chun, new to the post, with a cut over his eye that had been stitched by the town midwife with the same white thread she used for baby swaddling. He bowed to the depth Su required in public. His hands were shaking. Ladysmith Su, he began. Let me see, Su said, and dismounted from the cart with Ni Ching's hand under his elbow because his chest was still bandaged and his ribs did not, yet, agree to hold his own weight. Who is hurt? Old song. The cooper. They cut his leg because he would not open the cask in which he was not storing silver. Has the midwife been? She has been. She says he will keep the leg. Ni Ching will go to song. Ni Ching was already walking. The granary can be rebuilt. The grain can be replaced. Magistrate Lu Chun, said Su quietly, please walk with me. Do not cry. You are young. You are not the first young magistrate to have a bad month. I am asking you something more important. Magistrate Lu Chun, who had been about to cry, did not. He walked. Su made 6 decisions in the next hour, and Hung Zairu wrote all of them down, and Shu Kuzhin privately added a 7th that she did not tell Su about. The first was that Weiyang would replace the lost grain from its own stores, which were larger than the town knew. The second was that Weiyang would pay, from its own treasury, for the rebuilding of the 3 burned houses and the granary, and the repair of the shrine. The third was that Wei Yong would not send armed patrols through the town, which the town, terrified, wanted, because armed patrols were the thing Huashun was hoping to be able to call a militia. The fourth was that Wei Yong would hire, publicly and openly, 6 townsfolk as paid caretakers of the rebuilt granary and shrine, at a wage 2 copper pieces above the going rate. The fifth was that Su himself would sit, unarmed and alone, in the town tea house for 4 hours every afternoon for the next 10 days, available to any family that wanted to come speak with him. The sixth was that no man of Wei Yong would pursue, investigate, or pronounce on the identity of the bandits. This last was the one the town did not want. They were 9 sects, Magistrate Luchin said low. They were mercenaries. Everyone saw, let me see, Su said. Everyone saw men in bandit colors take a child's winter coat. Tomorrow, when you send your report to the prefect, you will write the word bandits. You will not write the word compact. You will not speak the word mercenaries. You will say bandits 7 times if you can fit it into 7 sentences. But Wei Yong rebuilds the granary this week. Wei Yong rebuilds the shrine. Wei Yong puts its hand on the wounds. The compact burned this town to make us look at the compact. We are not looking at the compact. We are looking at the wounds. You will too. Magistrate Luchin stared at him. He had not, before this, understood, fully, what kind of man Su was. He understood now, in the rough way he could, which was enough. Yes, he said. Good. Now let us go see the Cooper. Chapter 62. Hung Zairu found the passage 6 days after they came home. He had been working through the second night of his return, catching up on a shelf of scrolls the new young Frost Peak defector had been filing for him during his absence. The shelf contained old sect records, things Hung Zairu had bought, over the decades, from retiring librarians and dying sect elders who had had no one to leave them to. Most of them were dull. Most of them were lists of inventory or birth dates of students who had since died of ordinary things. One, near the bottom of the shelf, was a small thin book with no title on its spine, hand-bound in pale paper, with 31 pages. The book claimed to be the memoir of a lattice-smith's apprentice who had lived, roughly, 3,000 years ago. The apprentice had not named his teacher in the book. The teacher, he said, had asked not to be named. The teacher had done a thing that could not, in the apprentice's lifetime, be explained, and had given the apprentice a single instruction at his death, that the book, if it was written, was to be written without the teacher's name, and that the teacher's one private object, a ring of iron, with a single hairline crack, was to be buried with him. The teacher had called the ring his first anchor. Hung Zairu read the passage 3 times. He closed the book. He sat at his desk with his hands flat on the paper for a long minute. He carried the book to the main hall. Su was sitting by the hearth with a cup of tea that was growing cold, and with his left hand, absent, on the iron ring at his throat. Hung Zairu set the book on the low table. Let me see, Su said, and lifted his tea with his right hand. Read the marked page, said Hung Zairu. His voice was dry. His voice was always dry when something had shaken him. Su read. He read it twice. He set the book down. He took his hand off the ring. My ring, he said. Perhaps your ring. The ring I found in the Azure Cloud expulsion courtyard. The ring, perhaps, that was meant to be buried with its owner 3,000 years ago, and was not. Why was it not? I do not know. The book does not say. The book ends at the teacher's death. Whose ring, then? The apprentice does not name him. The apprentice calls him only master. He refers to him as the one who, I am reading, the one who made the first lattice, and who did not, in the end, believe in what he had made. Su did not answer. He looked at the ring in his palm. He looked at the hairline crack. He thought, without wanting to, about Jian Wuhua on the dusk road, and the warming of the ring on the dusk road, and the cold of the ring in the banquet hall. Hung, he said, keep this book. I intend to. Do not tell anyone. I had not planned to. Not even Jiang Mingli. I will tell Jiang Mingli, said Hung Zairu gently. She would know I was keeping something from her. That is its own danger. I will tell her tonight. No one else. Su nodded. Let me see, he said, and did not finish. He did not need to finish. Hung Zairu took the book back off the table, bowed once, a librarian's small bow, not a disciple's, and carried the book out. He hid it in the 3rd drawer from the top of the south case, which was the drawer nobody, but he unlocked. Su sat by the hearth a long time after that. The ring stayed in his palm. It was warm against his skin. He did not, then, make the connection. He felt the connection against his skin in the way a man feels weather in an old wound before the weather arrives. He set the feeling aside, because there was a town to rebuild and a rival sect to watch and a wife and child to be present for. He set it aside. He did not forget it. It did not forget him either. Chapter 63. The letter Shu Kajin intercepted was not addressed to her. It had been copied, once, by the cousin of a compact clerk who had a debt to one of Shu Kajin's older contacts, and carried, folded very small, inside the hollow handle of an ordinary broom. The broom had been delivered to a cobbler in the nearest town, who had handed it to a woman who had walked it up to Weiyang at the end of a morning market. The woman had not known what she was carrying. She had thought she was bringing a broom. She had been paid for the broom, which surprised her. Shu Kajin unrolled the paper on the desk in her small room at the end of the archive wing. She read it once. She read it twice. She picked the paper up and carried it to Sue in the main hall. Sue read it. The letter was from Huashen's office, not his hand, but on his seal. It was addressed to 3 bankers in the central city. It instructed them to release, in installments over the next 2 months, a total sum equivalent to Weiyang's 3-year operating budget, to an entity to be formed under the name Jinghu Pavilion. The letter described Jinghu Pavilion as a new academy dedicated to Weiyang's methods under orthodox discipline, and instructed the bankers to keep the origin of the funds discreet. A true Weiyang, said Sue. A false Weiyang, said Shu Kajin. Funded by him. Run by a man named Chu Yan, former inner disciple of Azure Cloud, dismissed quietly 7 years ago for corporal excess in teaching. He has a reputation for discipline. He has a reputation for beatings. He has a reputation. He has written 3 papers for the compact in the last year on what he calls corrective pedagogy. Corrective pedagogy. Yes. Let me see, said Sue, and set the letter down. We can destroy this before it is built. We have the names. We have the funding pattern. We have the bankers' signatures. Hung Zairu could write a pamphlet by tomorrow morning that would make Jinghu Pavilion impossible to fund in public. You could make a visit or 2 at night. The thing does not have to exist. I am asking if it should exist, said Shu Kajin. No. No, we should not destroy it. Or no, it should not exist. No, we should not destroy it. Sue closed his good eye. He thought for a long breath. A copy is a compliment. A bad copy will do our work for us. Explain. Huashun is funding a school to steal our methods. A man like Huashun cannot allow students of the school to deviate. A man like Chu Yin cannot teach reshaping, because he has spent 7 years learning to punish rather than teach. The school will teach our surface. It will punish the students who, inevitably, begin to deviate beneath the surface, which is the part of our method that matters. Within a month, some of those students will run. They will run to us. We will take them in. Jinghu Pavilion will, every day it operates, be recruiting our students for us. That is cruel. To the students who have already signed up? Yes. To the students Jinghu will go on to beat? Yes. It is the cost of not giving Huashun what he wants, which is a fight with the school he has invented so that we will destroy it in public and be called destroyers. He wants us to be destroyers. We will not be. Shu Kajin folded the letter. I will keep an ear on every mail route and banker branch between here and the central city. The moment a student runs, I will know. Yes. The landlady will need a list. Make the list. She went. Sue sat with the hearth at his back for a while. His chest, under the bandage, had stopped hurting with every breath and now only hurt with every second breath, which was improvement. The ring at his throat was neither warm nor cold. It was at skin temperature. It was waiting. Chapter 64. Jinghu Pavilion opened in the central city on the first day of the next season. It opened with banners and with speeches and with the seal of 3 compact sect leaders on its charter. Chu Yen, former inner disciple of Azure Cloud, now founder headmaster of Jinghu Pavilion, spoke for the better part of an hour about the importance of disciplined reshaping under orthodox oversight. He did not mention Weiyang by name. He did not need to. Every scholar in the audience understood that the speech was the compact's attempt to steal Sue's vocabulary and bury him under it. Hung Zairu, in Weiyang's archive, read the reprint of the speech and wrote, in the margin of his copy, the word gilded. He did not write a rebuttal. He had been told not to. Within 10 days of Jinghu Pavilion's opening, 3 notices of admission had been published. 30 disciples had been accepted in the first cohort. 12 of them came from sects of the compact. 18 came from the population of the central cities expelled, boys and girls who had been expelled by compact sects over the last several years, who had been offered, by Jinghu Pavilion, a path back. It was a good offer. Su read the notice with his chin in his hand, and with Jiang Mingli beside him. He did not comment. He looked tired. Let me see, he said at last. Yes, said Jiang Mingli. There will be runners. We know there will be runners. But some of them will not run. Some of them will take whatever Chu Yin does to them and bend and come out Jinghu. That is the cost. That is the cost, and it is not a cost we can eat for them. No, said Jiang Mingli. We still do not destroy him. No. Tell me I am not. You are not, said Jiang Mingli. You are harder than they think. Make sure you do not become harder than you are. Su nodded. He took her hand. He held it a breath, then let go. He rose, the chest still ached, and walked out of the main hall to the yard, where Pei Rua was standing by the gate with her slate, because Pei Rua had seen, before anyone else, the first runner on the path. The first runner was a boy of 15. He had been in Jinghu Pavilion 11 days. He came up the path with his robes torn at the elbows and a bruise along his cheek that had the purple-yellow stage of a bruise 3 days old and healing badly. He was barefoot. He had walked the last 18 li on dirt roads. He did not, at first, come through the gate. He stopped at the gate and he sat down in the road, because, as Su approached, he was not, he said, sure he was allowed to come in. Let me see, Su said, and did not reach for the boy's wrist, because the boy was not yet ready to be touched. He crouched, instead, at the boy's level, beside the gate, with his own bandaged chest protesting. He said, drink some water. Do not answer questions. If you want to come in later, come in later. If you want to leave tomorrow, leave tomorrow. The tea is already made inside. The boy drank the water Pei Rua had, without being asked, brought from the main hall. He cried, quietly, into the cup. I wanted to believe it, he said. They said it would be the same teaching. They said you were a heretic. They said, let me see, Su said gently. Drink your water. The names we are called in the central city do not travel well up this road. Most of them die of thirst halfway. Rest. The boy rested. He slept on a cot in the ground floor room that night. In the morning he walked through the gate of his own accord. He did not look back at the road that had brought him. Within a month, 11 more Jinghu runners had come up the road. None of them came the same way twice. Shu Kujin made sure of that. The landlady in the central city, who had not known she was working for anyone, kept a small list. The list was, at first, mostly names. Toward the end of the month, the list contained a note, in Shu Kujin's hand, in her small tight characters, that Chu Yin had begun to lock the Jinghu gates at night, because runners were costing him face. Let me see, Su said, reading the note. Locked gates are the last stage before public executions. Write to the landlady. Tell her the pavilion will fail within the year. On what basis? Said Hung Zairu. On the basis that a school that locks its gates is a school that no longer trusts its students. A school that does not trust its students loses the students who matter. And the students who matter are the only ones who can, in the long run, carry the thing the school claims to teach. Hung Zairu wrote the letter. The landlady read it. She smiled, Su was later told, and filed it under her kitchen counter. Chapter 65. The 12th Jinghu runner arrived on a rainy morning with a dislocated shoulder. His name was Zhao Hao. He was 17. He had been in Jinghu Pavilion for 6 weeks. He had been beaten 3 times for reshaping his own lattice in secret, after lights out, in the way the Jinghu instructor had explicitly said was heretical. The shoulder had been dislocated 4 days earlier when the instructor had caught him and thrown him against a pillar to make a point. Zhao Hao had walked out of Jinghu Pavilion 2 nights later, over a wall, and had come up the road holding the shoulder with the other hand. Nei Qing reset the shoulder in the small room beside the hearth. She did it cleanly. She did it without anesthetic, because Zhao Hao was the kind of boy, she read at once, who would never forgive himself for needing one. He made a small sound when she put the joint back, and then he was silent. Su did not approach until Nei Qing had wrapped the shoulder. Let me see, he said, and held out his hand. Zhao Hao did not take it at first. He looked up at Su's face. He looked at the cloth over Su's left eye. He looked at the iron ring at Su's throat. Then he lifted his good hand, slowly, and gave Su his wrist. Su examined the lattice for a long minute. It was not, as he had expected, a mess. It was, in its way, lovely. The boy had, in 6 weeks of secret night work, undone most of the damage Jinghu Pavilion had been doing to his original structure and had, without guidance, reshaped his strike shard so that it no longer needed the second seal Jinghu insisted on. He had done it alone, in the dark, in fear of discovery, with no master to correct him. It was crude. It was not wrong. You taught yourself, Su said. I read your first letter, Zhao Hao said. Letters on fitting. Somebody smuggled a copy in. I am not good at reading. It took me 2 weeks. I read it 3 times. I tried the thing you said about not forcing the second seal. I did it at night. Alone. That is a difficult way to learn. There was no other way. Let me see, Su said. I can clean up the edges. I can show you where you have guessed and where you have reasoned. I can do that today, or I can do it next week, depending on your shoulder. I am going to do one other thing first. Yes. I am going to tell you that you were right to hope. Zhao Hao looked up at him. The lie that Jinghu told you, Su said, was skillful. It used my language. It used the word reshape. It used the word variance. A boy of 15 could not have been expected to see through it. I did not see through it faster than you. I see through it now because I wrote the language in the first place. You were right to hope. You were right to try. You are in my house because you did. Do not be ashamed. Zhao Hao's eyes had begun to leak at the word hope and had not stopped at the word ashamed. He did not wipe his face. He held Su's wrist with his good hand, as if the wrist were a rail. I thought, he said, I had given my hope to a thing that did not deserve it. You gave your hope to a thing you could not see the back of from where you were standing. That is not the same as giving your hope to a thing that did not deserve it. Hope is not a debt. Hope is a scout. You sent a scout. It came back wounded. You were the scout. Let me see, Zhao Hao said, half laughing through the tears, because he was not used to laughing and the catch in his throat was unfamiliar. That is what you say? Yes. May I stay? Yes. Weiyang has gates. The gates are open. I cannot pay. No one pays, Su said. No one ever pays. Weiyang is not a sect. Weiyang is a promise. Sleep. I will look at your shoulder again tomorrow. Zhao Hao slept. Su stood at the doorway of the small room for a long moment afterward, watching the boy breathe. The rain outside moved across the tiles of the roof in the slow way of a season changing. Jiang Mingli came up behind him and put her hand, briefly, on the small of his back. Let me see, Su said, very quietly, not turning. There will be more like him. There will, she said. I am going to have to sleep a full night tonight. You are, she said. And the next night. And the next. He turned. He followed her to the kitchen, where the lamp was lit and where the kettle was on, and where the iron ring at his throat, against his skin, warmed for a breath and did not explain itself and cooled again. Chapter 66. Jiang Mingwan arrived on a day of ordinary weather. There was no omen. There was no warning. The season had turned at last toward true spring, and the apricot along the east wall had put out its first bruised white flowers, and the stream below Weiyang was running clear and cold and too full to ford without getting wet to the knee. Shu Kejian had gone to the nearest town that morning to see about a shipment of black ink. Heng Zairu was in the archive, translating a memoir. Su was with Zhao Hao and two other Jinghu runners in the small courtyard behind the main hall, working, slowly, on the 3 lattices the runners had made for themselves in the dark. He did not hear the gate. He did not hear Pei Ruo, at the gate, gesture. He did not, until he felt Jiang Mingli go suddenly still beside him, look up. Jiang Mingli had gone very white. She stood up without a word. She walked across the courtyard, and across the yard, and down the short path to the gate. She walked without hurrying. She walked with the studied deliberation of a woman who did not yet trust her own legs. Su, on a bench behind the runners, did not follow her. He understood, from the way she did not turn, that following her now would be a mistake. At the gate was a young woman in a road-gray robe. She had a small bundle slung on one shoulder. She had her hair tied back. She had Jiang Mingli's nose. She had, in the ears, the smaller, harder set of Jiang Mingli's jaw in miniature. Her shoes were dusty. Her hands, at her sides, were shaking. Jiang Mingli stopped a pace from the gate. Mingwan, she said. Mingwan opened her mouth. She did not speak. Then she did. Her voice was thinner than her sister's by 10 years of not being allowed to use it at the full volume. Jia, she said. Older sister, plain. They threw me out. They said it was their patience, in the end, that had run out. Not mine. When, 12 days ago, I have walked most of it. The last 2 days I got a ride in a farmer's cart. I did not tell him who I was. Good, Jiang Mingli said. The two of them did not touch for a long breath. Pei Ruo, at the corner of the gate with her slate, stepped back without being asked. The disciples in the courtyard, who had been watching, looked at their hands. Then Jiang Mingli moved. She moved fast. She had her arms around her sister before her sister could step back, and she held her. She held her for a long time. She did not cry. Mingwan did. Mingwan cried in the way of a person who has not been allowed to cry for a decade, which is not the crying of grief, but of exhausted permission. She cried into her sister's shoulder. Jiang Mingli held her. Jiang Mingli's hands on her sister's back were steady. Her mouth, against Mingwan's hair, said one short thing too quietly for even Su, watching from the bench a distance away, to hear. Mingwan answered, short, nodded. Jiang Mingli brought her through the gate. Su stood up from the bench. The 3 Jinghu runners stood up too, not knowing what to do. Su waved them back to work with a small hand gesture. He walked across the courtyard and the yard to where the sisters had stopped. He bowed the way his grandfather had taught him to bow to his sister-in-law met for the first time. Let me see, he said quietly. You are Jiang Mingwan. You are welcome here. Mingwan looked at him. Her eyes were red. Her sister's hand was still on her back. My sister has written to me about you, she said. She has written to me for 4 years. She has never once said you were handsome. I am not. Good. Then she was accurate. Jiang Mingli made a small sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sob. She pressed her face, briefly, into the top of her sister's head. "Come and eat," she said. "You will eat. You will sleep. Tomorrow we will talk about any of the rest." "Yes, Jia." Little Nyo, who had materialized out of the yard with the instinct of a small child for a new girl's arrival, looked up at Mingwan with a careful frown. "You look like her," Little Nyo said, pointing. "Yes," Mingwan said. "Are you nicer?" "Little Nyo," said Jiang Mingli. "I am asking," said Little Nyo reasonably. "It matters." Mingwan, to Sue's surprise, laughed. It was a small tired laugh. She bent down to Little Nyo's level. "I am nicer on most days," she said. "I am not nicer on Tuesdays. I am very hungry on Tuesdays." "It is Tuesday," said Little Nyo. "Then today, I am not nicer." "Good," said Little Nyo, satisfied. "I am tired of nice." Chapter 67. Wei Yang had 20 disciples now, counting Zhao Hao and the other Jinghu refugees, counting the 3 new senior cultivators who had defected in the tournament hall, counting Jiang Mingwan who had, after 8 days of rest, formally asked to be taken on as a student. 20 was not a large number. 20 was the number that meant every disciple had a name in the archive and a lattice in Sue's private map and a face in Jiang Mingli's mental roster of dinner portions. Su named Jiang Mingwan's shard on the first clear night of the new moon. He did not announce it. He had, by now, stopped making formal ceremonies of shard naming. The practice embarrassed him. He took Jiang Mingwan into the small side room that served as his reshaping chamber, a plain wooden room with no furniture but a low bench and a lamp, and he worked with her for almost 4 hours. Her lattice was the particular shape of a woman who had, for 9 years, been required to compress her natural range into a sect template she did not fit, while also knowing, in some quiet place, that the template was wrong. It was a knot of bright anger and bright guilt and bright intelligence and a very steady keel of not quite yet broken. He untied the knot slowly. He did not cut. He eased. The left eye, under the bandage, bled twice. Jiang Mingli, in the doorway, took the first cloth away and handed the second without speaking. At the 4th hour, he found the shard she had, on her own, been growing in secret since her expulsion, and he named it. He named it Bridge. Mingwan's eyes widened when he said the name aloud. Jiang Mingli, in the doorway, took one short breath, the way a person does when they have been listening to a conversation in the next room and have been struck by a line they did not expect. Bridge, Su said, was the shard that connected. It was the shard that held together 2 sides that could not, themselves, talk. It was the kind of shard that would not make Mingwan the strongest combatant in Wei Yang. It would make her the only disciple who could stand between Jiang Mingli and Shu Kuzhen on a bad morning, and, by doing nothing, keep them from tearing each other apart. Mingwan laughed. Her laugh was closer to her sister's this time, the low, warm, dry one that came from lower in the chest. Su sat down on the bench when he was done. The lamp was guttering. His hands were shaking. He did not speak for a long breath. Then he felt the thing he had been feeling, dimly, at the edge of his awareness for 2 weeks, consolidate. He felt the collective lattice of Wei Yang. 20 disciples and 2 instructors, 22 people, all of them linked to him and to each other in the quiet way he had built, shift like a piece of cloth finding its weave. He felt, at the center of the weave, a new shape form that had not been there before. It was not a shape he had put in. It was a shape the weave itself had made, out of his disciples' willingness to stand together. It was not his. It was theirs. He closed his good eye. The lamp fluttered. The iron ring at his throat warmed for one clean breath and cooled. "Let me see," he said, thin to the doorway. "The weave has made a collective shard. I did not put it there. The weave put it there." Jiang Mingli did not move from the doorway. "What does it do?" she said. "It does nothing," Su said, "when any of us stand alone. It does a great deal when we stand together. It is a shard that exists only in the standing together. If the sect disbands, the shard disbands. It cannot be stolen. It cannot be bought. It cannot be taught to any one disciple." "Then, you have." "Yes," he said. "I have stepped up. Collective. I did not mean to tonight. I was not reaching for it. What did it cost?" He looked at her. He smiled, thin. "I had to lose some more of my memory, I think. I cannot, just now, remember the name of Hong Ziru's teacher. It will come back, or it will not." Jiang Mingli closed her eyes. "Husband," she said. It was the second time. She used the word tonight not as a warning, as she had the first time, but as a prayer against something. He heard it that way. "I am here," he said. "I am fine." He was not fine. He had not been fine in a long time. But he was here, in the small reshaping room, with his wife in the doorway and his wife's sister on the bench across from him. And the thing his disciples had made, tonight, was a thing no 9 sects had ever made in 1,000 years. He was tired. He was proud. He was, very briefly, and for the last time for a long while, happy. Chapter 68. The Oracle Mother arrived 3 days after the new collective shard settled. She did not come by the road. She did not come at the gate. She appeared, in the middle of a sunlit morning, on the stone bench beside the main hall, as if she had been sitting there since before the hall was built. She was small. She was old. She had the pale, watery eyes of a woman who had used her sight for other things for long enough that the sight itself had stopped bothering to focus on ordinary details. Her hair was fully white. Her hands were folded in her lap. The 3 disciples who first saw her on the bench did not know what to do. They went and got Jiang Mingli. Jiang Mingli, who knew an oracle when she saw one and who had been educated, in her Azure Cloud years, in how to greet one, went to the bench and bowed the 3 specific bows that Azure Cloud's curriculum prescribed. She then went and got Su. Su came out onto the courtyard slower than he wanted. His chest, still bandaged, was half-healed. His left eye was bleeding at the corner under the cloth, and he had noticed it himself and done nothing about it, because the bleeding had not begun with anything he was doing. "Ladysmith Su," said the old woman without rising. Her voice was thin and entirely steady. "Oracle Mother," said Su, "you honor us. May I offer tea?" "You may." He did. The tea was brought. She drank it. She did not speak while she drank. She set the cup down when it was empty. She looked up at him. Her watery eyes moved across his face once, slowly, and then came to rest. "In every future I see," she said, "your mercy leads to catastrophe." Su was quiet. He did not take the bench beside her. He remained standing. His hand was at the iron ring at his throat. The ring was neither warm nor cold. "In how many futures have you looked?" he said. "I have looked in all of them." "How many is all?" "More than you can be expected to count. The number is not the question. The pattern is the question. In every one of them, every one I have seen, the path you are on ends in catastrophe. I am here to tell you this. I am not here to threaten you. I am here, as the old order's courtesy, to tell you what the old order already knows. Your mercy, which you have called a virtue, ends many people." "Let me see," Su said. He did not look away from her. "And in those futures, what happens if I am not merciful?" The old woman did not blink. "Worse," she said. "But faster." Su did not, for a long breath, move. His hand stayed at his throat. The ring under his fingers warmed once, briefly, as if in answer to the word worse, and then cooled. "I see," he said quietly. "I did not come to persuade," said the Oracle Mother. "I came so that you will know. I will go now. Do not follow me. I do not have any more messages to deliver today. Will you eat with us before you go?" "I will not." "Drink more tea." "I will not." She stood up. She was small standing. She bowed, once, very slightly, not a discourtesy, the depth the old courtesies prescribed for a seer departing a lesser host. He bowed, lower, with the depth he owed a woman who had walked 3,000 years of paths in her mind to sit on his bench for half an hour. She walked past the apricot along the east wall, past the gate, down the path. The path curved at the first pine, and she was gone. Su stood on the courtyard for some time after she had gone. Jiang Mingli did not speak. Pei Ruo did not write on her slate. Nei Qing, at the door of the archive, did not come out. Su, at last, said aloud, to no one, "Worse. But faster." He went inside. He did not eat the evening meal. Chapter 69. He did not sleep that night. He lay on the low bed in the small room at the back of the main hall with his eyes open to the dark ceiling. He thought about Chen, the first Jinghu runner, who had come up the road barefoot, who had said thank you for being allowed to hope. He thought about little Nyo on the sand at the tournament. He thought about Jian Wuhua's face in the hall on the day the arbiter had asked him a question he could not answer. He thought about Huashin's tiredness across the banquet table. He thought about the 3 Jinghu runners who had not, yet, come up the road, who were, at that moment, still being punished for deviating from templates in the night. He thought about the Oracle Mother's voice saying worse but faster, and he did not sleep. He did not sleep the next night either. He got up in the last hour before dawn and walked, in a robe and with no lamp, through the yard to the gate. He stood at the gate and looked down the road. He did not know what he was looking for. He went back inside. The third night he tried to sleep and did not. He rose again. He walked to the archive. He lit one lamp. He sat at Hung Zairu's desk for a long time, staring at a wall. Pei Ruo came in without being called. She was wearing her night robe. Her hair was unbound. She had brought her slate, which was the one thing she was never without. She sat on the bench against the south wall. She did not write at first. She sat with her hands in her lap and looked at him. He looked back at her. After a long breath, she wrote on the slate. She turned it toward him. The lamp caught the white chalk. She wanted you to doubt. That is her attack. He read it. He read it again. His hand, on the desk, tightened once. I know, he said. I am doubting anyway. Pei Ruo wiped the slate. She wrote again. Doubt is a gift. Paralysis is not. Tell the difference. He nodded, slow. He did not speak for a long moment. She wrote a third time. Worse but faster is her arithmetic. Not yours. She counts lives only. You count grief, too. He looked up at her at that. Grief, he said. Pei Ruo nodded once. She did not write more. She sat with the slate in her lap. The lamp guttered. He watched her face in the lamplight. He thought, for perhaps the first time in 2 years, about the girl she had been when he had met her, 14, silent, shoved out of a Frostpeak gate with her throat sealed, unable to say her name. He thought about what he had not done, which was unseal the throat. He thought about what that not doing had cost her, and what it had saved her from. Pei Ruo, he said. Thank you. She wiped the slate. She wrote 2 words. Sleep now. He slept that night. Not long. 3 hours. Enough. Chapter 70. Jian Wuhua came back 11 days later. He came in the afternoon, on foot again, from the direction of the low road rather than the ridge road. He did not stop at the gate. He was recognized at the gate by Tan Bei and admitted without being asked to identify himself. He walked up the short path. He was thinner than Su remembered. He had a bad cough. He wore the same plain gray. He was not armed. Su met him in the courtyard. The apricot along the east wall was fully in flower now. The petals had begun, in places, to fall. Jian Wuhua stopped by the bench where the oracle mother had sat 11 days ago, but he did not sit there. He chose the other bench. He did not accept tea. I will not keep you long, he said. I came to tell you a thing. Yes. My daughter's name was Jian Xinlan. She was 19. She was expelled from a minor sect in the southern prefectures for a minor deviation. The deviation was of the kind you would have reshaped in a single night. She was not expelled publicly. She was expelled, in the phrase the sect used, quietly, which meant, in practice, that the sect did not care where she went. She walked 300 li. She could not find work. She did not know another sect would take her. Within 6 months of her expulsion she was dead. She did not die of violence. She died of the slow kind of dying that happens when a person has been told, for a long time, that there is nowhere in the world they are allowed to be. I did not know, at the time, that she had been expelled. My own sect had not told me. I found out at her funeral. I found out from the village priest. Su sat on the bench opposite. He did not interrupt. For many years, said Jian Wuhua, I did not know what I felt. I thought I felt anger at the sect. Then I thought I felt guilt. Then I thought I felt nothing. I was wrong about all 3. What do you feel? Said Su. I feel that you proved she could have been saved. Su closed his good eye. The left, under its cloth, was aching today in the way the left always ached when something important was happening. I am sorry, he said. I am sorry about your daughter. I am sorry to be, in your face, the evidence that what happened to her did not have to. I am sorry in a way that I have not found words for yet, and may not for years. I am sorry. You are sincere, said Jian Wuhua. His voice was very even. I did not come to be apologized to. I came to tell you something so that you would understand, when I behave badly, what the shape of the badness is. I will behave badly. I will act, at times, against your interests without meaning to, because I cannot hold what you are in my mind without also remembering that my daughter died. I may be an ally in one morning and an obstacle in the afternoon. I am telling you this so that when it happens, you will not have to guess. Arbiter, do not call me arbiter. I resigned the post the morning after the tournament. Su, who had not known this, inclined his head. I am sorry, Su said again, quietly, for your daughter. Apology does not unkill her. I know. I said it anyway. The old man looked at him, a long look. Good, he said at last. I will remember that you said it anyway. He stood. He bowed. Briefly, the bow of a guest to a host, nothing more. I will go, he said. I will be at Liang Crossing for some time. Do not seek me out. I will not. Do not send Shukujin either. I will know if you do. I will not. He walked to the gate. At the gate he paused. He looked back, once, not at Su, but at the courtyard, at the apricot along the east wall, at the bench where the oracle mother had sat, at little Nyo in her small armor, sitting on the step of the main hall polishing a buckle with a rag. Your daughter's shard, he said to Su, after a breath. The one your wife is carrying. She will not die of anything small. Tell your wife I said so. Su opened his mouth. He closed it. He bowed. Jian Wuhua went. Su walked back inside. He went into the main hall. He sat at the low table. He closed his eyes. Jiang Mingli, on the bench by the hearth, knitting, had not been in the courtyard. She looked up at him and saw, in his face, the look of a man who had just been told a thing neither of them had yet said aloud. You heard, he said. I what? He said. He opened his eyes. He looked at her. He said your daughter's shard will not die of anything small. Our yes. She put the knitting down. She rose. She walked across the room and sat beside him on the bench and took his hand. Well, she said, very quietly. I was going to tell you this evening. I know. You did not know? You do now. I do now. Outside, beyond the east wall, the wind moved through the blooming apricot, and the petals fell on the roof of the main hall in a soft, steady rain that nobody at that moment bothered to sweep. Chapter 71. The second assault came 4 days after Jian Wuhuo rode for Liang Crossing, and it came in the shape the first one had not. The first had been bandits in bandit colors. This was Jinghu Pavilion disciples in their own white robes, armed openly, riding up the south road at midday with a banner and a herald and a letter of grievance. They had learned from Huashan, Su thought, standing on the terrace steps with the morning sun on his shoulders and the ring cool at his throat. You do not send mercenaries when you wish to be seen. You send your own. 31. Shu Kajin sat at his elbow. She had been counting through the lattice link for an hour. 5 of them anchored. The rest threaded. They plan to pretend this is a duel of sections. They will not plan for Pei Ruo, Su said. No, Shu Kajin agreed. They will not. Pei Ruo was already on the wall, Tan Bei on the east approach, Wei Lan coordinating the outer ring, Yin Hashan standing by the main gate in his plowshare armor with his arms crossed and his face, for once, untroubled. Little Niu was in the root cellar with Ni Qing and would remain there until Su lifted a single finger. Zhang Mingli was in the hall with Mingwan and 3 of the newer disciples, holding the perimeter inside the building in case the fight reached the walls. The pavilion's herald read his letter at the gate. Wei Yong had poached 3 of their disciples. Wei Yong had insulted their methods. Wei Yong would surrender 2 disciples to Jinghu custody as reparation, or Jinghu would take them. Su came down to the gate. He did not raise his voice. Let me see, he said. Who wrote this for you? The herald blinked. Sect leader Rong. No, Su said. Sect leader Rong did not write this. This is Huashan's rhythm. Please tell sect leader Rong he was given bad dictation. Please also tell him that I would not have agreed to the first clause, and you may choose to leave without the second. The herald's hand moved to his sword. I would not, Su said mildly. The herald chose otherwise. What happened next was fast and ugly. The Jinghu disciples had been drilled in a template that was a poor copy of Wei Yong's shared lattice, and the copy broke against the original the moment the first strike hit the wall. Pei Ruo silenced 3 of the anchored ones in her first breath. They stood on the flagstones with their mouths open and their hands half-raised, unable to feel their own shards. Tan Bei took 2 more with forearm strikes that did not need seals. Wei Lan, who had sparred Jinghu templates in her former life, disarmed 4 without drawing her own blade. It was going well, which is to say Su should have known. The 5 anchored disciples had been told to fail on purpose until Yin Hashan stepped forward to protect the gatehouse. Then they reversed. A 6th man nobody had counted, a veteran plainly clothed, a true killer, came off the wall behind Yin and drove a polearm through the plowshare armor where it met the collar. The armor held. Barely. The polearm's head punched through the iron and into Yan's shoulder and kept going, angled down, and only Yan's size stopped it from finding his lung. Yin made a sound Su had never heard him make. He turned, slowly, with the polearm still in him, and caught the veteran's wrist in one enormous hand and broke it. Then he fell to one knee. Su was moving before Yan's knee touched the flagstones. He reached across the shared bond and pulled stillness from Pei Ruo, pulled precision from Tan, pulled the soft, warm center of the root shard from every disciple he could reach, and poured it into Yan's body, as if trying to fill a cup with its own cracks. The polearm came out in Su's hands rather than in Yan's shoulder. Su did not remember taking it. Hold him, he said. Wei Lan and 2 of the newer disciples held Yan. Little Niu, who had broken every order, came up from the cellar and stood at Yan's knee and put her small armored hand on his forearm. The root shard hummed. Yan's color came back by inches. The Jinghu retreat was quick once the polearm came out. They left 4 on the flagstones and took the rest with them down the south road. Su did not pursue. That night, in the infirmary that had been a tool shed until Ni Qing rebuilt it, Yin lay on his side on a mat built for 3 men and bit through a strip of leather while Ni Qing packed the wound and Zhang Mingli held his uninjured hand. Master, Yin said, when he could speak. Yes. The ones like me. Yes. I mean, the ones you took in. People like me, who make you a target. Su sat on a low stool by the mat. The ring was cool again at his throat. His eye had been bleeding since the gate. Zhang Mingli had wiped it 3 times, and he had not noticed until the blood ran down his cheek onto his collar. Let me see, he said. He stopped. He waited until his voice would be steady. I regret the pain. I will never regret you. Yin turned his face into the mat and wept, very quietly, without any sound. The way a man weeps who has been crying alone since he was 10 years old, and does not yet know how to do it with other people in the room. Jiang Mingli put her hand over Sue's on the stool. She did not say anything. The apricot petals were still falling outside on the roof of the main hall. It had been 4 days. They had not stopped. Chapter 72. Sue went to Jinghu Pavilion 2 mornings later, alone, unarmed, in a plain gray robe and the iron ring on a cord that he did not bother to hide under the collar. He told Jiang Mingli the night before. She did not argue with him. She said, "You will be back by the 4th evening. If you are not, I will come for you myself, and I will bring Pei Ruo, and we will be very quiet about it." He said, "I will be back by the 4th evening." She said, "Good." Then she said, because she had learned from him in 18 months of living in the same house, "Let me see. No grand speech." He laughed, which hurt in 3 places. He rode the old road south, not the new one. The old road went past 3 villages that had been emptied by the Jinghu levy and 3 more that had not. He stopped at one of the empty ones at midday and sat in the dust of the market square and drank a flask of cold tea. A dog came and leaned against his boot and did not leave until he rode on. Jinghu Pavilion was a building much newer than Weiyang. It had been built in 8 months on the bones of a failed academy, and it showed. The roof lines were too sharp, the courtyards too symmetrical, the whitewash so fresh it smelled of lime when the wind turned. The walls were proud. The disciples he passed at the outer gate were hungry. He asked for sect leader Rong. He gave his own name. He sat on a bench in the outer courtyard for 2 hours while messengers ran back and forth, and then, eventually, a white-faced young master in embroidered robes came out to tell him that sect leader Rong would see him. Sect leader Rong was 40 and thin and tired, and Su saw the moment he walked into the private room, a man who had been set up to fail by a patron who would not stay. His lattice was elegant, well-made, and had been standardized so recently that it still had the tool marks on it. He had been a true cultivator of a different sect before Huoshun had given him this chair. "Master Su," Rong said, and did not rise. "Are you here to threaten me?" "No," Su said. He sat across the table, uninvited. "Let me see. I am here to tell you I will not destroy Jinghu." Rong's jaw moved. He had been braced for a different sentence. He could not find the face that went with this one. "Then why are you here?" "Because I will not destroy you," Su said. "And I did not want you to spend your evenings wondering if I was about to. The wondering uses up the part of you that might otherwise reshape your disciples. I would like you to use that part of you well." "You are here," Rong said carefully, "to tell me you are letting me live." "No. I am here to tell you I have never had the ability to take your life, whatever Huoshun said. I am here to tell you this sect is going to fail. You will fail it. You cannot help it. The template Huoshun gave you is the template he took from me, and the version he took is the version he understood, and the version he understood is the version that does not work. Your disciples will keep leaving. In 2 years you will be alone in this building." Rong said nothing. "When that happens," Su said, "you may come to Weiyang. Not as a sect leader. As a student. I will teach you what you were actually trying to learn." "I will not," Rong said too quickly. "You may." "I will not." Su nodded. He stood. He set a small pouch on the table. "Salt. Tea. A carved pear from Weiyang's orchard. Eat the pear," he said. "It is good. The salt is for your cooks. The tea is because yours is bad." Rong stared at the pouch as if it might move. "If you destroy the pouch to show your disciples you are not bribable," Su added, "at least let them eat the pear first. The pear is not a bribe. The pear is a pear." He left. The ride home took 3 days. On the first evening, 3 Jinghu disciples came to the inn where he was sleeping. They did not speak. They laid their white sashes on the floor of his room and left. On the second evening, 2 more did the same. On the third morning, a single girl with a bruise on her cheek rode out from a lane behind him and fell in behind his horse. She did not speak either. When he reached Weiyang at the end of the 4th day, she was still behind him. He nodded to Jiang Mingli as she came to the gate. 6, he said. "I counted 5, she said. The 6th came the 3rd morning. "Then you owe me a silver ingot," Jiang Mingli said, to Pei Ruo, who had been standing just behind her. Pei Ruo wrote on her slate, without looking at it, "I will pay when Mingwan is sovereign." Jiang Mingli laughed. It was the first time she had laughed since the herald read his letter. Su listened to it and did not say anything and thought, "This is why? This is the answer to every question I have been asked this month." This. Chapter 73. The letter arrived on a Thursday morning and came in the hand of a magistrate's junior clerk who was shaking so badly he could barely pass it over. "Jin Bao," the clerk said. That was the name of Shu Kajin's old handler, the man who had sent her 2 years ago to poison Su's tea and had been run out of his own sect for the failure. Shu Kajin had not spoken of him in a year. "Jin Bao," Su repeated. "Dead," the clerk said. 3 days. In an alley behind a wine shop in Huailing. Throat cut. A shard of They took a shard from him. Physically, it is. The investigators have never seen a wound like it. And the wine shop is owned by a man who rents from a man who was once Wei Yang's supplier. Ah, Su said. Shu Kejin had come into the courtyard. She stood at a distance of 6 paces and did not come closer. Her hands hung at her sides. Her face had gone the color of the lime on Jinghu's walls. Not mine, she said. I know, Su said, without turning. Not mine, master, she said again. I know. The magistrate's clerk was still there. He was 20 years old and sweating. He had been sent because a senior magistrate had wanted Su to hear the news from someone Su would have no reason to execute on the spot. It was the kind of small cruelty a provincial office inflicted without thinking. Su took pity on him. Tell your magistrate, Su said, that Wei Yang's gates are open to any inquiry he wishes to send. Any hour, any depth. He may bring the investigators themselves. He may bring his senior clerks. He may bring soldiers, if he wishes, though I would ask that the soldiers leave their horses at the gate because the road is narrow. He may question every disciple on this terrace under whatever conditions he likes. He may read our books. He may walk through the kitchen if he wants to know what we ate last Thursday. Tell him Su Wanjiang said so. The clerk made a strangled noise and bowed, and was gone. Su turned to Shu Kejin then. Tell me about Jin Bao, he said. Shu Kejin sat on the step. She sat for a long time before she spoke. When she did, her voice was dry. He had a wife in Huiling, she said. He had a son. The son is 12. Jin Bao sent me to poison you because he believed that if I failed, he would lose his own position, and if he lost his position, the 12-year-old would be taken from his wife by the sect. He told me this the night before I came. He was not a good man. He was an afraid man. He told me I would be forgiven if I succeeded and cast out if I failed. I was a spy, not a cultivator. I did not know that was a lie. I thought he was protecting his son. I came to you. You fed me tea. He has been afraid every morning since, knowing I was still alive and still with you. He will have been afraid when he was killed. Shu. Master. Whose knife? Not mine, she said again, and something broke in her voice. Master, not mine. I know, Su said. Whose knife? I think, her throat worked. I think Huashan's. A cutout man. Someone who used a technique he stole from you so that the wound would look, like mine, Su said. Like yours. Hung Zairu had come up behind them and now stood with one hand on the column of the step. He was 72 and walked with a stick and had the verbal habit of beginning every second sentence with "here is the thing." He used it now. Here is the thing, he said. You cannot let this be an inquiry the compact controls. You must open the gates yourself before they ask you to. You must invite the civilians in before any sect is invoked. If the inquiry is the civil magistrate's inquiry, the sects cannot refuse its findings. If it is an inter-sect inquiry, they can. The window is today. I have already opened the gates, Su said. Here is the thing, Hung Zairu said. Open them again, in writing, to the prefect of 3 prefectures, tonight, with letters by horse. They must arrive before Huashan can get ahead of them. Write the letters, Su said. I am writing them, Hung Zairu said, which was not true yet, but became true within the hour. That evening Su sat on the terrace with Shu Kejin and Jiang Mingli, and the iron ring on his neck went warm, briefly, when Shu Kejin put her hand on the flagstone between them. He did not know why. He filed it away. It was getting harder, these days, to file things away. He had forgotten. This morning, the name of a village he had stayed in for 3 nights last year. He could see the inn. He could see the dog. He could not see the word. He had not told Jiang Mingli. She was watching him. She saw the gap anyway. She did not say anything about it. We should name the child, she said, to change the subject. We have time. We have less time than you think. Let me see, he said. He stopped. He breathed. Yin Wan. Yin Wan. Yin for your sister. Wan for Jiang Ming Wan. And for my mother, Jiang Mingli said, who was also Wan. And for your mother. Good, she said. Chapter 74. The inquiry arrived on a Monday with 3 magistrates, 18 clerks, 11 soldiers whose horses remained at the gate, and a single investigator with a pale patient face who introduced himself as Investigator Gu and asked Su, before any other question, whether he would consent to be examined by a truth reader. Yes, Su said. Before you consent, Investigator Gu said. Let me tell you what that means. I know what it means, Su said. Yes. Investigator Gu paused. You are the first person, he said, who has ever said yes to that question without asking me to explain it. I have nothing to hide from you about Jin Bao. That is what everyone who does have something to hide about someone says. Yes, Su said. I am aware. Investigator Gu looked at him a long moment. Then he nodded, once, with the face of a man filing something away. The inquiry lasted 7 days. The truth reader, a gaunt woman from a minor Yunhua order, examined Su and 11 of the senior disciples, and Shu Kushan twice, and Hung Zairu for 3 hours on the second day. The clerks went through Wei Yang's books, which Hung Zairu had kept by hand and in triplicate for 18 months. The soldiers did not enter the inner courtyard. One of them, by the third day, had begun to carry water buckets from the well for the kitchen, because no one had told him not to. By the 5th day, he was asking the cook about barley prices. On the 8th day, Investigator Gu stood in the courtyard with the 3 magistrates and read, in a voice pitched for the back rows, a 7-point finding. Wei Yang had not ordered the death of Jin Bao. Wei Yang had not known of the death until notified by civil channels. The wound on Jin Bao bore the visible signature of a grafted technique that had originated in Wei Yang's methods. Yes, but the grafting had been done by someone who had copied the method badly. The truth reader was specific. Crude. A student's copy, not the master's hand. Wei Yang had opened its gates without requirement. Wei Yang had cooperated beyond what the civil code required. The finding cleared Wei Yang of complicity. It was a quiet moment. It was not a parade. The prefect of Huailing, a heavy-faced man named Zhou, stood at the magistrate's shoulder and did not meet Su's eye. He had come to the inquiry on the first day with a silk-lined box and the hope of delivering it. He had taken the box home again on the second morning. He stood now with his hands tucked into his sleeves. "Master Su," he said, when Investigator Gu had finished. "A moment." "Of course." Zhou drew him aside. The courtyard had not yet emptied. The clerks were packing their boxes. The soldiers were saddling horses. The truth reader was drinking water from a clay cup Pei Ruo had handed her without a word. "The finding clears you," Zhou said. "It does. It does not clear you in Huailing." Su inclined his head. "I have been told," Zhou said, "by 3 different people, by which I mean I have been paid by 1 person and leaned on by 2, that if I accept this inquiry's conclusion in my prefecture, I will lose my seat before the end of the year. I am 58. I have 2 grandchildren. I do not have time to lose the seat and find another. I want you to know that I am not stupid. I know the finding is true. I am going to accept it in the general record, and I am going to quietly continue to be unfriendly to Wei Yang and Huailing, because if I do not, my grandchildren will grow up in a house I cannot afford. I am telling you this because I respect you enough not to lie." "Thank you," Su said, which surprised Zhou, who had been braced for a different word. "I am sorry," Zhou said, and meant it. "Do not be," Su said. "Your grandchildren. Keep them." He did not press Zhou. Jiang Mingli, watching from across the courtyard with her arms crossed, lifted one eyebrow. He saw her, very slightly, nod to herself. When Zhou was gone, and the clerks and the soldiers, who had taken, with some mild theft that Su ignored, for loaves of bread from the kitchen and a pair of worn boots from the gatehouse, Su sat on the step of the main hall. Hung Zairu came and sat beside him. "Here is the thing," Hung Zairu said. "Yes, we won the inquiry. We lost Huailing. Yes, we will lose more. They have learned a new tool. Reputation is their tool now, not violence. They cannot touch us with steel, they will touch us with rumor. Every prefecture we lose to rumor is a prefecture from which a disciple cannot come. Yes, we cannot answer rumor with violence," Hung Zairu said. "We must answer it with words. There are not yet enough of our words in the world. Then write more." "I am 72, Hung Zairu said. "I am not enough. You must write too." "I do not write well." "You speak well," Hung Zairu said. "Speak. I will write it down." Su looked at the courtyard. The soldiers' horses had churned the flagstones by the gate. Pei Ruo had already begun to sweep. The apricot had finished blooming, and the petals lay in a brown carpet along the east wall. They smelled of honey turning. Little Niu was asleep on Yin Hashan's uninjured arm under the eave, both of them where they should not be. "Let me see," Su said. "Start with this. The measure of a sect is the fate of the people it rejects." Hung Zairu wrote it down. Chapter 75. The treatise began in the 2nd week of that month, in the hour before dawn, with Su speaking in a low voice and Hung Zairu writing in a hand that had been trained on the old imperial examinations 40 years ago and had not changed. They worked on the step of the main hall because Su could not sit still inside. The first letter was 4 pages. By the 4th day it was 10. By the 7th, it was a pamphlet. They called it Letters on Fitting. The title was Hung Zairu's. The first letter began, "A sect is a promise to the people it accepts. A sect is judged, if it is judged at all, by the quality of that promise. Promises kept, promises broken, promises amended when circumstance demanded. I do not write about the quality of any such promise. I write about those it rejects. A sect is not only judged by whom it accepts. A sect is judged by whom it expels, by how it expels them, and by what happens to them after. An expelled disciple is a verdict. The verdict is not only this person did not fit. The verdict is also we knew how to make them fit and chose not to. or we did not know how to make them fit and refused to learn. Both verdicts are rulings against the sect, not the disciple. If a sect's expelled disciples die in the road, the sect has murdered them with a delay. If a sect's expelled disciples find cultivation elsewhere and flourish, the sect has handed away its own future. If a sect's expelled disciples go mad, the sect has broken a mind it could not repair. Each of these is a statement about the sect's skill. The measure of a sect is the fate of the people it rejects. The rest of the letter was examples. Names. Numbers. Hung Zairu had kept a list for 18 months. The letter reproduced it in plain language. 1 column for the sect. 1 column for the expelled disciple. 1 column for current condition. There were 341 names in the first letter. There would be 3,000 before Hung Zairu was done. They made 100 copies by hand in the first week and sent them out by caravan, by wandering monk, by any traveler who asked where the road went. Hung Zairu had wept when he sealed the first one. Not from sentiment, he said gruffly to Wei Lan, but because his wrist hurt. Wei Lan had laughed at him, and when he was not watching, had copied the letter herself for 3 nights running with Shu Kajin and 2 of the newer scribes. The second week it was being copied in Huailing by people Wei Yong had never met. The third week it arrived at Frost Peak sect by mistake, in a packet of regional correspondence. Ji Lianhai read it at a meeting of his father's council and set the paper down without expression. That night he copied it into a private cipher and sent it to Wei Yong with 3 names added to the list. The fourth week a bookseller in the capital printed a pirated edition on cheap paper and sold 2,000 in 6 days. By the end of the month, the phrase "the measure of a sect is the fate of the people it rejects" was being quoted in wine shops. By the second month, it was being quoted in council halls. By the third, a very young junior minister of the Imperial Bureau of Rights quoted it in a memorial to the throne, and was promoted for doing so, and an old minister of the same bureau resigned quietly rather than be seen to endorse it. The empire moved at the speed it always did, which was slow, and the movement was not the letter itself, but the letter had given the movement a sentence. Sentences were load-bearing. At Weiyang they received, on the 18th day, a visitor nobody had expected. Investigator Gu, the pale patient investigator, who arrived alone on a gray mule and asked to borrow a table and a cup of tea. He drank the tea. He read the letter again in the courtyard, slowly, underlining nothing and moving his lips on 3 of the sentences. He did not comment on it. After an hour he stood, thanked Pei Ruo for the tea, shook Hung Zairu's hand firmly, and left without seeing Su. A week later a magistrate in a prefecture Weiyang had never opened a door and publicly adopted the phrase in a ruling on a property dispute that had nothing to do with sections. Su, when he heard, laughed for 3 full minutes. Jiang Mingli, 20 weeks along now, and wearing Wei Lan's larger robes, listened to him laugh with her hand flat on her belly and her eyes closed. That night, Su sat on the step again. The ring was warm. It had been warm since the letter's first copy went out. Hung Zairu came and stood behind him. "Here is the thing," Hung Zairu said. "Yes, we have made ourselves harder to kill by rumor. We have also made ourselves a larger target for it. Yes, I will write a second letter. Right. You will speak it. I will speak it. Tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning." Hung Zairu went to bed. Su stayed on the step. He closed his left eye, which had become a habit because the left eye was now mostly useful for the sight and not for the courtyard. He looked at the stars with his right. He could remember the name of his grandfather's apprentice, but not the name of the apprentice's wife, which he had once known. He had lost it in the week of the inquiry. He did not know what else he had lost. He knew Jiang Mingli's name. He knew the name of every disciple at Weiyang. He knew Yin Wan, his daughter's name, though she had not yet been born. He knew, with a steadiness that surprised him, the shape of the sentence he would give Hung Zairu in the morning. "Let me see," he thought, and did not say. "A sect that cannot say the names of its dead is not a sect. It is a policy." He would say that in the morning. Hung Zairu would write it down. The ring at his throat was warm the way a stove is warm after the fire has gone out and the iron is still holding heat, the way a house is warm after the people in it have gone to sleep. He sat with it a while longer and watched the petals of the apricot, the last of them, detach from the branch one at a time and drift across the flagstones to the south wall, where the wind took them and carried them away. Chapter 76. Nei Qing came to the step of the main hall an hour before dawn, 3 weeks after the second letter went out, and she was shaking so hard the papers in her hand made a dry insect sound against her sleeve. Su was already there. He had been there since the 4th watch because the left eye had been bleeding again and he could not sleep with the taste of iron in his mouth. The ring was cool. The apricot was bare. The air smelled of wet earth because it had rained an hour ago, and the stone was still dark with it. "Master," Nei Qing said. "Sit." She did not sit. She stood at the bottom of the step with her thin shoulders hunched and the papers crushed in her fist, and said, I was going to hand these to Jiang Mingli in the library at noon. I was going to pretend I had found them in Wei Lan's room last night. I was going to swear to it. I was going to sit in I Ching. She sat on the flagstone, not on the step. She put the papers on the stone between them and flattened them with her palm. They were letters. Forged letters. The handwriting was Wei Lan's, or almost Wei Lan's. Close enough that a truth reader with an ordinary eye would be persuaded, not close enough that Su himself would have been. He recognized two of the phrases. They had been lifted from an older document Wei Lan had written for Whitewater when she was still Wei Lan of Whitewater. Hua Shun, Su said, not a question. My mother. I Ching's voice had the flat quiet of a woman who had already cried herself thin. My mother and my two brothers and my grandfather who is 90 and cannot walk. They are in Chisong. Chisong is, you know what Chisong is. I know what Chisong is. Chisong was one of the 3 villages inside the old Whitewater prefecture that had not yet defected from Huashin's faction of the compact. It was a stronghold. It had walls. It had an intersect garrison. His messenger came the night before last. Through the orchard wall. He told me. He said if I did not place these by noon on the 5th day, my grandfather would be the first. Then my brothers. Then my mother. He said my mother last, so I would have to watch. Look at me, I Ching. She looked up. I have known you were writing these for 6 days, Su said. I Ching made a sound and pressed her fist to her mouth. Shu Kuzhin read your hand in the ink shelf on the 2nd evening. Hung Zairu cross-checked the letter count. You bought too much black ink for the kind of formulary pages you keep. I did not confront you because I wanted to see whether you would come to me first. You came. You did come. I was going to go. I know. I was going to I know. Let me see, Su said. He closed his left eye, then opened it again. I Ching. I am not going to expel you. I am not going to ask you to leave the room. I am not going to shout. I am going to do 2 things. Look at me. Yes. First, I am going to get your family out. Today. Not in a week. Today. Second, I am going to ask you to help Hung Zairu catalog the Jinghu refugees because your hands will shake for a month, and I do not want them shaking near fire. When you can breathe again, you will go back to the formulary. Do you understand me? I, Master, Chisong has walls. I know. And a garrison. I know. Sit here. Drink this. He pushed his cup across to her. It was cold tea with a little salt in it, the way he drank it when his eye was bleeding. Do not go to the library at noon. Go to the library at dawn. Burn these letters in front of Jiang Mingli and Wei Lan. Tell them both the whole of it. Then sleep for 8 hours. By the time you wake, your family will be on the road. Master, go, I Ching. She went. Su sat on the step and watched the eastern sky go gray and then pink. He thought, for perhaps the 100th time since Ji Lianhai stole the ring and gave it back, that his fatal flaw and his only gift were the same piece of bone. He could not refuse a broken person. He also could not see the lattice of a person who was not already a little broken. The 2 things rhymed. He had always known they did. It had cost him Ji Lianhai's first betrayal and a month of sleep and a dozen small disasters since, and it would cost him again, because he could not teach himself to refuse. He thought, and did not say, let me see, I will be costly. I will keep being costly. I will be the kind of man my disciples sometimes have to rescue. Then he went inside and woke Tenbei. Chapter 77. Chisong sat in a river valley 2 days' ride west of Weiyang. The walls had been built 40 years ago when the valley was a silver mining town. They were good walls. The garrison inside was 3 squads of compact inner disciples plus the village guard, which was a captain and 12 men of whom half were over 50. Tenbei and Ji Lianhai were at the table in the main hall by the time the sky was full light. Little Nyo was there because she had walked in and sat on the bench, her small armored legs swinging, and looked at Su with the face she used when she had already decided she was going. Shu Kuzhin stood at the wall with a scrap of paper on which she had drawn a map of Chisong from memory, because she had been there twice on errands for her old handler. Main gate is not the gate, Shu Kuzhin said, tapping a corner. There is a postern into a grain yard on the riverside. It was mortared shut 3 years ago when the last silver caravan left. The mortar is bad. I tested it with a penknife on my 2nd visit. You tested it, Tenbei said dryly. I tested many things. Ji Lianhai, who had come in from the stables with the smell of horses on him, tapped the grain yard with 2 fingers. If we go in there, we come out of a house that was once the foreman's. That house is on the corner of the Cooper Street. The Cooper has a back door on the street behind. The back door opens onto the laneway to the mule barn. That laneway is the only road out of Chisong that does not pass under either guardhouse. Tenbei looked at him. How do you know that? I was in Chisong 4 years ago, Ji Lianhai said. On an errand of my own. Nothing important. The Cooper's daughter was a friend. She's still there? Shu Kuzhin asked. Yes. Still a friend? I think so. I have written to her twice. Tanbei looked at Su then. The look said, Master, I do not trust this. The look also said, I will do what you say. Su looked at Ji Lianhai. Ji Lianhai's lattice. He had examined it as a matter of course 2 years ago, had a seam in it that nothing in Frost Peak's template explained. He had noted it. He had never asked. He asked now, in the ordinary way, as if he were asking a question about tea. Ji, he said, the seam along your wrist shard. I have never named it. Would you like to name it today? Ji Lianhai went very still. Name it yourself, he said, after a moment. Let me see, Su said. He laid his palm on Ji Lianhai's wrist. He closed his left eye and looked with the sight. The seam was a careful line where 2 shards met. One shard that belonged to Ji Lianhai himself. One shard that had been grafted onto him when he was 11 by a Frost Peak elder Su did not know the name of, for a purpose Su did not entirely understand. The grafted shard bent. It was bent to receive orders. A very small lattice, hidden inside his wrist, for whispering. This one receives whispers, Su said aloud, quietly. It is the thing Hua Shun grafted onto you when you were a child. I have never taken it out because I did not know if you would want me to. Today is a different question. Today I need to know, is it still on? Is anyone whispering through it right now? Ji Lianhai's mouth opened. No sound came. Ji, tell me. It was on until 3 days ago, Ji Lianhai said low. It has been on since I was 11. I have been hearing him, not him, one of his, every third morning for most of my life. 3 days ago, it went quiet. I did not say anything. I was waiting to see if it came back. Tanbei's hand moved toward his forearm shard and stopped when Su lifted one finger. Why quiet, Su said. I think, Ji Lianhai said. Because he knows I have been feeding you everything, he whispered. I think he has cut me off to prepare a larger move. How long have you been feeding us? Since the night I gave back the ring. Why? Ji Lianhai's jaw worked. Because the night I took the ring, I was given an order I could not make myself obey. And I understood, for the first time, what my father had made me. What order? To kill a child. Su did not say anything for a moment. Little Nyo had stopped swinging her legs. All right, Su said. Chisong, you will go? You will take Tan. Little Nyo. Yes, master, Little Nyo said. You will go with Tan. You will do exactly what he says. If he says run, you run. If he says stay, you stay. If he says wear the armor, you wear the armor. If he says eat, you eat. If he says speak, you speak. If he says silent, you are silent. You will not die? Do you understand me, Nyo? Yes, master. Say it. I will not die. Say it twice. I will not die. I will not die. Good. Shukishin. You coordinate from the ridge north of the valley. Pei Ruo, if she wishes, goes with you. If anyone's lattice lights up within a bowshot of the postern, silence it. Pei Ruo nodded from the doorway. She had come in without anyone hearing. Wei Lan, you will not go. You will stay here and run the terrace in my absence. You are going? Zhang Mingli, who had been standing very still by the window since Ji Lianhai stopped speaking, finally moved. No, Su said, with a small pained smile. I am not going. I would like to. I will not. I will be useless in Chisong and a target everywhere. Tanbei, Ji Lianhai, Little Nyo, you 4. That is the team. 3, Shukishin said. 3 on the ground, 1 on the ridge. 4. They left within the hour. Chapter 78. The postern held. Shukishin's penknife had been right about the mortar. It came away in a sheet and then in a rain of small pieces, and Tanbei caught the stones on his forearm shard and lowered them as softly as plates onto a table. The grain yard inside was dark. It smelled of old rye and mouse. Nei Ching's grandfather was in the cooper's back room on a cot that his youngest grandson had made from a door. Her brothers had been playing a game of stones on the floor an hour before. The stones were still there. Her mother was in the kitchen with a cleaver in her apron that she had been carrying for 2 weeks without putting down. The cooper's daughter recognized Ji Lianhai in the half-dark and did not scream. You brought the trouble, she whispered. I took the trouble away, he whispered back. Come, or stay, your choice. She came. They were halfway back to the laneway to the mule barn when the first shout went up from the west guardhouse. A compact disciple on a night walk had felt the postern's mortar fall through the shared lattice of the garrison. Shu Kujin had not accounted for that, because Shu Kujin had last been to Chisong before the garrison was added, and now 6 of them were pouring into the grain yard from the inside. Tanbei made a sound like a closed door. He set Nei Ching's grandfather on his feet with both hands and turned. Little Nyo, who had been holding the old man's other hand, let go and turned too. Nyo, master said I obey you, she said, to Tanbei. You did not say stay. Stay. Too late, she said, because the first compact disciple was already on them. What followed happened in the yard in less than 2 breaths of real time and stretched in Ji Lianhai's memory afterward, to about the length of a bad poem. Tanbei took 3 of them with forearm strikes that flattened them against the rye bags. Ji Lianhai took one with a seal, a forbidden standard Frostpeak seal he had not used since he was 15, and turned to face the remaining 2. Little Nyo's single shard came up like a shutter. She caught a blow meant for Nei, Qing's mother, on the flat of it, and the blow rang. She caught the second. She caught the third. She turned the fourth. The fifth, because there were 5, not 2. A 6th man had come down from the roof. The 5th got under the shutter. It was not a blade. It was a compact disciple's hand, and it carried a poison shard that Tanbei did not see because he was already taking Nei, Qing's youngest brother, onto his back. The poison shard went into little Nyo's side below the armor's plate. She did not cry out. She put her hand on the hand. She looked up at the man's face. She said, in her small hoarse voice, "I will not die." Then she went on one knee. Ji Lianhai broke the man's neck with a move his father had taught him and had once told him was only for enemies. He picked little Nyo up. She was very light. He had forgotten how small she was, because in the last 2 years he had mostly seen her in armor. He slung her over his shoulder, and he ran. They came out of the cooper's back door into the laneway to the mule barn, and along the mule barn and down the river road, and onto the ridge where Shu Kajin had cut the picket line an hour before. Pei Ruo was already there, already with a silencing half formed on her palm. She put her hand on little Nyo's side, where the poison was, and pressed. The silencing went down into the shard wound and smothered the shard without unspeaking little Nyo herself. It was the first time she had silenced a poison in a living person. It worked. They rode. They rode hard. Wei Yang's gate opened for them at an hour before dawn. Little Nyo was white and cold and breathing. Su was at the gate. He took her out of Ji Lianhai's arms without a word and carried her himself to the infirmary where Nei Qing was waiting, and where Jiang Mingli was already preparing a bed. Nei Qing saw her daughter, her little pupil, the child she had begun to love in the slow way of a woman who had not been allowed to love anyone for years, and she turned away from the bed for the first time in her life because she had to be steady, and she could not be steady looking at her. Su reshaped the poison out. It took 4 hours. The ring at his throat was hot the whole time. He bled from the left eye and the right. He lost, he would learn later, the memory of his grandfather's funeral. At the end of it, little Nyo opened her eyes. She said, "I did not die." "You did not," Su said. "I obeyed Tanbei." "You did." "I did not die." "Nyo, master." "You did not die," Su said, and could not say more. He sat on the floor next to the bed until she slept. In the outer courtyard, Ji Lianhai sat on the step with his hands wrapped around a cup of tea he could not drink. Jiang Mingli came out to him at first light. "You took an order you should not have taken," she said. "Yes." "You broke your own father's rule to break a neck for a child." "Yes." "You used a Frostpeak seal we did not know you could still make." "Yes." Ji Lianhai. "Yes." "I am going to ask you a question, and I am going to ask it once, and I am not going to ask Su. Are you playing a third game?" He looked up at her. He looked at her for a long time. "No," he said. "Are you lying to me right now?" "No." "If you are, I will know." "I am not lying." "Good," Jiang Mingli said. She sat down beside him on the step. "Stay." "I intended to," he said. "Good," she said again. Chapter 79. The scroll arrived on a Tuesday evening, carried by a sparrow that was not a sparrow. The sparrow landed on the gate and dropped a cord-tied tube of waxed bamboo, and then was a sparrow again and flew off. Pei Ruo brought the tube to Su in the library without opening it. She had written, on her slate, "Tiansu." Her hand. Su unrolled it at the library table. The scroll was silk. It was the color of bone. There was no writing on it. There was one image, painted in a dry ink the color of rust. The image was Weiyang on fire. Every detail. The main hall. The east wall. The apricot. The south gate with the lantern post. The bench where Jiang Mingli had been knitting last week. The flagstones in the courtyard with the churned ruts where the soldiers' horses had stood. All of it, painted in burning lines, with the fire climbing the roof beams and the roof beams cracking and the smoke rising through the upper branches of the apricot. There was no signature. There was no message. The silk was still faintly warm, as if it had been held against someone's body to the moment it was wrapped. Su looked at it for a long time. Then he rolled it up again. He stood. He walked out into the courtyard. The air was cold. His breath clouded in front of him for the first time that autumn. He could smell wood smoke from the kitchen and a woman's voice singing from the scullery, low and private. He walked the perimeter of the courtyard once. He looked at every face he passed. He thought, "Let me see. How much can we carry on our backs? How much of the library? How many beds? How many children? How much rice? Who can ride? Who cannot? Who will refuse to go? Who will refuse to stay?" He came back to the library. He spoke to Hung Zairu for 5 minutes in a low voice. Hung Zairu, who had seen Tianshu scroll over Su's shoulder, listened without interrupting. When Su was done, Hung Zairu said, "Here is the thing. Yes. The copies of the letters. Every one we have. We take them. The list of names. Hung Zairu's list. Every name. We take it. The ring. I wear it. The library's oldest volumes, the ones that cannot be rewritten. We take them. The children. We take them. Of course we take them. Everyone else. Everyone goes. No one stays behind to defend the terrace. The terrace is not a living thing. The people are living things. Where? Second terrace." Hung Zairu had not yet known the word. He waited. "I bought a valley," Su said, 2 weeks after the tournament. "Cash. Through 3 straw buyers. In the ravine country north of Liang Crossing. There is water. There is a road that is difficult to find in winter. Wei Lan and Shu Kuzhen chose the site. The supplies have been moving there in small loads for 5 months. I have told no one except Jiang Mingli, because I did not want anyone to have a place they could be tortured out of." Hung Zairu stared at him. "Here is the thing," Hung Zairu said. "Yes. You have been the kind of man who plans for this for 5 months. Yes. And you did not tell me." "No." Hung Zairu nodded. He did not protest. He closed the book in front of him. "When do we leave?" "Tonight. Tonight. In 2 hours." Hung Zairu rose, slow but steady, and went to find his scribes. Su went to find Jiang Mingli. She was already packing. He had not told her the scroll had arrived, and she was already packing. The disciple bond between them made it unnecessary. He stood in the doorway of their room and watched her fold an underrobe. "You saw the sparrow," she said without turning. "Yes." "Tianshu." "Yes." "And it was Weiyang on fire." "Then we go." "We go." "When?" 2 hours. "Good," she said. She pressed her hand to her belly. "She wants to leave too." He crossed the room and put his forehead against her hair. They were on the road in 2 hours and 17 minutes. They took everyone, 203 disciples, 41 civilian staff, 11 horses, 9 carts, 6 children, 3 dogs, and an old blind goat Tanbei had rescued the previous winter and could not be persuaded to leave behind. The last torch on the gate was lit by Wei Lan, who set a slow-burning oil lantern on the main hall's central beam, not to burn the building, but to light it for the people who were coming. And then she walked out the gate and did not look back. The caravan moved north. Behind them, in the empty terrace, the wind moved through the main hall for the first time in 18 months without a voice answering it. Chapter 80. The Continental Army came over the ridge at dawn. Su had chosen a low rise 4 miles along the north road from which he could see back toward Weiyang. He had come alone, against every argument Jiang Mingli and Tanbei and Hung Zairu had made, because he wanted to see the thing that was about to happen with his own eyes. He had left the caravan at the fork. He sat on a fallen log. The ring at his throat was warm. It had been warm since the scroll. It was warmer now. The sound came first. A low continuous rumble that was not thunder and not river. The sound of 10,000 cultivators moving across dry earth in formation. Not horses. They were too many for horses. Their lattices made the air above the ridge shimmer the way heat does. Then the banners. Huashan's black and copper had been dropped. The banners that came were older and more serious. A union banner with no single sect color, meaning the compact's rump had called in every ally and every sellsword and every prefectural militia it could intimidate. 10,000, maybe 11. Enough to fill a valley. Enough to level a small empire. Enough, Su thought, to finally frighten a man who had survived a tournament meant to kill his children, a year of assassins, and an oracle. He was frightened. He filed it away. It was a useful thing to be frightened of. It meant he understood the size of what was coming. The vanguard crested the rise beyond Weiyang. They halted at the sight of the empty gate. A rider broke from the column and went forward alone, at a gallop, and the gallop hammered up the distance like a drumbeat Su could feel in his teeth. The rider stopped at the south gate. He sat on his horse for a long count. Then he rode inside. He rode through the courtyard. He rode past the apricot and past the bench. He rode all the way to the steps of the main hall, where the lantern Wei Lan had lit was still burning on its central beam. He dismounted. He walked up the steps. He stood at the door of the hall. Su, from 4 miles away, could not see the rider's face, but the ring at his throat pulsed once, softly, the way it had pulsed when Jian Wuhua had said the word wife. The rider took down the lantern. He carried it back out into the courtyard. He set it on the step of the hall, carefully, as if he were setting it on a grave. Then he went back to the horse. He took from the saddle a small object, a scroll, or a packet, Su could not see which, and he laid it at the base of the lantern, and he bowed to it, deeply, the way a man bows when he is not sure anyone is watching. Then he rode back up the slope to the vanguard. At the ridge he stopped. He raised one hand. The entire army hesitated. Su watched, breath held, as the single raised hand became an order that rippled backward through the column. Ranks of cultivators slowed, halted. The dust behind them did not catch up to them for nearly a full minute. Then Su understood. Jian Wuhua was not leading the assault. He had said he would ride at its head, and he had. But he was not leading it. He was stopping it. He was the arbiter the compact had trained for 40 years. He had been demoted twice and reinstated once and resigned by his own hand and ridden out of Liang Crossing 2 months later to place himself at the front of an army, and he was using, at the gate of an empty house, the only legal power the arbiter of the compact still had, the ancient right to witness and declare the site non-combatant before battle was joined. Su saw the moment the army understood. A senior commander's banner came forward. Jian Wuhua spoke to it. Whatever he said, it took 3 breaths. The banner rose, then fell. The commander wheeled his horse. The column began to turn. It did not retreat. An army that size cannot retreat, it can only flow. It flowed. It flowed past Weiyang, over the ridge, down into the next valley, and along the river road and out of sight, with Jian Wuhua riding, not at its head, but at its shoulder now, talking all the while to the senior commander with the air of a man explaining a legal point to a tired judge. The empty terrace stood. The lantern burned on the step. Su sat on his log for a long time. The sun came up. He had been cold before. He was not cold anymore. The ring at his throat was not merely warm. It was glowing, softly, visible through his collar. He tucked it inside. He rode back to the fork. Jiang Mingli was waiting. She saw his face. She did not ask. He dismounted and stood beside her horse and laid his forehead against her stirrup for a moment. Little Nyo was on the second cart. She called, "Master?" He stopped them, Su said. "Who?" Jiang Mingli asked. "Jian Wuhua." He rode at the head of an army to stop it. He knew he could not stop it from behind. He rode at the front so he could use the arbiter's right. He resigned the post before he did so. Su stopped. He has been teaching them for the last month that the old laws still apply. That is what he has been doing at Liang Crossing. He was not resting. He was waiting for the scroll. Jiang Mingli looked down the road the caravan had come. Her hand was on her belly again. "Are we going back?" "Not yet. The army will find other things to do. It will not have been stopped forever. We hold Second Terrace through the winter. When the compact comes apart, and it will, we go home." And Weiyang, empty, lit, waiting. And Jian Wuhua. Su closed his eyes. The ring was warm against his chest. "Jian Wuhua bought us a season," he said. He opened his eyes. He looked north along the road. The caravan ahead of him stretched for half a mile. At its far end the carts were cresting the ridge that would take them out of the Weiyang Valley and into the ravine country. He could see Hung Zairu on the driver's bench of the last cart, papers on his knees, already writing. Su swung up onto the horse behind Jiang Mingli. He put one arm around her and the other across her belly, gently. "Let me see," he said, into her hair. "We go north." "We go north," she agreed. They rode. Chapter 81. The letter had been pinned to the south gate by Shu Kajin in the last 5 minutes before she rode out. She had written it herself, on Su's order, in the plain block hand she had once used for reports to Whitewater. It was a single sentence on a single square of mulberry paper. You could have asked. Jian Wuhua had seen it when he rode in. He had taken it down. He had carried it with him through the courtyard, past the apricot, up to the main hall. He had set it at the base of Weiland's lantern as if he were setting a flower on a grave. And then he had ridden back up to the vanguard and asked the senior commander, with the cold, even voice of a man who had spent his life writing rulings, to read it aloud. The senior commander had read it. He had held it up for the officers of the column to see. The officers had passed it down through the ranks. By the time Jian Wuhua invoked the arbiter's witness right, every one of the 10,000 cultivators knew what was written on the paper. You could have asked. It was already, by dusk the same day, a proverb. A young captain of the Yunhua militia, riding in the rear guard, had been so shaken by the line that he dismounted at the next crossroads and walked away from the column on foot. 2 of his men followed him. 3 more followed them. By the second morning, 84 men had quietly peeled off and set out, some for home, some for Liang Crossing. Nobody stopped them. A commander who had just been made to stand down by an unsigned sentence on a gate had lost the authority to hold a line through fear. Hua Shun was at his summer residence when the first courier reached him. He read the line. He read the courier's face. He did not speak. He ordered the courier to tell no one what he had carried. The courier, who had been preceded by 6 others, nodded with great sincerity and went straight to an inn where, for half a silver bit, he told the inn's cook everything. By the end of the 3rd day the sentence had been copied in chalk on the wall of the main post station in 2 prefectures. By the end of the 5th day, An imperial censor in the capital quoted it in a memorial that he had been writing for a different matter. He scribbled it into the second paragraph, as if it had always been there. The memorial was read at the morning court. The emperor said nothing. The prime minister said, "You could have asked," to his tea, and then smiled faintly. Hua Xun's name, not Su's, was attached to the scene. It was Hua Xun who had sent 10,000 men against an empty gate. It was Hua Xun who had not asked. It was Hua Xun who had been shown, without a drop of blood, to be smaller than a single sentence of paper. In the wine shops the retelling was crisp and unflattering. He had been publicly humiliated once already, at the tournament. Now twice. The second humiliation was worse because it cost him nothing in face he had not already promised, but it cost him the last of the great sects who had been tolerating him out of habit. Su heard the first version of it 2 days after leaving the Weiyang Valley, from a traveler at a water stop on the ravine road. He was drinking from a clay jar someone had set on a stump, and the traveler, not knowing who he was, told the story with his hand over his mouth to keep from laughing. Su nodded politely. He handed the jar back. He rode on. Jiang Mingli, who had been 20 paces away pretending not to listen, caught up with him on the narrow part of the trail. "He will burn a village for this," she said quietly. "He will try," Su said. "And we will not be where he burns." "Su, let me see, I know what it means when one sentence becomes a proverb. The sentence becomes heavier than the paper. The paper becomes the reason becomes the war. I know, Jiang Mingli. I know. We will not be where he burns." She rode beside him the rest of the afternoon. She did not say anything. Her hand stayed at her belly. The ravine road turned north into a country of tall pines and cold streams. Chapter 82. Second Terrace was a valley nobody had yet named. There was one entrance, by a ravine barely wide enough for a cart, 2 creeks, a broad flat meadow the shape of an eye, and the ruins of an old border post on the ridge above that nobody remembered belonging to any empire. Weilon had chosen it. Shukijin had walked it 3 times in 2 seasons. They had stored rice, barley, salt, iron, 2 barrels of ink, and a surprising quantity of baby's linen in a root cellar dug by a local farmer who had been paid too much to ask questions. The farmer had then been quietly invited to teach Weiyang's kitchen how he smoked his fish. He accepted. 87 disciples, 41 staff, 1 blind goat, and 3 dogs entered the valley in a caravan that took 2 full days to feed through the ravine. Little Nyo rode on the last cart with Yin Hashan's good arm around her shoulders. Hung Zairu rode in the cart ahead of that with his ink and his list of names and a stack of blank paper he had bought for more than anyone knew. Tanbei walked. He walked because he had not slept well in 3 weeks, and walking gave his hands something to do. Su walked too. He had decided this silently, the first evening, and nobody had argued. The horse he would otherwise have ridden carried a barrel of rice. The cost of him walking was that by the 3rd day his hip was giving out. Jiang Mingli, on a small spotted mare, rode beside him and offered her stirrup in a quiet voice 3 times before he accepted it. The offer of the stirrup was also her sentence. She did not repeat it in words after that. She simply set her horse a half pace behind his so that he could catch it when he needed to. He needed to, now, almost every afternoon. The lattice ached. It had always ached. It ached in a different way now, not the sharp bleed of a new reshaping but a low constant grind, as if someone had put sand in his joints. His left eye had gone past bleeding. Now the bleeding had stopped because there was little left in the eye to bleed from. He saw shapes with the left. Colors, not forms. He looked at Jiang Mingli's face on the 4th morning and could only tell it was hers by the angle of her jaw and the warm smear that was her lips. He slept 3 hours a night. On the 6th night, he slept 2. On the 7th, 1. Jiang Mingli woke at an hour past midnight to find him sitting on the cart bench by the tent with his head in his hands. She did not say anything. She brought him the cold tea with salt. She sat beside him until the 2nd watch. She did not tell him to sleep. She did not tell him to stop. She did not tell him his cost was too high. She watched. She was the only one who saw all of it. She kept it inside her mouth like a coin. On the 10th day, they reached the meadow. They raised the first tents that evening. Hung Zairu, despite his stick and his knees and his age, walked to the ridge above the old border post and sat for an hour looking down at the camp. He came back and said, "Here is the thing. We will not be found. You said that about Weiyang once." "I did not say that about Weiyang. I said that about the terrace roof." "A different claim." "Oh, here's the thing. We will not be found in the winter. In the spring, maybe. Winter, no. Then we have a winter. We have a winter." Su slept 3 hours that night. It was the best he had slept in 10 days. Chapter 83. Jianhua arrived at Second Terrace on the 11th day of the 10th month, alone, riding a horse that had not been brushed in a week. He came through the ravine at dusk, dismounted at the inner mouth, walked the last half-mile leading the horse by the rein because he would not compel a tired animal to carry him up a slope. He was 67. He looked 80. He was carrying, balanced across the saddle, 2 rolled parcels of leather that Sue recognized before they were close enough for conversation. The compact's internal records. The unabridged set. The arbiter's personal copy. "I am done," Jian said, as Sue met him at the ravine mouth. It was the first thing he said. "I do not ride for them anymore. I do not ride for myself. I ride to you, since there is nowhere else left to ride." "Come in," Sue said. "Eat. Soon. Look at these first." He handed over the parcels. Sue took them both. The leather was warm from the horse's flank. He carried them himself up to the main tent, which had been pitched in what would one day be the main hall, and for now was only a cleared rectangle with a stove. Hung Zairu was already at the stove, though he had not been sent for. "Here is the thing," Hung Zairu said, looking up. His eyes caught the parcels. His mouth opened once and closed. "Yes," Sue said. "That is the thing." The parcels contained nothing anyone had ever read outside a room with a door that locked from the inside. The compact had, for 100 years, kept 4 ledgers: expulsions, reinstatements, suicides, and what one page politely called the unresolved. Jian Wuhua had taken all 4. He had copied them to the latest quarter. He had annotated each line in a crabbed private script that only he could read, noting where he had himself signed off on the decision and where he had dissented and where, on 2 occasions, he had wept. Sue sat on a low stool by the stove. Hung Zairu sat opposite. Jian Wuhua sat on a log with a bowl of rice on his knee and ate slowly. Sue read the first ledger. Expulsions was the shortest of the 4. It was still, in raw numbers, 46 years long. It covered 3,087 names. The names were each written in the same clean clerical hand. The arbiter's clerk's hand, not Jian Wuhua's, with a note after: sect, date, reason, signatures. The reasons were the hardest part. Reason, insubordination. Reason, unorthodox meridian development. Reason, refused second loyalty trial. Reason, theft of 1 peach from kitchen. Reason, incorrectly sized dantian. Reason, too tall to complete standard hand seals. Reason, mother of questionable lineage. Reason, stammer. Reason, laughed in gathering. Reason, elder's son disliked her. Reason, unspecified. Unspecified was the 3rd most common reason. Sue read through the first 100 names and paused. The ring at his throat was warm. He had not noticed when it had warmed. It was always warm now. He rubbed the knuckles of his right hand because his right hand had cramped on the handle of the ladle he had not realized he was still holding. "Set it down," Jiang Mingli said quietly from behind him. He set the ladle down. He kept reading. He read the suicides next. Suicides was longer than expulsions. It was longer because every suicide was accompanied by a paragraph, not a line. The paragraphs were in Jian Wuhua's hand. They were dry, careful, bureaucratic, and unforgiving. Sue read 50 before Hung Zairu, whose eyes had not left the second parcel, said, "Here is the thing." "Stop. I am not stopping. Here is the thing. Nobody can read this in a night. I am reading it in a night." "Sue, I am reading it in a night, Hung Zairu. I will read it until I have read it all. Bring the second parcel." Unrolled. "Light a second lamp." Hung Zairu did. Sue read until first light. He did not weep. He did not speak. Around the 4th watch, Jiang Mingli came and sat beside him on the stool and put her hand on his shoulder and did not say anything. Around the 6th watch, little Nio came in her nightshirt and sat on the floor against his knee and put her small hand on his ankle and did not say anything. Around the 7th watch, Pei Ruo came in and sat on the log next to Jian Wuhua, who had slept there all night and was now awake and still. At dawn, Sue set the last sheet down. He rubbed his mostly blind left eye with the heel of his hand and the right eye with the other, and then he folded his hands in his lap. He opened his mouth. No sound came out. He closed his mouth. He tried again. Nothing. He tried a 3rd time. "Aye," he said. Then nothing. Jiang Mingli took his hand. "Later," she said. "You do not have to say it yet." "Later." He nodded. He did not speak for the rest of the day. Chapter 84. Whitewater defected 3 days later. It happened at the regional council in the river city of Wunan, under a gray autumn sky, before an audience of 6 sect leaders, 11 magistrates, and 43 merchants who had not been invited but could not be kept out of the building because the building had too many doors. The Whitewater sect leader, a woman named Mei Qing-shu, who had inherited the seat from a cousin and had been Wei Lan's instructor in a previous life, rose at the 3rd quarter of the council. She held a single sheet of paper in her hand. "The paper," she said, "is a letter from Huashan. It was delivered at my door 3 nights ago. It orders me to send 300 inner disciples, without pay, to participate in an operation against Wei Yang at a date to be announced. It threatens me with designation as heretical if I refuse. She held the paper up. I refuse, she said. She tore the paper in half, then in quarters, then in eighths. She laid the pieces on the council table. Whitewater, she said, is not a mercenary. We have been a sect for 312 years. We have been wrong, in that time, in many ways. We have not been, until this past year, a thug. We will not be a thug tonight. If the Compact wishes to name us heretical for that, the Compact will find it difficult, because the Compact is me. I am still, by the Compact's own charter, one of the 9 signatories. I hereby formally denounce the Bandit War. I withdraw Whitewater from any Compact action against Wei Yang. I further, she breathed in once. I further offer my hand, in an open way, in apology to Wei Lan, whom my predecessor expelled and whom Master Su Wanjiang received. If Wei Lan will have me, I will visit Second Terrace before the first snow. 2 of the minor sects at the table, Redcliffe, which had long since made its own choice, and Hidden Spring, which had been wavering, rose immediately and endorsed Whitewater's statement. 2 more abstained, which was itself a statement. The Compact had, in that moment, 4 votes to 3 in its own council, and the 4 were ruled heretical while the 3 ruled the laws. News reached Second Terrace by carrier on the second day. Wei Lan read it standing at the door of the tent, with Jiang Mingli's sister Mingwan leaning over her shoulder to peek. Mei Qingshu will visit, Wei Lan said, after a long moment. And? Mingwan asked. And I will receive her. Will you forgive her? Wei Lan considered. I will receive her. Forgiveness is a second appointment. Mingwan laughed, then covered her mouth because her sister had trained her not to laugh at grown women's sentences. Wei Lan, watching her, set one hand briefly on her hair. Laugh, Wei Lan said. It is a good joke. Hua Shun's answer, when it came, was a small atrocity in a village on the border of a prefecture that had recently denied him. A tax collector was beaten. 3 merchants were arrested on invented charges. A boy of 15, who had been heard in a wine shop quoting "You could have asked," was dragged into a barn and beaten until he could not stand. The boy's older sister, who happened to be a junior instructor at a minor sect, went to Whitewater the same week and brought 2 of her students. The sect she had belonged to quietly changed its tone by the next council. Hua Shun had intended the beating as a warning. He had built, instead, a recruiting campaign for his enemies. Tan Bei, when he heard, made a sound that was not quite a word. Master, he said, to Su, at the tent door. The boy, we will find him. Master, we will find him. He will come to Second Terrace by winter if he can walk. If he cannot walk, we will send for him. Put Shu Kajin on the road. Send 2 horses. Tan Bei bowed and went. The boy arrived on the 2nd week of the 11th month. He could walk, but barely. Su examined his lattice on the first evening and found 3 shards that had been kicked out of alignment and 1 that had been broken outright. He reshaped 2 that night, and the last the following night. The cost of the 2nd night was a memory of his father's face. Su noticed that he had lost it only because Jiang Mingli, holding him up as he stood from the cushion, mentioned his father in passing. He reached for the face and found an empty socket where it should have been. He closed his eyes. He said nothing. He set the loss down the way he had set the ladle down. He kept reshaping. He could not stop. The boy would walk again, and the boy would cultivate again, and someone else in some wine shop somewhere would dare to laugh at the next proverb because of the way the boy looked when he left Second Terrace in the spring. This was what he was for. This was the cost. He did not tell Jiang Mingli about his father's face. He did not have to. That was the fatal flaw. It had not gone away. It had only become, in the last month, something everyone he loved had agreed to live with, which was perhaps the most he could ask of it. Chapter 85. The question had not been stated aloud for weeks, but it had been everyone's. When would Su break through to sovereign, and whether he could survive the ceiling? He had been stuck at shared, then collective, then at a border above collective he could not name. The outline of the next rank was visible every time he reshaped, an echo in the lattice, but he could not find the door. He could not find it because the door was not a thing he could open. It was a thing 87 people had to open at once. He understood this on the 14th day of the 11th month, at dawn, during the naming of a small shard in a boy who had arrived the night before from a sect nobody at Second Terrace had ever heard of. The shard was nothing special. It was a perception shard that, because of an accident in the boy's childhood, had grown at an angle and healed wrong. Su reshaped it in the ordinary way. He named it crooked-sighted, which made the boy laugh through tears. He stepped back to rest, and the ring at his throat pulsed, once, hard enough to hurt. He looked up. Every person in the meadow was looking back at him, not toward him, at him. 87 pairs of eyes in 41 directions, all of them seeing, in the same breath, The same thing. The boy with his newly crooked-sided perception, the shard humming at the base of his skull, Su holding his breath over the place where the shard had been reset. For one breath, the entire sect saw the same breath. Su felt it as something like a kick in the chest. He did not stagger. Jiang Mingli, at his elbow, caught his shoulder with 2 fingers, and the kick settled. He closed his left eye. He opened his sight. What he saw was new. It was not a lattice. The lattices of 87 cultivators are a shimmering mess, at the best of times, if you look at them all at once. What he saw was not 87 lattices. It was one lattice. A single composite geometry, vast, uneven, ragged, with every person's shape inside it as a darker concentration along its edges. The lattice had a name written on the air in a language he did not speak and had never seen. The name was the Sects. He read the name. He could not, afterward, say it aloud. It was not a word a mouth could make. But he read it, and reading it was the breakthrough. He advanced. It was not a shudder of the air or a trembling of the earth. The trees along the ridge did not sway. The dogs did not bark. The only physical sign anywhere in the valley was that every one of the 87 disciples, for a count of 3, felt warm at the base of the skull, as if they had stood in a thin ray of sun. Little Nyo, sitting on the cart, put her hand there and laughed. Tan Bei, splitting wood by the second tent, paused with the axe halfway up and said, "Oh." Pei Ruo, kneeling in the tent flap, wrote on her slate without looking down, "We are someone." Su found he could pick a capability from any one of them and graft it into any other. He tested it on Yin Hashan, who still had the shoulder wound. He took Pei Ruo's silence, asked first, by gesture. Pei Ruo nodded, and grafted it for 3 breaths into Yin Hashan's uninjured arm. Yan's next swing of the adze was silent. Truly silent. The wood gave no sound as it split. Yin laughed so hard he sat down. Then the cost arrived. Su turned to Jiang Mingli to say something. He opened his mouth. He opened his mouth to say, he had, a moment ago, a precise sentence. The sentence had begun with a name. The name was the name of the river that ran past Weiyang. He had known it for 35 years. It had been the river he had fished in as a child. He knew its bends. He knew the place where the willow leaned too far, and the place where the carp collected under the bridge. The name was gone. He closed his mouth. Jiang Mingli, he said. Yes. I cannot recall the name of the Weiyang River. She did not flinch. She took his hand. I will teach it to you again, she said. Say the other names. Say the ones you remember. Jiang Mingli, Pei Ruo, Tan Bei, Yin Hashan, Shu Kexin, Heng Zairu, Wei Lan, Ni I Qing, Ji Lianhai, Jiang Mingwan. He paused. Little Nyo. Good. Yin Wan. She is not born. I know. Good. Jian Wuhua. Good. The river, we will go and fish in it, next summer. You will remember it when we are standing in the water. It will come back. He was not sure if that was true. It did not matter whether it was true. She had said it, and he needed her to have said it, and she had understood that without asking. He leaned his forehead against hers. He closed his eyes. The ring at his throat glowed softly through the cloth of his inner robe. Let me see, he said, into her skin. I am sovereign now. I can lend any of them any of the others. I can borrow any of them myself. I can see the sect the way the founder wanted it seen. Good. And I have lost a river. You have lost a river. You have not lost the sect. No. You have not lost me. No. You have not lost Yanwan. No. Then we fish the river in summer, and you take the rest of the morning off. He laughed. The laugh was small. It was enough. She held his hand until the dawn was full, and then she took him to breakfast, and he ate 2 bowls of rice and a bowl of smoked fish the farmer had taught the kitchen to make, and he named not a single thing, the whole meal, which was a rest. Chapter 86. Jinghu Pavilion collapsed the way a building with a bad foundation collapses in a storm, not in a single roar, but in a long sequence of cracks that nobody noticed until the roof was already on the floor. The first crack was the proverb. You could have asked had spread to Jinghu's junior wing the same week it reached the capital, and 3 of their most promising cultivators, all of whom had been raised in Weiyang's shadow and told it was heresy, had read it and gone very quiet, and then, on the first snow, had walked out the main gate and down the road without asking anyone's permission. The second crack was sect leader Rome. He had been given, by Huashun, a deadline to produce results by the end of the 10th month. The end of the 10th month had come and gone, and the only results produced had been 4 dead from the raid on Weiyang and 6 new defections. The letter from Huashun that arrived on the first snow was colder than the weather. It did not threaten Rong directly. It threatened Rong's patron, the minor lord who had permitted Jinghu's construction on his land. The minor lord, who had not signed up for a reputation beating, sent his steward the same afternoon to ask when Jinghu would be vacating the property. Rong read the letter once. He read it a second time. He sat in his private room, the one with the new whitewash and the cedar chest. Su had set the pouch of salt and tea and a pear on, months ago, and he wrote, in his clean trained hand, a farewell to his surviving sister. He wrote the farewell because he was going to kill himself that evening, and he wanted it mailed before he was found. He sealed it. He addressed it. He set it carefully in the middle of the table. He reached into the cedar chest. Inside were two things, his sword and a folded scrap of paper he had kept for months. The scrap was a note from the minor sect he had belonged to before Huashun had promoted him. It was in his first master's hand. It said, "Whatever happens, do not waste yourself. You have more time than you think." He read the scrap. He put the sword across his knees. His hand did not quite move. He sat for a long time. He reached for the sword a second time. His hand, this time, found the hilt. He drew half an inch of blade. He stopped. The door opened. "I am sorry," Zhang Mingwan said from the doorway. "I did not want to interrupt. I would come back later, but I think the later would not have you in it." Rome froze. Mingwan was 20 years old. She had been a Weiyang disciple for 8 months. She had never, in her entire life, been trained to negotiate a suicide, or to walk into the private study of a sect leader, or to do anything that a woman of her age and breeding would normally be forbidden from doing. She walked across the room with the precise step of a person who had decided that precision was the same thing as courage. She sat on the other side of the low table. She set her slate. She had adopted Pei Rua's slate the month before out of respect, but she could speak, and now she spoke. On her knee. "Let me look at you," she said. "Hu Mingwan, of Weiyang, sister of Zhang Mingli. My sister married Su Wanjiang. I came to ask you to come to Weiyang with me, but first I am going to look at your lattice, because if I do not look at it, you are going to use the sword. Please. You, a sect leader, I am not a sect leader. I am a very junior disciple. Please." Rong laughed a short laugh that was not a laugh. He put the sword down. He held out his wrists. She took his wrists. She closed her eyes. She looked. She had never done it like this before. She had sat at Su's side through 30 reshaping sessions in the last year. She had copied the motions. She had felt, twice, the way his sight pulled on the lattice like a needle pulling through silk. She had not tried it on a living person alone because Su had not given permission and she had not asked. She was asking now, forgiveness rather than permission, and she was doing it because she had walked into this room knowing, with a clarity she had never owned before, that if she did not do it, nobody else in the world was going to. She looked. His lattice was clean, proud, standard, and ruined. Huashun's people had retrained it too fast. The joints were crude. The seams were overworked. The central shard, the one that should have carried his confidence, was hollow. He had been running on a lattice that would not have held another season. She reshaped it. She did not reshape it the way Su did. She reshaped it the way little Nyo would have reshaped it if little Nyo were old enough to talk somebody out of a sword. She did not erase Huashun's grafts. She slid them. She slid them 3 finger widths to the left of where they had been set, until they caught on Rong's own original lattice, and then she let go. It took less than a minute. When she opened her eyes, Rong was weeping silently. His mouth was open. His hands were empty. The sword lay on the floor. She would realize an hour later, unable to speak. She had burned her throat doing it. The work had taken a voice she did not yet know she was using. She did not speak for a week after that, and she refused, without words, all of Pei Rua's offered slates. When her voice came back, she did not say why. Su did not ask. He only said, once, at dinner the evening she spoke again. "Let me see. The line has moved. You are the second of us who can walk it." Rong came to Second Terrace on the 4th day of the 12th month, riding behind Mingwan on her horse because he had not yet recovered enough to sit upright alone. He bowed to Su at the meadow entrance. Su inclined his head. Rong did not ask to join. He asked to rest. Su let him rest. By the end of winter, he was mending bowls in the kitchen. He would, in time, become something else. Not yet. Chapter 87. Huashun tried to buy a rebellion in the last week of the 12th month, and the attempt was done with the same rhetorical elegance that had built him the old compact. He was rational to the last. The letters went out through 3 different couriers, none of them openly his, to 7 of Weiyang's more prominent disciples. Each letter offered the recipient a sect leader seat in a rebuilt orthodoxy, with the compact's surviving treasuries and a specific named territory. Each was tailored. The letter to Wei Lan promised the full restoration of the old Whitewater Charter, with her as its head. The letter to Ji Lianhai promised Frost Peak Sect and a public clearing of his father's debts. The letter to Hung Zairu promised a university chair and a printing press. The letter to Tan Bei promised the Azure Cloud Forge in the hand of a distant cousin of Huashun's wife. Every letter arrived the same afternoon. Every letter had been written by the same very skilled scribe, because Hua Shun did not have time to draft 7 letters in his own hand. Shu Kajin intercepted the first 2 at the ravine and brought them, unopened, to Su. Su sent for their named recipients. He did not open the letters. He sent Shu Kajin to the road to wait for the other 5. She brought them all back by the second dusk. He gathered the 7 disciples in the main tent with the 7 unopened letters on the low table between them. "These are yours," he said. "Open them. Read them. Respond to them as you wish. I would be grateful if you told me what you decided. I will not be offended by any decision you make. You owe me nothing. You brought us here," Tenbei said. "I brought you here. You stayed. That was your decision, not mine. You may leave when you decide." "Master, read the letters." Each read their letter. Ji Lianhai read his twice. He folded it. He looked at Su. He said, "No." Weilan read hers. She did not fold it. She put it flat on the table. She said, "No. Also, Mei Qing Shu will beat Hua Shun at his own hand of cards, and I prefer to be in the room when she does." Hung Zairu read his. He set the paper down. He said, "Here is the thing. I have no use for a chair. I have the chair I need." "No." Tenbei did not finish reading his. He read the first paragraph and stopped. He stood. He took the letter outside. He walked to the center of the meadow. He did not speak. He had a fire pit in front of the main tent. He laid the letter on the coals. He stood over it until every corner curled, blackened, flaked, and became ash. Then he walked back into the tent and said, "I burned it." "I saw," Su said. "I did not open the second page." "I know. I do not need to know what was on the second page." "I know." He sat down and did not say anything else. His hand, on the low table, trembled slightly. Little Nyo, who had drifted in without anyone noticing, climbed into his lap and put her small palms on the backs of his hands until they stopped. The other 3, Shu Kajin, Ni Ching, and, astonishingly, Jiang Mingwan, whose voice was only just coming back, all refused. Shu Kajin's refusal was the one that surprised Su least. She had been the first spy to refuse him, and had earned, in that act, a faith Su had not given any other disciple. Mingwan's refusal was the one that made him smile, which Jiang Mingli saw and filed away, on the bench by the stove, to tease him with later. Mingwan had said, in her newly returned voice, "I would not lead. I would learn. No, thank you." And then she had put her slate on her knee and written, out of habit, "No, thank you," beneath it, and she had laughed at herself, which was the first time she had laughed since the day she had moved Rome's graphs. Su watched the 7 refusals. He did not say anything. He did not need to. He was, he thought, the luckiest man he had ever met, and he did not know whether luck was the right word for what it was when people chose you, but it was the word he had. The letters burned in the fire pit. Shu Kajin fed them in one at a time. The last was Hung Zairu's. The old archivist, who did not usually make a show of things, stood at the pit and watched it burn to the end and said, "Here is the thing. He will try again. He will. Harder next time. Yes. And at some point he will come himself. Yes. We will be ready. Yes. Here's the thing. Today I would like soup." Tenbei brought him soup. Chapter 88. Oracle Mother Tianshu returned on the first thaw. On a rainy afternoon at the end of the first month, wearing a brown traveling cloak Su did not recognize, and riding a small donkey, he also did not recognize, and she came into second terrace on foot leading the donkey by the rein because the path from the ravine was still too slick for a hoof to trust. Pei Ruan met her at the meadow's edge without a slate. They walked together the last 100 paces in a silence that was not awkward. Su saw her and bowed. Tianshu bowed back. She accepted tea. She did not accept food. She asked to sit in the main tent with Su alone. He inclined his head to Jiang Mingli, who nodded once and left them, and to Pei Ruo, who stayed because Tianshu had quietly indicated she should. "I have a question," Tianshu said, when the tent flap had fallen behind the others. "I have brought it in the thaw because I did not want it to arrive with snow. It is a mean question. I am sorry. Ask. Your mercy." "Yes." "Is your mercy ego?" Su did not answer. "I will be more precise," Tianshu said. "Every disciple you have saved in the last 6 months, I do not ask about before. Before, you had nothing. You took what was given. You did the work because the work was the work. Now it is different. Now the saving is seen. Now the sentences travel. Now the wine shops. Now the capital. Now every rescue costs you a memory and buys you a proverb. Every disciple you save is also a disciple whose saving made you feel a little good. I am not accusing. I am observing. Would you save them if no one watched? Would you save them if the act bought you nothing? Would you save them if it cost you a memory you could not afford and had no proverb waiting at the other end?" Su sat on the stool with his mostly blind left eye closed. The ring was cool. Pei Ruo, in the corner, had set a slate down and was not writing on it. The rain outside dripped off the tent's edge in a slow metronome. I do not know, he said. No, I do not know. Let me see. He closed his eye. He opened it. He closed it again. I have spent months in a camp where I am watched by 87 people every time I reshape. I have lost the ability to imagine the work without being watched. I cannot tell you, honestly, whether I would still do it if the watching stopped, because I have forgotten what the watching feels like when it is not there. That is, I am aware, a defensive answer. I give it anyway because it is the true one. I will not try to make you a better answer. It is the true one. Yes. I thought it would be. Did you come here to hear it? I came here to ask it. I thought the answer would be what you gave. I wanted you to say it aloud to someone who was not your wife. Why? Because I do not think you know what you do with your mercy when you have too much of it. And I do not think your wife is the right teacher for that. She is your anchor, not your mirror. I am the mirror. I am the mirror because I look like what you will look like if your mercy goes wrong. Pei Ruo, in the corner, picked up her slate. She wrote on it. She held it up. You are not wrong yet. Xianxia read it. She smiled, not unkindly. I am not wrong yet, she said. I am 300 years wrong, which is almost the same thing. But not yet the same thing. You are correct. I will continue. You are, Su said, slowly, saying that you came here in service. I am saying I came here in warning. If it lands as service, that is because you are a better listener than I was at your age. I cannot give you an answer better than the one I gave. I did not ask for an answer. I asked the question, will you come back? Yes, Xianxia said, after a pause. If I may, I would like to come back in the summer. Come back in the summer. I would like to see the child when she is born. Su opened his mouth to say he had not told her about the child. He closed it. He remembered who she was. He nodded. Come back, he said again. She rose. She gathered her cloak. At the door of the tent she stopped. Your answer, she said. I do not know is not the wrong answer. It is the only honest answer to that question. The men and women I have watched destroy their own mercy gave me the wrong answer. The answer they gave was yes. Remember. I will. She went. The rain kept dripping. Su did not move for a long time. He said, finally, to Pei Ruo, I will think about it tomorrow. Pei Ruo wrote, tomorrow. He did not say anything to Jiang Mingli that evening. She did not ask. The next morning at breakfast, he said, quietly, into his bowl, let me see. I do not know. I only know I cannot stop. She nodded. That is the answer I thought it would be, she said. It is not the best answer. It is the honest one. I will be honest with you the way you are honest with her. Keep going. He kept going. Chapter 89. Xianxia came back 3 weeks later, sooner than the summer, earlier than anyone expected, and she came back with a sack at her belt that she did not open in the tent and a pair of reading glasses she kept pushing up her nose and a story she had not planned to tell. Her name was Wei Xian, she said, without preamble, sitting at the same stool. She was a junior disciple of a sect nobody now remembers. She was me. I am Wei Xian. I have not been Wei Xian for 300 years, because 300 years ago Wei Xian was expelled for, in the judgment of her sect, seeing a future the sect leader did not wish to be true. Su did not speak. I did not see a future the sect leader did not wish to be true, Xianxia said, carefully. I saw a future that was. I told it to him. He had me expelled the next morning. My master, who had taught me my sight, walked to the gate with me and did not meet my eyes. My shard mother, the woman who had named my shards, turned her back. I walked down a snowy road alone. I was 15. I am sorry, Su said. Do not be. Your sorry will not unmake my road. This is not that kind of telling. Tell me then. I survived. I went somewhere I will not tell you. I learned seeing from a different master. I became Oracle Mother. I kept my new name for 100 years, then 2, then 3. I never went back. I never forgave. I looked at every successor of that sect leader with the same eyes, and I saw them the way he saw me. I became him in every way except that I was better at it. Xianxia, when I met you, 2 summers past, I saw what you were doing. I saw it from very far up, because that is how I see. I saw you saving disciples who looked like me. I told you mercy leads to catastrophe. I believed it when I said it. I believed it because I had never given mercy to the 15-year-old on the road, and I had made of her absence a whole life. I believed mercy was a flaw because I had cut mine out to survive. I thought I was being kind by warning you off of it. And now I see I was not kind. I was lonely. I was an old woman telling a young man not to become an old woman. I am still that old woman. The warning still stands. It stands not against your mercy. It stands against your certainty about your mercy. Do you understand the difference? I think I do. Say it. You are not warning me off mercy. You are warning me off being sure I know what mercy looks like. You are warning me to keep checking. Because when I stop checking I will be you. She did not reply. After a moment, she reached into the sack at her belt and took out the thing she had brought. It was a small wooden figure. A girl. It had been carved a very long time ago. The wood was dark, the carving smoothed by 300 years of touch. The girl was 15. She was walking. Her mouth was a thin, firm line. "My name," Tianshu said. "Wei Xian. I carved her the second year. I have kept her. She is the only thing left on earth that knew me before. I will leave her with Pei Ruo. Not you. Pei Ruo, your mute's second disciple. The silent one. The one who will outlast both of us. If you ever become what I almost became, she will put the figure on the table in front of you, and you will know what she means." Pei Ruo, in the doorway, nodded once. She took the figure in 2 hands, carefully. She did not bow. She set the figure on a clean cloth on the corner shelf. She turned back to Tianshu and inclined her head. Tianshu rose. "That is all," she said. "I will come again in summer." For the child. Su stood. He bowed. Deeply. The way a man bows to a teacher he did not expect to have. "Oracle Mother, Tianshu. Or Wei Xian. Either. Wei Xian then. Come back soon." "I will." She went. In the winter-clear air of the meadow, her donkey picked its way down toward the ravine. Zhang Mingli came and stood at Su's elbow and watched her go. "Something changed," Zhang Mingli said. "Yes. In her or in us. In her. And in me. I will wait for you to tell me how. You will not need to wait long." She smiled. Chapter 90. Huashun came himself in the middle of the second month, which was the last thing anyone had expected, and, in hindsight, the only thing that made sense. He came because every other tool he had tried had failed. He came because reputation had been taken from him, because Whitewater had gone, because Jinghu had collapsed, because his letters had been burned in a fire pit by a man he had once offered a forge. He came because he had no emissaries left whose word he trusted and no assassins left whose face had not already been seen. He came with 12 anchored cultivators and a single senior at his shoulder, in the hour before dawn, over the ridge of the old border post, down the long slope on foot with their lattices damped so fully that the sentries had no reading of them until the first one was already in the outer meadow. Su was awake. He had been awake since the 4th watch. He had been awake because the ring had started to warm at the 3rd watch, and by the 4th he had learned that when the ring warmed without cause it was because something was coming that was worth the warming. He was dressed. He was sitting on the bench outside the main tent. Zhang Mingli was awake inside, sitting up against the bedroll, very still. Pei Ruo was awake in the tent across the way. He felt her wakefulness through the collective shard the way you feel the hum of a bowstring drawn behind you. He did not have to give an order. Pei Ruo gave it for him. She stood up. She walked to the center of the meadow. She put her palms down flat at her sides. She closed her eyes. She silenced the valley. Not a shard activated. For a count of 1 breath, 2, 3, 4, for a full minute, by the measure of a slow count, which in a fight was longer than any fight should last. Every lattice in the valley, friend and enemy alike, went quiet. Except one. Pei Ruo's own silence ran on something older than the lattice itself, and Wei Yong's root shard, woven deep into the stone of the meadow, was protected beneath her silence like a flame protected inside 2 hands. The compact strike team walked into the meadow expecting resistance. They found instead a silence that closed over their own shards like a lid. They found a man in a plain robe sitting on a bench. They found, inside the tent behind him, a woman who was heavy with child and was not moving. They found a 7-year-old, 8 now, going on 9, too tall for her age suddenly. Su had not noticed when she had grown, standing calmly in her armor at the mouth of a tent with a plowshare plate buckler on one small arm. They found that their own weapons did not answer. Huashun was a coldly rational politician. He had drilled his team in 100 contingencies. He had not drilled them in one in which their own lattices refused. He stood in the meadow with the snow still unmelted at the edge of the tent line, and he felt, for the first time since he had been a boy, what it was to be in a room where his mouth did not work. He did not have words. His senior, standing at his elbow, opened and closed a hand that could not remember what a strike shard felt like. Su stood up from the bench. He walked across the meadow. He did not hurry. His stride was even, measured, the way Hung Zairu had always admired him for walking across a floor. He stopped 10 paces from Huashun. The first of the anchored cultivators swallowed, once. Little Nyo, behind Su, did not move from her tent mouth. "Huashun," Su said. Huashun did not speak. "Let me see," Su said. "You came without a banner." Huashun's mouth worked. No sound came out. "You came," Su said, "because you could not persuade a single one of them to come for you. That is, I think, a truth we can agree on without speaking it aloud. I would like to offer you a choice, which is more than you offered me. The choice is this. You may leave the valley in the next 3 minutes, in the same direction you came. Your men may walk with you. You will not be pursued. Alternatively, you may stay, and when the silence lifts, which will be when Pei Rua chooses, you will die, not because I ordered it, but because the woman behind you, whose name I no longer remember, but who lost a son to one of your expulsions, has been waiting 11 years to be in the same room with you, and is currently controlling herself by an act of what I can see from here, and when the silence lifts I will not ask her to hold. The senior at Huashun's shoulder, the woman, who was 47 and had the face of someone who had not slept in a month, looked at Su and then at Huashun and then at her own hands, and she did not wait for the count of 3. She turned. She walked back the way she had come. 2 of the anchored cultivators broke immediately and followed her. 3 more hesitated and then went. 4 more looked at Huashun, saw no order, and went. Huashun stood alone. Go, Su said. Huashun turned. He walked back up the slope. He did not run. He could not run. His strike shard, which he used for speed as well as attack, was still damped. He walked with the stiff, upright carriage of a man who had chosen the direction of his own retreat because no other direction was left. Pei Rua held the silence until he crested the ridge. She let it go. The lattice of the meadow came back up the way a held breath is released. Every disciple in the camp drew in a long, slow inhalation at the same instant. The ring at Su's throat pulsed twice, warm. Jiang Mingli came out of the tent. She walked to Su's side. She did not say anything. She took his hand. It is done, she said. It is not done, but it is this morning done. This morning is enough. This morning is enough. The sun rose over the eastern ridge an hour later. The meadow smelled of cold snow and wood smoke and something sweeter that was the first breath of the thaw coming up out of the earth. Little Nyo, without having been asked, went back inside her tent and took off the armor. Tanbei stoked the cook fire. Hung Zairu came out with a cup of tea and said, "Here is the thing." He walked out. By noon, everyone in the capital will know he walked out. By the end of the week, nobody will follow his order again. Yes, Su said. It is the end of him. It is the end of him as a sect leader. Not as a man. A man is a longer problem. Yes. Hung Zairu. Yes. Drink your tea. I am drinking my tea. He drank his tea. Chapter 91. The Compact's minor sects did not rebel in a single morning. That would have been too tidy, but they rebelled in a month, and the month was the second month of the new year, and by the end of it the old council chamber in Wonin had 6 empty chairs where once there had been 9 full ones. The first to break, after Whitewater, was Hidden Spring. Its sect leader was a soft-voiced woman named Yu Fong who had been, for 31 years, one of the Compact's dependable abstainers. She stood up at a rump council 3 days after Huashun's retreat and said, "I refuse. I will not share a table with a man who walked out of a meadow because a mute girl silenced him." She said the sentence slowly. Then she sat. Hidden Spring's banner came down over the Compact lintel before the week was out. Redcliffe followed. Redcliffe had already been designated heretical a year ago. It used the occasion to withdraw formally and then to declare, publicly, that it was willing to receive any expelled disciple from any Compact sect, without fee. Su read the proclamation at Second Terrace and sat with it for a long time. He sent Redcliffe a letter the same day. The letter said, in Su's own hand this time, "Thank you. Our door is the same as yours." It was 5 words. It was read in Redcliffe's meeting hall and copied out and posted on the inside of the eastern gate. The others followed by degrees. Winding Grass sect split in half when its youngest and oldest elders voted with opposite feet, and the younger half walked out the door in the middle of a service and did not come back. Iron Sparrow petitioned a prefectural magistrate for formal civil recognition and was granted it within a week. 2 other minor sects, Bell Cliff and South Reed, merged in an awkward marriage and declared themselves, together, no longer part of any compact at all, and within a month their combined disciples had nearly doubled. Huashun, at his summer residence, still held the chair of the compact. By the middle of the second month, he held it alone. His last 2 allies, Thundering Oak and an old mountain sect called 9 Needles, were still on paper with him but had stopped answering letters. He sent 3 edicts in a week. The edicts were read, dutifully, by the people who received them, and then politely ignored. Meanwhile, Weiyang did nothing visibly partisan and therefore did everything. Su refused, publicly and privately, to endorse any sect against any other. He would not send a disciple to Wonin to sit in a rebellion council. He would not accept a gift of territory from a grateful prefecture. He would not sign a joint statement with Mei Qing-shu, though he met her twice, warmly, and drank tea with her until evening. He did one thing, and he did it over and over. He opened the ravine road to anyone fleeing any sect in the collapse. Refugees came in a thin, continuous stream, then a thicker one, then a flood. Compact inner disciples fleeing a vengeful elder. failed candidates expelled in the confusion, a whole wing of Hidden Springs' younger generation who had not been asked whether they would defect and wanted to be somewhere else while the question was being settled. The valley filled. Wei Lan built a second set of tents. Yin Hashan, his shoulder mostly healed, dug a third privy. The old blind goat was transferred to the farmer, who petitioned the assembly for rights to it. The assembly was Jiang Mingwan, Tan Bei, and Shu Kuzhen. They ruled that the goat was the farmer's now, with visitation. And, quietly, in every prefecture, the wine shop conversations turned. When the first compact assassin was caught by a militia in a roadside inn, and the militia captain, bored and slow and not especially noble, asked the assassin where he had been going, the assassin said Second. The militia captain, who had heard you could have asked quoted by his grandmother that week, put the assassin in a crate and sent the crate north in a cart with a handwritten note apologizing for the inconvenience. The note ended, "We caught him. He is yours if you want him." Su read the note and laughed. He sent the assassin back to the militia captain in the same crate with a second note. "Keep him. Train him. He has a sharp eye. Thank you." The civilian populations had never had reason to love the sections. Now they had reason to love, specifically, Weiyang. In every prefecture, the turn happened in a different way. In some, it was the quotation. In others, it was the memory of a neighbor who had been helped at a bad time. In one, it was a single midwife in a small town who had been trained by a Weiyang disciple the previous autumn and who had saved 3 children in one winter. The sects had lost the empire the year before, at the tournament, when they humiliated themselves in public view. They had lost the council chambers this month. They lost, now, the wine shops. Hua Shun, if he had looked, could have seen the 3 successive ceilings his house had punched through on the way down. He did not look. He kept writing edicts in his private room. The edicts went out. Nobody replied. Chapter 92. Little Nyo killed the man by accident at the end of the second month, on a warm afternoon, in the east corner of the meadow, near the wash line. He had come in through the ravine 3 days earlier, posing as a refugee from Bell Cliff. His lattice had been plausible. Shu Kuzhen had seen him and had said nothing because the seam she had worried about was not in a place she could prove. He had eaten with the others. He had slept in the outer tents. He had, at dawn on the 4th day, been handed a load of laundry by Nei Ching and told to walk it to the wash line without saying a word, because Nei Ching had already smelled the wrongness of him but had not yet located it. Little Nyo was at the wash line. She was folding a sheet. She was 8 years old now and had grown 6 inches since Weiyang fell. Her armor no longer fit. She was wearing an apron over a plain shirt. She was humming a song Yin Hashan had taught her. The man dropped the laundry and drew a knife from inside his sleeve and stepped toward her in one motion. Little Nyo's single massive shard was, by now, so integrated with her breathing that it came up without her thinking. Su would examine it afterward and find that she had not actually activated anything. The shard was always a little on. It had merely, at the moment of the knife, flared, the way a candle flame flickers when a draft crosses it. The flare was at full force. It was fully twice the scale of a standard defensive shard at that rank. The knife struck the shield and rebounded. The man struck the shield with his whole body and rebounded. The shield did not know it was a shield. It was her, and she was afraid, and her shape at the moment of fear filled the whole wash line. The man hit the wooden beam of the wash line, head first, and did not get up. Little Nyo dropped the sheet. She walked over to him. She knelt. She pushed his shoulder with one small hand. He did not move. She pushed harder. She said, "Hey." She said, "Hey, get up." She set her hand on his chest. His chest did not rise. She looked up and around the meadow with a face that had not yet learned the expression for what she felt. Nei Ching was running across the wash yard before the shield was fully down. Yin Hashan from the far side. Zhang Mingli slower, from the tent flap. Su arrived last because he had been 200 paces away, talking to the farmer about winter barley, and the collective lattice had surged once sharply through every disciple in the valley before going quiet. Little Nyo looked up at him as he came. "Master," she said, and her voice was thin and small. "He doesn't wake up. I pushed him. He doesn't wake up." "Nyo, I didn't mean to. I was folding the sheet." Su knelt beside her. He put his hand on her back. He did not look at the body. He said, "I know, Nyo. Master, I know. I didn't." He had the knife and the shield, and I didn't do it on purpose. "I know. He is. She broke then. She broke in the way a very strong little girl breaks when the thing she has held for 3 years comes loose all at once. She cried into his shoulder, and he sat on the dirt of the wash yard and held her while the whole meadow pretended to be busy with other work. He held her for 20 minutes. She cried through it. He said almost nothing. When she had cried herself quiet, he spoke. "Nyo." "Yes." You caused a death today. Yes. You did not mean to. I know. It will matter to you anyway, for the rest of your life, that you did. That is a wound you will carry. It is not a clean wound. It will not close. You will look at your hand, sometimes, when you are old, and you will see the moment at the wash line, and you will wonder if you could have flared the shield less, or held the sheet differently, or stepped to the side. The answer you will find is that at 8 years old, you could not have. But you will wonder. You will wonder for a long time. Master, I gave you the strength to carry this wound, Neo. I gave it to you because you needed it to protect the ones I love. That does not make me right. I am sorry. I am sorry I gave you the strength to bear a thing like this. I am sorry I did it to you. You did not ask. She put her face back into his shoulder. She did not cry more. She just pressed. Master, she said, after a while. Yes. I would rather carry it than him have gotten you. I know. I mean it. I know. But you still get to be sorry. Both can be true. Both can be true. Both can be true. He sat there with her until the shadow of the main tent had moved 3 handspans across the dirt. Then Jiang Mingli came and put her hand on Nyo's shoulder, and Nyo, without raising her face, reached up and took that hand too, and the 3 of them stood up slowly and walked across the meadow to the main tent. The body was taken by Tan Bei in the afternoon. He dug the grave himself. It was a good grave. The man was buried with the knife beside him, not in his hand. Tan Bei said, at the grave mouth, "We do not know your name. We would have taken you in if you had asked. I am sorry it went this way." Then he filled it. Little Nyo did not train for 3 days. On the 4th day, she put the armor back on. The armor fit, because she had not grown since the morning at the wash line. Chapter 93 Letters on Fitting went to bound volume in the 2nd week of the 3rd month, which was earlier than Hung Zairu had planned because every copyist in 3 prefectures had been working through the winter and there were, by then, more copies of the loose pages in circulation than Hung Zairu had originally handwritten. Pirated editions had already gone through 2 printings in the capital. The bound volume was not Hung Zairu's idea. It was Shu Kujin's. Here is the thing, Hung Zairu said, to Shu Kujin at the stove. A bound volume is a target. Here is another thing, Shu Kujin said, who had picked up the habit from him without meaning to. A bound volume is a fact. Loose pages can be denied. Bound volumes are hard to pretend do not exist. Every copyist in the capital is already copying the loose pages. Every copyist in the capital is copying them badly. We need an authoritative edition. We need it because you want to put your name on it. Hung Zairu did not immediately protest. He harumphed. He sat down. He said, at last, I do want to put my name on it. I know you do. That is good. Put it on. Spell your full name out. Put it on the frontispiece. Add the day you were born. I will have it bound in green cloth with the title in silver. Silver. Silver, because the green will look cheap otherwise. How many? 12,000. Shu Kujin, 12,000 for the first printing. We will have 5 more printings by autumn. If we do not do it now, a pirate edition will be the book of record, and the book of record will be full of errors, and the errors will end up being blamed on us. Where? The paper. The ink. Wei Lan has already bought them. She bought them 2 months ago, during the whitewater thaw. She did not tell you because you would have fretted. I would have fretted. Yes. Hung Zairu looked at Shu Kujin for a long moment over the rim of his cup. He set his cup down. He said, here is the thing. 12,000. 12,000. Do it. It was done in 6 weeks. The bound volume came off the press on the last day of the 3rd month. It was green, as Shu Kujin had said, with silver lettering. The title took up the top third of the cover. It was set in a typeface a Huailing printer had designed specifically for it, which was a gesture Su did not know about until it was done, and which made him sit for 10 minutes in silence when Hung Zairu told him. By the end of the 4th month, Letters on Fitting, bound edition, had been purchased by every literate cultivator in 2 empires, and by a surprising number of scholars who had no interest in cultivation but wished to be seen with the book on their reading table. It sat on the desks of 3 ministers at the imperial court. It sat on the nightstand of a general who had, the previous year, been part of the 10,000-strong column that Jian Wuhua had turned back. It sat, according to a report that reached Second Terrace from an amused spy in Hua Xun's own household, in the top drawer of Hua Xun's private study. He had, the servant said, tried to burn it twice and had twice reached for it again before the smoke could take it. The 3rd time he did not try. The central sentence, "The measure of a sect is the fate of the people it rejects," was quoted in a play that opened in the capital to a full house on the 1st week of the 4th month. The playwright had had the phrase printed, at Shu Kujin's quiet insistence, on the 1st page of the playbill. Nobody was unaware of whose sentence it had been. Nobody was unaware that the playwright had chosen to lean into that fact. At Second Terrace, Su did not hold the bound volume in his hands for 3 days after it arrived. He told Hung Zairu, when Hung Zairu pressed, that he could not yet. He did not explain why. Hung Zairu did not push. On the 4th evening, alone in the main tent, he opened the cover. He read the frontispiece. He read the dedication, which he had not been allowed to see until now. The dedication read, "For the 3,144. And for the others we do not yet know." He closed the book. He took it to Jiang Mingli. He set it on the bed between them. He did not speak. She opened it. She read the dedication. She put her hand over his. "He is a good archivist," she said. "He is. We do not yet know how many," she said, carefully. "We'll sleep tonight because that book is on a shelf somewhere." "No. But they will." "Yes." "Good." Chapter 94. Huashun tried to answer the book. It was the most rational move he had left, and, unfortunately for him, it was also the move most likely to prove the book's central claim. He commissioned a team of 7 scholars, 4 of his own remaining compact academics, 2 outside academics who were still willing to associate their names with his, and a very clever young man who had once been a junior minister in the capital and had been passed over for promotion and was looking for a patron. The team's brief was to produce a rebuttal, in book form, that would reframe letters on fitting as a dangerous simplification. The resulting volume was titled On the Necessity of Correct Form. It ran to 230 pages. It was published in the middle of the 4th month in a small run of 3,000, at considerable expense, by a press in a prefecture Huashun still had some leverage over. The book failed in the first 3 paragraphs. Its argument was this: Su Wanjiang's claim that the measure of a sect is the fate of its rejects was an overstatement. Some expulsions, the book argued, were necessary. Disciples who threatened the safety of others, whose instability risked the sect itself, or whose conduct violated fundamental codes, these must be expelled, and their subsequent fate was not properly the sect's concern. This, the book went on, was the measured, responsible, ancient view. The sect, the book argued, retained a duty to its living disciples. It could not be paralyzed by solicitude for those it could not carry. Hung Zairu read it in one sitting, in the stove tent, with a cup of cold tea at his elbow. He finished it. He set it down. He said, "Here is the thing. He has lost the argument in his own first paragraph." "Yes," Su said. He had not yet read it. Hung Zairu had. He was on the opposite side of the stove with a bowl of rice. "The argument has done his work for us, Su. Tell me how." He concedes. He concedes in the first paragraph that some expulsions are not necessary. He has to, otherwise his argument is absurd on its face. No one will read a book that claims every expulsion is justified. So he concedes. And once he concedes that some expulsions are not necessary, he has admitted that Wei Yang's entire project is founded on a real problem. We were asking which expulsions are unnecessary. His book answers, many of them. Let us argue about how many. This is the book of record argument for 3,000 years of unnecessary expulsions. He has ceded the question. He has ceded the question. The remaining dispute is a matter of numbers. Hung Zairu, I will write a reply. A short one. 15 pages. Not a book. A pamphlet. Right. I am writing. The pamphlet went out under the title, A Reply on Form. Hung Zairu did not attach his own name this time. The pamphlet was authored, on its frontispiece, by the archivist of Wei Yang, which everyone knew was him, but which allowed the text to read as an institutional response rather than a personal sparring match. The pamphlet made one argument. It said, "We accept every concession Huashun scholars have made. We agree that some expulsions may have been necessary. We invite them to produce the list. We will publish any list they can compile. We will examine each name. We will take responsibility for every case in which Wei Yang's method would not have helped. We ask only that they take responsibility, in turn, for every case in which their method has demonstrably not." The invitation was unanswerable. Huashun scholars could not produce a list of necessary expulsions without admitting the rest were unnecessary. If they refused to produce a list, they forfeited the debate. They refused to produce a list. By the end of the 4th month, On the Necessity of Correct Form was in the back corner of 3 bookshops in the capital, selling at 1/3 of its cover price. A reply on form had been reprinted twice. The proverb had grown a second sentence. It was now you could have asked, "And you owe us a list." The list was what ended Huashun. Even in prefectures where his edicts were still obeyed, the demand for a list of necessary expulsions became a drumbeat. It was a thing a careful, honest bureaucrat could ask without violence. It was a thing a clever child could ask in a wine shop. It was a thing a junior minister could ask in a committee, knowing no one could object without looking ridiculous. The compact had lost its armies at the tournament. It had lost the wine shops at Wei Yang's evacuation. It had lost the rump councils at Whitewater's defection. It lost, now, the bookshelves. It was not a violent loss. It was intellectual, and therefore final. Hung Zairu, reading the reports of the pamphlet's spread, said, "Here is the thing. Words are slower than swords. They also do not rust." "No," Su said. "We have bought 100 years of argument with 3,000 of them. We have. Worth it." "Yes." Chapter 95. Jian Wuhua died at the supply line fork, in the 6th week of his 2nd spring since coming north, on a road called the Xiaoshi Cut, defending 3 carts of grain and 7 Weiyang disciples from a party of 22 compact mercenaries who had not yet heard that the compact was finished. The news arrived with the 2nd cart driver, a boy of 17 named Wu, who had ridden his horse until the horse was done and then run the last 2 miles on foot. He came in through the ravine at a stumble. He was white. His mouth would not entirely close. He walked straight to the main tent and said, "Master, master, the old arbiter. He is not coming home." Su was at Wu's elbow before the boy had finished the sentence. He put both hands on the boy's shoulders. He said, "Breathe. Breathe twice. Tell me." Wu breathed. He wept. He told. The mercenaries had come out of the pine woods on both sides of the road at the Narrows. They had been well drilled. They had intended the ambush for the carts and for the disciples with them. For junior disciples, 2 of them, not yet named. Jian Wuhua had been with the party because he had been with every convoy since the winter. He had made of his old body a very stubborn guardian. He had taken the front of the ambush on himself. He had given the carts the seconds they needed. The disciples had fled with the grain intact. "He killed 6, Wu said. His voice was small. "I saw. Master, I saw." His left hand was gone, and he was still. He took 6 of them. He called out. What did he call out? Wu's face crumpled. He called out, "For my daughter." "Master." Su held the boy by the shoulders. He did not say anything for a moment. "I will ride out," he said. "Now." "Master, they are still. They will not be by the time I arrive. I will ride with Tan Bei and Ji Lianhai. Wu, you will eat and sleep. Wei Lan will send another cart for the bodies. You are not to ride again today. Master, eat. Sleep. Thank you, Wu. Go." Wu went. Su rode out within an hour. Tan Bei and Ji Lianhai rode with him. 3 hours brought them to the Narrows. The mercenaries had scattered. 6 lay dead on the road. The rest had run. The stretch of road that had been the ambush was churned into pine needles and blood and frost. Jian Wuhua lay in the middle of it. He had dragged himself, at the end, to the center of the road, so that his body would be visible to any traveler. He had drawn, in the needles beside him with his one remaining hand, a short sign. The arbiter's mark, the sign he had used all his life on 1,000 rulings. Ji Lianhai turned away. Su knelt in the cold needles. He set his hand on Jian Wuhua's shoulder. The old man's eyes opened. He was not yet dead. "Su," he said. "Arbiter. You came. I came. Jian Wuhua's breath whistled. "I do not know if. Do not speak. Save your breath. I will speak. I have 2 sentences left in me, and I will spend them both." Su bowed his head. "I do not know if my daughter could have been saved," Jian Wuhua said. His voice was a thread. "I have not known for 40 years. I think she could not. I think the sect had broken too much of her before I noticed. Arbiter. But you would have tried." Su could not speak. "That is enough," Jian Wuhua said. "That is enough." His mouth moved once more. It did not form a word. He died on Su's hand. Su closed the old man's eyes. He closed them with his thumb, very gently, the way you might close the eyes of a sleeping grandfather so that the lamp would not wake him. He sat there for a long time. The wind moved through the pines. The needles were cold. He lifted Jian Wuhua in both arms. He did not ask Tan Bei or Ji Lianhai for help. He carried the old man to his own horse and laid him across the saddle. He tied him carefully. He walked the horse down the road. He did not ride. He walked for 3 hours. Tan Bei and Ji Lianhai rode slowly behind him and did not speak. They reached Second Terrace at dusk. Zhang Mingli was at the meadow entrance. She had known, the way she always knew. She took one look at Su's face and at the shape across the saddle, and she began to cry, silently, without dropping her own head. She walked forward and laid her hand on Jian Wuhua's shoulder. She wept openly for the first time Su had seen in a year. "Arbiter," she said. She wept because he had warned them. She wept because he had carried the ledgers. She wept because he had stood at the head of an army to stop it. She wept because he had spent his last sentences not in rage, but in concession. She wept because he had forgiven them before he forgave himself. She wept the way Su had not been able to 3 hours ago in the pine needles, because he had been doing something else with his hands. Su stood beside her. He let her weep. He did not move the horse. He did not speak. The ring at his throat was warm and steady. Tan Bei finally said, very quietly, Master, the ground, the east slope, where the apricot is. There is no apricot, Tan. We are at second terrace. We will plant one, Master. Su looked at him. Yes, he said, after a moment. We will plant one. They buried Jian Wuhua the next morning, on the east slope of the meadow, in a grave Tan Bei had dug through the night. Hung Zairu read the arbiter's mark over the grave. Wei Lan placed the scrap of the torn compact letter she had saved from Mei Qingshu's speech on the covering earth. Pei Ruo, who had never spoken willingly in her life, wrote on her slate. He was not late. Zhang Mingli placed, on the grave, a small bundle wrapped in cloth, an apricot sapling. She had kept it in a pot in the tent for 3 months without telling anyone. Tan Bei had known because he had been watering it. Nobody else had known. They planted the sapling at the head of the grave. Then they went back to breakfast, because living people must eat, and because Jian Wuhua had died so that there would be grain for them to eat with, and because eating was a kind of argument against the mercenaries they had not yet answered in any other way. Chapter 96. Ji Lianhai came to Su 2 nights after the burial. He came at the second watch, when the fires had burned down and the meadow was very quiet, and he knocked on the post of the main tent because a tent has no door. Master, he said, may I come in? Come in. He came in. He did not sit. He stood in the center of the tent in the low orange light of the remaining coal. He had been drinking, Su saw, but only a little, the way a man drinks when he has needed courage and has taken the smallest dose that would make courage possible. I have a thing to tell you, Ji Lianhai said. I have put it off. I have put it off because I am a coward about this one particular thing, which has cost us all, and I will not put it off another night. Sit. No, master. Standing, please. I owe you standing. Stand then. I am listening. Ji Lianhai looked at the coals. He looked at the tent pole. He looked at Su. I was not a spy for Frost Peak in the usual sense, he said. I was a triple agent. My father did not send me only to infiltrate Wei Yang. He sent me to infiltrate Wei Yang, fake a betrayal, fake a return, and wait. I was to be the knife and the pillow. I was to lie in your bed for years, if necessary, and wake on a single signal, and open my hand, and let the knife fall. Hua Shun held the signal. My father believed Hua Shun was his ally. Hua Shun believed my father was his tool. Both were right, and neither was. The signal was a single word delivered by 3 specific men, and the word was not a long word, and the action was not a long action, and I was to take it and return to Frost Peak immediately and never see any of you again. That was the plan. I have been operating inside it for 4 years. Su set his bowl down. His face did not move. His right eye went still. His left I was already still. Go on. I have never received the signal. The men who were to deliver it are, as far as I know, 2 dead and 1 gone to ground. But if they had delivered it, I would not have obeyed. I would have told you the next morning. I have known that, about myself, for a year. I did not tell you because I did not want to be in the debt of telling it. I wanted to believe that my not obeying the signal was enough. It is not enough. You deserve the telling. You deserved it a year ago. You deserve it now. Ji Lianhai. Master, how did you know? About the signal not matching. The night I carried little Nio out of Chisong. I had been sent to kill a child, in a different life, and I had refused and ran. I think from that refusal on, the signal was no longer a thing I could hear. I think it passed through me like wind and did not catch. I carried her out of Chisong, and I knew. I think I had known before. I had not been willing to know. Why tell me now? Because the arbiter, because Jian Wuhua. Ji Lianhai's voice caught. He made himself continue. Because Jian Wuhua spent his last sentence on saying you would have tried. And I realized, standing by his grave yesterday, that I would not have been able to say the same about myself. That I had not tried. That I had been coasting on my refusal, as if it were a positive act. It is not. I refused the signal. I did not refuse the silence about the signal. The silence about the signal was a second betrayal. I am telling you now to end the silence. That is the thing. I will accept any consequence you name. If you cannot trust me any longer and wish me gone, I will go. I will leave tonight. I will not contest it. Su was quiet for a long time. The coals hissed. Ji Lianhai, Su said at last. Let me see. He stopped. He closed his left eye. He opened it again. Stay. Ji Lianhai's breath went out of him. He sank, not onto the stool but to his knees on the reed mat, with his head down. Master, stay? You will not go. I have already known about the triple agent protocol. Shu Kuzhin determined it the week after you gave the ring back, from her handlers. She told me 6 months ago. She said you would come to me in your own time. I have been waiting for the time. You have come. That is the test. You have passed it. If I expelled every man who had been silent about a truth he was afraid to name, I would be expelling myself. I am not that kind of teacher. You are not that kind of disciple. Stand up. Master, stand up, Ji Lianhai. The ground is cold. Ji Lianhai stood up. He wiped his eyes. He bowed, deeply. One more thing, Su said. I will ask you to do a thing I have not asked of you before. It will be harder than the silence you carried. Do you accept, before I tell you what it is? Yes. Write a letter to your father. Ji Lianhai flinched. Write it, Su said. Not a long letter. A short one. Tell him the signal did not reach you. Tell him you are safe. Tell him you are still his son. Tell him that you have found a teacher who will not ask you to become a knife in a pillow. Sign your name. Let Jiang Mingli read it. Seal it. Have it delivered by a courier who is not one of ours. A civil courier, if you can find one. Your father is entitled to know. So is your mother. Your mother especially. My mother. Your mother. Ji Lianhai nodded. He could not speak. He bowed once more and went. Jiang Mingli, who had been awake on the bedroll behind the screen and had heard every word without moving, came out after he was gone. She sat on the stool where he had not sat. He will write it, she said. He will. You knew? I knew. Shu Qizhen is very good at her work. I am not upset that you knew. I am upset that you did not tell me. Let me see, Su said. That is fair. I did not tell you because I wanted you to see him without it. I saw him without it. I also kept watch anyway. That is what I do. You did not need to protect me. I know. I was wrong too. I am sorry. Accepted. She leaned against his shoulder. He put his arm around her. The ring at his throat was warm against her cheek. Chapter 97. Huashun committed the atrocity 3 weeks later at a town called Pinglu. Pinglu was a small river town in the lowlands, population perhaps 4,000, with a good market and a clean well and a stone bridge built 80 years ago by the grandfather of its current magistrate. It had been harboring Weiyang refugees for the better part of a season. There were 92 refugees in the town by the day Huashun's force arrived. The magistrate had quietly stamped documents for each of them and had told his constables to ignore any questions about new residents. Huashun's force arrived at dawn, in force, with anchored cultivators at the head and 300 Sellsword foot troops behind them. They demanded the surrender of all Weiyang-aligned persons. The magistrate refused, in his office, in writing, which he signed and sealed with his grandfather's seal. He handed the paper to Huashun's emissary and walked back inside his own hall. Huashun had the stone bridge broken first, to close off retreat. Then his force entered the town. They did not sort the Weiyang refugees from the town's inhabitants. They leveled the town. They burned the market. They broke the well. They killed the magistrate in his office at his desk. They put to the torch the 3 streets of houses where the refugees were quartered, and because the refugees had spread, the fire spread with them. By the second morning, Pinglu had no standing building higher than a doorpost. The death count would later be set, by Hung Zairu's painstaking accounting, at 740, of whom 61 were Weiyang refugees, and the rest were ordinary people of the town. There were, in the end, 31 survivors. Huashun had expected fear. He had expected the next town in line to surrender Weiyang refugees at the sight of his banner. He had expected the civil authorities to bend. He had expected wine shop conversation to go silent. He got none of those things. He got contempt. The first reaction, in every prefecture, was silence of a different kind, a silence that did not bend to him but against him. The second reaction was mass defection. 3 sects who had hitherto abstained, Thundering Oak, 9 Needles, and, to general astonishment, Azure Cloud itself, announced within a fortnight that they would no longer participate in compact actions against civilians. Azure Cloud's new sect leader, a young woman named Feng Qiulan who was elder Feng Qiu's distant cousin and had detested him in life, gave a speech at the sect gate that was copied out by 6 different hands and read from the same evening. The speech ended with the sentence, "I am not the keeper of my ancestors' cruelty. I am the keeper of my grandchildren's shame." The civilian populations acted. The imperial court sent an observer to Pinglu. The observer was a minor censor who had been expecting a minor atrocity and who returned with a report that shook the capital. The emperor's first minister, who had been careful not to take sides, read the report and, for the first time in 4 years, summoned the heads of the surviving compact sects to explain themselves. Huashun did not answer the summons. He had 2 sects left on paper, and his own private retainers, and a summer residence, and very little else. By the end of the 5th month, he was the sect leader of a house he could not leave. At Second Terrace, Su read the report from Pinglu on the evening it arrived. He read it twice. He did not speak until he had finished both readings. Then he stood up and walked out of the main tent and across the meadow to the apricot sapling at Jian Wuhua's grave. He sat down on the grass by the grave. He stayed there until Jiang Mingli came looking for him at full dark. Su, I am here. Come inside. The wind is cold. In a moment. Su, let me see, he said quietly. I did not want this. I did not want him to do this. I wanted him to lose differently. I wanted him to lose the way I lose. By making the argument. By carrying the ledger. I did not want him to kill 700 people to make my argument for me. I know. I feel. I know. I would rather have been made wrong. I would rather he had made me wrong in a speech and stopped this, than Su. I know. Come inside. He came inside. He did not sleep that night. He did not reshape anyone the next morning. He did not reshape anyone for 3 days. On the 4th day, a letter arrived from a magistrate 2 prefectures away, asking if Wei Yang would open a second training ground. Su read the letter. He handed it to Wei Lan. He said, answer. Yes. Conditions the usual. Then he went back to reshaping, because the cost of Pinglu had to be answered with more work, and because sitting with the cost was also a cost, and because the only currency in which he knew how to answer was the one he had. Chapter 98. Su met Huashun on the 11th day of the 6th month, at a place halfway between Huashun's summer residence and second terrace called 3 Bridges. 3 Bridges was a neutral meeting ground, set up under imperial seal 6 months before as part of the empire's careful attempt not to intervene in a war it had decided was not its war. It was a pavilion on a stone platform over a river, with 3 small bridges coming to it from 3 different directions. Each bridge carried a different sect's banner. None of the banners were Huashun's. Huashun had requested the meeting. Su had accepted. Jiang Mingli had argued against it for an entire evening, and had in the end said only, if you must, you must. Bring Pei Ruo as a guarantee. Su had brought Pei Ruo. She had walked the south bridge with him and had taken up a position 10 paces behind the pavilion, seated on the platform with her slate in her lap, not threatening, but present. Huashun arrived alone. He had dismissed the last of his retainers before crossing the north bridge. He walked up the steps. He sat at the pavilion's single round table. He had brought with him a pot of tea, 2 cups, and nothing else. Master Su, he said. Sect leader. I am not a sect leader. I do not have a sect. It has been 4 weeks since I have been a sect leader in any meaningful sense. Do not call me that. What would you be called then? Huashun. Huashun. They sat. For the first hour they talked about small things. Huashun asked about the weather at Second Terrace. Su asked about the roads in Huashun's prefecture. Huashun described a new variety of pear he had been trying to cultivate in his summer orchard. Su described the farmer at Second Terrace and the way he smoked fish. Neither of them asked the question that had brought them to the table. Both of them knew they were circling it. Neither rushed. At the 2nd hour, Huashun said, I wish to ask you a question. Ask. Why do I hate you? Su considered. I can answer, Su said. But I would rather you did. Huashun considered. Very well. I will try. I hate you because every one of the children I grew up with in my sect had the same lattice. Not similar. The same. That was the premise of my world. A lattice was a lattice. There was a correct lattice. There was a correct sect. There was a correct answer. I was raised in that answer. I have lived in it. I have served it. I have risen in it. I have been, for 40 years, its most precise and most devoted servant. And then you appeared, and in 2 years you established that every one of my assumptions was arbitrary. Not wrong, perhaps, but not necessary. A different set of assumptions could have been built, and built well, and yours was better. Not better. Different. No, Master Su. Better. I am not flattering you. I am noting, with the precision I am told I am known for, that your paradigm handles cases mine cannot handle and does not handle cases mine handles worse. On the balance, yours is better. I have computed it. This is not a concession. This is an observation. Then why do I hate you? Yes. Because if yours is better, then every lattice I was taught to trim was trimmed unnecessarily. And my brother, you do not know my brother, I imagine. I had a brother. He was a cultivator of some promise. He was expelled by a sect, not mine, but Huashun's mouth tightened. He was expelled for an anomaly that, in your framework, would have been named a talent. He died of it, eventually. He died, to be precise, of what his sect did to him. I did not fix it. I could not have fixed it, in the world I believed in. If I believe in yours now, I am responsible for not having fixed it. If I believe in yours, I am responsible for everything. I am not being a sect leader about this. I am being a man. I am telling you why. Huashun. Yes. You have just argued my case for me. Yes. Let me see. A sect is not a template. It is a promise. Say it again. A sect is not a template. It is a promise. The promise can be kept or broken. The keeping or the breaking is what makes a sect. The template is, it is a tool, not a sect. A tool can be wrong. A tool can be replaced. A promise cannot be. A broken promise is still a promise. It is only a broken one. I am not offering you a sect. I am offering you the possibility of making a promise. Huashan closed his eyes. He did not reply. They sat for 2 more hours. Neither of them said much. Once Huashan poured a second cup of tea for Su without asking. Once Su set his own cup down too hard. The river moved under the platform. Shadows shortened. The afternoon grew late. At the end of the 4th hour, Huashan stood. I will think about it, he said, with exact formality. I owe you the courtesy of thinking about it. Take as long as you need. I will take the length of my ride home. Take longer. I do not have longer. I will think, in the saddle, between here and my residence. I will send you my answer within 3 days. As you choose. Huashan bowed, not deeply, but exactly. Su bowed the same. Huashan crossed the north bridge and walked out of sight. Pei Ruo came up to Su at the pavilion and took his arm. She did not write anything on her slate. Su did not ask what she had heard. They crossed the south bridge together. Chapter 99. Huashan was assassinated on the ride home, in the last mile before his residence, on a quiet stretch of road where the willows grew close to the verge. He was killed by a woman named Miaolan, who had been one of his 2 senior secretaries for 15 years. She was 42. She had a sister who had been expelled from a minor sect under Huashan's brief sponsorship of its elders 12 years before. The sister had died of a fall 3 months after her expulsion. Miaolan had not, as far as anyone later could tell, been waiting for a specific day. She had been waiting for the day Huashan met Su. She had not decided that this was the day until he returned from 3 Bridges. She had ridden with him. She had been his senior secretary. She had never before drawn a blade in anger. She drew one on the Willow Road. She stepped out from behind her own horse. She said a sentence aloud that her sister had said to her once as a child, about a bird. Huashan turned. He saw her face. He understood. He did not try to protect himself. He could have. His own strike shard was still intact, his reflexes still sound, but he did not raise a hand. He only looked at her. Miaolan was, later, very clear about this to the investigator who came up from the capital. He looked at her. He said her sister's name, and then he held still. She cut him twice. The cuts were clean. They were not cruel. The second one was the one that killed him. She stood over the body for a minute. Then she returned her blade to its sheath and put the sheath in her saddlebag and rode, not back to the residence, but away from it, north, along a road that no one expected her to take. She rode for a day. She stopped at a roadhouse at a fork. She waited there, calmly, eating a bowl of rice, until an imperial rider caught up with her. She surrendered. She did not resist. She gave her name and her sister's name to the imperial rider. She asked, in the quiet way of a person who has finished a thing, if the rider would carry a message to Second Terrace. The message was, I did not do it for you. I did it for her. Shu Kujin read the message. She brought it to Su. Su read it. He sat for a long time. He set the message down and said, note the name. Miaolan. She is a magistrate's case now. We will not ask for her. We will not speak against her. If she is sentenced to death, we will not prevent it. If she is sentenced to imprisonment, we will not bribe anyone to commute it. She did it for her sister. Let it be for her sister. Yes, master. Do we know where the sister is buried? We do not. Find it. Yes. The compact, as a political body, dissolved in the 3 days after the news of Huashan's death. There was no formal resolution. There was no signing. There was the fact that the 2 sects still on paper with him pulled their banners down in the morning, and that the chair of the council was left vacant, and that the chamber in one end was locked by its steward because nobody had given him instructions to unlock it for the next session, and nobody ever did. The Civil War, if it had been won, which the historians would later argue, ended not with a battle but with the quiet vacation of a chair. At Second Terrace the news arrived on an afternoon of heavy rain. Su received it without any expression at all. He nodded to the messenger. He said, thank you. He went to the main tent. He sat on the stool. Jiang Mingli came to him. Pei Ruo came to him. Heng Ziru came to him. Little Niu came to him, quietly, and put her head on his knee. They sat in that configuration for a long time. It is over, Jiang Mingli said, finally. The war is over, Su said. And I did not want it to end this way either. But it has ended. We go home. We go home. They planned the return journey that evening. It would take 9 days. There was no hurry. There was now, in fact, the possibility of not hurrying. Chapter 100. The ring at Su's throat began to pulse at the 3rd watch of the last night before the caravan was to leave Second Terrace. It did not warm. It was already warm. It pulsed. A slow, steady pulse like a second heart. He felt it against his collarbone and sat up in the dark. Jiang Mingli sat up with him. What? The ring. It has been warm for weeks. It is more now. How much more? Come and see. She came. She put her hand on his chest. The ring, underneath the inner robe, was warm against her palm and, after a breath, hot. Not burning. Hot. He drew it out on its cord. It was glowing. The hairline cracked down its side was glowing more. The glow was a soft rust red, the color of old iron held just to the edge of heat. We should wake Hungziru. Yes. They woke Hungziru. He came to the tent in his nightshirt with his stick and his glasses pushed up onto his forehead. He had forgotten the glasses. He fetched them from his tent and came back. He sat on the stool. He took the ring in his hand. He turned it. He held it close to his eyes. He set it down on the low table and brought his ledger. The ledger was old. It was the ledger of things written by the Lattice founders' first apprentices. Pages Hungziru had copied from a crumbling original 40 years ago, during a different life, when he had still been a young man with dust in his hair from a library nobody was allowed into. He opened to a page he had been reading the previous week. He read aloud. From the first anchor, we know this sign. When the anchor is brought into proximity with a shared shard of meaningful density, say, a sect bonded by a collective lattice, the anchor will warm. When the anchor is near the sect whose lattice has been named by the first maker, it will glow. The glow will be a thin, steady rust color along the crack that was cut into the anchor at the moment of its making. This crack is not a flaw. This crack is the signature of the founder. The founder cut the crack to mark the anchor as his, and to mark the act of mercy that Hungziru stopped. He looked at Sue. Here is the thing, he said, very quietly. The page I just read was written by someone who died 3,000 years ago. The description matches. The ring you have on your neck is the first anchor. Sue did not speak. Here is the thing, Hungziru continued, because when he was frightened, he leaned harder on his verbal habit. The passage continues. May I read on? Read on. The crack was cut by the founder himself at the moment he first saw that the standard lattice would fail some. The crack is the original rule, the rule that made lattice variation possible. The founder chose the crack because he did not wish to erase his first work and start over. He chose mercy over correction. For 3,000 years after, the anchor will wait. It will wait at the bottom of a courtyard, buried. It will surface when the sect of mercy is ready. It will glow when it reaches them. And then what? Jiang Mingli asked. And then the founder's work has a second generation. And the ones who chose correction will come for it. The three of them sat in silence. Outside, the rain had stopped an hour ago. The meadow was very quiet. The apricot sapling on Jian Wuhua's grave was beginning to show small buds. Someone, Hungziru said, at last, has been waiting for it. Yes, Sue said. Someone has. 3,000 years, Jiang Mingli said. Yes. The war with the compact is the first act of the story, Hungziru said. Not the last. Yes. Here's the thing. Do we hide it? Sue considered. No, he said. We do not hide it. Hiding it will make it more dangerous. We will wear it. We will speak of it when asked. We will teach our disciples what it is so that when the next one comes, the one who wants correction, they will not be surprised. Wise. Let me see. I am not sure it is wise. It is what I would rather do. I would rather wear a thing openly than hide it. I have been Su Wanjiang for long enough that I do not know how to hide a thing on my person and also be the man my disciples know. I will wear the ring. Su, I know. We go home tomorrow. We go home tomorrow. And we wear the ring. And we plant the apricots along the south wall. And we rebuild the wash line. And we say the arbiter's name in every morning roll. And when the ones who want correction come for us, we will be ready. Good. Hungziru closed his ledger. He set it on the table. He set his hand on Su's shoulder, a rare gesture, for him, and left them. Jiang Mingli blew out the lamp. In the dark, the ring at Su's throat glowed, softly, a thin steady rust color along the crack, like a banked fire that had been waiting, very patiently, for its hearth to come home. Outside, the valley exhaled. The small buds on the sapling at the grave had opened by morning. The caravan left at dawn. They went south. Chapter 101. The caravan came home to Weiyang 9 days after leaving Second Terrace, and the town at the foot of the terrace had put up banners across the road without being asked to. The banners were plain white cotton with a single character painted in black ink on each. Return. Home. Teacher. The townspeople stood in their doorways and did not cheer. It was a quieter welcome than a victory, but it was warmer than a parade. A child ran out with a pear and gave it to Su. He took it and held it on his saddle all the way up the terrace road. Inside the old hall the disciples had swept every stone. The wash line hung new rope. The apricot saplings from Second Terrace had been carried in baskets on the backs of mules. Jiang Mingwan walked beside the last mule, her throat still bandaged from the reshape at Jinghu, and she did not speak unless spoken to. There were now 241 disciples on the Weiyang rolls. 87 of them had been with Su at Second Terrace. The remainder had come out of the woods in the 3 weeks after Huaxin's death. Children whose parents had walked them in. Boys who had been expelled the week before from sects that no longer had the moral weight to enforce their own gates. Women in their 40s who had been sealed in their youth and had read the letters on fitting and decided that it was not too late. Su sat on the lowest step of the hall and let them come past him one by one so he could take their names. Let me see. You are son, from where? Qingzhou, master. Azure Cloud, 7 years ago. Named or unnamed? Named. They named me Sun Yulian. Sun Yulian then. Not renaming. Only anchoring. Yes, master. He took her wrists in his hands. His hands had grown thinner over the past year. The knuckles showed the shape of the bone. The thin line of blood appeared at the outer corner of his left eye, and he wiped it on his sleeve without thinking. He had wiped the same sleeve on the same corner every few hours for months now, and the sleeve was nearly brown at the cuff. Your lattice has a crack along the second shard. Azure Cloud tried to grind it out, and the grinding made the crack wider. I will not grind. I will name what is on either side of the crack and teach you to carry it across. Yes, master. Go to Shu Kujin. She will place you. She bowed. The next one came forward. An old man this time, 60 at least, whose lattice had been sealed by Whitewater sect before the sect itself had collapsed. Su took him too. He took all of them, until the sun was overhead, and Zhang Mingli put a hand on his shoulder and said enough for today, and he looked up at her with his remaining eye and said, let me see. A little more, and she said no, and he nodded and stood up and went inside. In the 4th week after return, a delegation of 3 civilian magistrates rode up the terrace road. They were Prefect Liu of Huailing, who had been hostile 2 years ago and was not hostile now, Prefect Shin of Qingxi, and a younger man Su did not recognize, who turned out to be an envoy from the Imperial Inspectorate. They brought a scroll. The scroll was written on good paper, stamped with 3 seals, and it recognized Weiyang Academy as a legitimate civil institution of cultivation, independent of any sect compact, answerable only to its own charter and the civil code. The envoy read it aloud in the courtyard. 200 disciples listened without moving. At the end, he rolled the scroll and presented it to Su with both hands. The Empire does not often name a new category, the envoy said. It did this time. Let me see, what do I owe for this? Taxes on the year's grain. Registration of new disciples twice a year. An annual visit by an inspector. That is all. The seal protects you from the sections. It does not oblige you to them. Acceptable. There is one more thing. Say it. His Majesty would like your book. It is free. He may have as many copies as he wants. They are in the library. I will have one carried down for him at once. The envoy almost smiled. He had been told to expect a harder negotiation. He bowed and took his leave. In the quiet after the delegation left, Su sat on the step with the scroll in his lap and the iron ring at his throat warm against his collarbone, and he thought about what it had taken to get here. He did not feel triumph. He felt the absence of the compact as a missing weight, and he knew, in the way he had learned to know things, that something heavier was already moving to fill the space the compact had left. Chapter 102. The ring began to speak on the 5th night. It did not speak in words. It spoke in images. Su sat up in the dark with his hand at his throat, and the ring, against his palm, showed him a plain of dry yellow grass that stretched past any horizon he had known. There was no wind on the plain. There were no trees. There were no birds. There was, very far off, a single figure standing upright, too far to see clearly, and the ring was showing him this place through the single figure's eyes, or from a point very close to them. The image held for perhaps the time it took to draw 3 breaths. Then it ended. The ring was warm. His collarbone, under the cord, had a thin dry patch where the warmth had dried the sweat. He got up. He did not wake Zhang Mingli. He walked out into the courtyard. Pei Ruo was sitting on the cold stone of the east step with her slate across her knees. She was awake more often than she slept now. She looked up. She wrote, "You felt it," he said. "The ring showed me something. An empty plain. One figure standing at the far end of it." She wrote, "I felt it. I did not see it. It woke me." "Woke you how?" She wrote, like a bell rung at the edge of hearing. He sat down beside her on the cold step. The stone chilled through his trousers. He put his hand over hers, not to silence her. Nothing silenced Pei Ruo, but because the cold of the stone had set into his fingers, and he wanted the warmth of her palm. She allowed it. She wrote again, one-handed. "How long?" 3 breaths. Perhaps 4. She wrote, "Tomorrow at dawn I will ask Hung Zairu." Yes. They sat for a long time. The moon set. The sky went from dark to a pale cold gray. A bird started in the trees at the far side of the courtyard. She wrote, "At last, you will wear it openly. I told you I would." She wrote, "Yes. I am asking because I wish to hear you say it again. I will wear it openly. I will not hide it. Whoever it is speaking through the ring, I want them to see me seeing them. She wrote, good. At breakfast, he showed Hung Zairu the ring. Hung Zairu held it and turned it under the dining hall lamp and set it down. He pushed his glasses up onto his forehead and ran his thumb along his lower lip. Here's the thing, he said. The page I read to you at Second Terrace said the anchor will warm and it will glow, and then the ones who chose correction will come for it. It did not say the anchor would speak. That is a new thing. A new thing or a thing the text did not record. Here's the thing. If it were a recorded thing, I would have copied it. I copied everything. I was very young and I was frightened of missing a sentence. So a new thing, or a thing that only happens when the anchor has been reconnected to a sect of mercy, which has not been true for 3,000 years. Yes, that is possible also. Jiang Mingli, who was pouring tea without looking at the pot, said, why do you wear it where people can see? Let me see. It wants to be seen. You keep saying that. Because it is the only answer I have. Sue. Yes. Promise me one thing. What? If it shows you a thing that frightens you, tell me before you decide. He looked at her. She had a smear of sleep at the corner of her eye. Her hair was bound up badly because she had bound it herself in the dark. She was thinner than she had been. He put his hand over hers on the table. I promise. She nodded once and went on pouring. Hung Zairu pretended very hard not to have noticed the moment. Pei Ruo, across the table, was holding her slate flat on her knees with a small secret smile. That afternoon a boy ran up the terrace road with a message from the Qingxi postmaster. It was a report from a minor sect 300 li to the north called Bell Cliff, one of the sects that had defected from the compact in the last month of the Civil War, saying that 2 of its outer disciples had disappeared from a training field in broad daylight, and that the training field had also disappeared. Not the disciples inside it. The field itself, the grass, the stone markers, the bell tower at the far end. Where the field had been, there was now bare earth, as though the field had been lifted out of the world. Su read the report twice and handed it to Hung Zairu without speaking. Hung Zairu read it. He set it down. He said, here is the thing. He did not finish the sentence. Chapter 103. The rerouter did not announce himself by name. He announced himself by a pattern. In the 12 days after the Bellcliff report, 5 more reports came in from 5 more minor sects in 5 different prefectures. Each described the same thing. A small piece of their grounds, or one of their outer gates, or a storeroom, or in one case an entire dormitory of sleeping children, gone. Not destroyed. Not attacked. Gone. Where it had been there was a smooth patch of raw earth, as if the world had been sanded back down to the ground beneath, and then left alone. The pattern was geographic. Hung Zairu laid a map on the long table in the archive and marked each site with a black brush. He stepped back. Su looked at the map with his remaining eye. Jiang Mingli leaned over his shoulder. Pei Ruo stood at the corner of the table with her slate and did not write anything. She did not need to. All 3 of them could see it. A ring, Jiang Mingli said. A ring around us, Hung Zairu said. Not a perfect ring. A little flattened to the south. But a ring. How wide? 600 li, edge to edge. And we are at its center. Yes. Su sat down. He put his hands on the table and looked at the map and the dots. After a while he said, let me see. Whoever is doing this is not attacking us. Not yet. Whoever is doing this is circling us. Marking the ground. Measuring the boundary of the thing they want to do. Which is what? I do not know yet. Guess. They are erasing small sections. Sects small enough that the disappearance is not a political act. Sects too small to organize a response. And they are arranging the erasures in a ring centered on Weiyang. They are preparing a larger erasure. Of what is at the center. Of us. Of the pattern we are. Of the idea of us. Hung Zairu pushed his glasses up onto his forehead. Here's the thing. In the Lattice Founder's apprentice pages, there is a reference, only one, to a being the apprentices called the Unfitter, written with the same character for fit that is in letters on fitting. It was said that when the founder chose mercy over correction and cut the crack in the first anchor, there was a second voice in the room. The second voice disagreed. The second voice argued for correction. The second voice said, if the first work is imperfect, the first work should be taken back and done again, properly. The founder refused. The second voice left the room. The apprentices noted only that the second voice, they did not call it a man, or a cultivator, or a spirit. They called it a voice, left. 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago. And it has come back now. It has come back now because we are the first mercy sect with the standing to be worth erasing. Jiang Mingli said, very quietly. Its philosophy is Su's. Taken out past the end. Yes, Hung Zairu said. It is what Su would be if he did not love anyone. Pei Ruo wrote, at last. What do we call it? Hung Zairu, Su said. Does the text give a name? Only unfitter, which is an apprentice's name. The founder's own name for it, if there was one, was not copied. I was young. I missed it. Or I did not miss it, and it was not there. We will call it what it calls itself, when it tells us. Until then, xianxia, what did it do, in the apprentice pages? What was its method? It said that the way to fix a lattice that was imperfect was to take it up by the roots. It said correction could not be patch on patch. It said the right method was to reroot. 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 Su sat very still. His remaining eye was a little unfocused in the lamp. The left was already a white-gray blur in its socket. He had not looked at it in a mirror for 2 months. Then we call him the rerooter, until he gives us a name of his own. The rerooter, xianxia said. He wrote it on the corner of the map. Summon the seniors, Su said. Tonight. Now. They came within the hour. Wei Lan from the east wing, Shu Kujin from the records office, Tan Bei with his sleeves still rolled from the forge, Yin Hashan from the barn, Ji Lianhai with his hair bound back, and the scar on his wrist from the whisper shard pail in the lamp. Little Niu came with them, silent and serious, her small hands folded in front of her. Mingwan came, still unable to speak above a whisper, with a wax tablet for writing. And Ei Qing came, with her formulary book. Su laid the map in front of them. There is a new thing in the world, he said, or an old thing that has come awake. xianxia has read a page about it. I will let him read it to you. Then I will tell you what we are going to do. xianxia read. When he finished, nobody spoke for a long while. Little Niu was the first. He erases things? He erases things, yes. Does he erase people? At Belcliff, yes. A dormitory of children. She was quiet. Then she said, I do not want him to erase me. I know. Or Yinwan. Zhang Mingli put her hand on her belly, which was not yet showing, and did not speak. He will not, Su said. I am telling you that now so that you have it when you are afraid. He will not erase any of you. He will have to come through me first. I am the shape of the thing he wants to unmake. He knows that. He will try me first. And then, Wei Lan asked, let me see. I do not yet know. I will know when I meet him. What I know now is that he is circling us. He is going to speak to us before he acts. Whoever is willing to circle 600 li of ground and erase a dormitory of children as a way of saying hello is a being who wants to be heard. We will listen, and then we will answer. And if the answer fails, then we will fight. We will fight him by means he has never encountered, because he has been alone in his paradigm for 3,000 years, and we are not alone in ours. Chapter 1. For the envoys came at the next full moon. 3 of them. They walked up the terrace road out of a late afternoon haze. They did not arrive on horses. They did not carry banners. They wore plain gray robes of a cut nobody at Weiyang recognized. The cut was square at the shoulders and had no collar, and it was belted at the waist with a narrow cord the color of wet ash. They stopped at the gate. The gate guard, who was a young disciple from a minor southern sect, asked their names. They did not give names. They said, together, in the same moment, we come from the one who reroots. The guard ran for Shu Kujin. Shu Kujin came to the gate and looked at them. You are 3, she said. We are 3, they said. Why 3? Because you expect a delegation. A delegation is 3 or more. Who taught you that? The one who sent us. Who taught him? He was there when it was first taught. Shu Kujin, who had been a sect informant for years and had learned to read people the way other people read weather, looked at the 3 of them more carefully. Their faces were not identical, but their eyes were. The eyes were the same color, a flat gray without feature, and the eyes held the same expression, which was no expression at all. Not hostile, not anxious, not present, as though the people behind the eyes were standing a long way back and looking through a narrow window. Stay at the gate, she said. I will bring Su. Su came. He came on foot, with Jiang Mingli 1 pace behind his right shoulder and Pei Ruo 1 pace behind his left. He stopped where he could see the 3 envoys, and they could see him. Let me see. You have come from someone you call the one who reroots. Yes. Does he have another name? He does. He has not told it to us. That is an unpleasant admission. It is an accurate one. What does he want? He wants to talk with you. About what? About the shape of the work. He says, you are doing the work. We are doing the work. The work is the same work. You are doing it badly. He is doing it properly. He would like you to stop doing it badly and allow him to do it properly. The work, as he describes it, is removing the error from the lattice. Jiang Mingli, behind Su, drew a very small breath. And in his description, Su said, the error is all current cultivators, all current sections, the template sects and the mercy sect alike, all the work of the first founder. He considers it to have been laid down in haste. He considers the founder to have been sentimental. He proposes to lift it up and lay it down again properly, without the error, without the mercy, without the variation, without the people, yes. Because the people are the error. The people are the most obvious expression of the error, yes. Su did not speak for a moment. His hand went, without his thinking about it, to the ring at his throat. The ring was warm. The cord was a little damp under his collar. And he offers me alliance. He offers you a place. Not alliance. He does not regard you as an equal. He regards you as a smaller version of the same insight, one that did not have the courage to carry itself through to the end. He offers you a place as his first teacher. He is willing to let you be old in his new world. A kind of mercy, he says. In your name. In my name. In your name, yes. Su was quiet a long while. The three envoys did not move. They did not shift their weight. They did not blink. You may go, he said at last. Tell him the answer is no. Is that all of the answer? Let me see. I will say it more fully, so you may carry the full version. Tell him I thank him for the visit. Tell him I have read the same page he has read, about the room with two voices, and the crack in the first anchor, and the mercy the founder chose. Tell him I do not agree with his reading. Tell him the founder's mercy was not cowardice. The founder's mercy was the choice of a maker who understood that a thing made in love cannot be unmade without unmaking the love that made it. Tell him that if he intends to carry his correction through, he will be unmaking me and my disciples, and my wife's unborn daughter, and every child in every dormitory and every small sect he has already erased, and every child in every dormitory he has not yet erased. Tell him that when he has thought about that, he may come and speak to me himself. I will listen. I will not stop listening. But the answer, today, is no. The three envoys stood still. Then, in the same moment, as if a single motion had been allotted three bodies, they turned to leave. The one in the middle stopped. The other two stopped because he stopped. He looked at Su. His face did not change. His voice, when it came, was the same voice as before, but it was a little slower, as though the being behind the gray eyes had moved closer to the window. You are the shape of the thing, the envoy said. The thing will come for its shape. They walked back down the terrace road. The gate guard watched until they were small. He watched after that until they were gone. He watched long after they were gone. That night the ring at Su's throat glowed more than it had ever glowed before. Jiang Mingli woke and put her hand on it. She did not ask him anything. He did not tell her anything. He held her hand against the ring until the glow dimmed back to its usual steady rust, and then, only then, did he sleep. Chapter 105. It came in the first hour of the next morning. Not a battle. A pressure. Su was at the wash basin pouring water over his face when the world tilted. The tilt was not a physical tilt. The room was still straight. The floor was still flat. The pitcher was still on the stand. What tilted was Su himself, his sense of where the lattice of the valley lay, which he now felt as a second body laid over his first, and the valley lattice had gone suddenly off its axis, as though something enormous had leaned against it from outside. He set the pitcher down slowly. He put his hand flat on the edge of the basin to steady himself. The water in the basin was faintly trembling. Jiang Mingli saw his face. Su, something is close. How close? I do not know. Close enough to lean on the valley. Pei Ruo. Bring her. She went. Pei Ruo came. She put her hand flat on the stone wall. She closed her eyes. She opened them again. She wrote on her slate. He is close. He is not here. He is on the road. He has come to be seen. Is he alone? She wrote. He is alone. He is not sending a delegation this time. Is he going to attack? She wrote. I do not know. I do not think so. Not today. Su turned from the basin. He walked through the hall, out through the east doors, across the courtyard to the main gate. Disciples parted as he passed, and he said to them, very calmly, as he passed, stay at your stations. Do not follow. Do not come to the gate. If I fall, do not pick me up. Stay at your stations. Jiang Mingli did follow, 3 paces behind. He did not tell her not to. He could not have. Pei Ruo followed at his other shoulder. Hung Zairu came out of the archive with his glasses pushed up and followed behind Pei Ruo. Tan Bei came up from the forge with soot on his forearms. Yin Hashan came up from the south fields. He had been lifting grain sacks, and his sleeves were rolled. Little Niu came out of the dormitory in her small quilted jacket with her shield shard lit to a low steady glow at her heart. Ji Lianhai came from the outer training ground with his sword already out of its sheath. They stopped behind Su. They did not form a wedge. They did not form a line. They stood where they had stopped, in a scatter, because their lattice had been a sect lattice for 2 years, and they did not need formations anymore to act as one. Su walked out of the gate alone. At the bottom of the terrace road, a mile away, was a figure standing still on the stone bridge where the road crossed the creek. The figure was neither small nor tall. At this distance, Su could not see his face. He could see, very clearly, that the figure was not moving. He could see that the figure was not holding a weapon. He could see that the figure was wearing a gray robe of the same square cut as the envoys had worn the day before. Su stopped halfway down the road. The figure did not move. And then Su felt it. It was not a voice. It was not an image. It was the feeling of another lattice, very close, very large, laid over his own, and measuring him. The way a carpenter might measure a board before deciding whether to cut it to fit or throw it away. He felt himself being assessed. He felt the rerouter's lattice pass through his 9th tier, sovereign, and continue upward, past the ceiling he had believed was the ceiling, into a 10th tier that existed, that was there, that the rerouter was standing inside as easily as a man stands inside his own body. Su gasped. He felt the 10th tier not as an ambition, but as a fact. He felt the door to it, which had always been shut, swing open, because the rerouter had pressed against it from the other side. He heard Jiang Mingli, a long way behind him, say his name. He did not answer. He could not answer. He was too busy understanding. The 10th tier was not bigger cultivation. The 10th tier was a different relationship to the rule. The rule was that lattices existed. At the 10th tier, a cultivator could reshape the rule itself. Could say, for this place, for this people, the lattice does this now. Could say, for this other place, the lattice does not exist. Could write the grammar of the world. He felt himself take a step up onto that tier. The step was not a choice he had made in advance. It was a step that was already being taken because the rerouter had leaned on the door and the door had opened, and Su was already standing in the doorway, and his foot was already moving. He stepped through. At the same moment, the iron ring at his throat flared into full light, not the soft rust glow of the night, but a hot, steady red, and the crack along its side opened wider for a single breath, wide enough that he felt the air flow through it, and then closed again. A sound like a bell rung a long way off. His left eye, which had been dim for a year, went fully dark in that moment. His remaining eye watered. The thin line of blood at the corner thickened and ran down his cheek and dripped onto the collar of his robe. He was, by the measure of the old word, rerouted. It was not a victory. He understood that before his foot had finished landing. It was the rerouter telling him, gently, the way a teacher might tap a slow student on the shoulder to point at the next problem. Look, see, the tier exists, you are in it now, you are in my room now, and I am the shape of this room. The rerouter did not speak. He did not move. He turned, at the bridge, a slow quarter turn, and walked back along the road the way he had come, and was gone around the bend of the creek. Su stood for a long time. Then he turned. Jiang Mingli was halfway down the road to him, in spite of his instruction, and her hand was on her belly. Pei Ruo was a pace behind her. Hung Zairu was further up, one hand on his stick, his glasses fogged over. Jiang Mingli. Yes. Let me see. I have advanced. I can see. It was not my advance. I can see. I want to sit down. Come. He sat on the edge of the road where she indicated. Pei Ruo brought him water from a skin. He drank. The blood ran, and he did not wipe it. Hung Zairu reached them and knelt with considerable difficulty in the road and took Su's wrist. Your pulse is a drum. Yes. Here is the thing, Hung Zairu said. The tier you have just entered, the rerouter is also in it. You are in the same room with him now. Yes. That is not a good room to be in with him. No. He let you in. He let me in. Why? Let me see. Because he wants me where he is. He wants the conversation at the altitude where he lives. He has been alone there for 3,000 years. He is tired of shouting down. He has pulled me up to his level so that we can speak. And when you speak, we will see which of us has more to say. He sat in the road a while longer. The blood dried on his cheek. Jiang Mingli sat beside him with her hand on his knee. Pei Ruo wrote on her slate and held it up so he could read it. You are not alone in the room. I know, he said. He thinks I am. She wrote. He will learn. Yes. They helped him up. He walked back to the gate slowly. The disciples were where he had told them to be, at their stations. Little Niu was holding Yinwan's place at the dormitory door for her. Ji Lianhai had sheathed his sword, but his hand was still on the hilt. Tian Bei had not wiped the soot from his arms. Yin Hashan had a grain sack under each arm, because he had not thought to set them down. Su stopped in the middle of the courtyard. He looked at them. His remaining eye was bloodshot and the left was dark, and there was blood drying on his collar. I have been advanced, he said. Not by my work. By proximity. The rerouter is in the 10th tier, and by showing himself to me, he lifted me into the room where he lives. I did not earn this. He gave it to me so that he can talk to me. The price for hearing him is that I am now in a place where his hand can reach me directly. You should understand that. I am more vulnerable today than I was yesterday, not less. The ring is the target it has always been. I am the target now too. They looked at him. What do we do? Tinbei asked. Let me see. He thought for a breath. We get ready. We teach. We plant the apricots along the south wall. We say the arbiter's name in the morning roll. We do not hide the ring. We do not hide me. And when he comes, because he will, We will be many, in a room he has only ever been alone in, and the room will be different for our being in it. Jiang Mingli squeezed his hand. Pei Ruo wrote on her slate and held it up for the whole courtyard to see. It said, "We will not leave him alone in the room." The disciples read it. Nobody cheered. Nobody needed to. Tanbei nodded once and went back to the forge. Yin Heshan set his grain sacks down carefully and went to fetch water. Little Niu took Yin Wan's small hand in her own small hand and led her back into the dormitory. Ji Lianhai sheathed his sword fully for the first time in an hour and walked to the training ground to begin the morning drills for the new disciples. Because the drills would happen, because the valley would keep running, because a sect is not a template, and is not a person, and is not a teacher, and is, at its best, a promise that the work continues whether or not any one pair of hands is holding it. The ring at Su's throat dimmed back to its usual steady rust. The crack glowed a little brighter than before. He touched it once, lightly, and then let it be, and walked back into the hall to sit down. Chapter 106. Hung Zairu's map grew new dots at a rate of roughly one every 2 days. He kept the map in the archive now, pinned to the long table beneath a sheet of oiled paper, and he did not put the paper back when he was done with the day's reading, because he was reading it several times an hour. The brush sat beside the inkstone. Each time a rider came up the terrace road with news from a new village or a new sect, Hung Zairu dipped the brush and made a new mark, and the ring of black dots thickened. By the end of the first week after Su's advance, the ring had ceased to be a ring at all. It had become a spreading stain. The small sects were being unlatticed not one at a time now, but 2 and 3 at once, not only in a neat circle around Weiyang, but in a slow bloom. Villages in the far north, where nobody had ever heard of the compact or of the letters on fitting, finding in the morning that the chapel they had used for 6 generations was no longer there. Not burned, not rubble, simply not there. Where its threshold had been there was raw dirt, smooth flat. In 2 instances the disappearance had taken people. The first was the Bell Cliff dormitory, which had been listed as 14 children sleeping. Now the building was gone, the bedding was gone, the beds were gone. The children were gone. Their names had been in the Bell Cliff registry. The registry was intact, but when the Bell Cliff sect mother tried to read the page with the names on it, her eyes slid across the paper without catching. Hung Zairu asked her to send him the page. She did. He laid it on the table in Weiyang and tried to read it himself. His eye slid also. The ink was there. He could see ink. He could not see names. "Here is the thing," he said to Su that evening. "He is not only removing the thing. He is removing the space in the mind where the thing used to fit. How do we keep the names? We say them aloud before they go. We commit them to the lattice directly. We store them in more than one head. Then we begin that now." They began that night. Every disciple in Weiyang memorized 3 names that evening, names of children in the Bell Cliff dormitory, transcribed one last time by the sect mother before the page faded further. The disciples said the names aloud in their bunks and in their watches and at the wash basins in the morning. Su set his 3 names into the ring, quietly, as though the ring would hold them for him. The ring warmed when he did. On the 8th day the rerouter unlatticed an entire sect. Hung Zairu received the news at dawn. It was a place called South Reed, which had defected from the compact 2 months earlier. South Reed had been one of the small sects whose defection had helped collapse Huoshun's coalition. It had a school, a shrine, a granary, 3 dormitories, and roughly 200 disciples. It had stood in its valley for 400 years. When the messenger from the neighboring town rode up to its gates that morning, the gates had been there. He had ridden through the gates. He had found himself, without any sensation of crossing a threshold, standing in a bare meadow. The messenger had ridden back out. He had turned and looked. The meadow was a meadow. No valley walls. No school. No shrine. No granary. No dormitories. No disciples. The land itself had flattened to absorb the place. The messenger rode 3 days without sleeping to bring the news to Weiyang. Su listened. His face did not move. When the messenger had finished, Su stood up, very slowly, and walked to the south wall of the courtyard, where the new apricot saplings had been planted 2 weeks before, and he put his hand flat on the stone of the wall, and leaned there, and breathed. Hung Zairu came to stand beside him. 200 disciples. 200 disciples, Su said. And all the names. We will try to recover them. Neighboring towns will remember. We will ride out. We will take names from the people who bought grain from them, the people who sent children to them, the priests who officiated their funerals. Yes. We will do that. Yes. Su was quiet a while. His hand on the stone was trembling. Hung Zairu pretended not to see it. "Let me see," Su said, at last, and his voice was ragged. "I have been fighting a villain. I was wrong. I am not fighting a villain. I am fighting an edit. An edit. An editor's pencil. He is reading the book of the world and striking out the sentences he does not like. And the sentences do not protest because they do not know they have been struck. Yes, we need to be sentences that protest. Yes, and we need to write new ones faster than he strikes. Yes. They stood at the wall until the sun was high. Hung Zairu, at last, went back to the archive. Su stayed another half-hour with his hand on the stone. When he turned to go back to the hall, the ring at his throat was warmer than it had been, and glowing a little brighter, and the crack down its side was clearly visible through the cloth of his inner robe. Chapter 107. She came up the terrace road on the 11th day. She walked. She did not carry anything. Her feet were bare and cut. Her clothes were not the clothes of any sect. They were the plain linen of a laborer, old and unmarked, as though whatever she had worn before had been taken and replaced with whatever nearest hands had found. Her hair was short. Her eyes were the wrong color. The gate guard brought her to the courtyard and sat her on the bench by the wall and gave her water. She drank the water. She set the cup down carefully. She looked at the cup with interest, as though it was a thing she had not seen before and had to memorize. Shukijin came, and Pei Ruo, and Su. "Let me see," Su said, very gently, kneeling on the flagstone so that his face was at the level of hers. "You have come a long way." She looked at him. Her eyes, he saw now up close, were the same flat gray as the envoy's eyes. Not quite the same. Hers had a flicker in them, a small motion, as though someone inside was still moving and had not yet settled. "I have come from where my home was." "Where was your home?" She paused. Her face furrowed. "I know where my home was. I know the shape of the place it was. I know where the road went. I cannot say the name of the place. The name is not there. It is all right. Do not try to say it." "Yes." "May I take your wrists?" "Yes." He took them. The thin line of blood started at the corner of his left eye. Reflex now, not deliberate, and he felt her lattice. He had to sit back on his heels. He let go of her wrists, and he sat back. He put his hand to his mouth. Her lattice was beautiful. It was beautiful in a way no lattice he had ever seen was beautiful. It had no cracks. It had no orphan shards. It had no disharmony. It was a single clean pattern, elegant, self-contained, the way a snowflake is elegant, the way a well-made knot is elegant. The shards were not named shards at all. They had no names. They were pure geometric forms. Efficient. Exact. It was inhuman. It was inhuman the way a diagram is inhuman. There was nothing in it that was hers. Nothing that was her mother's. Nothing that was her teacher's. Nothing that was the flinch of her childhood or the particular way her grandfather had held a knife. It was a perfect abstract shape where a person had been. Pei Ruo, beside him, had her slate out. She wrote, "Can you put her back?" "I do not know. Let me try." He took the woman's wrists again. He closed his remaining eye. He reached into her lattice. He tried to find the names that had been there. There were no names. There was no space where names had been. There was no grief shape of an absence. There was only the clean pattern, occupying the whole. He tried to graft. He tried to carry a shard from his own lattice. The courage shard, the warning shard, a small part of the collective sex shard, into the clean pattern, to put something of a person back into the shape of a person. The clean pattern rejected it. It did not push it out. It absorbed it and flattened it until what he had given her was itself clean and abstract, another geometric form in her diagram. He tried a third time. He tried to use the 10th tier capability he had just been given, to rewrite the rule itself, for this one lattice, to say, "Here, in this woman, let the rule be the old rule. Let names be things that can fit into this shape." He reached for the 10th tier. He could not hold it. He reached, and his hand closed on nothing, and his left eye flared with pain, and he felt a part of his memory of his own childhood go dark, and he came back to himself on his heels on the flagstones with blood running down his cheek, and Pei Ruo's hand on his shoulder, and Zhang Mingli behind him, holding his other hand very hard. He could not put her back. The woman watched him with her flat gray eyes. "I saw you try." "Yes. I am sorry. I am also sorry." "Is it gone forever?" "I do not know." "Oh." She sat for a while. Then she said, "May I stay?" "Yes. You may stay. You may stay for as long as you want. We will call you." He stopped. He did not know her name. She did not know her name. "You may call me whatever you want." "No. We will call you what you call yourself. When you have a name again, you will tell us." She nodded. That night, Su cried for an hour, very quietly, in Zhang Mingli's arms, in their room, with the door closed. He had not cried in months. He had cried when Jian Wuhua died. He had not cried since. He cried now because he had met the first person he could not fix, and because the person he could not fix was sitting in a room down the corridor, politely, with her hands folded in her lap, looking at the wall. He cried because he had always believed, in some deep, wordless way, that if a person was still there, he could find them. And she was still there. and he could not find her. Jiang Mingli did not tell him it would be all right. She knew better. She held his head against her shoulder and let him cry. Chapter 108. The woman gave herself a name in the morning. She came to breakfast. She looked at the bowl of kanji in front of her and spoke. I will call myself Hui, because I have come back. Hui, Shukujin said. Hui. Welcome, Hui. Thank you. She ate her kanji. She ate it carefully, the way a person eats who has only recently been reminded that eating is a thing bodies do. Around her the disciples ate too. Nobody stared. Weiyang had learned long ago how not to stare. Little Niu sat across from Hui. She looked at Hui with her small serious face and did not say anything for a long while. When she had finished her kanji, she put down her bowl and said, Hui. Yes. I want to look at your lattice. Oh, all right. Not now? After. All right. Su looked up from his own bowl and met little Niu's eye. He said nothing. She said nothing. A thing passed between them that was not words. After breakfast, little Niu asked Hui to come into the training courtyard. Hui came. Little Niu asked Hui to sit on the bench. Hui sat on the bench. Little Niu took Hui's wrist with two small brown hands. Su, who had followed quietly, stood at the edge of the courtyard and watched. Little Niu did not use the lattice sight. She was not at the tier that had lattice sight yet. She used something else, something Su had not quite named, a thing she had started doing a few months ago when she had touched the wrist of a frightened new disciple and had seemed, for a breath, to know exactly where that disciple's fear lived. Little Niu closed her eyes. Her single shard, her only shard, the huge thing that had been called a deformity once, glowed a faint blue at the center of her chest beneath her jacket. She held Hui's wrist. She breathed in. She breathed out. She did not speak for a long while. Then, very slowly, in her small, careful voice, she said a word. It was not Hui's lost name. It was a word that did not exist. It was a sound. Hui's flat gray eyes filled, for the first time, with tears. Yes, Hui said. That was the sound. Little Niu said the sound again, a little differently. Hui sobbed once. Little Niu kept her eyes closed. She said, Hui. Yes. You had a cat. I had a cat. Yes. Its name had that sound in it. Yes. I have put the sound back. Inside. Where it was. Do you feel it? Hui put a hand over her own heart. She pressed. She was crying now. Yes. I cannot put all of it back. I can put the cat back. That is one sound. I can put more sounds back. Over time. Slowly. I can feel where they went. The place where they fit. It is not a place like a shard. It is a place like a cup. I can pour sounds back into it. One at a time. Hui nodded. She was crying. Little Niu let go of the wrist. She opened her eyes. She looked up at Su, across the courtyard. Master. Yes. I do not think you can do this. I am sorry. I do not think your way of looking finds this place. My way of looking finds it. I think because my lattice is not shaped like yours. I think because my lattice is shaped like hers. Su did not speak. He could not. He knelt on the flagstones beside little Niu and put his arms around her and put his forehead against the top of her head and did not speak for a long time. When he could speak, he said, Then you will teach me. I will try. I do not know the words for what I do. I will find the words. Yes. It will take time. We have time. We will make time. He held her a while longer. Then he stood, not entirely steadily, and walked away across the courtyard. And he was glad his remaining eye was blurred with tears because he did not want his disciples to see that he had been passed by a 10-year-old and that he was so purely proud of it. Pei Ruo was at the gate of the courtyard. She wrote on her slate and held it up for him as he passed. You taught her by giving her room. That is the teaching. It is, he said. But she did the work. I did not do the work. She wrote, Yes. That is the next teaching. Chapter 109. He came on foot. He came at midday. He came alone, through the front gate, up the road from the bridge where he had first shown himself, and he walked the last quarter li with his hands empty at his sides and his gray robe a little dusty at the hem. The gate guards did not try to stop him. They could have tried. They did not. They stood and watched. Shu Kujin stood in the courtyard behind them with a hand raised. Su came out of the hall. Jiang Mingli followed him. Pei Ruo followed Jiang Mingli. Hung Zairu followed Pei Ruo. Behind them the disciples came out of their stations in 3s and 5s and small clusters, not formed up, just present. The rerouter stopped in the middle of the courtyard. He looked at Su. He was not large. He was not striking. He was a man of no particular age, with flat gray eyes like his envoys, wearing a robe cut like theirs. The difference between him and his envoys was that his eyes were not standing back from the window. He was in his own eyes. He was, in fact, very present. I have come to speak, he said. Speak. He spoke. He spoke for close to an hour, not in any rush. His voice was even, carrying, pleasant. He did not raise it. He did not drop it. He stood in the middle of the courtyard with the sun overhead, and he spoke. He said, in summary, that the lattice system was a mistake. Not a small mistake. A foundational one. 3,000 years ago, a well-meaning maker had set down a shape for the human soul and had discovered, too late, that the shape did not fit every soul. The maker had had a choice, either to take the shape up and begin again, or to let the misfitted souls exist and to call their misfitting a variation. The maker had chosen the second path. It had been a sentimental choice. It had been the choice of a man who could not bear to unmake what he had made. Ever since, the world had been filled with bad fits. Sects had formed around the fiction that the template was good. Heresy had formed around the fiction that the variations were themselves valuable. Both sides had been wrong. The variations were not valuable. They were artifacts of a failure. To honor them was to honor a failure. Mercy, he said, mildly, was a cowardice dressed in a good coat. He spoke of the sects he had unlatticed. He did not speak of them as destroyed. He spoke of them as freed. He said the 200 disciples of South Reed had been lifted out of the lattice that had bound them and set down in a cleaner pattern, and that the cleaner pattern was, if they could have seen it, a gift. He said he regretted that the gift did not come with the names. He said the names had been part of the fault. The names had bound the disciples into their sect, into their history, into their wound. Removing the names had been part of the freeing. He said Sue had been doing the work of mercy because Sue did not have the courage to do the work of correction. He said this was an understandable failure. He said he, the rerouter, had had 3,000 years to build the courage. Sue had had a lifetime. It was not reasonable to expect Sue to match him, but it was reasonable to ask Sue to step aside. He said the offer still stood. Sue could be old in the new world. Sue could be named, really named, as the first teacher of the correction. His disciples could be absorbed into the cleaner pattern. Zhang Mingli could carry her daughter into the new shape, and the daughter would be born into a soul that fit its container. There would be no more pain of the old kind. He spoke well. He spoke for almost an hour. At first the disciples listened because he had asked to be heard, and because the rules of hospitality at Weiyang were that a speaker was heard. By the quarter-hour mark, several of the civilian staff, the ones who kept the books of grain and the ledgers of taxes, the ones who were not themselves cultivators, had stopped their work and had come to the edge of the courtyard to listen. By the half-hour mark, some of them were nodding. By the three-quarter-hour mark, one of them, a quiet man named Zhu who had worked at Weiyang for a year, said under his breath, to no one in particular, "He is not wrong about the pain." Zhang Mingli heard it. Pei Ruo heard it. Pei Ruo stepped forward. She walked, unhurried, to the middle of the courtyard. She stopped 3 paces from the rerouter. He stopped speaking, not because she had interrupted, she had made no sound, but because her stepping into the field of his speaking had changed something. She did not raise her slate. She laid her right hand, flat, palm down, on the air in front of her chest, and the air, around the rerouter's mouth, went silent. He continued to move his lips. His hands continued to make the gentle, persuasive gestures he had been making. But no sound came out. Not because he had stopped speaking. Because the sound had stopped. He stopped his lips. He looked at Pei Ruo. His flat gray eyes shifted slightly. Focused more. She did not smile. She did not gloat. She only held her hand there. "Listen," she wrote, one-handed, on her slate, still holding the silence with her other hand. She held up the slate. "Listen." And then, under that, in smaller characters, "for 1 hour. As we listen for yours." The rerouter looked at the slate. He looked at the courtyard. He looked at Sue. He did not speak. He could not speak. The silence Pei Ruo was holding was not negotiable. After a long moment, perhaps 30 breaths, he sat down on the flagstones, slowly, in his clean gray robe, in the middle of the courtyard, and he held his empty hands out in front of him, palms up, and he turned the hands over, and he set them, palms down, on his knees, and he waited to be spoken to. Chapter 110. Sue took his time. He did not rush to fill the silence Pei Ruo had made. He understood that the silence was a gift, and that the gift would lose its power if he misused it. He walked, at his own pace, to the middle of the courtyard. He sat, cross-legged, on the flagstones, for paces from the rerouter. The stones were cold. The cold went through his trousers at the knees. The small ache in his joints from the cold was welcome. It told him he was still in a body, which was useful, because in the rerouter's presence it was easy to forget. He spoke without raising his voice. "You have spoken for an hour. You asked to be heard. We heard you. Some of us heard you well enough that they agreed with parts of what you said. That is a compliment to the way you speak. It is not a compliment to the shape of the thing you propose. I will answer you now. You will not be able to speak back today. That is not because we are cruel. That is because you have had 3,000 years of speaking, and we have had a lifetime, and the arithmetic of hearing needs balancing. When I am done, Pei Ruo will release the silence." You may leave. You may come back another day and speak again. You may bring a different argument. You may bring the same one. We will listen again. But today, for the next hour, you listen. Let me see. You said the lattice was a mistake. You said mercy was cowardice. You said the variations were artifacts of a failure. I do not accept the frame of the argument. The frame of the argument is that there is a right shape and a wrong shape for a human soul. I do not believe there is a right shape. I believe there are shapes that fit. Fit what? Fit a life, fit a teacher, fit the work a person is trying to do in their single small window of years. You measure from the outside. You measure against a clean pattern. I measure from the inside. I measure against whether a person can stand up in the morning and do the thing they are reaching to do. You said South Reed was freed. I visited South Reed's neighbors yesterday. I rode out at dawn. I spoke with the grain merchant who had bought from them for 12 years. I asked him to tell me about a boy named Fusi. He could not remember the name, but he remembered the boy. He said the boy had come down the mountain once a season to sell dried plums his mother had put up. He said the boy had laughed at his jokes. He said the boy had a burn scar on his left thumb from helping his mother at the stove when he was 4. The merchant could not remember the name, but the merchant remembered the scar. He remembered the laugh. You did not free the boy. You freed a shape where a boy was, into a shape where the boy is not. The scar is not in the clean pattern. The laugh is not in the clean pattern. The scar and the laugh were the boy. You did not free him. You deleted him. You said mercy was cowardice. I think you say that because you are frightened of what it would cost you to practice it. Mercy costs. I know the cost. I have paid some of it. I will pay more. My eye is blind. My memory is full of holes. I have forgotten my father's face. I have forgotten the name of the river I grew up beside. I will forget more. The cost is real, and it is smaller, to me, than what would be lost if I had not paid it. 241 of the people I share this valley with would not be here if I had measured the cost and decided it was too much. They are here. My daughter will be here. The cost bought them. I would pay it again. You said I have been doing the work of mercy because I do not have the courage for correction. Let me see. That is a misreading. I am not doing mercy instead of correction. I am doing mercy because correction, at the scale you propose, is the thing I am correcting against. You are what happens when someone who loves the shape of the work more than the people in it finally gets enough power to have his way. You are the thing the sects were trying to be when they expelled their variations. You are the logical extension of Elder Fengqiu. You are the logical extension of Huashan. You are the compact taken out past the end of itself. I fought Huashan. I did not expect to fight you. I was not ready. I am ready now. I will not step aside. My disciples will not be absorbed. My daughter will be born into the soul she is born into, which will have its own variation, because she is mine and her mother's, and variation is the inheritance we leave her. I will offer you one thing. You have offered me a place. I will offer you one. Come to Weiyang as a teacher, not as a destroyer. Teach us what you know about cleanness. We will learn from you. We will not adopt you, but we will learn. In exchange, you stop the erasures. You put back what you can. You leave the rest to us, to find, name by name, out of the memory of grain merchants and priests and neighbors. You live. You are old, as you suggested I be. You are old among us. You end your days teaching instead of deleting. This is my offer. He stopped. The rerouter did not move. The flat gray eyes were on Sue's face. The eyes were not the same as they had been an hour ago. There was emotion inside them that had not been there before. Sue waited. He nodded to Pei Ruo. Pei Ruo let the silence go. The rerouter opened his mouth. He closed it. He opened it again. He laughed. It was not a cruel laugh. It was not a triumphant laugh. It was a surprised laugh, the laugh of a man who has just heard something he did not expect. It was quiet. It was brief. It was the first laugh he had had in, perhaps, 3,000 years, and it had in it the scrape of a voice that was not used to the shape of laughter. He stopped laughing. He sat for a moment. You are serious, he said. I am serious. You would have me teach. I would have you teach. I would have you sit at the long table with Hung Zairu and explain to him the cleanness you propose, and I would have him write it down. I would have you walk the south wall with little Nyo and tell her what she can do that no one else can do, because of how her lattice is shaped. I would have you sit in on a reshaping and describe, after, what you think was done well and what was done badly. I would have you taste the food at breakfast and disapprove of it, and say so, and we would improve the food. I would have you live among us. No one has ever asked that of me. I know. The rerouter looked at the sky. He looked at the apricot saplings along the south wall. He looked at the child little Nyo, standing at the edge of the courtyard with her hand in Yinwan's hand. He looked, longest, at Pei Ruo, whose silence he had just been a captive of. I will not accept today. I did not expect you to. I will consider. Good. A pause. A pause. How long? Until I have thought. I do not know how long thinking will take. I have not done much of it in some years. A pause without erasures. Any erasure during the pause ends it. Understood. Sworn. I am not in the habit of swearing. But yes. Sworn. He stood up. The clean gray robe was dusty at the knees now. He did not brush it off. He looked at Sua last time. He looked at Pei Rua. A conversation worth having, he said. I did not expect to say that of anyone, ever again. Come back when you are ready. I will. He walked out of the courtyard the way he had come. No disciple moved to stop him. No disciple moved to follow him. He went down the terrace road to the bridge and around the bend of the creek and was gone. In the long silence after, Pei Rua lowered her hand. She was pale. She had held the silence for over an hour without lowering it, and it had cost her. She staggered. Tambay caught her. Jiang Mingli caught her other side. They walked her to the bench by the wall and sat her down. Su, still sitting on the cold flagstones, did not stand up for a long time. He put his hand on the ring at his throat. The ring was glowing. The crack was brighter than it had ever been. He left his hand there. Let me see, he said, to no one and to everyone. He laughed. He laughed, Jiang Mingli said. I thought we would have to fight him to a draw and then hope he went away. I did not think he would laugh. Su. Yes. Do not trust the laugh too far. I will not. Good. He let his hand fall from the ring. The courtyard was warmer than it had been. The disciples were breathing. The sun had moved a palm's width across the sky. Hung Zairu came up beside him. He pushed his glasses up onto his forehead. He said, here is the thing. If he comes back, if he accepts, we will have the strangest faculty meeting the continent has ever seen. We will. Here is the thing also. I would like to be the one who asks him the first question. The first question is yours. Good. He did not say what the first question would be. Su did not ask. He did not need to. He already knew the shape of Hung Zairu's first questions, and this one would begin, as all the important ones did, with here is the thing. Su stood, slowly. Jiang Mingli gave him her shoulder to lean on. They walked back into the hall. Behind them the ring, at his throat, pulsed one slow deliberate pulse, and went quiet. Chapter 111. He came back on the fourth morning. He came the way he had come the first time, on foot, alone, through the front gate, up the terrace road with his hands empty at his sides. He was wearing the same dusty gray robe. He had not changed it. He did not seem to have washed it. He stopped in the courtyard. Shu Kuzhin had been expecting him. The gate guards had been told. There was a bench set out for him, and a pitcher of water, and a cup. Hung Zairu sat on the other bench with his ledger in his lap. Pei Rua stood at the wall with her slate. Jiang Mingli sat on the step of the hall with her hand on her belly. Little Nyo had been sent to her lessons. Su had insisted. Su himself sat on a low stool under the eaves of the hall, where the shadow fell on his face, because the sun hurt his remaining eye. I have been thinking, the rerouter said. Drink the water. Oh, thank you. He drank. He set the cup down. I have been thinking. I would like to begin by disagreeing with you. Good. You said mercy costs. You said you have paid the cost, and are willing to pay more. You said the cost was smaller than what would be lost. Let me give you the other side of that sum. Shall I? Yes. They talked for 7 days. It was not a negotiation. It was not a fight. It was a long, slow disassembly. The rerouter took every argument Su had ever made, every page of letters on fitting, every line of the speech Su had delivered 4 mornings ago, and he followed each one past the point Su had stopped, to the end where it led. You said variation is the inheritance we leave our children. Let us follow variation. If variation is the inheritance, then any pruning of variation is a theft. Yes? Then you must not pluck weeds from your garden. Then you must not pull a splinter from your daughter's hand. Then a sect that teaches must not teach, because teaching is a kind of pruning. Where does variation stop being inheritance and begin being neglect? You do not know. I have spent 3,000 years asking that question. I have an answer. You do not want to hear it. Go on. My answer is that at some point you must draw a line and say, past this line the variation is no longer variation. It is rot. Rot must be cut out. You agree with me already. You agreed with me the day you told Nei Qing to leave her poison shard behind and reshaped it into a reading shard. You called that mercy. It was correction. The word you used was wrong. You are a correctionist who lies to himself about the word. Su considered this for most of an afternoon before he answered. He answered the next morning. He said yes. He said the rerouter was partially right. He said Su did correct. He said the difference was in scale and in consent. He said Nei Qing had asked. He said the 200 disciples of South Reed had not. The rerouter said consent was a sentimental category. He said children do not consent to being born. He said the dying do not consent to death. He said the lattice is bigger than any one person's consent. He said if consent is the rule, then correction is impossible and the lattice cannot be maintained. Su said consent was not the only rule. He said consent was the rule at the individual level. He said at the lattice level the rule was refusal of a template, any template, including a very good one that you happen to prefer. The rerouter said that was a contradiction. He said if consent ruled individuals and refusal of template ruled lattices, then Su was running two rule systems and would inevitably collide with himself. Su said yes. He said that was the job. The rerouter laughed, very briefly, for the second time. By the fourth day of the conversation, a small quiet audience had formed. Hung Zairu was always there. His ledger had 50 pages now in a tight, careful hand. Jiang Mingli came and went. She carried breakfast out to them both some mornings. Pei Ruan never left. Ji Lianhai listened from the edge of the courtyard without speaking. Shu Kejin took notes of her own. In a shorthand Su did not read. By the sixth day Su was thinner. He had not slept well. The rerouter did not tire. He did not seem to need to sleep. By the seventh day, Su could not answer. It was a simple question. The rerouter had been leading up to it for 3 days. He asked it softly, on the morning of the seventh day, sitting across from Su on the bench in the sun. You believe mercy is the answer. But your mercy requires me. It requires the sects that expelled. It requires the compact and the elders and Huashan. Without us you are not a mercy sect. You are an ordinary sect. Your whole moral shape exists because we exist. You need us to hurt the children you rescue. You are not the opposite of correction. You are its dependent. Would you give up the children you have, if it meant I could unbe me? That is the real question of mercy. Su opened his mouth. He closed it. He opened it again. He sat with the question for the whole of the seventh day. He did not speak for hours. Hung Zairu stopped writing. Jiang Mingli came out at midday with a bowl of rice. He did not eat it. Pei Ruo came and sat beside him on the bench and took his hand. He did not look at her. He looked at the flagstones. At dusk he said, I do not know. That is a true answer. I do not know. I do not know if my rescue is real or if it is a thing I do to need myself. A true answer. Let me see. He did not finish the sentence. He sat with his eye closed and Pei Ruo's hand in his, and the rerouter watching him, and the silence in the courtyard was a different silence than the one Pei Ruo had made a week ago. It was the silence of a man who had looked at a thing he had been avoiding for years and had not yet decided what to do with it. Pei Ruo, after a long time, wrote on her slate with her free hand and held it up for the rerouter to see. Not Su. It said, he will answer. He is taking the question seriously. Go to your bench. The rerouter read it. He nodded once. He stood. He went to the other bench across the courtyard. He sat down. He did not speak again that day. Hung Zairu closed the ledger. Jiang Mingli came out in the dusk and led Su by the elbow back into the hall. Chapter 112. He came out of the hall at dawn. He had not slept. Jiang Mingli had sat with him half the night and had dozed in the chair by the bed. He had thought, lying in the dark, of his father's face, which he could no longer summon, and of the river of his childhood, whose name he had forgotten, and of the scar on the thumb of the boy named Fu Si who had come down the mountain once a season with dried plums. He had thought of Ini I Ching and her reshaped poison shard. He had thought of little Nyo putting a sound back in a hui. He had thought, last, of the iron ring. He walked out into the courtyard at first light. The rerouter was already there. He had not left the courtyard in 7 days. The dusty gray robe was a little less dusty than it had been, because someone, Jiang Mingli, Su suspected, had brushed it while the rerouter sat still for it one evening. Su sat on the bench across from him. The ring at his throat was warm. I have thought about your question. Yes. I will answer it. But I want to show you something first. He took the cord from around his neck. He lifted it over his head. He held it out. The iron ring hung from the cord between them, rusted, cracked, small. In the morning light the crack was a faint steady line of red. The rerouter's eyes went to it. He did not reach for it. He did not speak. His face, which had been calm for 7 days, was not calm. You know what this is? Yes. Say it. Please. It is the first anchor. Yes. It has a crack along its side. Yes. I know who cut that crack. I want you to say it. I cut it. The bench was very quiet. I cut it, the rerouter said. I did not remember I had cut it. Not clearly, but it has been, somewhere in me. That is why I came. It has been pulling me since it surfaced. 3,000 years I have been in my argument, and it has been a clean argument, and then this little rusted thing pulled me down a terrace road to sit on a bench. I cut the crack. In the room with the founder. In the room with the founder. Yes. Hung Zairu's page says the founder chose mercy over correction. The founder cut the crack to mark the anchor as his, and to mark the act of mercy. The page is wrong on one count. The founder did not cut the crack. I cut it. The founder did not know I had cut it until later. I cut it as an argument. I said, and I remember this now, saying it. I said, if you will not take the lattice up and begin again, then I will cut into the first anchor the record of my objection. I said, let there be a flaw that marks the flaw. I said, let every cultivator who ever touches this ring feel that I was here and I was right. I cut the crack. The founder examined the ring after and saw the crack and said, he stopped. Said what? Said, thank you. Said, you have given me the shape of the mercy. Said, the crack is not the record of your objection. The crack is the door the variations can walk through. He turned your objection into a doorway. He turned my objection into a doorway. Yes. And I left. And the ring waited. And the ring waited. 3,000 years. 3,000 years. The rerouter sat back. He put his hand flat on the bench. He looked very old for a moment, which was new. He had not looked old in any of the 7 days. You are the crack's arrival, he said, at a hand that was willing to be cut into. Let me see, I think I am. The founder's mercy chose you. Not me. I think so. I have been the voice of the correction. All this time. That is what I am. Yes. And the crack was cut by me and has become the doorway the mercy walks through. Yes. That is not a small irony. No, it is not a small irony. Do you know what this means? I think I know some of it. Tell me the rest. It means I am, he searched. He searched for a long while. It means I am part of the mercy, without meaning to be. My objection was part of it. My objection made it possible. If I had not cut, the founder could not have chosen, because there would have been no crack to choose through. The thing I set up as my monument to being right was absorbed into the other side's answer. I have been arguing for 3,000 years against a system that has already used my argument against me. Yes, I am angry about that. I understand. I am going to need to think about it. Take your time. Not here. I cannot think here. I am too close to the ring. Go. I will come back. I know. The rerouter stood. He looked at the iron ring once more. He reached out, this time, slowly, and he touched it with a single fingertip. The ring flared for an instant, hot, and then went quiet. He took his fingertip away. He bowed, which was not a thing he had done in any of the 7 days. Then he walked out of the courtyard, down the terrace road, and was gone. Su sat on the bench for a long time. Jiang Mingli came out. She sat beside him. She put her hand on his knee. You gave him the ring. I did not give it to him. I showed it to him. You showed it to him. Yes. And he cut the crack. He cut the crack. 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago. And the crack is the door we all walk through. Every variation, every rescue, every reshape, every disciple, every one of us is walking through a door he cut in a moment of rage. It is a strange fact. I am going to need to sit with it. Come sit with me. She sat with him. The ring at his throat glowed steady. The crack was warm to the touch. Chapter 113, he came back 7 days after he left, and he came to kill. He did not announce it. He did not stop at the gate. He came up the terrace road in the afternoon, walking the way he had walked before, and at a distance of 50 paces from the gate, he stopped and raised both hands, palms up, and the courtyard behind the gate changed shape. It did not move. The stones did not move. The benches did not move. But the lattice of the place, the sect lattice that had been built into Weiyang over 2 years of work, thinned. It did not break. It thinned, as though a sheet of fabric had been drawn thinner, stretched almost to transparency. Su, who was inside the hall, felt it as a pressure on his chest. He got up from his stool. He walked out. Jiang Mingli was already at the door. Pei Ruo was already in the courtyard. Hung Zairu was coming out of the archive at a run with his stick and his glasses pushed up. He has come to unlattice us, Hung Zairu said, short of breath. He is beginning at the edges. I can feel it. He will work inward. I can feel it. Su stepped into the courtyard. He saw the rerouter at the bottom of the road. Hands up, flat gray eyes very present now, very intent. He saw the thinning. He saw, at the outer wall, the stones beginning to waver, not physically, but in the way their lattice signatures showed to his sight. The red line at the corner of his left eye thickened. Close the disciples, he said. Jiang Mingli relayed it. The disciples at the far wings came in. Shu Kejin herded the civilian staff into the hall. The thinning reached the first ring of the courtyard. The apricot sapling on Jianwuhua's imagined grave, not the real one, which was at second terrace, but the second one planted along the south wall, began to waver. Su felt the name Jianwuhua begin to loosen in his memory. He said it aloud. Jianwuhua, Jianwuhua, the arbiter. He died at Chaoshi. He said, I don't know if my daughter could have been saved, but you would have tried. He said it again. The name anchored. The sapling steadied. Pei Ruo walked out into the courtyard. She did not hurry. She walked the way she had walked 8 days ago, unhurried, her slate at her side. She stopped 3 paces inside the gate. She set the slate down on the flagstones, face up. She did not pick it up again. She held up her right hand, palm out, toward the rerouter. She did not hold the silence she had held before. She held something else. The air between her and the rerouter shimmered, the way heat shimmers above a road in summer, but cold, not hot, a cold shimmer. The rerouter's hands, which had been raised, started to lower. He tried to raise them again. They did not raise. He tried to speak. His lips moved. No sound came. He tried to unlattice her. Sue saw it happen with his sight and could not look away. The rerouter's attention, the attention that had just been tearing at the stones of the outer wall, swung entirely to Pei Ruo. He pressed his will on her lattice. He tried to remove her from the world. He had done it to 14 children in a dormitory. He had done it to 200 disciples in a valley. He could do it to one small woman standing alone in a courtyard. He could not. Sue felt, through the sect lattice, what happened when the rerouters will touched Pei Ruo. He felt the will slide off. He felt it like a knife slipping off a stone. He felt the rerouter try again, harder. Hung Zairu, behind Sue, hissed between his teeth. Her seal, Hung Zairu whispered. Her throat seal. Frostpeak. They used, here is the thing, they used an old technique, an archaic one, the kind of seal the early sects used before the lattice was codified. Frostpeak does not use it any longer except in certain disciplinary cases. They did not remember where it came from. Here is the thing. Say it. The seal is from before him. The seal is older than his paradigm. He cannot unspeak a thing he is not the grammar of. Sue was already moving. He walked out, next to Pei Ruo, not to shield her. She did not need shielding, but to stand with her. The disciples had moved to the edges of the courtyard. Tan Bei was at the east wall with his forearms bare and shining. Yin Hashan stood at the north like a wall of his own. Little Nyo was at the south with her single shard glowing faintly blue through her jacket. Ji Lianhai stood at Su's shoulder with his sword out, but not raised. The rerouter tried, one more time, to unlattice Pei Ruo. His will slid off again. He stepped back. He put his hand on his own chest, as though something in him had been struck. Pei Ruo kept her hand up. The cold shimmer held. He looked at her. The flat gray eyes were, for the first time in 7 days, not calm. They were, in fact, frightened. You are older than I am. She did not answer. She could not. Her silence was engaged. Your seal is pre-lattice. Frostpeak. Frostpeak kept that form. They did not know what they were keeping. He was speaking now to no one and everyone, as though thinking aloud. That is the only way. The only way a will can refuse me is if it was shaped before I was the grammar. I have been the grammar for 3,000 years. I did not account for. He took another step back. Pei Ruo lowered her hand. The cold shimmer dissolved. The courtyard lattice stopped thinning. The apricot sapling stopped wavering. The stones settled. The rerouter turned. He walked, at first at the same slow pace, then faster, then at a run, down the terrace road. He did not look back. He did not cross the bridge. He went around the bend of the creek before he reached the bridge, and he was gone. Pei Ruo sat down on the flagstones. She put her hands on her knees. Her breath came hard. Sue knelt beside her. He did not touch her. She was shaking. Are you hurt? She shook her head. She picked up her slate. She wrote with a hand that was not steady. He tried to unmake me. I held him off. He will come back for me. I know. He came for me. I know. He will try again from farther away. He will not come to the gate next time. I know. She wrote one more line, very slowly, and held it up. Frostpeak gave me a gift and never knew. Sue read it. He smiled, for the first time in days, a small worn smile, and said, let me see. The expelled disciple carries a seal older than the man who would erase the world. The sect that threw her away handed her the one thing he cannot touch. There is a shape to this story that I do not fully understand. She wrote, there is. He put his hand very lightly on her shoulder. She did not flinch from it. She set the slate down. They sat like that, while the courtyard breathed. Chapter 114, the rerouter went for her. He did not come himself. He did not need to. He had invoice. He had, as Hung Zairu's research now suggested, the ability to fold small agents out of the clean pattern he carried, agents that were not quite people, that were lattice shapes given enough body to walk and to act. These he began to send. The first came at night on the 15th day after he had fled the courtyard. It came over the east wall. The watchman, a Bell Cliff refugee named Mo who had joined Weiyang 6 weeks earlier, saw it come up the stones without a sound. It was not a man exactly. It was the idea of a man, drawn thinly, a gray silhouette with the square-shouldered cut of the rerouter's gray robe and no face to speak of, only a smooth oval where a face would have been. It moved toward the dormitory where Pei Ruo slept. Mo rang the east bell. Pei Ruo was already awake. She had been awake, one way or another, since the afternoon the rerouter had tried to unmake her. She did not sleep more than 2 hours at a time now. When she heard the bell, she did not go to the dormitory door. She went to the window. She looked out. The faceless gray silhouette was in the corridor. It was moving toward her door. She stepped back from the window. She walked to the center of her small room. She raised her hand. The cold shimmer went out from her, through the wall, and touched the silhouette. The silhouette dissolved. It did not fall. It did not tear. It dissolved into a thin gray smoke that the corridor wind took away in 2 breaths. Where it had been, there was nothing, not even a smudge on the floorboards. Pei Ruo wrote on her slate, by the candle, as the dormitory disciples came running with weapons. I am fine. The wall is fine. We need lanterns on the east face. The wall was not watched. They lit lanterns on the east face. They put a second watchman on the west. Shu Kejin organized rotating patrols. Ji Lianhai, who had been asleep in his quarters, came out in his undershirt and set the night duty roster without discussion. Tan Bei took the forge bell and rigged it to ring in Pei Ruo's window whenever any wall bell was struck, so she would know even if they did not get to her first. Su, in the hall, sat with Hung Zairu over the map. He will send more. He will send more. In waves, each a little different. Each testing a different seam. Yes. And he will not stop. He will not stop. He knows what her seal is now. He knows it is a door he cannot close. The only solution, for him, is to remove the door. He will keep trying. We must protect her. Yes. And we must assume he will eventually find a way we have not anticipated. So we must not only protect her. We must fortify the ground she stands on. Fortify how? Su sat for a while. He looked at the map. The ring of black dots had stopped growing in the last 3 weeks. The rerouter had kept his paws on erasures and had not resumed it even after the conversation at Weiyang. That was a small, unsettling courtesy. But the dots were still there. Each one was a place where the rerouter had once reached and struck. Hung Zairu, if I were to lay a collective shard not on a person, not on a sect, but on a piece of ground, so that the ground itself could not be unlatticed, could it be done? Nothing in the apprentice pages says so. Nothing says so because nothing has done it. The lattice has always been a thing of people. Could it be done? At the 10th tier, perhaps. At the 10th tier, you are the one who rewrites the rule. You could say, for this piece of ground, the rule is that the ground holds the shape. The ground would hold it. I am at the 10th tier. You are at the 10th tier. The cost will be, Hung Zairu pushed his glasses up. Here's the thing. Reshaping a person costs you 3 days of aging and some sleep. Reshaping a sect costs you more. Reshaping a piece of ground of any size. The cost is whatever the size of the ground. A prefecture. A prefecture. A month of memory, I would guess. Perhaps 2. I am guessing. Let us find out. Su. Yes. Pei Ruo is one person. We could move her. We could hide her. We could send her to a place the rerouter does not know of. And what does she do there? She stays alive. She stays alive, and she stops doing the work. She is the only person in the known world whose silence holds against him. If we hide her, we waste the thing we have. She is not safe, Hung Zairu. None of us are. The only way to make her less unsafe is to make the ground under her feet less available to him. Yes. I know what I am asking for. You are asking to lattice a prefecture. Yes. You will forget a month of your life. Yes. Some of the things you will forget will be important. Yes. You are doing it anyway. Let me see, yes. Hung Zairu pushed his glasses up onto his forehead. He looked at Su. He said, here is the thing. I will hold your memory for you. The month you are about to lose. I will write down what happened in it, day by day, and when it is gone I will read it back to you. You will not get the memory back. You will get an archive instead. It is not the same. It is what I can do. Thank you. Chapter 115, he did it at the next dark moon. The whole of Weiyang gathered in the main courtyard. Not only the disciples, the civilian staff, the grainkeeper, the cook, the child of the cook who was not a disciple, but had been born on the terrace 2 years ago, Hui, the woman without a name who now had the name Hui, the new arrivals from the past month, Shu Kejin's old handler's widow, who had come to Weiyang in her grief 6 months ago, and stayed, the 241 disciples, Hung Zairu with his ledger open, Jiang Mingli with both hands on her belly, Pei Ruo with her slate, little Niu at Pei Ruo's side with her small hand in Pei Ruo's. Su stood in the middle. The iron ring was in his hand. The cord hung loose from his fist. He was not wearing it around his neck for this. He needed both hands. He spoke, not loudly, but in a carrying voice. He said who he was going to name. He named Weiyang Prefecture, all of it, the terrace and the town at its foot, and the 3 villages along the Weiyang River, and the ford, and the 2 market towns, and the forest above the terrace, and the rice fields of the lower valley. He named them by name. He asked any disciple who knew the name of any hill, any stream, any field, any family's house, to say it. They said them. The roll of names took most of an hour. Hung Zairu wrote them all. When the names were done, Su closed his remaining eye. He reached for the 10th tier. The 10th tier, this time, opened to him. He had been there before. The door was not new. He reached the names into the 10th tier. He said, into the rule that lattices exist. For this prefecture, for these names, the rule is that the ground holds the shape. Whoever reaches to unlattice this ground will find the ground refuses. The ground itself is my student. The ground itself is bonded to Wei Yang. The ground itself is a disciple in the sect lattice. Every hill, every stream, every field, every house. He held the 10th tier. The iron ring in his hand flared red, and the crack widened. He felt, through the crack, the lattice founder watching, 3,000 years away, his head tilted slightly. He felt the rerouters somewhere far off, feeling the lattice change happen and jerking toward it in a way a beast jerks toward a sound. He felt the ground of the Weiyang Valley, not metaphorically, not as a figure of speech, but in the way he had felt a disciple's lattice when he first took their wrists, extend a shape up toward his hand. The ground was offering itself. He named it. He wove it into the sect. The cost hit like a stone. He did not feel it at first. He held the 10th tier for the time it took to name and bond every name in Hung Zairu's list. Then he let the 10th tier go. He opened his remaining eye. He did not know who he was for a moment. He stood in the middle of a courtyard he did not recognize. Faces were watching him. A pregnant woman came forward with her hand extended, and he almost recoiled. A tall man he did not know put a hand on his elbow to steady him. I, Su. Yes. My name is Su. I am not sure. You are not sure what. I'm not sure what month it is. Hung Zairu stepped forward with the ledger. He sat Su down on the step. He opened the ledger. He began to read, in his clear, dry voice, from the first page. Your name is Su Wanjiang. You are the teacher of this sect, which is called Weiyang. The woman who came toward you is Jiang Mingli. She is your wife. She is pregnant. The child is named Yin Wan. Already, because you named her at 3 months for the sister she will share a life with, and for the mother she will inherit a syllable from. This is little Niu. She is 10. She is your strongest disciple and your likely successor. This is Pei Ruo. She does not speak often, but she is the silence that keeps us alive. This man is Tan Bei. He is the blacksmith and the combat teacher. This is Yin Hashan. He came from Thundering Oak Sect. This is Ji Lianhai. He betrayed you once and came back. This is Shu Kejin. She was a spy and is now the chief of records. This is Wei Lan. She came from Whitewater. This is Hui. She came to us without a name, from a place called South Reed that an enemy erased. You just spent, let me see, you just spent your ability to hold the 10th tier on saving the ground of this prefecture from that same enemy. You paid the cost with a month of your memory. I am now going to read back to you what happened in that month. I kept a record. Ready? Su nodded. His remaining eye was wet. He did not recognize the woman with the hand on her belly yet. But he did not let her hand go either. Something in his lattice, under his chest, knew her when his mind did not. Ready? Begin. Hung Zairu began to read. He read for the rest of the afternoon. By evening Su knew, in the way one knows a story one has been told rather than a life one has lived, what had happened in the month he had paid for the land. He did not have the memory back. He had the archive. Hung Zairu had been right. It was not the same. But it was what was possible. He thanked Hung Zairu, and he thanked Jiang Mingli. He called her by name, now. And he went to bed, and he slept, for the first time in weeks, for 11 hours without moving. In the morning, a village at the far edge of the prefecture sent a runner to say that a small, clean gray figure had appeared on a hillside above their grain fields at dawn and had raised its hands to unlattice the fields, and that the fields had, the runner struggled for a word, had refused. The clean gray figure had stood a long while, looking at the fields, and had not done anything more. Then it had turned, and walked into the mist, and was gone. The ground held, Hung Zairu said. The ground held, Su said. His memory of the month he had paid was, already, an archive. But the prefecture was a prefecture, and the ring at his throat, which someone had put back on him while he slept, was warm with a new steady satisfaction, as though the founder himself, 3,000 years away, had put a hand on Su's shoulder for a moment, and then taken it away. Chapter 116, she said it on the second evening after the land lattice. He had slept the 11 hours, and then 12 more the night after. His remaining eye had some color to it again. He was sitting up on the edge of the bed with a bowl of broth in his hands, which Jiang Mingli had put there, and she was on the stool across from him with her hands folded in her lap. Her belly, under the robe, was as visible as a moon. It had been visible for some months. He had known it, in the way that lives beside one know things, and so had the sect, and so had Hung Zairu and Pei Ruo and little Niu. But she had not said it. She had carried it with her hand on it in corridors and at doorways and in the dark, and she had not said the word. She said it now. Sue. Yes. I am pregnant. He put the broth down. He did not stand up. He could not stand up yet. His knees were not reliable after the prefecture. I know. I know you know. But I had not said it. No. I am saying it. I wanted to say it before Hung Zairu reads it back to you out of his ledger one day as a thing that happened in a month you do not remember. I wanted the saying of it to be a thing you have, not a thing he copied for you. He put his hand on the blanket beside him. She came and sat on the bed beside him, and he moved, stiff, to face her. Let me see, no. What? No grand speech. I know the shape of the next 2 minutes of your talking. I have lived with you for 2 years. You will say a careful thing about the child, and a careful thing about me, and a careful thing about the lattice, and I will have to sit for it, because I love you. I am forbidding it. One sentence. He laughed. It caught him. He had not laughed in months. The sound of it caught in his chest, and sat there for a breath before coming out properly. He laughed again, a little freer. The ring at his throat warmed a degree. Zhang Mingli was smiling in that way where her upper lip twitched and her eye corners crinkled, and she tried not to. She was also near tears, which he had not seen in her in a long time. One sentence, he said. One sentence. Thank you for giving me a daughter. That will do. You gave me a sentence that is the size of my breath, and I am going to make the breath count. You got 2. Small ones. I will forgive it. She was crying now. She rarely did this. She sat on the bed with her hand in his, and she did it without apologizing. He put his other hand on her hand. The ring on his neck glowed soft rust. After a while she said, we are going to have a daughter in a time that does not yet know if it is ending. Yes. She is going to be born into a world where an ancient being is considering whether to unmake it. Yes. That is a bad time to be born. It is a bad time. It is also a time where, for the first time in 3,000 years, the being considering it is reading a page on a bench in my courtyard and has laughed. Let me see. I have to believe a time where he laughs is a less bad time than a time where he does not. You have to believe that. I have to. All right. Then I will believe it with you. He held her hand. The broth got cold on the table. Hung Zairu, in the archive across the courtyard, wrote in his ledger the date and the time and the words she had used. He wrote one more line beside the entry. He laughed, for the first time in months. He did not record this as metaphor. Chapter 117, they took Ji Lianhai 5 days later. He had ridden out alone to the southern edge of the prefecture to speak with a village headman who had sent a message about his niece. A child with a twisted lattice, mild, the kind of thing Ji Lianhai could reshape at her uncle's table without ceremony. He had done this kind of work a dozen times. He had told no one but Shu Kujin where he was going. He had gone at dawn. He did not come back by dusk. He did not come back the next day. On the third day a horse came back, his horse, saddled and bridled, with no blood on it, walking at a calm, unhurried pace up the terrace road. Shu Kujin's face did not move when she saw the horse. She had seen horses come back without their riders before. He is alive, she said. How do you know? Because they sent the horse back saddled. If they wanted us to think he was dead, they would have sent it back bloody or not at all. They sent it back clean. They want us to know he is alive, and they have him. She was right. Ji Lianhai came back 9 days later. He walked. His boots were cut. His sword was not at his hip. He had not been allowed to take it back, or he had not thought to ask. His hair was unbound. His face had a weight on it Sue had not seen before. He came up the terrace road at sunset, and he came through the gate without speaking, and he walked to the main hall, and he knelt on the stones before Sue, and he did not look up. Master. Ji Lianhai. He took me. I know. Are you well? I am alive. I am not well. Come and sit. Not yet. Speak, then. Ji Lianhai did not stand. He spoke from the stones. His voice was unused, a little hoarse. He did not kill me. He did not hurt me. He fed me. He sat me on a bench outside the room he lives in. He stood beside me. He asked me if I would like to see what the world would be if the lattice were rerouted properly. He said I could see it and then choose. He said he was not testing me. He said he wanted a witness. Go on. He showed me. I cannot. I will try. He showed me a world. Not this one. A world near this one. He said he could make this world into that world if the pause ended. I saw sects with no expulsions. I saw children with no twisted lattices. I saw Tenbei with 2 hands full of shards and no soot and no scar. I saw Yan Heshan tall without being too tall. I saw Hui. I saw her with a name she had had from her mother, and a boy named Fu Si alive, with the scar on his thumb. I saw my own sister, Master. I saw my sister at Frost Peak. She was expelled when I was 12. I never told you that. She was expelled. She died. I saw her alive, in the clean world, in a long gray robe, sitting at a long table in the sun, teaching. Ji Lianhai. I saw her alive, master. Alive. With her face. I am listening. He said I could choose that world. He said he would allow me to decide. He said he would not coerce. He said, and this is the part, master, this is the part. He said, you have chosen Wei Yang before, out of love, and that was a fine choice, but a choice out of love is a choice under a kind of coercion. He said now I could choose again, without that coercion, from a position of knowing. He said he wanted a witness who had made the choice from knowing. What did you say? I sat a long time. He let me sit. He did not rush. I sat for 3 days on that bench. I looked at the world he had shown me. I looked for a long time at my sister. And I came home. Ji Lianhai. Master, look at me. Ji Lianhai looked up. His face was wet. He was not ashamed of his tears. He was too tired for shame. Why did you come home? Because, master, in the clean world my sister was alive. I looked at her for hours. I wanted to go to her. And then I understood that the her I wanted to go to was not my sister. My sister's lattice was bent. My sister's laugh was wrong. My sister twisted her mouth when she was thinking. My sister was in the crack. The clean her was a clean pattern. I do not want a clean pattern. I want the her with the crack in her. And she is dead. And I cannot have her. And so I came home to the place where we keep the ones who are left. Su did not speak for a long time. He stepped down from the step and he knelt on the stones in front of Ji Lianhai. And he took Ji Lianhai by the shoulders, not to lift him, but so that their faces were at the same height. You have done well. I have. You have done better than well. You have looked at a dead sister alive, and you have said no. I do not know how many times in my life I could do that. Tell me one more thing. Did he tell you where his anchor is? Yes. He told you. He did not tell me. He assumed I would take the clean world. He was confident. He walked me through the room where he works. He did not think to hide it. I saw the anchor. I saw the room. I remember the shape of the door I came in through and the shape of the room. I can draw it. Draw it tonight. Rest first. Eat. I will send Hung Zairu in an hour with paper. Yes. Ji Lianhai. Master. Thank you. For the sister you could not bring home. For the one you did. Ji Lianhai cried then. He had not cried in front of Su since the day Su had forgiven him in a different life for a different betrayal. He cried now in the middle of the main courtyard, with the ring at Su's throat glowing, and the disciples standing in their doorways respectful and silent, and his own empty scabbard at his hip, and his hair unbound. Chapter 118. Hung Zairu sat on the floor of the archive and laid out 3 sheets of paper. Here's the thing. We have been working as if we had to beat him. That was never the shape of this. You do not beat an editor by writing louder. You beat an editor by being harder to edit. Pei Ruo is hard to edit. The prefecture is hard to edit. Now we go to his room. We do not go to kill him. We go to make his room hard to edit too. Hard to edit how? We go to fit ourselves into his room. All of us, together, as one sect lattice. The room is a place where he rewrites the rule. We will rewrite a rule in it he has not written. We will rewrite the rule that says he is alone in it. Go on. Pei Ruo holds silence. Little Nyo shields. Tanbei carries weight. Yin Hashan takes pain. Ji Lianhai, because he has been in the room, knows the door. Shu Kejin sees what is hidden. Wei Lan will hold the people who cannot come. Jiang Mingli stays. Yes. She will not like that. No. She will stay anyway, because of the daughter. Yes. What do I do? You, Su, you offer him the thing he has not accepted. The thing I believe he is closer to accepting than he knows. You offer him that his correction is a form of mercy the world does not want. I said a version of that at the first meeting. You said it as a rebuttal. Say it again as a gift. Let him keep his correction. Let him keep that he was right about the first mistake. Give him that. And then tell him the world is the world. The world has chosen the version with the crack in it. Not because the world is wise. Because the world is the world. A mercy offered that no one wants is not a mercy. It is a theft of the thing that makes choice a word. He will not want to hear it. He will not want to hear it. That is why we will all be in the room with you when you say it. He cannot unlattice all of us. Pei Ruo will be in the room. He cannot unlattice her. Little Nyo will be in the room. Her single shard lattice is closer to his paradigm than ours. She will be partly protected by that. The rest of us will be fortified by Pei Ruo's silence and Little Nyo's shield and by the bond between us. And if he will not accept, we leave. We walk back out the door he opened for Ji Lianhai. We do not die for the chance to make him listen. We offer. We do not insist. Agreed. The map Ji Lianhai drew was, at first, very plain. A single large chamber with a single anchor shaped like a pillar at its center. Then, as he drew, he remembered more. He drew the low benches around the walls. He drew the basin of still water at the north wall. He drew the door and the slant of the light. He drew, with the care of a man drawing the place he had spent 3 days on a bench, the exact shape of the pillar and the marks on it. Hung Zairu studied the marks. He went to his older ledgers. He came back at midnight. Here is the thing. Say it. The marks on the pillar are the same marks as the crack on the ring. The same marks. Not the same shape. The same grammar. If I had to bet on a shape of argument, I would bet that his anchor is, like the ring, a flawed thing he has been trying to make clean for 3,000 years. He has not been able to. Because, here is the thing. You cannot clean a flaw in a thing when the flaw is the thing's meaning. Su considered. Then perhaps, when I offer to accept his flaw. Yes. To honor it. Yes. As a colleague. All right. They made the plan that night. They chose the company. The company was, finally, 12, Su, Pei Ruo, Little Niu, Tanbei, Yin Hashan, Ji Lianhai, Shu Kajin, Hung Zairu, and 4 senior disciples. Mei Qing from Whitewater, who had torn Huashen's letter at a council long ago. Nei Qing, who would hold the formulary steady. Jiang Mingwan, who had reshaped Rong at Jinghu, and Sun Yulian. Because Hung Zairu said she had a lattice shape the rerouter had not seen before and might be thrown by. Jiang Mingli insisted on coming. Su insisted she not. They argued. They did not raise their voices. Jiang Mingli lost. Not because Su won, but because little Niu came in, during the argument, and put her small hand on Jiang Mingli's belly and said, "Mother, stay, because otherwise I cannot fight." That was the end of the argument. Jiang Mingli stayed. Chapter 119. They went through the door on the morning of the full moon. Ji Lianhai opened it. He remembered the shape of the opening. Not a door in stone, but a door in the air, a door one could only open if one had already been inside. The way a closed box can only be opened by someone who knows where the seam is. He stood on the flagstones of Weiyang's main courtyard, and he traced the shape of it with his hand, and the air on the flagstones thinned, and the seam showed. Pei Ruo went through first, then Little Niu, then Tanbei, then the 4 senior disciples, 2 and 2, then Shu Kajin, then Yin Hashan, then Hang Zairu, with his ledger under his arm, then Ji Lianhai, then Su. Su paused at the threshold. He looked back. Jiang Mingli was on the step of the hall with her hand on her belly. Weilan stood behind her with her arms crossed. The rest of Weiyang, 231 remaining disciples, the civilian staff, Hui, had come into the courtyard to watch them go. They were silent. Nobody was cheering. Nobody needed to. Su nodded to Jiang Mingli once. She nodded back. He stepped through. The room on the other side was the room Ji Lianhai had drawn, exactly. Low benches. A basin of still water at the north wall. The pillar at the center, tall as a man and twice his breadth. The marks on the pillar, the marks that were the grammar of the crack in the ring. The light in the room came from nowhere particular. It was gray, cool, even. The rerouter stood at the far wall. He had been waiting. He looked at them. "You came as a delegation," he said. "We came as we are." He counted. He saw Pei Ruo. His face moved. "You brought her. She is with us. Then you are not here to talk. We are here to talk. She is with us because she has always been with us. We did not hide her for this. She is part of the conversation." He looked at each of them in turn. He looked longest at Little Niu, who stood quietly between Tanbei and Ji Lianhai, with her single shard glowing at her chest beneath her jacket. He looked at Hang Zairu with his ledger. He looked at Su. "You have come for the anchor. We have come for you. The anchor is not me. The anchor is you. We have come for you." Su walked forward. He did not walk quickly. He walked across the gray stone floor. He stopped 2 paces from the pillar. He looked at the marks on it. They were, as Hung Zairu had said, the grammar of the crack. He turned. He faced the rerouter. "Let me see. I have a thing to say. I want you to listen. I promise you may speak when I am done. I am not holding silence. Pei Ruo is not holding silence. You may interrupt. I ask you to wait until I am finished. I will wait if you want to think. Go." Su spoke. He said, "I have thought about the question you asked me on the 7th day. The question was whether my mercy requires you. Whether I am the dependent of the thing I oppose. I could not answer you that day. I can answer you now. The answer is yes. I am. My whole moral shape exists because you exist. Your whole moral shape exists because the founder did what he did. We are dependents of each other. I grant you that. I grant you your rightness about the first mistake. You were right. The lattice was imperfect. It was set down in a hurry. It did not fit every soul. You were right to object. You were right to cut the crack in the anchor as a mark of the objection. The founder was right to accept the crack as a doorway. All 3 of you, him, his first apprentices, were right. I am part of that rightness. I am the 3rd step of an argument that began in that room and has kept going for 3,000 years. I do not ask you to accept my mercy. I ask you to accept that mercy and correction are colleagues. The flaw in this anchor is not a flaw. The flaw in the ring is not a flaw. Your cut was an argument you have been afraid to let be what it became. It became a doorway. You have been angry about that because you meant it as a wound. The founder turned it into a doorway. I want to offer you this. Let the doorway be a doorway. Let your cut have been a cut and a door at the same time. Let your correction have been the shape that made my mercy possible. Take the honor of being the first flaw and the first doorway. Sit at the table. Be old with us. You will not stop being the voice of correction. You will be the voice of correction at a table where someone else is the voice of mercy. The two voices will argue. That is the table. That is the whole point of the table. That is what a sect is for. He stopped. He felt, through the sect lattice, each of his companions holding steady behind him. He felt Pei Rua's silence ready, but not engaged. He felt Little Nio's single shard humming low. He felt Hung Xiru's hand on his ledger. He felt, further off, Jiang Mingli, in Wei Yong, her hand on her belly, her eyes open. He felt, under all of that, something new. Not a tear. A shape. He felt himself, in this room, not as a single cultivator standing in front of an ancient one, but as the axis of a lattice that extended behind him through the door, through the courtyard, through the prefecture, through the 311 people who had bound themselves to Wei Yong. And he felt, for the first time, that the 10 tiers had never been a ladder. They had been a ladder you could climb alone. He had climbed them, at Huoshun's compact, at the 9th. He had entered the 10th because the rerouter pushed him in. And now, here, standing at the pillar, he understood what the tiers had always been pointing at. They pointed at this. At being, not a cultivator, but an axis. At being the pole around which a sect could turn without falling over. It was not a rank. It was a recognition. He felt it, and he did not speak of it, because the rerouter was about to do something, and Su could feel it across the floor. Chapter 1:20. The rerouter closed his eyes. He stood against the far wall. His hands, which had been at his sides, lifted an inch. Su felt. The whole company felt. The rerouter reached past Su's lattice, past the sect lattice extending through the door, past the prefecture lattice Su had laid at the cost of a month of memory. The rerouter reached into the 10th tier, where he lived, and he wrote a rule. The rule was an oath binding. It was the kind of oath the first apprentices had known and the modern sects had forgotten. An oath written into the grammar of the world itself. An oath a cultivator cannot refuse because the oath is not imposed on the cultivator. The oath is laid into the rule that makes the cultivator's existence possible. The rule said this: Su Wanjiang, who has been made the axis of Wei Yong, must unmake Wei Yong. If Su Wanjiang does not unmake Wei Yong, the rule that makes Su Wanjiang's existence possible will itself be unmade. Su Wanjiang must choose. There is no third path. The rule is written. Su felt it settle on him. It settled as pressure. It settled as a set of directions laid over his will. It settled as a shape he could not obey, not because he agreed with it, but because the shape of it was now the shape of the rule that said he was. To refuse it would be to refuse being. He tried to speak. He could not speak. The oath had caught him. He tried to turn. He could turn a quarter. He could see Pei Rua, at the edge of his vision, her face still calm. He could see Little Nio. He could see Hung Xiru's ledger dropping from his hand and hitting the floor with a sound. The rerouter opened his eyes. They were not calm. They were something deeper than calm. They were the eyes of a man who has just done a thing he has been carrying for a long time and feels it leaving him. I am sorry, he said. He said it in an even voice, not gentle, not cruel, only accurate. I would have taken your offer. I was close. I was close enough that when you spoke, I felt my hand move toward the bench. I did not expect that. But, here is the thing, as your archivist would say, I have been alone in this room for 3,000 years. I cannot sit at a table. I have forgotten how to sit at a table. I tried. I tried the whole of your speech. I could not. My shape is not a table shape any longer. It is this. He took a step forward. You cannot accept an offer from a man who is still being the thing he is offered past. You know this, in your practice. You reshape a disciple who asks. You cannot reshape a disciple who is still pretending to be in the lattice the sect gave them. I am still in mine. I cannot be reshaped by words. I cannot accept your offer. And if I cannot accept it, and I cannot unhave heard it, then I cannot let you continue. You are the axis of a thing I have laid myself against. You must be edited out. I am sorry. I have not been sorry in 3,000 years. I am sorry now. Let that be something. He began to write the final stroke. Su, who could not move, who could not speak, who stood inside the oath binding like a man inside a sealed jar, did the one thing he could do. He looked at Pei Rua. He did it with his remaining eye. He did it across the gray floor. He did it because she was the only one in the room he had been able to turn to, because his body had turned a quarter. She met his eye. She saw the oath. She saw the stroke coming. She saw the ring at his throat glowing hot now, the crack blazing. She set her slate down on the floor. She raised both hands. The oath binding was a shape written into the grammar of the world. No one in the current lattice age could touch the grammar of the world. The grammar was the rerouter's territory. Any cultivator, any, who had been born into the current lattice age had been born inside the grammar. They could not unspeak it. Pei Ruo had not been born into the current lattice age grammar. Her throat seal was older than the grammar. Frost Peak Sect, 11 years ago, using a disciplinary form they had kept out of habit rather than understanding, had sealed her throat with a shape that predated the lattice founder. They had done this because the shape was on a page in their disciplinary manual, and because the page had been in the manual for longer than any sect could remember, and because a sect mother 4 generations back had thought the shape old and therefore strong, without asking why. Pei Ruo drew on the seal. She did not open her mouth. She had spent her life not opening her mouth. She drew on the seal at her throat and she pushed outward, not sound, not silence, but the negation of sound itself, the original state that had existed before there was a grammar to negate. It went out of her across the gray floor. It passed through Su without touching him. It struck the oath binding. The oath binding did not dissolve. The oath binding was unspoken. It was not cancelled. It was made to have never been said. The grammar that would have allowed the rerouter to bind Su was unwritten, not in the future, but backward, to the moment the binding was written. The binding had not happened. The air in the room, which had been pressing on Su, went normal. He breathed. He could move his other 3/4. He turned. The rerouter stood with his hands still raised for the final stroke. His flat gray eyes had gone wide. He was looking at Pei Ruo. "You," he said. He did not finish. He had, perhaps, been going to say a word older than the lattice, and he had lost the word, because Pei Ruo had just unspoken a piece of his own grammar. He took a step back. He took another step back. He turned. He did what he had done twice before in the courtyard of Weiyang, and he ran. He ran through a seam in the far wall of the chamber, a seam he had not shown Ji Lianhai, because Ji Lianhai had not been allowed into his private passages, and he was gone. The seam closed behind him. The pillar at the center of the room did not move. The marks on it glowed once, softly, as though acknowledging the guests, and then dimmed. Pei Ruo lowered her hands. She staggered. Tan Bei caught her on one side, Little Niu on the other. Her seal was not broken, but it had been used, and the use had cost her. Her eyes were wet. Her nose was bleeding a thin line. Her knees would not hold her. They lowered her to a low bench. Su went to her. He knelt on the gray floor. He put his hand on hers. She could not write. Her hand was shaking. She looked at him. She mouthed, without sound, a word. He did not need to hear it to read her mouth. The word was, "Go." He understood. Pei Ruo's usage of the pre-grammar silence had bought them a window. The rerouter was not dead. He was not defeated. He was shaken. If Weiyang left now, they left with him shaken. If Weiyang stayed to press, they would find out how quickly an ancient being could unshake himself. "We go," Su said. They went. Hung Zairu picked up his ledger. Ji Lianhai found the seam at the door they had come in through. Yin Hashan gathered Pei Ruo in his arms. She did not protest, and carried her. Little Niu kept her single shard up as shield the whole way. They came back through the seam. They came back out into the morning of Weiyang's main courtyard. Zhang Mingli was still on the step of the hall. She had not moved. She saw Yin Hashan carrying Pei Ruo, and she came forward at a run. Weilong came with her. They took Pei Ruo from Yin Hashan's arms and carried her to the healer's hall. Su stood in the middle of the courtyard. The ring at his throat was hot. The crack was blazing. He could feel, even now, even here, even outside the grammar room, the shape of the oath that had been unspoken. It was still present as a ghost, a kind of echo. He knew, with the certainty of a man who has held a wound closed with both hands and has seen the blood slow, that Pei Ruo's unspeaking had been a one-time thing against this rerouter. The rerouter would learn. The rerouter had had 3,000 years to not learn because he had not had to. He had a new thing to learn now, and he would learn it fast. "He will come back," Su said to Hung Zairu, who was at his shoulder. "He will come back. He will come back differently." Yes, here's the thing. He has been humiliated twice by her silence. He cannot be humiliated a third time without unbeing. So next time he will not come to silence her. He will come to unbe her before he speaks. He will not bring an argument. He will bring an end. Then we prepare. Then we prepare. Su stood in the courtyard a long while. He did not go to the healer's hall. Pei Ruo needed Zhang Mingli and Wei Lan. She did not need him yet. He would go later. He stood in the courtyard with the ring burning at his throat and the echo of the unspoken oath in his bones, and he felt, in the sect lattice behind him, every single one of his 311 people breathing. He felt them, not as a number, but as a pressure of held breath. 311 people, waiting for him. "Let me see," he said, to no one, to everyone. "We are still here. We are still here, Hung Zairu said. Then we are not done. No. Then we keep going. Yes. The apricot saplings along the south wall moved a little in a small breeze. The ring at Sue's throat began to cool. The crack dimmed to its usual steady rust red. The sun was already halfway up the sky. Chapter 121. Pei Ruo did not wake until the second morning. The healer's hall was the small eastern wing of Weiyang that had once been a grain store. It had been repurposed 2 years earlier and had accumulated, by accretion, the things a healer's hall needs: a row of pallets, a stove for boiling linens, an Qing's formulary cabinet, a low shelf of jars at the window. Pei Ruo was on the third pallet, the one nearest the window, because Jiang Mingli had insisted she have the light. Jiang Mingli sat on the stool beside the pallet the entire first day. Su came in 3 times. He did not speak on any of the 3 visits. He sat on the other stool and put his hand on Pei Ruo's hand and stayed for the time it took him to breathe 30 breaths. And then he stood and went back out. His remaining eye was bloodshot. His cheek was patched where the thin line of blood had dried and been washed and dried again. On the second morning, Pei Ruo opened her eyes. She looked at the wooden beam above her. She looked at the jars on the shelf. She looked at the window. She looked at Jiang Mingli on the stool, asleep with her chin on her chest and her hand flat on her belly. She reached, slowly, for the slate beside the pallet. Her hand was steadier than it had been. She wrote, Jiang Mingli. Water. Jiang Mingli woke. She did not startle. She had been waking at any motion. She poured water from the jug on the low table. She held the cup for Pei Ruo. Pei Ruo drank. She drank the whole cup. Jiang Mingli poured another. She drank that one also. Her nose, which had been bleeding when they carried her out of the rerouter's room, was crusted with dried blood. Jiang Mingli took a damp cloth and wiped it away. Pei Ruo did not flinch. Pei Ruo wrote, Su, I will send for him. Pei Ruo wrote, not for me. To tell him I am alive. He has not slept. Tell him to sleep. He will not sleep until he has seen you. Pei Ruo wrote, then bring him. Make him sleep after. Su came. He came at a fast walk. He could not quite keep at a fast walk. He limped. He stopped at the door. He took one look at her, sitting up, her eye open, the slate on her lap, and he sat down on the stool so heavily it creaked. Let me see. She held up the slate. She had written on it before he arrived. It said, you are welcome. Sleep now. He laughed. It came out as half a laugh and half a noise, like a man going down a step he had not seen. He put his face in his hands. He did not cry exactly. He did a thing that was close to crying and close to laughing. Pei Ruo. She wrote, you are welcome. Pei Ruo, you unspoke the oath binding. She wrote, yes. Do you understand what you did? She wrote, I understand in the way one understands a thing by having done it. I do not understand in the way one understands a thing by reading about it. Hung Zairu is going to want to ask you questions for a month. She wrote, Hung Zairu may ask me questions for a month. I will answer them. Can you do it again? She wrote, slowly, with a hand that still shook a little, not against him. Not the same one. He knows the shape of me now. He will shape himself against me before he uses another oath. I can still hold silence in the ordinary way. I cannot unspeak him twice. Once was enough. She wrote, once was enough this time. Not every time. I understand. She set the slate down. She put her hand, palm up, on the blanket. He put his hand on it. She closed her eyes. She did not sleep yet. She was doing something Su had learned she did sometimes. She was listening to the room. She was listening to Jiang Mingli's breath, and the quiet next door where a pair of juniors were folding linens, and the wind against the window frame, and the sound of a horse on the road below. She was listening because listening was the thing her throat had been made for, in the old pre-lattice grammar, when throats were for the original negation and not yet for speech. Sleep, Jiang Mingli said, to Su this time. I cannot sleep. I will stay with her. She is awake. She is drinking water. She will eat at noon. Sleep. He slept. He slept on a pallet at the far end of the hall, still in his boots. He slept for 5 hours. When he woke, the sun was past midday, and Pei Ruo had eaten a small bowl of rice, and Jiang Mingli had sent word to Hung Zairu that he could come in the evening with the first of his questions, and not before. Chapter 122. The rerouter did not send a person. He sent a shape. It came into the world at the far north edge of the prefecture, at the village of Pingshi, at the third watch, on a still night, and the shape was not a man and not an animal and not a mist. It was a wedge. It was a thin geometric wedge, the kind of shape a carpenter would draw on paper to describe the removal of a piece from a hole. It moved the way such a wedge would move if it were held by a careful hand, down along the village road, past the sleeping houses, toward the prefecture's bound lattice. The bound lattice refused it. The ground held. The wedge could not cut into the prefecture, but the bound lattice was laid on the prefecture. The bound lattice was not laid on a single woman sleeping in a healer's hall, because Sue had been too tired to bind a woman into a ground shape during a one-night casting, and had not realized, then, that a wedge that could not cut ground might still cut something else. The wedge turned. It did not cut at the ground. It slipped along the top of the ground lattice, as a splinter slips along a wet board without sinking in, and it traveled across the prefecture, under the stars, for an hour and a half, until it reached the eastern wall of Weiyang. The eastern wall, which was stone and was part of the prefecture, refused it. The wedge slid along the wall until it reached a window. The window, which was a square cut in the stone for light, was part of the wall. The wedge passed over the window without entering. It reached the eastern door. The door was wood, and was not stone, and was not part of the stone. The door was a disciple-crafted thing. Tanbei had hung it himself 3 months ago. It was part of the sect lattice. It was part of the people lattice. It was not part of the prefecture lattice, because the ground naming had not included the wood of the door. The wedge passed through the door. Tanbei felt it. He was on watch. He always took the last watch himself on nights when Pei Ruo was in the healer's hall, because he did not sleep well on those nights anyway. He had been sitting on the bench outside the main hall with a cup of cold tea on the step beside him, his sleeves rolled, the forge coal still on his forearms from earlier because he had not washed. He stood up as the wedge came through the eastern door. He did not see it. He felt it. He felt it pass into the courtyard and turn, deliberately, toward the healer's hall. He ran. He ran barefoot across the flagstones in the direction the wedge was going. He ran faster than a man his size should have been able to run. Yin Hashan, who was at the south wall on the same watch, saw him go, and came after him. Little Nyo, who was in her small bunk in the junior dormitory, and who always slept lightly, came out barefoot in her nightshirt with her shield shard already glowing at her chest, and ran after Yin Hashan. They reached the healer's hall at the same moment. The wedge was already at the door. The door of the healer's hall, unlike the eastern door, was in the people lattice. Tanbei had hung this one 2 years ago, and had bound it into the sect lattice at its hanging. The wedge was working at the door. It was slow. It was finding the place where the lattice was thinnest. Tanbei went in front of it. He did not think about it. He stepped into the place where the wedge was working and put his own body into the thinness. He was in the people lattice, fully. He was one of the 7 founding disciples. His lattice was the first one Su had reshaped. He was bound into Weiyang the way a load-bearing beam is bound into a roof. The wedge, which had been eating at the door, found Tanbei's body instead, and cut. It did not cut his flesh. It cut his lattice. It cut the shard Su had rerouted through his forearms 9 years ago. It cut the bond shard that linked him to Su. It cut the collective shard he shared with the 6 other founding disciples. It cut, with care, the part of him that was Weiyang and left the part of him that was a young man from a village whose name he had forgotten sitting inside the cut. Tanbei fell. He did not fall heavily. He sagged, the way a puppet sags when its strings are cut. He sagged against the door frame and slid down it. Yin Hashan hit the wedge with his shoulder. He was the largest disciple in Weiyang. His lattice had been grafted to spread across his dantian rather than compressed, and the grafted breadth of it carried a great deal of weight. He hit the wedge with all of it. The wedge, which was not a thing a body could hit, did not break. It absorbed the hit. It turned toward Yin Hashan. Little Nyo came up behind Yin Hashan and threw her shield. Her shield was not a physical thing. Her single shard lattice produced, when she willed it, a dome of pure absorption, a geometric shape, in the air, that ate force. The dome came down around Yin Hashan, and over the wedge, and over Tanbei, and over the doorway of the healer's hall. The wedge slammed into the inside of the dome. The dome held. The wedge slammed again. The dome held. Su was already running. He had been asleep in the main hall. He woke the way a man wakes whose lattice has lost a shard. He woke with a part of himself gone. He knew what it was before he knew who. He ran out of the hall barefoot, and he saw little Nyo standing in the healer's hall doorway with her shield up and her small face tight. And he saw Yin Hashan half inside the shield, and Tanbei on the ground against the door frame. "Hold," he said to little Nyo. "Hold. Hold. Master. Hold. I will take it from you." He reached into the 10th tier. He rewrote the rule of the shield. For this moment. The rule is that the shield does not need a shard holder to hold. The shield will hold itself. Little Nyo gasped and staggered. The shield did not drop. It stayed up. She sat down hard on the flagstones with her hand on her chest. Su stepped under the shield. He knelt beside Tanbei. Tanbei's eyes were open. They were looking at Su, but they were not quite seeing him. The lattice cuts were still fresh. His body had not yet understood what had happened to it. Master. Hold on. Do not let go. I do not know what to hold. Hold my hand." Tanbei held Su's hand. He held it tight. The forge coal on his forearm left a black smear on Su's wrist. Su closed his remaining eye. He reached into his own lattice. He reached into the bottom of it, into the shards that were his strike shard, his perception shard, the anchoring shards that held him together as a cultivator. Below those, he reached into the thing that was not a shard but a length, his own remaining years. He had not much left. He had paid so much already. He had perhaps 20 years that were honestly his. He had another 10 that were borrowed from the students he had bonded to. His body looked older than its age by a decade. The thin line of blood was already running down his cheek. He took 5 years of what was his, and he grafted it into Tanbei. He did not explain it to himself. He did not reason. He did not calculate. He only did it. He pulled 5 years out of his own remaining length, and he threaded them into the cut places in Tanbei's lattice, and the cut places, under the grafting, began to reknit. Not cleanly. Not the way a reshaping knits. The way a living wound knits. His own body aged 5 years in one breath. His hair, which had been going gray at the temples, went gray across the top. His left eye, already blind, sank slightly into its socket. His right eye, which had been dim, did not change. It was already dimming at its own pace, and the 5 years did not push it further. His knees, which had been stiff, stiffened more. His back hurt in a way it had not before. A tooth, in the back, loosened. Tanbei gasped. His eyes focused. He saw Su. Master, what? You will live. I felt. You will live. We will talk about it later. Yen, little Nyo. Xianxia came under the shield. He lifted Tanbei like a child, carefully, and carried him into the healer's hall, past Pei Ruo's pallet. Pei Ruo had sat up. Her hands were over her mouth, and laid him on the next pallet. The wedge outside the shield spun once, twice, as if looking for a thing to turn against. It found nothing. Su rose, slowly, on knees that had aged 5 years. He stepped out from under the shield. He walked to the shield's edge. He put his hand up. He spoke into the 10th tier. He said, "For this wedge, the rule is that you return to the one who sent you." The wedge shuddered. It found the direction of its origin. It sped away through the eastern door and was gone. Su stood a moment. Then he sat down on the flagstones. His knees did not do more than that. Little Nyo, still on the ground, crawled to him and put her hand on his arm. "Master, you are older. I know. You aged. I know. Tan will live. He will live. You gave him, I gave him 5 years. I had them to give. They are his now. Will he will. He will be weaker for some time. Months. Perhaps a year. He will not be the combat teacher while he is weaker. Yin will take it for him. Master, little Nyo." "Yes, master. Thank you. For the shield. You held it long enough." "Yes, master. Go to bed. I will not sleep." "I know. Go anyway." She went. Xianxia came back out. Su told him what he had told little Nyo. Yin nodded. "Master. Yes. You are older. I know. Stop saying it. Everyone will stop saying it." Yin almost smiled. He picked Su up, with the same care he had picked up Tanbei, and carried him back to the main hall. Jiang Mingli was already at the door. She did not speak when she saw him. She took him from Xianxia and put him on the bed and sat with her hand on his forehead until his breathing evened. Hung Zairu, in the archive, wrote in his ledger, "The wedge was sent for Pei Ruo." Tanbei intercepted. Su aged himself 5 years to save him. The cost is real and cumulative. He is now, by the measure of his body, 15 years older than his age. We must count the remaining. Chapter 123. He went the next morning. Alone. Jiang Mingli protested. Hung Zairu protested. Pei Ruo, who could not follow because she was still in the healer's hall, wrote on her slate in large characters "No" and held it up. Little Nyo stood at the gate and said nothing but refused to move until Su walked around her. He said only one thing as he walked. "Let me see. I have to go alone. Not because you could not help. Because he will say no if I bring help. He will say yes, if he says yes at all, to a man who came without a shield." He went on foot. He went without his sword. Ji Lianhai had offered it, taken from Su's rack. Su had put it back. He went with the iron ring at his throat, visible now over his robe, not hidden. He walked down the terrace road at the pace his new body allowed, which was slower than it had been a week ago. He reached the bridge. He crossed the bridge. He walked a further half-day. The rerouter was waiting for him. The rerouter had come out. He had not stayed in his room behind the seam. He was sitting, of all things, on a stone at the edge of the creek, with his gray robe pulled up to his knees and his bare feet in the water. He looked up as Su approached. He did not stand. "You came. I came. Alone. Alone. You are older. Your wedge killed my disciple. I gave him part of myself, so he would not be dead. He is not dead. No, because I gave him part of myself. I did not send the wedge to kill him. I sent it to kill her. I know. He intercepted. He intercepted. He is the kind of man who intercepts. He would not have known how to do anything else. Your lattice is weaker now. Yes, it is. Good. Do not pretend. It is not good. It is a thing. You did it. I paid. Here I am. The rerouter looked at his feet in the water. He was quiet a while. Su sat down on the bank. His knees did not like it. He did not show that his knees did not like it. I have come to offer you a thing. Yes. Let me see. You want to start over because you could not bear that the first try was imperfect. I am asking you to forgive the first try. Not accept. Not approve. Forgive. The rerouter did not look up. Su took the cord from his neck. He held out the iron ring, cord and all. The ring glowed its steady rust. The crack blazed along its side. This is your mark. You cut it. The founder turned it into a door. I am asking you, 3,000 years on, to let it be both. To be your mark and the door. To be a cut and an opening. That is what forgiving is. Not pretending it did not happen. Not agreeing it was right. Letting it be both things. I forgive you for cutting. I forgive you 3,000 years of arguing with a man who is dead. I forgive you for my blind eye, and my gray hair, and my dead friend I have not met yet, and my living friend who almost died last night. I forgive you in the name of 311 people in a valley who would like to go back to teaching and eating and planting apricots. I am asking you not to accept forgiveness. You are not ready for that. I am asking you to let me have forgiven you. That is a thing I can give. You do not have to receive it. I am only asking that you let me have given it. The rerouter was very still. He was looking at his feet. His feet in the water were very pale. No, he said finally. No, I cannot. Why? Because forgiveness is weakness. I have held the argument 3,000 years because the argument is the only piece of me that is not weak. If I accept your forgiveness, if I even allow you to have given it, I am a lesser thing. I am smaller. I have spent 3,000 years refusing to be smaller. I will not start now. I see. Do not tell me forgiveness is not weakness. Do not give me the table speech. I will not give you the table speech. I will tell you that forgiveness is not weakness. But I will not argue with you about it today. Today you have said no. You have said it with your whole chest. I respect that. I will not make you argue against yourself while I stand here watching. Then go. Not yet. I have another thing. I have said no to the first thing. The second thing is not an offer. The second thing is a document. Su took from his robe a roll of paper. It was thick. It was tied with plain cord. He set it on the stone next to the rerouter's feet. What is that? Xianxia has been compiling a list. For 2 years. Longer. He has been getting the names from the compact's records and from the other sect's records and from priests and grain merchants and neighbors. The list is, at this count, of roughly 80,000 expelled disciples across 300 years. Every one of them is a name. Some have dates. Some have where they were expelled. Some have what happened to them after. Many died. Many did not. Some became ordinary peasants and had children. Some became bandits. Some became quiet teachers of small clean things. You will see. I am leaving the list here. With you. I do not want the list. I am leaving it here. It is not an offer. It is a document. You may read it. You may not read it. You may burn it. You may feed it to the creek. The point is that you have been carrying for 3,000 years a thing you believed was abstract. It has not been abstract in a very long time. It has been 80,000 specific people. I am putting the specifics near you. This is what correction looked like. Do you want your version of correction to add more names? I am not asking you. I am putting the question where it cannot get away from you. The rerouter did not look at the roll. He did not touch it. Go, he said. I am going. Do not come back for a week. I will not come back for a week. If you come back before a week, I will send another wedge. Understood. Su stood. He put the cord back around his neck. The ring was warmer than it had been when he came. The crack was very bright. He walked back up along the creek at his new slower pace, and he did not look back. Chapter 124. He did not tell Jiang Mingli about the week. He told Xianxia. Xianxia pushed his glasses up onto his forehead. Here is the thing. Say it. He kept the roll. He did not touch it. He did not touch it where you could see. Here is the thing. If he had wanted to send it away, he would have sent it away. If he had wanted to not know, he would have said so. He told you not to come back for a week. That is a reading week, Su. That is a man giving himself a week to read a list he does not want to read. That is your reading. That is my reading. You are guessing. I am guessing. I have been guessing about this man for weeks. I am getting better at it. If I am wrong, the wrongness will arrive in a wedge. If I am right, in a week he will come to a door. Which door? Ours, if we are fortunate. A different one, if we are not. We prepare for both. They prepared for both. Wei Yang took no new disciples in that week. The gate was not closed, but the new arrival benches were empty. Su rested. He was made to rest. Jiang Mingli stood in the doorway of the main hall, and would not let him leave for any errand she judged unurgent. He let her. He was tired in a way that was deeper than he had been tired before. The 5 years he had given Tanbei sat in his joints. Pei Rua was out of the healer's hall on the 3rd day. She could walk. She could not hold the cold shimmer. She did not try. She sat in the main hall in a chair Tanbei had made for her years ago. Hung Zairu brought her all the questions he had been saving. She answered them. Her answers were in her slate, in steady letters, and they amounted to a small treatise on the pre-lattice grammar that Hung Zairu received with a reverence he did not try to conceal. He copied every one of them into a second ledger labeled on silence. Tanbei sat up on the 2nd day. He ate small amounts. He walked, on Yin Hashan's arm, to the threshold of the healer's hall on the 4th. On the 5th he walked the courtyard, once, slowly. He did not resume the forge. He did not resume combat teaching. Yin Hashan had taken both already. Su watched him walk, from the window of the main hall, and did not speak of it. On the 7th day, at midday, a figure in a gray robe came up the terrace road. The watchman rang no bell. He did not have to. The word spread through the valley the way warmth spreads, from one bench to the next, without announcement. Disciples set down their work. They did not come to the courtyard. They stayed at their posts. They listened. The rerouter came through the gate. He came at a walk. He was carrying the roll of paper. He walked to the middle of the courtyard. He stopped. Su was already there, seated on a low stool under the eaves of the hall. He had been sitting there since breakfast. He did not stand. I have read it. I see. All of it. Thank you. It took me 7 days. I understand. The rerouter stood a while. He held the roll in both hands, the way a man holds something he has not set down, because setting it down would make him hear himself set it down. I did not remember, he said, any of them. I knew, in an abstract way, that there had been many. I did not remember that they were many. Many is a number. A list is not a number. A list is not a number. He stood. He held the roll. I did not add to the list. No, but I would have. If I had gone through with my project, the list would have been, he stopped. He did a thing he had not done before. He visibly searched for a word. The list would have been longer, by several orders. Yes, I am not willing to do that. No, I am not willing to do that. He said it again, as though the saying of it were a ceremony a piece of him was performing for the rest. I still believe the lattice was a mistake. I still believe correction would be cleaner. I believe these things. I do not retract them. I am telling you so that you know I have not suddenly become a man who agrees with you. I have not. I disagree with you about most things. I am not willing to disagree to the point of adding names to that list. Su sat on the stool. He nodded. He did not speak for a moment. When he did speak, his voice was quiet. Let me see, that is enough. Is it? For today, it is enough. What do I do with the list? Bring it to Hung Zairu. He will make a second copy. You will keep one. He will keep one. The original lives at Weiyang as it has for 2 years. You will have your own. If you want, you may add to it. Not names of people you would erase, but names of people you have read in it and thought about. You may write a note beside a name. You may not. It is your copy. Do as you wish. The rerouter looked at the roll. That is a strange thing to ask me to do. It is. I will do it. He came slowly across the courtyard. He sat, of all things, on the second stool, which had been set out for him before he had arrived, because Hung Zairu had said bring 2 stools. He did not remark on this. He simply sat. He held the roll in his lap. Chapter 125. They sat in silence a while. Then the rerouter said, You said, at the end of the first meeting, that you would offer me a place. A teacher's place. I said no that day. I said something like no since then, in my room, after you spoke. I remember. I want to ask you a question about the offer. I am not yet saying yes. I am asking. Ask. Your table. The table you described. Where I would sit with your archivist, and with your small one, and with the mute woman who unspoke me. What would be the first thing you would ask of me? Su was quiet a moment. Let me see. I would ask you to meet Tanbei. He is the first disciple I reshaped. Your wedge nearly killed him a week ago. I saved him with part of myself. I would like you to sit with him. Not for long. A quarter hour. I would like you to hear him describe what it was like, for a man who had been one of your cuts, to almost be cut again by a thing you sent. I would not ask him to reproach you. He does not reproach people. He is not shaped for it. I would ask only that you listen to him speak about what he does at the forge now, with the shards you nearly removed. And then I would ask you to walk with Hung Zairu along the south wall. The saplings. He planted them after Jian Wuhua died. Jian Wuhua was an arbiter of the compact who died defending us. I would ask Hung Zairu to tell you about him. It is a quarter hour also. Perhaps longer. Hung Zairu likes this kind of quarter hour. And then I would ask you to sit with little Niu. Not for long. She is 10. She is my strongest disciple. She reshapes in a way I cannot reshape. I would ask her to show you what she does. She will want to show you. She is still at the age where showing her work is a thing she loves to do. You would watch her put a small sound back into a woman who lost her name. You would see how she does it. You would see that her way is not a cleaner version of my way. It is a different way. One the paradigm had no room for until she was born into it. And then we would eat. Jiang Mingli will have cooked. She cooks poorly. She cooks anyway. You would eat at our table. You would disapprove of the food. You would say so. Nei Qing would take it as a challenge. Nei Qing is an alchemist. She will take the criticism as a recipe problem and will improve the food. The food will get better. This is how it happens here. A man comes, disapproves, and the thing improves. I do not know if I can do that. Which part? The eating, the sitting, the walking, the listening, any of it. You do not need to know today. I am frightened. He said it as one says a surprising fact about oneself. Not frightened of a future. Frightened of the doing itself. It was not a thing 3,000-year-old men who stand in clean gray robes often said. It sat there, in the middle of the courtyard, on the flagstones, like a small animal that had wandered into a hall and was looking for a way back out. I know. I have not been frightened in. I cannot measure it. I know. This is a humiliation. It is a humiliation only if you will not let it be a beginning. A beginning is the same shape as a humiliation. One is named the first way and the other is named the second way. The difference is the name. The rerouter looked at Sue. His flat gray eyes moved. In a way Sue had not seen them move before. The way an eye moves when it is, for a moment, not looking at something in front of it, but inward, at a thing it has not looked at in a long time. I would like a week. Take a week. Not to decide. I have decided. I am saying yes, I think. I am saying yes in a small voice that is inside the larger no I have been saying for 3,000 years. I would like a week to get used to the sound of the yes. Take a week. Come back when you are ready. If I come back. If you come back. If I do not come back. Then you will not. And we will continue. And we will know one thing that was not true at the beginning of today. That you came today and you read the list and you said you would not add to it. That is a thing we will not lose, whether you come back or not. Yes. He stood. He held the roll of paper. He walked to the gate. At the gate, he stopped and turned. Su Wanjiang. Yes. You said once that a sect is a promise. I did not understand what you meant. I still do not entirely. I am beginning to. I thought I would tell you that I am beginning to. In case I do not come back. Thank you. Also, yes. If I come back, the first thing I would like to know, say, is whether the small one, little Nyo, whether she would like to ask me anything. I would rather the first question at the table be hers than mine. I have enough questions. I would like to be, for the first quarter hour, a man who answers hers. I will tell her. Good. He went down the terrace road. He went around the bend of the creek. He was gone. Sue sat on the stool a long while. The ring at his throat was warm, warmer than it had been in weeks, steady. Hung Zairu came out of the archive with a second stool under his arm, unnecessarily. He set it beside Sue and sat on it. Jiang Mingli came from the hall with 2 cups of tea. She put one in Sue's hand. She kept the other. You let him have a week. Yes. He might not come back. He might not. You do not look worried. I am not worried. I am tired. I am also, let me see. I think I am hopeful. It is an unfamiliar feeling. I am out of practice. Jiang Mingli smiled, with only one corner of her mouth. Hopeful is a thing you were when I met you. You have not been it since the Compact War. Welcome back. Hung Zairu, in his ledger, wrote, Rerouter came. Read the list. Did not add to it. Offered a week's consideration on the teaching place. Departed walking. First plausible outcome of this arc that is not a sword. He put the ledger down. He sipped his tea. The courtyard was warm. A disciple at the west wall was laughing at something another disciple had said. Tan Bei was visible through the doorway of the healer's hall, sitting up on his pallet, writing something on a scrap of paper with a piece of charcoal from his forge, because he had asked Yin Hashan that morning for charcoal and had been given it. The apricot sapling along the south wall had begun to flower a week earlier. The flowers were small and white and smelled slightly. The smell drifted across the courtyard on the same breeze that moved the saplings. Nobody remarked on it. Everyone was breathing it. Chapter 126. The week that ended at the creek. The week passed. Nothing arrived at the gate that was not mundane. A merchant brought cloth. A girl was brought up from a hill with a bare foot bleeding and a sealed shard in her shoulder that no one local could read. And Sue read it, and said let me see, and put a clean cloth on her foot, and sent her with Nei Qing to the washroom. The day went on. Hung Zairu's ledger filled with the minor weather of ordinary life. A rafter in the north storehouse had split. Yin Hashan fixed it with 2 iron pins and a quiet word that was not quite a prayer and was not quite not one. Little Neo rearranged the reading bench on the south porch 3 times, and on the third attempt was told, gently, by Pei Rua's slate, that she might leave it alone. Tanbei sat up on his pallet in the healer's hall morning after morning and wrote on scraps of paper with a piece of forged charcoal Yin Hashan had brought him. He did not try to stand. He had been told not to. The lattice cut through his right side had been patched by Su in a single breath that had cost Su 5 years, and he had not been willing, in his lucid moments, to spend another breath of Su's lifespan on faster healing. So he wrote. He wrote lists of tools. He wrote names of apprentices he had meant to train and had not yet trained. Pei Rua brought him water. He nodded his thanks. She nodded back. On the 7th morning, Su rose at the usual time. He did not mention the week to anyone. He drank his tea. He put on his plain outer robe. He walked to the terrace gate at his usual pace. He sat on the stool Hung Zairu had put there a week ago and had not taken in. The rerouter came down the creek road at the 9th bell. He came on foot. He was alone. Su stood. He did not bow. He inclined his head a quarter inch, which between them was now a courtesy. You came back. I said I would. You did. The rerouter stopped at the edge of the terrace. He did not step past the line of cut stone that marked the outer wall. He looked up at the gate. He looked at the sapling Su had planted. He looked at the south courtyard, where a small noise was rising, a young voice, a child's voice, insisting about something with a certainty only a child has. Is that her? That is her. I asked. I told her. Would she? She would. Su turned his head. He said, without raising his voice, Little Neo. He had not needed to raise his voice for her since she was 7. She came from the south courtyard at her own pace, which was brisk. She was 11 now. She wore a training tunic that was a size too large because she kept growing into and out of each size on a schedule of her own. Her hair was tied badly. Pei Rua had not been free that morning to tie it well. She came to Su's left side. She looked up at the rerouter without flinching. She waited. She had been told that this morning she would be asked to ask, and that the asking was the work. The rerouter looked down at her. She came up to his elbow. You are the one. I'm Little Neo. You are the one with the single shard. Yes. You had a question. I have one. Say. She took a small breath. She had the same small animal pause before asking that she had always had, since the dumping at the gate. The stillness of a being who had learned to be sure it was allowed to speak before spending speech on it. Su had never gotten used to that pause. He never would. Why, she said, did you make the survivor's lattice beautiful? It was not the question Su had expected. He did not show that. The rerouter went still. It was a longer stillness than Su had seen in him. Say that again. The one who came here, Little Neo said, whose name was erased. When I tried to put her back, I could see what you had done to her. It was beautiful. Why did you make it beautiful? You could have made it only correct. Why did you also make it beautiful? The rerouter did not answer at once. The ring at Su's throat went warm and then steady. Because, the rerouter said at last, I am not a monster. I have never been a monster. I wanted the world to be better. I knew that beauty was part of better. Oh, Little Neo said. It was the only word. She did not elaborate. She had taken the answer as an answer. She considered it the way she would consider a tool handed to her by an older person, weighing it, turning it, setting it down. I have another. Say, if you wanted the world to be beautiful, why do you want to take the ugly people out of it? Most of us are ugly in some direction. That is why we are here. If you take ugly out, there will not be any of us. There will not be Shifu. Shifu is an ugly lattice. He is a mess. That is why he fits us. If you take messes out, we cannot fit. The rerouter did not move. He looked at her. He looked at Su. He looked at Pei Rua, who had come to the west edge of the terrace and was watching, her slate blank in her hand. He said, he said, let me. He did not finish either sentence. He took one step back. The step back did not move him physically. The terrace did not recede from him. But a distance opened between him and the gate that had not been there before. Su saw the distance open. He felt the ring go from warm to cool. He said, very softly, to Jiang Mingli behind him, who was not visible in the doorway but whom he knew was there, now. The rerouter's face did not change. It did not become terrible. That was worse than if it had. A person who has been almost convinced and recoils at the last inch will not be convinced by a better argument afterward. They will only be convinced they must never be almost convinced again. Su understood this by looking at him. He saw that the creature who had taken a week to sit with the word yes had been asked, by a small girl, whether he would also have to fit himself to the ugly, and had found he could not bear it. You still speak of fitting, the rerouter said. His voice was very even. You still think that is the answer? Yes. I cannot. I know. I am sorry. So am I. Then he struck. He did not strike at Su. He struck at the ground under the terrace, at the place where, 2 months before, Su had latticed the prefecture. He struck the way a surgeon strikes, to remove. He meant to take Weiyang out of the world by the same clean line he had used for South Reed. Jiang Mingli, in the south doorway, did not move. She only exhaled. The prefecture answered. Every tile of every roof from the terrace to the far ridge, every irrigation ditch, every stepping stone in every village path, every doorframe of every farmhouse, all of them carried, threaded through the grain of their cut stone and their dried clay, a shard Su had named on a night he no longer entirely remembered. The shard had no combat purpose. It was a sheltering shard. It was a shape held across 100 miles of land, waiting for a specific kind of thing to arrive. It arrived as a single low chord under the earth. It was not loud. It was not visible to anyone who was not already listening for it. But the rerouter, preparing to unmake Weiyang by subtraction, found his subtraction refused, not by a stronger subtraction, but by a matrix of small refusals pointed at him from every roof tile and every ditch from here to the ridge. His strike did not land. It was the first strike of his that had not landed in 3,000 years. He looked at his own hand. He looked at Su. You latticed the land. Yes. When? The month I cannot remember. Hung Zairu wrote it down. He reads it back to me once a week because I keep forgetting it is there. Su met his eyes. You said you could not bear to be a student. You do not have to be a student. You can be an opponent. It is an honorable position. I have kept it for you. I will keep keeping it. The land will not let you erase us. I will not let you erase us. If you cannot sit at my table, you can argue with me for as long as you last. My students will still be here. My students' will still be here. The land will still be here. You can take as long as you need. The rerouter looked at him a long moment. Then he turned. He walked down the creek road. He did not hurry. He did not look back. Chapter 127 The villages that came back. Su sat on the stool a long while after. Little Nyo stood at his left elbow the whole time, not speaking. Pei Ruo came from the west edge and stood at his right. The three of them watched the empty road. He's not coming back, Little Nyo said at last. It was not a question. Not today, Su said. Not ever, she said. Not ever is a long time. I think not ever. Su set his hand on her head. Her hair was tied badly. He did not retie it. He did not have the free thought for it. He was aware of Pei Ruo's breath beside him, even and slow. He was aware of the ring at his throat, which had gone quiet. Not cold, quiet. It had said what it needed to say. Little Nyo. Yes, Shifu. Thank you for asking him about beauty. I asked him what I was going to ask him. I know. Thank you. She considered this. You're welcome. She went back to the south courtyard. Something had been waiting for her before the 7th bell, and she returned to it the way a person returns to sweeping when the bell has finished. Su watched her go. Pei Ruo, on his right, wrote on her slate without looking down. She has known for a week. I have been watching her. She was not nervous. Su read it and did not answer. He did not need to. 3 days later the reports began to arrive. A village on the West Road, which had been unlatticed a month before the 7-day talks, its name erased, the place a blur in memory for anyone who tried to speak of it, came back. Not in a thunderclap. The postmaster, who had not carried a letter to the place in 5 weeks because the place did not exist, handed Hung Zuru a rumpled scrap of paper with a name written on it in ink that had not been there a moment earlier, and said, I have to go to Huaishu tomorrow. Hung Zairu said, Huaishu, and the postmaster said, the village in the West Valley, and went on his way. Hung Zairu sat down on the step of the archive and looked at the scrap. The name rang no bell. The postmaster's certainty was unshakable. An hour later, he recognized the handwriting on the scrap. It was his own, from 5 years earlier. The village had been returned to its place in the world, and with it had been returned a letter Hung Zairu had once written to a cousin who lived there. South Reed came back the next day. The disciples did not come back. They had been unlatticed past recovery, but the buildings stood in their valley, and a shepherd said the place had always been there. Hung Zairu wrote all of it down and took the ledger to Su's cottage and read it aloud, while Su sat with his blind left eye turned to the morning and his right hand resting on Jiang Mingli's stomach, which was large enough now that the hand did not quite encircle it. You latticed this, Hung Zairu said at the end. All of this. I latticed the prefecture, Su said. The prefecture refused him. When the refusal took hold, whatever he had subtracted that the prefecture could see came back. The things I could not see, the disciples, the faces, are not inside the prefecture. I cannot get those back. I have tried. You have been trying. Quietly. In the mornings. When you think I am asleep. I will stop thinking you are asleep. It would be more honest. Wei Lan arrived from the north 3 afternoons later with a scout report that had been brought to her by a cultivator from Whitewater. The rerouter's domain, the pocket outside ordinary space where he had kept his anchor and his rules, had collapsed. Not dramatically. It had simply stopped existing. A cultivator who had been inside it on an errand of the rerouters at the moment of the collapse had been walked out of it by the act of walking. The door on the inside had become the door on the outside, with no door between, and the cultivator had found himself on a hillside in Hung Prefecture with no memory of his purpose and an iron weight in his chest where the rerouter's compulsion had lived. Is the rerouter dead? Wei Lan asked. No, Su said. He walked down the creek road. I watched him walk. He did not die. He is, let me see. He is elsewhere now. His reach will not extend back here in this life. He may come back in another. I do not think he will. I think he will walk the roads for a long time and think about a small girl asking him about ugliness, and he will go wherever thinking about that question takes a being like him. I have no idea where that is. Neither does he. That is what I gave him. Will you chase him? No. Good. Wei Lan. Yes. Some arguments take longer than a lifetime. I will not be in all the rooms where the argument continues. Make sure there are people in those rooms who know what I have argued. That is my only request. You make it often. I know. That evening Zhang Mingli made him sit with his back against the warm south wall of the cottage. She put a blanket around his shoulders and sat beside him with her shoulder against his. Hung Zairu came with the ledger open to the previous month. What do you want to remember? He said. Read me, Su said. The second week of the last full moon. Hung Zairu read. It was Su's own handwriting, copied by Hung Zairu from loose slips Su had left on the reading bench, notes on grain deliveries, a note about a disciple who had hurt her ankle, a line Su had written to himself at dawn that read, remember the latticing. Remember that you did this. Remember that you paid for it. Do not regret it. Tell Zhang Mingli when she is ready to hear it. I am ready to hear it, she said. You have heard it. Now. He looked at her. He had not remembered writing the note. He did not remember the morning. He remembered her. He said, I latticed the prefecture. I know. I paid for it. I know. I do not regret it. I know. She set her head on his shoulder. Hung Zairu closed the ledger quietly and put it on the step and went away. They sat. The wall was warm at their backs. The sun moved. Neither of them said anything more. Chapter 128. Thank you. It was 6 days after Wei Lan's report that Pei Ruo spoke. No one had been expecting her to. The seal on her throat had been in place since the morning frost peak shoved her out of their gate, and for the years since then she had been the sect's second voice by being its first silence. Slate in her pocket, chalk blunt at the tip, a lift of her chin that meant yes, a drop of her eyes that meant no, the small nod that could be read across a courtyard as any of a dozen instructions depending on who was watching for it. She had unspoken the cosmic oath binding the rerouter had laid on Su. She had used her silence the way a surgeon uses a blade. She had walked out of the healer's hall on her own feet, paler than she had been before, the breath gone uneven for a week, and then even again. Everyone had expected she would simply go back to being who she had been. Everyone included her. It was evening. Su was in the healer's hall with Tan Bei. Tan was sitting up at the table that served the hall as a desk, writing very slowly, with his left hand because his right was still in its sling. Su was checking the lattice cut along his ribs by sight, and because he was tired he was doing it with both eyes closed, which let him see the lattice more clearly and let him see nothing else at all. Pei Ruo was across the room folding linens with Ni Ching. They were in the middle of a small disagreement about how to fold a particular shawl. Ni Ching wanted it in thirds, and Pei Ruo kept turning it on the table to show a fourth fold was stronger. Pei Ruo had not picked up her slate. She was using her hands. Ni Ching gave in. She said, all right. Fourths. You always win these. Pei Ruo lifted her chin. Su opened his eyes. He had felt something under his hand on Tan's ribs, a tiny heat along the outer edge of the throat shard map that was not Tan's throat at all. It was a shard half a room away belonging to someone else, which meant Su was picking up Pei Ruo by accident because his own sight was too fatigued to keep the field narrow. He blinked. He looked across the hall. Pei Ruo's throat seal was gone. He did not say anything. He stared. He had worn her seal at the edge of his awareness for 11 years, the way a man wears a particular cup on a particular shelf. A permanent small presence. The presence was not there. Where it had been there was ordinary throat, ordinary breath, a living arrangement of shards in the shape the Frost Peak elders had forbidden before they had even taken her voice from her. She noticed him staring. She looked at him. She lifted her hand to her own throat. Her eyes went wide in a way he had not seen them go wide before, a reaction he had never associated with her face. She was, he understood, just now noticing what he had noticed. Her mouth opened. Nothing came out. For a long moment, nothing came out. Her mouth was simply open. She closed it. She opened it again. Su stood up from the bench beside Tan. He went to her. He did not rush. He put his hands flat on the table between them, palms down. He did not touch her. He said, take your time. She nodded. Her breath was uneven. Not from strain. From surprise. She opened her mouth a third time. A sound came. It was a bare sound. A sound with no shape to it. The first sound the breath makes when the throat remembers what breath can be for. She closed her mouth again. She sat down on the bench. And Ei Ching put a hand on her back, without touching the shard place, without making a production of it. Hung Zairu had come to the doorway somewhere in the last minute. Su had not seen him arrive. Jiang Mingli was behind him with a lamp. Tan Bei, at the table, had stopped writing. Pei Ruo opened her mouth the fourth time. Thank you, she said. It was not loud. It was not musical. It was a voice, the voice of a woman who had been without her voice for 11 years. Rough at the edges, low, her own. The two words came out with equal weight, not rushed. She looked at Su when she said them. She was not thanking him for the seal. She was not thanking him for removing it. He had not removed it. She was thanking him for the 11 years of his refusing to remove it, for the 11 years of his saying her silence was useful work, for the 11 years of his believing the seal was a thing her life could be built around rather than a thing that had to be burned off first. Su put his forehead on the table. He did not cry. He had cried too many times already, and the wells were low. He put his forehead on the table and breathed. After a while he said, to the table, "You are welcome." "I know," Pei Ruo said. Her voice did not break. It was steadier on the second sentence than the first. She was already getting used to it. "I said thank you. I did not say I did not know." Tan Bei laughed from the desk. It was the first time he had laughed since the wedge strike. The laugh caught, and he had to stop because it hurt his ribs. And Ei Ching laughed, not stopping. Jiang Mingli laughed quietly in the doorway, and then did start to cry, because she could. Hung Zairu took out his ledger and wrote, in his careful, clear hand. Pei Ruo spoke. First sentence. 2 words. The seal has dissolved, I believe from its own use. Pei Ruo does not sound like anyone. She sounds like Pei Ruo. He closed the ledger. He did not write more. That night Pei Ruo said, in all, 11 sentences. She said them to different people, tested different words in her mouth, listened to herself with the critical attention she had always given other people's voices. She laughed once, on testing her own laugh. She said to little Nio, when little Nio came to her, "You will have to stop bringing me my slate. I am going to have to carry my own voice now. I will not be good at it for a while. Be patient with me." Little Nio said, "I am always patient with you." Pei Ruo said, "No, you are not." Little Nio laughed. Chapter 129, The Ordinary Lattice. Jiang Mingli's water broke on a warm afternoon at the very end of the second month after the rerouter's walk. She was on the south porch with Pei Ruo, who had spent the week teaching herself her own voice and had settled into speaking about half as often as she used to write. Pei Ruo was describing, at Jiang Mingli's request, how it had felt the first time she laughed aloud and heard a shape to it. Jiang Mingli was laughing about the description when her face changed. "Oh," she said. "Oh, all right." Pei Ruo saw the change. She stood. She said, clearly, projected across 2 courtyards the way she had once projected her silence. Ei Ching. The birth. Ei Ching came running. Su was in the west reshaping hall. He had been there with a boy from a southern foothill village, a boy whose lattice had been twisted into a shape like a ram's horn by an unlicensed village teacher, and he had been 3/4 of the way through a gentle, slow untangling when little Nio came to the door and said, without preamble, "Shifu." The baby. He did not speak. He finished the untangling. He did not stop because he could not stop. The boy had been mid-breath inside Su's sight, and to withdraw at that moment would have injured him. The untangling took 4 more minutes. Su's left eye bled a thin line that little Nio dabbed away with her sleeve because he had forgotten his cloth. He closed out of sight. He patted the boy's shoulder. He told him to rest. He walked to the south porch at a pace that was fast, but was not a run. A pregnant woman's pace, and a man whose eyes were failing him did not run. Jiang Mingli was already in the birthing room off the side of their cottage. Ei Ching was with her. An old woman from the village, the midwife Jiang Mingli had been seeing for months, was with her. Su was not allowed in. He stood at the door. He stood at the door a long time. He listened to Jiang Mingli breathe the way Ei Ching was telling her to breathe. He listened to the midwife's quiet corrections. He listened to a period of silence, which was not a silence, because Pei Ruo had come and had put her hand on his wrist, and her breath next to his ear was a small steadying sound. He thought of the iron ring at his throat. It was not warm. It was not speaking. It had said its part. His daughter did not need it. A cry came. A small one. Then a larger one. Then a steady one. Ei Ching opened the door. She was wiping her hands. She was smiling in a way Su had not seen her smile. She said, "Come in. Come in. Come in. Come in." Jiang Mingli was pale. She was also, in the same breath, lit from inside. The baby was on her chest. The baby was small. The baby was the usual small. Su saw this first, not with sight, with eyes. He knelt at the side of the bed. He did not speak. Jiang Mingli did not ask him to. After a while, quietly, so as not to wake the child if she was sleeping, Jiang Mingli said, "Let me see. You may look." He did not laugh. He inclined his head. He put his palm against the baby's chest very lightly. He closed his right eye. He opened his left. He used his sight. He saw her. He saw her. She was the most ordinary lattice he had ever seen. She was not flawed. She was not gifted. She was not blocked. She was not wide. She was not narrow. She was a full small lattice the size of an 8-pound person, with every shard in its expected place and every seam between them flexible the way a living child seams are, and nothing in her was wrong. Nothing. Not one thing. His breath went out of him. He had not known, until that moment, how much he had been braced for the opposite. He had not understood until that moment that he had spent 9 months braced. He had expected her to come out with some particular wrongness he would have to learn to fit, a shard too large, a shard missing, a pattern that would have meant years of teaching her to be herself despite her beginning. He was prepared for this. He was happy to be prepared for this. It was his work. He was good at his work. She did not need it. He cried. He had been sure he had no tears left this month, and he had been wrong. He cried onto the sheet next to Jiang Mingli's elbow, quietly, so as not to wake the child. Jiang Mingli put her hand on the back of his head. She stroked his hair once. She said, "Let me see." He laughed. It was a short, hoarse laugh, but it was a laugh. "She is fine," he said. "She is, let me see, she is ordinary. She is an ordinary lattice. I have not looked at an ordinary lattice in 11 years. I had forgotten how they were. I had forgotten that most children are like this. I had forgotten how lucky most children are. Name her. You name her." We decided on a name. "Say it." "Jiang Yinwan." "Jiang Yinwan." "Say it again." "Jiang Yinwan." "You are her father." "I am." The baby made a small noise. It was the noise babies make when they are not asleep and not awake and not sure which they wish to be. Pei Ruo was in the doorway, still. She said, quietly, so as not to startle, "Hello, Jiang Yinwan." It was the first hello the girl would hear with the one voice in the sect that had earned its hello by waiting 11 years to say it. Jiang Mingli watched her husband watch his daughter, and she thought, with the exhaustion that makes the heart simple, this is enough. If nothing else ever happens, this is enough. Tan Bei, who had insisted on being carried to the porch by Yin Hashan and seated there, heard the hello from across the terrace. He smiled. He went back to writing with his left hand. Chapter 130 Weiyang opening its gates. The petitions began to arrive by the end of the 3rd month. They came by courier, by rider, by an old man from Whitewater who had walked 3 weeks on foot because he did not trust couriers. They were signed by sect leaders or by acting sect leaders or, in 2 cases, by councils of remaining elders because the sect leader had not survived the Compact's civil war. They were written in 9 different hands across the 9 sects of the old Compact, except in the case of Frost Peak, where the letter was not a letter but a brief note in Ji Lianhai's familiar crabbed writing that said, "I will come in person. Do not answer in writing." He arrived 6 days after that. Hung Zairu read them all aloud to Su because Su's right eye had begun, at last, to dim in the way the left had 2 years earlier, and the letters in their careful brushwork were harder than voices. Su sat in his cottage with Jiang Yinwan asleep in the crook of his arm, and he listened. The wording varied. The request did not. Each sect asked the same thing, which was to be received into Weiyang as an affiliate, to bring their remaining disciples under Weiyang's protection and teaching, to retain their sect name under Weiyang's umbrella, to pay whatever affiliate tithe Weiyang set. "They want," Su said, when Hung Zairu had finished the 6th, "to become subsects." "Yes." "They want Weiyang to be the Compact." "Yes." "The Compact I spent 10 years opposing." "Yes." "Let me see." He sat with Jiang Yinwan a while longer. She slept with her mouth slightly open, the way her mother sometimes did, which Su had noticed on his 2nd morning of marriage and had never mentioned because Jiang Mingli would have been embarrassed to know. He thought about his own sect's gate. He thought about the iron ring, which was in a pocket now rather than around his neck. He thought about Pei Ruo's voice, which had been a new sound in the courtyard for 2 months, and which had not, in 2 months, gone back to being silent for longer than the ordinary silences of an ordinary person. He thought about the list of 80,000 names. "I will not accept them as sects," he said at last. "No, no. If I accept them as sects under Weiyang's name, I will have built the Compact again with a kinder face. In 10 years we will be expelling people. In 20 we will be standardizing the templates. In 50 we will be Huoshan. I know this because I know myself. I know how easily I am persuaded by a reasonable elder. I would accept one sect under protection, and I would accept the second as an exception, and I would accept the third as a kindness, and by the fourth I would be writing policy. I will not do this. Then what will you say to them? I will say their sect names are their own. I will not accept their titles, and I will not accept their tithes. I will not govern them, but I will take their disciples, every one of them. Any disciple any of those sects has expelled, is about to expel, is thinking of expelling, or should have expelled, and did not. Any disciple who wants to come to Weiyang will come, not as an affiliate, as a person. If that emptied their sects in a year, that would suit me. If they reformed instead, it would suit me better. Either way the disciples choose. You will answer all the letters the same. Yes. Word for word the same. Word for word. Ji Lianhai will not be satisfied with a letter. Ji Lianhai will not be getting a letter. Ji Lianhai arrived on the morning of the 6th day with the small formal entourage a visiting heir would bring, 2 retainers, a secretary, a horse with very good bones. He came up the creek road in his Frost Peak outer robe, which was a sky color Su had not seen at close range in years. He presented himself at the terrace gate. He bowed. He asked, with courtesy but without preamble, if Weiyang would affiliate Frost Peak. Su met him at the gate. He did not make him wait. He said, "No, no, no. Come in. Have tea. I'll tell you what I will do." They sat on the south porch. Little Nyo had tied Su's sash for him that morning, badly, and he had not retied it. Pei Ruo brought the tea and said, aloud, "It's yours," and left them. Ji Lianhai watched her walk away. He did not ask. He had heard about it, and he had the grace not to make her speak again for his benefit. Su liked him a great deal in that instant. "I came to ask for affiliation," Ji Lianhai said, "because the elders sent me to ask. They will be disappointed. I am not sorry about their disappointment. Neither am I. I wanted you to say no. I came in person so that I could hear you say no. Why? Because if you had said yes, I would have had to ask myself whether I followed you for you or for your institutions. I have been asking myself that for 2 years. If you had said yes, I would have known the answer was institutions. Now I know the answer was you. I do not know whether that is better, but I know it. I will not take sects," Su said. "I will take disciples. Yes. Any Frost Peak disciple who comes. Yes. I will not raid for them. No. You will go back to Frost Peak, and you will tell the elders that their sect name is their own, but their disciples are their own disciples' own. And anyone who wishes to come to Weiyang may come. And if no one wishes to come, that will tell Frost Peak something about Frost Peak that Frost Peak will need to know. Yes. And you will not, Ji Lianhai, try to empty Frost Peak on my behalf. I do not want Frost Peak emptied. I want Frost Peak to be the kind of sect it would have been if it had not expelled Pei Ruo. If it cannot become that, it will hollow. I am not going to hurry the hollowing. I am not going to hinder it either." That? Ji Lianhai looked into his tea. "That is a harder answer than affiliation. Yes. I will deliver it. Thank you. One more thing. Say, Jiang Mingli owes me a silver ingot. Does she? She bet me that I would be sect leader of Frost Peak within 3 years. I would like her to know I am resisting the temptation to fulfill the bet on schedule. I plan to take 4. Su laughed. It was a short laugh. It was a real one. Ji Lianhai did not laugh. He smiled the smallest possible smile, the way a man who has been planning his own patience for a long time smiles when he finds he has enough of it. That evening Hung Zuru sat at the small low table in the archive and composed the reply that would be sent, word for word the same, to each of the 9 letters. He read it aloud to himself twice before putting the seal to the first copy. It was 3 lines. The first line named the sect by name and refused their affiliation. The second line named the sect again and declined their tithes. The third line did not name them. It said, "Any of your disciples who wishes to come to Weiyang will be received as a person. Weiyang is not taking your sect. Weiyang is opening its gates." The 9th copy he sealed and set aside with a fresh wax on top. The first 8 he sent out that night by the couriers who had been waiting, in various states of patience, in the visitors' rest house below the hill. He gave each of them a small packet of Pei Ruo's white-flowered tea as a courtesy. It was, he thought on the way back up the hill, the first packet of Weiyang tea to travel out to each of the 9 sects under no pretense but itself. On the way back up the hill, he passed the apricot sapling by the south wall. It had finished flowering weeks earlier. The small green knots of the fruit were already visible, tight and sour and promising. He set his hand briefly on the bark. The bark was warm from the day's sun. He went inside. Chapter 131 The Book of Returns Hung Zairu had been keeping the list for 5 years. He had never called it a list. In the ledger where he had started it, he had called it, on the first page, tally of recovered work, as if it were a grain count, and then had crossed that out and written tally of returns, and then, below that, just returns, And then he had left the page and started the second page and written down the first name. He had kept it in his own hand. He had not given it to copyists. The reason he had not given it to copyists was not pride. It was that every night, when he added a name, he wanted to write the name himself. Every name was a person. Every person had a week's worth of story attached to it in Hung Zairu's memory. He did not want to hand any of that over. By the third month after Pei Ruo spoke her first words, the ledger had 3,100 names in it. It had begun to split along its binding. He had taken the first volume to the copy house in town and commissioned a proper bound edition. He did not commission 10 copies or 100. He commissioned as many copies as the copy house could produce in a season and told them to send him the bill when they ran out of paper. He paid the bill from Wei Yang's own treasury without asking Su. On the morning the first finished volume arrived, bound in plain cloth, unlettered on the spine. He took it to Su's cottage. Su was on the south step with Jiang Yinwan in his lap. Jiang Yinwan was 4 months old. She was at the age where she looked up at faces with a steady watching that was not yet recognition, but was not quite not recognition. Hung Zairu bowed to the baby, because Hung Zairu bowed to every person who had a face. Jiang Yinwan was not impressed. Here is the thing, Hung Zairu said, sitting down on the step without waiting to be asked. I have written a book. I would like you to read it before I make any more. How many have you made? 400. That is only the first run. Hung Zairu. Yes. 400 copies is yes. You did not ask. No. You did not ask because if I had asked, you would have said no. And then I would have had to ask you why. And you would have had to tell me why. And then I would have had to convince you. And we are both old men now. And I did not want to spend 2 weeks convincing you of something I could spend the same 2 weeks printing. Hung Zairu. Read the book first. Su shifted Jiang Yinwan into his left elbow. He took the volume in his right hand. He opened it. The first page was the title, and the title was 4 words, The Book of Returns. Below the title, in a smaller hand, was the subtitle that Su had not known would be there. It said, The Disciples Wei Yang has returned to cultivation. 3,100, as of the spring of the present year. Compiled by Hung Zairu, with no authority but witness. Su read the subtitle twice. He did not speak. Hung Zairu watched him. Hung Zairu was not a man who watched people. His eyes usually rested at a comfortable middle distance, the distance a ledger sat from a reader's face. This morning he had set the ledger aside and was watching. Su felt it. It will be free, Hung Zairu said. What? Every copy. Free. I will not sell any of them. The price of a copy is that the reader must keep it and give it away when they are finished. I will not profit from these names. Neither will Wei Yang. Neither will you. Su opened the second page. The second page was the first name. It was Tanbei. He closed his eyes. He pressed the closed book against his forehead a moment. He opened it to the third page. The third page was Pei Ruo. The fourth was Yin Hashan. The fifth was Jiang Mingli. The sixth was Shu Kejin. The seventh was Ni Qing. He turned pages. He began to cry. Read the subtitle again, Hung Zairu said. I cannot right now. Later. Later. The book does not exist to make anyone praise you. It exists because a good book in the world is a kind of evidence. Tian Shu will read hers first. I am sending it by fast courier this afternoon. I want her to see the evidence before she sees me tomorrow. Tomorrow. She wrote ahead. She is coming. Why? She did not say. I assume she is coming to see me for the book. She may also be coming to see you for, Hung Zairu paused. Reasons of her own. Su closed the volume. He set it in his lap next to his daughter, who was looking up at it with the same patient curiosity she used for any object she had not yet tasted. He did not let her taste it. He said, Thank you, Hung Zairu. You have not read it yet. Thank you for writing it. Yes. Thank you for not asking. Yes. 400 copies. Free. Everywhere. Yes. The sects will not like it. No. Su laughed shortly. I will not like that they do not like it. And then I will get over it. Because you are right and they are wrong and the book should exist. He put his hand on Hung Zairu's shoulder. The shoulder was bony. It had always been bony. He had known it for 11 years. Chapter 132, Ji Lianhai Goes North. Ji Lianhai left for Frost Peak on the last morning of spring. He came up to the terrace at dawn. He wore a travel robe under his outer Frost Peak blue. He had his own small horse and his secretary's small horse and no retainers. He had sent his retainers home a week earlier with a message that said he would be returning alone, because the elders who had sent him needed to see a man who had walked home under his own weight. Su met him at the gate. So did Jiang Mingli. So did Pei Ruo, who had come because Pei Ruo would not let a sending off pass without being at the gate for it. She had not been at enough gates in her own life not to understand the weight of a person who stood at yours. So did little Niu, because little Niu liked Ji Lianhai and had told him, on the third day of his visit, that she expected him to come back as often as he could, which had made him look at her for a long moment, and then nod. "I have your reply," Ji Lianhai said to Su. "Word for word. Word for word. I have read it 300 times this week. I can say it in my sleep. I have rehearsed how I will present it. I have prepared the elders' likely objections. I have arranged for the letter to be read aloud in the General Assembly before the elders can suppress it. That is the only procedural trick I am using. The rest will stand on its own feet or fall on them." "Good. Su." "Yes. I may fail. You may. If I fail, I may not come back here. Not because I cannot. Because I will be too ashamed. I wanted to say that out loud so that you would hear me and tell me I am being foolish. You are being foolish. Thank you. You will come back either way. If you succeed, to tell us. If you fail, so little Nyo can ask you a question she has been saving for you." "Little Nyo," from Su's elbow. "I have two." Ji Lianhai looked down at her. "Save one. Save it for the second visit." "All right." He turned to Jiang Mingli. Jiang Mingli was holding Jiang Yanwan. She did not offer Ji Lianhai the baby to hold, because Ji Lianhai had been raised in Frost Peak and did not know how to hold a baby, which they had established on his second day. She did, instead, hold out her free hand. In her palm was a silver ingot, the standard weight. "The bet," she said. 3 years. You as sect leader. I will take 4. I know you said that. I am paying you on the schedule we agreed. Not the schedule you prefer. I am betting against myself. I am betting that you will do it in 3 anyway, whether you want to or not." Jiang Mingli. "Take it. You will need it on the road." He took it. He held it a moment. He said, "You are trying to make me swear by it." "No. I am trying to make you carry it, so that when you are tempted to do the thing faster, you feel the weight of my bet on you. For years. You said 4. Keep 4. The slower you take this, the better Frost Peak will remember itself." He weighed the silver in his hand. He tucked it into his inner sleeve, over his heart. He said, "Yes, Mingli." "Good." Pei Ruo stepped forward. She had a small cloth bundle. She gave it to him without a word. He opened it on his saddle. Inside were 3 folded pages in Pei Ruo's handwriting, the handwriting she had used for the slate for 11 years and which had not changed since she had begun speaking. 3 pages of notes. Ji Lianhai read the first line and looked at her with a kind of surprise he had not expected to feel. "It's how I would have survived," Pei Ruo said. Her voice was still settling into itself. She spoke in shorter sentences than she wrote. "If they had not sealed me, the methods I would have used. For a sect that does not know how to keep the ones they have nearly broken. It may help someone. Give it to whoever looks like me the first week you are there. Pei Ruo. Don't thank me now. Thank me when it works." He folded it. He put it in his inner sleeve next to the silver. He bowed to her. She did not bow back. She nodded, the same nod she had used for 11 years, which the sect by now read as the warmest thing she did. It was still the warmest thing she did. He mounted. He took the reins. He looked down at Su one more time. "For years. For years. Don't do anything foolish while I'm gone. I cannot promise you that." Ji Lianhai laughed. It was a short, private laugh, the kind of laugh he had given Su the first afternoon he had come up the hill and had never given anyone else. He turned his horse. He went down the creek road. The secretary's horse followed. They went around the bend. They were out of sight. Jiang Mingli bounced Jiang Yanwan a little, absently. She said, 3 years. You said 4. I said I was betting 4 against myself. The actual bet is 3. He'll do it in 3. He just told himself 4, so he could tell me 4, so that I would tell him 4 back. He's gone north to fix a thing. A man who is going to fix a thing does not take longer than he has to. You know him well. I've been watching him since he was Azure Cloud's houseguest at 15. I have known him longer than you have. He does not know that I know him that well. I would like to keep that advantage. I will not say. Good. Chapter 133. Tianshu's last visit. Oracle Mother Tianshu arrived that evening. She did not come with any entourage. She had never, in her life, traveled with an entourage. She was a small woman with a lined face and very black eyes and a staff of plain ash that she used not because she needed it, but because she had carried it long enough that her hand would have felt empty without it. She came up the creek road on foot. She was carrying the Book of Returns under her free arm. She had read it on the road. Su met her at the terrace. He did not bow. She did not either. They had been past bowing for a while. Let me see, she said, settling herself on the stool at the gate. Her voice was dry. It was the voice of a woman who had not in her whole life wasted a word. I am always willing. You look like a man who is going blind. I am going blind. Yes, your right eye is turning. I can see it from here. You should sit. He sat on the other stool. The evening was warm. Jiang Mingli, who had seen Tianshu arrive from the south porch, had not come out. She had told Su that morning that this visit was his to have without her. Tianshu had come for Su alone. Jiang Mingli had understood it before Su had. I have come, Tianshu said, to say two things. Then I will go. I do not want tea. All right. First, in every future I have seen, Weiyang outlasts the current sect era. I do not mean the compact. The compact is already dust. I mean the whole era. The era in which sects are the organizing units of cultivation. That era is ending. Weiyang will outlast it. In every future. Not because you win. Because you do not have anything to win. So there is nothing for the future to take from you. Good. Second. She paused. She set the book on her lap. She did not open it. She laid her hand on its cover flat, the way an old woman lays her hand on the shoulder of a living thing. I was wrong about your mercy. Su did not answer immediately. He looked at her hand on the book. He looked at her face. Her face was the face of a woman who had not often in her life said the words I was wrong. They came out of her flat, without apology, without adornment, without the small winged apology people use when they dislike having to say it. She said it as a fact. She disliked the fact. She said it anyway. Let me see, Su said. You were not wrong. It did cost. It cost me my left eye. It is now costing me my right. It cost me 15 years of my lifespan, 3 days at a time for years, and then 5 years at once when I spent them on Tanbei, and then a slow and constant small draining whenever I use sight on a new disciple. It cost me my memory of half of 1 decade, which Hung Zairu has pieced back for me in ink, and which is not the same as having remembered it. It cost me every moment of my daughter's 2nd month of life, which I spent asleep because I could not stay awake. You were not wrong that it was a cost. You were right. I just thought the cost was worth it. Tianshu did not answer at once. The wind moved the saplings. The sun was low. She lifted her hand off the book. She said, slowly, I know you thought it was worth it. I thought you were a fool to think so. I have come to tell you that I no longer think you were a fool. I think you paid a price that no one else alive could pay, and that you paid it on purpose, and that what you bought with it was a world in which the people I warned you not to save got to live. I have also come to tell you that I was one of those people. You said so. I did not say it then the way I mean it now. I was expelled from my own sect 300 years ago because I refused to lie to the sect leader about a future I had seen. They cast me out. I have walked ever since. I have hated the cost of my own honesty for 300 years. When I walked up this hill the first time I hated you because you had not paid my cost. I see now that you have paid a different cost. Yours is steeper than mine. I am sorry I hated you for the wrong reason. Thank you. I do not want your thanks. I want to have said it out loud once while you were still alive. You have said it. Good. She stood up. She took the book under her arm again. She took her staff in the other hand. She looked at him. Her eyes, which had always been very black, were slightly wet, which he had not known her eyes could be. I will see you once more, she said. In the winter of next year. In the snow. It will be brief. Do not prepare. I do not want the preparation to alter the thing. Good night, Su Wanjiang. Good night, Tianshu. She went down the creek road. She did not look back. He watched her walk out of his range of sight. He sat on the stool a long time after. The sun went down. The sapling's leaves moved quietly. He did not cry. He had no tears for this particular thing. It was too large and too small for tears, both at once. He sat. He breathed. After a while Jiang Mingli came out and sat beside him on the other stool and did not speak, and he held her hand, and it got dark. Chapter 134 The Small Cottage the Right. I went 3 weeks after Tianshu's visit. It did not go all at once. It went in a thin descending line. On the first day the line was along the top of his vision, a band where the world was paler than it should have been. On the second day the line was lower. On the 6th day the line had descended into his reading range, and he could see the top of a page of Hung Zairu's ledger, but not the bottom. On the 9th day he could see a disciple's face, but not her feet, if she stood close. On the 12th day the line reached the middle of his world. After that it stopped moving. What was above the line stayed seen. What was below it was a dim warm glow, the color of a paper lantern, without shape. He did not stop reshaping. On the 13th day, Jiang Mingli came to him in the West Hall after his 4th session of the morning. He had reshaped 3 boys that morning, from a sect that had sent its last remaining children to Weiyang because the sect was dissolving. He had sat down on the bench after the 3rd boy, and he had not got up for an hour. Jiang Mingli found him there. She did not say anything for a while. She sat on the bench next to him and put her head against his shoulder and said, I've built you a cottage. I have a cottage. Below the main hall. On the south slope. 1 room, 1 hearth, 1 bed. A door that can be closed. I've put it there so that when you finish reshaping in the morning, you don't have to walk all the way back up the hill to our cottage to rest. You can lie down between students. I would like you to lie down between students. Will you lie down? I do not need to lie down. Su. Yes. This is the one argument I will have with you the entire rest of your life. You will give me this one. I will not ask for any other. I am going to win this. You are going to lie down. You are going to rest between students. You are not going to reshape two more than your body will hold. Do you hear me? Yes. Say it. I hear you. Say the rest. I will lie down between students. I will rest. I will not reshape two more than my body will hold. Thank you. She did not cry. She had not cried yet about the right eye. She would cry about it later, in a different season, in a room he would not be in. For now she did not. She sat with her head on his shoulder and held his hand in both of hers on his knee. After a while she said, "There's a window in the cottage that faces the south field. You can listen to little Nyo teaching from the bed. She has started teaching." Who? A boy from a southern foothill sect came up yesterday. He's 14. His lattice is, she hasn't said what it is. She said she wanted to try to do it herself before asking you. Let me see. No. What? Don't let yourself see. Let her do it. Lie down. Rest. Listen through the window. Let her ask you only if she needs to. I think she won't need to. If she doesn't, you will hear it happen through the window. I think you should hear it happen through the window. I think it is time. If she asks for you, I will come get you, and you will walk down to the south field, and you will help her. But I think she will not ask. He looked at her. He looked, out of the half of his vision that still worked, at the lines at the corners of her eyes, which had not been there 3 years ago. He looked at the set of her mouth, which had been setting into this exact line for a long time. A line that meant I have thought this through, and I will not yield on it. He had known the line at 15. He knew it now. He did not fight it. All right, he said. I will lie down. I will listen through the window. Good. Jiang Mingli. Yes. Thank you. You do not have to thank me for this. I am your wife. I am the mother of your daughter. I am the head of Weiyang. This is my work. The cottage is already made. Come. She helped him up. She walked him down the hill to the south slope. The cottage was small and tidy and smelled of new wood and dry grass. A single hearth had a small fire. A single bed had fresh linens. A single window faced the south field. Jiang Mingli helped him sit on the bed. She took off his outer robe. She took off his shoes. She laid him down. She drew the blanket to his chin. She said, I will come in an hour. All right. She kissed his forehead. She went out. She left the door open a finger's width so that the sound from the south field could come in. Chapter 135. Little Nyo reshapes a boy. The boy's name was Luo Shizhi. He was 14 and a half. He had been expelled from a small foothill sect 3 weeks earlier for a lattice that his elders had called a snake. He had come up the creek road with nothing but the outer robe he was wearing and a single clay bowl his mother had given him the morning of his expulsion. He had arrived the previous day. He had been fed. He had been washed. He had been given a bed. He had slept the sleep of a boy who had been walking for 3 weeks. This morning he was standing in the south field. Little Nyo was standing with him. The south field was a flat square of trampled grass below the main hall where the younger disciples did their patient repetitions. It was in clear sight of Su's window in the new small cottage on the slope. Su lay on his side on the bed. He had the half of his vision that still worked pointed at the window. He could not see the south field directly. The window was too high for that. But he could hear it. He could hear little Nyo's voice, which had settled in the last year into the voice of a young woman who happened to be 11. He could hear Luo Shizhi's answering voice, which was still cracking in half at the end of the longer words. Hold out your hands, little Nyo said. Like this. Palms up. Not so high. Lower. There. Close your eyes. They're closed. Now breathe. I am breathing. You are not. You are holding your breath. Your shoulders are up. Breathe. All the way out. All the way in. Yes. Like that. Again. Yes. What are you looking for? Don't ask me questions. I am looking. When I am finished looking, I will tell you what I saw. Breathe. A pause. A longer pause. Su, in his bed, heard little Nyo's breath shift. A tiny hitch of attention. The sound her breath made when her sight found the thing she had been looking for. He had taught her that shift. He had not taught it to her by telling her. He had let her watch him for 4 years, and she had found it in her own body. He closed his own eyes, for courtesy, so that he would not be tempted to look for her with his own sight. He let her have it. Your elders, little Nyo said, were wrong. Your lattice is not a snake. It has 2 paths where theirs has 1, and the 2 paths cross twice. They could not read it because they only read 1 path. I will show you the second path. If I show it to you, you will feel it. When you feel it, do not move. Do not flinch. Do not be afraid. It will feel like your own hand finding your other hand in the dark. Nothing else. All right. All right. Another pause. Then a small soft sound from the boy. A breath out, surprised. The surprised breath of a boy whose hand has touched his other hand in the dark and not known, until that moment, that the other hand had been there. Oh, he said. Yes. I know. My chest is warm. Yes. I can feel yes. You can feel both of them. They have always been there. Keep breathing. I am. Good. Su, on his bed, opened his eyes. He did not need to look. He already knew. He knew by the cadence of her instructions and by the soft "oh" of the boy. He knew, also, because she had done it without drawing on him. He would have felt it if she had. She had not. She had reshaped the boy entirely on her own lattice, her single shard lattice, her one enormous simple shard that had been called a deformity when she was 7 and was now, at 11, the best reshaping tool on the continent. He lay still. He felt a small warm line trickle from the corner of his left eye, which was the blind eye, which no longer made tears except when it was given a reason. This was a reason. He did not wipe it. He let it run. Little Nyo's voice was still working in the field. She was telling the boy how to stand, now that he had 2 paths to stand on. She was telling him which path was load-bearing and which was for speed, because her sight had told her that. She was telling him that the elders of his old sect had tried to force-threaded his 2 paths into one, and that it had hurt him for years. Now it would not hurt him anymore. She was telling him that if he wanted to go back to his old sect and show them what his lattice was, she would write a letter for him. She was telling him that if he did not want to go back, he was welcome here, and could pick any bed in the East dormitory that did not yet have a name over its door. She was telling him, as all of this, that the sect he had come from had thrown him away and that this was not correct, and that the not correctness of it was, in the end, not his problem. It was theirs. The boy was crying. Su could hear the crying. It was the kind of crying a boy does when his chest has first understood that it is allowed to. Jiang Mingli came to the door of the cottage. She did not come in. She stood at the door with her hand on the frame. She said, softly, she did not call for you. No. She did not need you. No. She did it clean. She did it clean. Jiang Mingli nodded once. She did not cry. She was not going to cry about this either. She said, rest. The next student is at noon. Little Nyo has that one too. She has given you until evening. You have 5 hours. All right. I love you. I love you. She went away. She left the door open a finger's width. The south field sounds came in softly. Little Nyo was teaching Luo Shizhi how to put his shoes back on now that his weight had redistributed across 2 paths instead of being forced onto one. Her voice was patient and certain and still, at the edges. 11. Su listened. He lay on his side. After a while he slept. Chapter 136. The foreign delegation. The ship arrived at the port city of Yinjiang in the first week of autumn, and the rumor of it reached Weiyang 4 days later, carried by a salt merchant who had come up the creek road with oil for the lamps of the main hall, and who told Heng Zuru, while the oil was being weighed, that the ship was unlike any ship the harbor master had seen. It did not run on the wind. It did not run on the tide. It ran on a lattice, but the lattice was not a lattice. It was a lattice in the sense that a spider web is a city, which was what the harbor master had said, and which the salt merchant repeated twice because he had liked the phrase. Heng Zairu set down his weighing stone. He asked the salt merchant whether the ship had flags. The salt merchant said yes, 3 flags, each of a kind he did not know, all bearing the same mark, a circle with a hole cut out of it. He asked whether the ship had landed anyone. The salt merchant said yes, 9 passengers, who had walked off the ship in a line without retainers, and who had asked the harbor master, in careful, flat, unaccented speech, for directions to Weiyang. Heng Zairu paid the salt merchant. He went to find Su. Su was in the small cottage on the south slope. It was the 2nd hour of the afternoon, and he had been lying down between students, which he did now because his wife had told him to, and because he had found, after the first week, that she had been right. Heng Zairu sat down on the corner of his bed. Heng Zairu said, here is the thing. A ship from somewhere we do not know has arrived at Yinjiang. 9 people are walking up the coast road toward us. They are asking for you by name. By name. By name. Su Wanjiang, of Weiyang. Let me see. Heng Zairu did not answer that. It was not a question for him. Su sat up. He put his bare feet on the cold stone floor, and he sat with his feet on the cold floor for a moment, because the cold felt useful. He looked at Heng Zairu out of the half of his vision that worked. He said, have them admitted at the gate. Tell Jiang Mingli. Tell Pei Ruo. Tell Little Nyo. Do not tell Tin Bei yet, because he will insist on standing at the gate and his ribs are not ready. We will receive them on the south porch with tea. Yes. And Heng Zairu, yes. Bring your ledger. This will be a longer entry than usual. The 9 arrived at the creek road at sunset the next day. They walked in a line. They wore plain travel clothes the color of wet sand. The oldest of them was an old woman with no hair and eyes the pale of a washed stone. The youngest was a boy about Little Nyo's age. They did not ride. They did not carry weapons. They carried 1 piece of luggage each, of equal size. The old woman stopped at the terrace gate. She bowed, a low bow, 2-handed, the palms flat against each other at the chest. she said, in careful, flat-accented speech, Su Wanjiang of Weiyang. We have come from the Thousand Islands across the Western Sea. We have read, by a path I will explain later, a book compiled by one named Hung Zairu. We have not come to teach. We have not come to challenge. We have come to watch. You may refuse us. If you refuse us, we will go back to our ship and sail home and never return. You may accept us. If you accept us, we will stay a season. We will do no work. We will be of no use. We will only watch. Su bowed back. He was half blind, and he bowed only from the waist because his back would not take more. He said, "Let me see. How did you read the book?" "A copy reached us," the old woman said. "I will not say how. I will say that it traveled further than you intended. You read it in your own tongue. A translator made a copy. The translation is imperfect. The argument is not. Your lattice is not a lattice," she said. "Your word does not fit our arrangement. We have come to see yours so that we may decide whether ours should begin to learn it. That is all. We will not carry it home if we decide it will harm us. We will take nothing without telling you we are taking it. You may stay a season," Su said. "We thank you. What will you call yourselves to us while you stay?" "I am called Lina," the old woman said. "These 8 have their own names. They will give them when they wish. I am the voice of us because I have been alive the longest. That is our custom. I will not speak for them on any matter where they wish to speak for themselves. I understand that custom. I thought you would." Chapter 137 Wei Lan, and the sailing by the middle of winter, it was clear that the 9 from the Thousand Islands would not be the last. A second ship arrived at Yinjiang in the month of bitter snow. It carried a letter, not passengers. The letter was an invitation in both tongues. It asked Weiyang to send, in the spring, an ambassador, not a teacher, not a student, an ambassador, to the islands, to stay as long as she wished, and to speak for Weiyang in whatever words Weiyang preferred. Jiang Mingli brought the letter to Su in his cottage. She had read it twice before she handed it to him, which meant she had already chosen. Wei Lan. "Yes. She will not want to go," Su said. "She will want to go? She has wanted to go for 3 years. She has not said so to you because she knows you need her here. She is going to pretend not to want it when you ask her. You must see through the pretending. That is the request I am bringing you with the letter. I do not need her here anymore. You do. Only not in the shape you did. You have little Nyo for reshaping now. You have Ini I Ching for herbs. You have Tanbei for combat. You have Pei Ruo for the silent disciplines. You have Hung Zairu for the archive. You have me for the sect. Wei Lan has been, these last 2 years, your second in command for every matter none of those are. She is the one who goes to the civilian magistrates when they need to be reminded that we exist. She is the one who writes to the retired elders in the 3 prefectures. She is the one who keeps the local merchants from quarreling with each other about who gets Weiyang's grain orders. She is our face to the world. I am suggesting that her face belongs in a larger world now. Who will replace her? I will. For now. And Tanbei's wife, Yunyan, is ready for the work. She does not know it yet. I will tell her next week. She will say she cannot. I will ignore her. She will do it. Su laughed. He laughed because Jiang Mingli had described a plan that was, on every axis, right. He said, "Ask her tomorrow." Yes. Wei Lan said she did not want to go. Jiang Mingli saw through it as predicted. Wei Lan, confronted gently, wept once, apologized, and accepted. Yin Hashan asked the next morning whether he could go with her. He had been patient about the request for 19 years. He asked, standing in the courtyard in the bright winter sun, holding his blacksmith's hammer in his right hand out of habit even though he had not been to the forge that day, and he said, "Wei Lan, I would like to come with you to the islands. I have wanted to see more of the world since I was 8. I have not gone because Weiyang needed a tall man to carry heavy things. Tanbei is mostly mended now. He can carry heavy things again. If you will have me, I would like to come." Wei Lan looked at him. She said, "Yin Hashan, you do not ask a thing like that in a courtyard. You ask in private, because you want the answer not to embarrass the asker if it is no. I did not think it would be no. It is not no. I am saying that you ought to have known better how to ask. That is my one objection. I have no other. I would like you to come. I would like you to carry a heavy thing in a foreign country. I would like you to tell me what you see when you see your first whale. Yin Hashan, we will sail in the spring together." Yin Hashan, who had cried many times in his life at Weiyang, did not cry this time. He nodded once. He said, "Thank you." The departure was planned for the 2nd month of spring. A ship was hired. A chest of letters was prepared. Hung Zairu wrote 43 letters of introduction in each tongue. Little Nyo wrote a separate small letter, folded and sealed in yellow wax, addressed to the youngest of Lina's 9, the boy her age, which she gave to Wei Lan with the instruction, "Only if he asks." On the morning of the departure, the whole terrace came down to the creek road. There were over 300 disciples now. They stood in no formal order. They had never stood in formal order, not once, not for anything. They stood the way the disciples of Wei Yang stood, which was close together, not quite touching, facing the road. Wei Lan, on horseback, stopped at the top of the hill. She looked back. She saw them. She turned her face forward. She did not cry. She had already cried the night before, with Jiang Mingli, where no one would count it against her. Yin Hashan, on a larger horse, bowed from the saddle the way a man bows who has never learned to bow from a saddle and will not learn on the morning of leaving. He said, "I will come back." "Not too soon," Su said. "Not too soon." The horses went down the creek road. They went around the bend. The terrace stood a while. Then the terrace went back to work. Chapter 138. The ring comes off. Su made the decision in the second week of the next summer. He had been turning it over for a year. He had not told Jiang Mingli. He had not told Heng Zairu. He had not told anyone. He had only held it in his own mind at night, where no one could try to argue him out of it. On the morning he was ready, he told Jiang Mingli. She did not argue. She asked him whether he wanted it held in public or in private. He said, "Public. Every disciple. In the south courtyard. I want them all to see it and to remember it and to know it. After, in their own bodies." Why? Because every one of them has been asking a question in their bones for 9 years, whether they know they have been asking it or not. The question is, how much of me is mine and how much of me is his? I would like to answer the question. I would like to answer it in a way that ends the question. If I did it in private, someone would wonder whether I had done it. I do not want anyone to wonder. "Let me see," Jiang Mingli said, teasing him with his own phrase, but her eyes were wet. "Tomorrow. Tomorrow." The courtyard filled at dawn. The disciples came without being told the reason. They had only been told that it would happen at dawn. They came. Over 300 of them crowded into the south courtyard and out onto the slopes around it, because the courtyard would not hold them all. The 6 original, Tan Bei, Pei Ruo, Yin Hashan, who had been summoned home by a fast ship the month before for this 1 week, Jiang Mingli, Shu Kejin, Little Niu, stood at the front. Ji Lianhai, who had ridden down from Frost Peak the week before, stood with them. Wei Lan, who had sailed back for this 1 month, stood beside Yin Hashan. The rest filled the yard. Su walked out of his cottage with his outer robe in his hand. He was not wearing it. He was in his plain underrobe. He was barefoot. The iron ring was in his hand. He had not worn it on the cord around his neck for a year. It had lived in his pocket. He carried it now between finger and thumb as if it were a small coin. He stopped at the center of the courtyard. He held the ring up. He said, in a voice pitched so the farthest disciple could hear, "Every one of you carries a shard of mine in the weave of your lattice. I put it there. I did not ask you first. You were too young or too broken at the time to ask. I have been using the bond since, to pull strength up from you when I needed it. I have asked you, 9 years running, for your strength. You have given it. I have spent it. I am not going to do it anymore. This morning, I am going to take my shard out of each of you. It will not hurt. You will feel a small warmth and then a small absence. You will be, after, exactly who you are, without any of me running along the underside of your lattice. I will not be able to draw on you again. I will not be able to rise above Tier 5 again. Tier 5 is my own ceiling without you. Tier 5 will be my ceiling. I am choosing this on purpose. I would like you to watch." Jiang Mingli, at the front, did not speak, but her hand was over her mouth. Little Niu was not holding anyone's hand. Pei Ruo was holding Tan Bei's wrist. Tan Bei was not breathing. Su set the iron ring on the flat stone at the center of the courtyard. He knelt. He put his hand flat over the ring. He closed his eyes. The ring, the lattice founder's first anchor, the ring with the hairline crack, took the request. It had always been able to do this. He had never before asked it to. He had, for 9 years, used the bond the ring had first made possible and had never used the ring itself to undo a bond. He asked it now. The ring grew warm, then hot, then cold, then warm again. In the grain of the crack a faint light moved, the light a piece of glass makes in firelight and no other time. Su felt the shards in 317 lattices, his, lift. He felt each one rise. He felt each one separate from the lattice it had been woven into. He felt each one come back toward him, along invisible threads that had threaded the terrace and the hills for 9 years. He felt them arrive in the palm of his hand, all at once, as one heat. He took them. He folded them into the ring. The ring accepted them. The crack in its metal, the crack the lattice founder had left 3,000 years before, drank them in as a dry cup drinks water. The ring went quiet. The light in it went out. Su opened his eyes. He was Tier 5. He knew at once. He knew because the bond lights he had been able to see in every disciple's lattice for 9 years were gone. They were only disciples now. They were ordinary people. He had never in his life seen them ordinary. He looked at Jiang Mingli. She was ordinary. She was the ordinary face he had fallen in love with a decade ago and had not, because of the bond, been able to see without his own threads inside her. He stood. The disciples were silent. Then little Nyo said, "Shifu, I don't want you to. Let me see," Su said, and he smiled. It was a tired old smile, and it was a young man's smile at the same time. "Let me see. You do not need me to be taller than you. You need me to be older than you. I have been standing on your shoulders for 9 years. I am stepping down. Stand up. I cannot hold you up anymore. Stand up on your own." He bent. He picked up the ring. He put it in his pocket. He said, "Breakfast is cold by now. Someone go warm it." Someone did. The courtyard dispersed slowly. Jiang Mingli, at his elbow, said, "Walk with me." He walked with her. His back was straight in a way it had not been in 3 years. The cost had gone out of him with the shards. He felt, for the first time in a decade, tired the way an ordinary tired man felt tired. He slept that night for 12 hours straight. It was the first long sleep he had had since before he met Pei Ruo. Chapter 139, A Promise Rather Than a Person. The sect organized itself. After Su stepping down, the way a tree organizes itself after a strong wind, not by falling, but by finding which branches had been load-bearing all along. Jiang Mingli, who had been running Weiyang in all but name for 3 years, ran it in name now. Tanbei ran the combat wing. Pei Ruo ran what the sect called, a little awkwardly, the silent disciplines, the meditative, the observational, the negative techniques that Weiyang had formalized over the decade as a full branch of practice with its own pedagogy. Hung Zairu ran the archive. He had bound 3 more volumes of the Book of Returns. He was working on the 4th. He no longer pretended the work would ever finish. Finishing had not been the point of the work for years. Nei Qing ran the herb hall. Shu Kejin, the former spy, now gray at the temples, ran intelligence, which under her hand had become less intelligence and more a correspondence network. She exchanged letters with retired elders from every defunct sect on the continent and kept them abreast of their former students' fates. It was, Jiang Mingli said, the single most expensive act of mercy Weiyang committed, because the postage bill was enormous. Shu Kejin cried the first time Jiang Mingli teased her about it, and then laughed, and then went back to writing letters. Little Nyo ran the reshaping work. She was 13 now, and she was as tall as Pei Ruo, and her hair was still tied badly most days because she would not sit still long enough to let anyone tie it well. She had reshaped, by the count Hung Zairu kept, 412 disciples on her own, with no cost to herself the sect could detect. She trained 6 younger students in the work now. 2 of them were showing promise. One of them was a girl from Lina's 9 who had elected to stay another season, and then another. Su did no reshaping. He had announced, the morning after his 12-hour sleep, that he would not be resuming. He kept his announcement. He did not break it to help a hard case. He did not break it even the week a boy came up the creek road whose lattice had been so badly force-threaded by a traveling cheat that his own family had given him up, and he did not break it because little Nyo, watching him watch the boy, said only, "Shifu, mine," and took the boy into the south reshaping hall and did the work herself. Su walked the terrace in the mornings. He sat with Jiang Yinwan, who was 9 now and had her mother's eyes and her father's habit of saying "let me see" before anything that mattered. He taught her to read. He did not teach her the lattice. She had an ordinary lattice. She would learn her own lattice from her own teachers. He taught her the books that had made him. He sat with Pei Ruo sometimes in the evenings. Pei Ruo spoke, on average, 1 sentence to every 10 that an ordinary speaker spoke, which she had said was the ratio she was comfortable with, and which she did not intend to increase. She said it was enough. She had 11 years to make up, and she intended to make them up at her own pace. Su did not argue. He liked her ratio. He sat with Hung Zairu in the archive. Hung Zairu, who had never stopped being bony and who was now also white-haired, had begun, in his spare hours, to write a small volume of his own called Letters to a Disciple I Did Not Have. Imagined letters to the student he would have kept in his 20s if the sect that expelled him had not expelled him. Su read the first draft in the autumn. He cried once at the 3rd letter. He did not offer edits. He sat with Tanbei at the forge sometimes in the late afternoons. Tanbei's ribs had never fully healed. He still held his right shoulder lower than his left. He hammered more slowly now. He made, mostly, plain iron cookware for the kitchens and plain iron tools for the garden. He had stopped making weapons. He said, when asked, "Let someone else make weapons. We have enough weapons. We need more pots." Su sat with Jiang Mingli in the evenings. This was the longest and quietest hour of his day. They did not always speak. She brought her ledger from the hall, and he brought whatever book he was reading, and they sat on the south porch with the lamp lit between them and did not speak for long stretches. In the hour before bed, they walked once around the courtyard, slow, because he was slow now, and they said good night to each disciple still up, and they went in. The sect was a promise, rather than a person. That was the phrase Hung Zairu had used in the front matter of the 4th volume. Su had read the phrase and had approved of it. He said to Hung Zairu, "That is what I wanted it to be." Hung Zairu said, "It took you a while. It takes a while. It takes a while." Chapter 140. The same hill. On a clear morning in the fall of the year his daughter turned 10, Su Wanjiang told Jiang Mingli he was going to walk to Azure Cloud. Walking, slowly, 3 days each way. Pei Ruo will come with me. Little Nyo will come part way and turn back. That is all I want. Why? Because I would like to sit on the same hill I sat on when I was 23. I would like to see what it looks like now. I would not mind if you came too. I cannot leave the sect for a week. I know. I would like to come. I know. Kiss me. He did. She smiled. She said, "Come back. I will come back." They went on foot. Pei Ruo walked on his left, which was his blind side, because she had decided years ago that was her side. Little Neo walked on his right for the first 2 days, talking at him about a girl she was training whom she thought would, in 3 years, be better than she was. On the morning of the 3rd day, she kissed him on the cheek at the fork of the road, and went back to Weiyang without making a speech of it, because she was not a person who made speeches. Pei Ruo and Su arrived at the outskirts of Azure Cloud at noon. Azure Cloud was not Azure Cloud anymore, not in the way Su had known it. The walls had been lowered. The gate was open. A board at the gate read, "Academy of the Azure Road. All prospective students welcome." Su stopped at the board. He read it through his working half of vision. He said to Pei Ruo, "Is that yes? They use our word. They have been using it for 3 years. Ji Lianhai's doing. He has been busy. He has been very busy." They went up the hill at the back of the compound. It was the same hill. The grass had grown back over the expulsion courtyard below, which was no longer an expulsion courtyard because Azure Cloud, Azure Road, now, had not expelled a disciple in 4 years. The new head elder, a woman named Su Yao, had been a Weiyang student 7 years ago. She had not expelled a disciple in her post because she had been instructed, upon her promotion, by the sect elder who had promoted her, a man named Liang Tang, also a former Weiyang student, that the sect no longer practiced expulsion. They practiced reassignment. If a disciple did not fit one lineage, they were offered 3 others before they were asked to consider another sect. The number of disciples who asked to consider another sect had been, in the 1st year, 14. In the 3rd year, 3. In the 4th, 1. Su sat down on the grass on the hill. Pei Ruo sat next to him. They did not speak. They watched the courtyard below, empty, the empty it had for 4 years. The grass was long. The flagstones where expelled disciples had once sat in the dust were half covered. A swallow went across the field in one quick motion and was gone. He took the iron ring out of his pocket. He held it in his palm. It was quiet. It had been quiet for years. There was still, every so often, a small pulse under the metal, a rhythm not quite a heartbeat, not quite not one. He had stopped trying to understand it. It was the ring's own business. He kept it anyway. Somewhere to the west, over the sea, 9 watchers were watching a country they would never fully understand. In a 10th, Yin Hashan, was, Weilan had written in her last letter, learning to cook a fish from salt water by a method that involved smoke and 2 herbs he could not name. Somewhere to the north, Ji Lianhai was running a sect he had bet Jiang Mingli 4 years on and had taken 3. Somewhere in the east, a delegation from a country beyond the Thousand Islands was on a ship that would reach Yinjiang in 6 months. Somewhere, further than any of these, the rerouter was walking. Su did not know where. He did not need to know. Somewhere back at Weiyang, his daughter was being taught, by the girl who had been dumped at his gate 4 years before she was born, how to sit so her back did not ache in middle age. Somewhere, too, in a dimmer sense that he did not often allow himself, there were still the 80,000 names on the list that had not been unsubtracted. Those names would not come back. The villages had. The people had not. He carried them. He was going to carry them to the end. That was the cost. He had paid it. He did not regret it. He closed his blind left eye. He closed his dim right eye. He listened. Birds called across the field. The wind moved in the grass by his ankle. The stone under him was warm. Pei Ruo breathed evenly next to him, silent, her silence no longer a seal, but a choice. In his pocket, the iron ring pulsed once, quietly, the way a sleeper shifts in sleep. He did not open his eyes. He let it be. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Tell me which disciple you loved most, which moment stayed with you, which sect you wanted to see broken open. Subscribe and ring the bell so you do not miss the stories still walking up the creek road. Share this with anyone who has ever been told they did not fit. Until next time, fellow cultivators.